Chapter 1. Is a dual equated to transmigration? The Douluo continent is a realm of flourishing diversity, yet boasts a singular brilliance. Here, one will not find dazzling magic instead. It offers rudimentary swordsmanship and marksmanship, alongside a profession revered by all as the noblest, the soulmaster. The martial soul is a unique phenomenon of the Douluo continent. From noble lords to common folk, regardless of status or wealth, everyone awakens their martial soul on their 6th birthday. Should one possess even a modicum of innate soul power, they may cultivate to become a soul master. If one's innate soul power exceeds level 6, congratulations, you are deemed a genius. Soul masters can hunt the continent's distinctive creatures, known as soul beasts, to acquire items akin to a halo, referred to as soul rings. These rings bestow upon their bearers the skills possessed by the soul beast in its lifetime soul skills. A soul ring produced by a 10-year-old soul beast is white, one from a 100-year-old beast is yellow, a 1,000-year-old yields purple, a 10,000-year-old is black, a 100,000-year-old is red, and a million-year-old is gold. The quantity of soul rings a soul master possesses indicates their level, ranging from 1 soul ring to 9, designated as soul master, great soul master, soul scholar, soul sect, soul king, soul emperor, soul saint, Duo, and title Duo. While soul skills vary in potency, some capable of cleaving through city walls, while others may merely serve to dig and cultivate, there is no denying that a faction with a greater number of higher-ranking soul masters is inherently stronger, giving rise to numerous sects across the Douluo continent. Among these, the most representative forces are the Spirit Hall, the Tiando Empire, the Xingluo Empire, the Haotian sect, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, as they represent the 6 mightiest powers on the continent. The Haotian sect, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan primarily emphasize bloodline and martial soul inheritance, while the Tiando and Xingluo empires derive their strength from the nobility and royal families. In contrast, the Spirit Hall is a force established by an angelic deity whose primary policy involves assisting commoners in awakening their martial souls for free, thereby recruiting commoner soul masters to bolster its strength. After years of development, it has ascended to become the preeminent power on the continent. This approach has incited profound trepidation in the Tiando and Xingluo empires, as they are fundamentally built upon the exploitation of the common populace for their own gain. The Spirit Hall's actions are perceived as an assault on the very foundation of these 2 empires, rendering them as thorns in their side. However, due to the Spirit Hall's divine origins, the 2 empires find themselves compelled to endure their grievances. They have even ceded a territory the size of a province at their borders, allowing the Spirit Hall to govern freely. The Spirit City serves as the headquarters of the Spirit Hall, a city constructed amidst mountains. A particularly iconic structure, the Pope's Hall, is located halfway up the mountain, while the Douluo Hall stands at its pinnacle. The Pope's Hall is the residence of the Hall's supreme ruler, the Pope, and the Douluo Hall is a final resting place for all deceased title Douluos, colloquially known as the tomb of title Douluos. In a grand residence located in the southeast of the Papal Hall of the Spirit Hall, an elderly man with snow-white hair and a slender frame, donned in a golden robe, appeared to be in his late 80s or 90s, that he paced anxiously at the door of a room, the intermittent sounds emanating from within only heightening his distress. Behind the elderly gentleman stood a middle-aged man with golden hair and piercing eyes, appearing to be in his 40s. The 2 shared a resemblance in their features. These 2 individuals were the current Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue, and his son, Qian Chongling. At that moment, Qian Renxue had lost his usual composure and tranquility, his anxiety manifesting in his restless pacing. Observing his father's agitation, Qian Chongling remarked, "Father, your pacing is making me dizzy. With so many experienced midwives and healing spirit masters inside, your concern is only causing more chaos." Qian Renxue replied, "As a father, I am well aware. However, your mother has not been in good health in recent years, and with her advancing age, how can I not worry?" Qian Chongling nodded in understanding. Despite his youthful appearance, he was, in fact, over 80 years old, a testament to his profound cultivation. Just as the father and son conversed, a colorless light silently descended into the room. Wah wah wah. "Master, the lady has given birth, it is a boy." The sound of a baby's cries resonated from within, prompting the father and son to exchange glances before hastily entering the room. Inside, they found a stunningly beautiful middle-aged woman, her complexion pale, drenched in sweat, and breathing heavily, lying on the bed. Qian Renxue seated himself beside her, gently taking her delicate hand in his, and inquired with concern, "Yuner, you have worked hard, how do you feel?" The woman, Zhou Yun, shook her head and softly replied, "It is not too strenuous, I just feel a bit weakened." Her voice was soft and warm, though lacking in strength, possibly due to the fatigue following childbirth. "I wish to see our child." Zhou Yun expressed, this. A maid quickly stepped forward, presenting the child she had cradled. Zhou Yun gazed at her baby with immense joy, then turned to Qian Renxue and said, "Sungu, look at our child, he is so adorable." Qian Renxue responded, "He bears a striking resemblance to you, particularly in his eyes and nose." Standing aside and unable to interject, Qian Chongling, witnessing his parents' affectionate exchange, could not restrain himself any longer. "Mother, father, have you decided on a name for my younger brother?" Though taken by surprise at the arrival of a brother so late in his life, Qian Chongling felt predominantly elated. The Qian family of the Spirit Hall, despite their vast estate, had historically maintained a dwindling lineage since the time of their ancestral angelic deity. Having another brother not only allowed him to experience the joys of being an older sibling, but also to aid in safeguarding and upholding the glory of the angelic deity, a boon he could not have wished for more. Zhou Yun replied, "He belongs to the Chong generation, so we shall name him Qian Chongling." The descendants of the Qian family in the Spirit Hall adhere to the ancestral motto, to vanquish malevolent spirits, endure through the ages. The brilliance of the Chong legacy shall never fade, and the path to greatness shall be sought far and wide. This moment, the harmonious family remained oblivious to the fact that the infant beside Zhou Yun had ceased to cry. The baby opened his azure eyes, gazing vacantly at them. "Did I not engage in an exhilarating and tense duel of Yu-Gi-Oh with old Wang last night? I had summoned my fist in attack position and was on the verge of victory. Yet, suddenly, darkness enveloped me. Where am I now? And why has my body shrunk so drastically?" Chapter 2. Integrity and Kindness. The first 10 chapters are somewhat tedious, but one may skip them. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had elapsed. At this moment, within the papal hall, an exquisite woman sat by the stone table in the garden, observing a 3-year-old boy playing joyfully. This boy was Qian Chongling. However, the woman was not Qian Chongling's biological mother. She was Luo Shui, the wife of his elder brother, Qian Chongling, and she was already in her 40s. Yet, time had left no mark upon her visage. She appeared as youthful and beautiful as a girl in her 20s. As for Qian Chongling's mother, Zhou Yun, she had departed from this world 2 years prior. Strangely, although Qian Chongling was merely 3 years old, he exhibited remarkable intelligence, grasping concepts that children of 7 or 8 could comprehend. At that moment, he was frolicking in the garden with several maidservants, his brow glistening with sweat, yet his spirits remained high. Luo Shui gazed at him and said, "Little Ling, come here and take a break." Qian Chongling hurried over, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, I'm not tired. I want to play a bit longer." Luo Shui produced a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from Qian Chongling's face and gently instructed him, "Rest for a while before returning to play." This night, it fell like flowing water. The papal hall enveloped in silence, with most residents fast asleep, save for a few patrolling the premises. In Qian Chongling's chamber, he sat cross-legged upon the bed, his legs folded, as he focused his energy in his dantian, closing his eyes in meditation, breathing deeply to gather his spirit. He silently practiced the Qian family's ancestral meditation method, a technique passed down from the angels. His posture was commendable, yet his thoughts had drifted far away, rendering him oblivious to any surge of soul energy entering his body. Originally named Qian Ling, he was a typical office worker on Blue Star, toiling from 9 to 6, enjoying light melodies and web literature in his spare time. Indeed, he had initially been unaware of his transmigration until one day, while his sister-in-law took him shopping in Soulmaster City, he heard a woman on the street exclaim, "I have a big bun." In that moment, a fragrant, steaming bun appeared in her hands. This scene struck a chord within him, and soon he recalled having read a novel titled Douluo on Blue Star, which seemed to share this very premise. While working on Blue Star, a colleague named Wang had recommended the novel to him, proclaiming it to be an exceedingly positive narrative. IT told the story of a child born into poverty, who, through diligent study and perseverance, befriended many kindred spirits and gradually evolved into a person of integrity, kindness, humility, and gratitude. Ultimately, the tale unfolds as the protagonist masters order and fairness, vanquishing the most malevolent forces on the continent, including the very culprit responsible for his mother's demise, thereby benefiting the realm. Though the narrative may seem somewhat clicked, a recommendation from a friend prompted him to delve into it. In the opening, the protagonist clandestinely learns from a sect specializing in concealed weaponry, but is soon coerced to leap from a precipice, subsequently awakening in an entirely different world. At this juncture, Qian Ling is taken aback, pondering the implications of such actions. After all, to thieve is to be a rogue, regardless of whether one is ultimately forgiven. The act of theft remains unchanged, and how can a thief be associated with a gentleman? With these questions lingering, Qian continues reading, only to be met with a shocking development. Due to his humble beginnings, Sangu and the village chief are poorly attired, leading the gatekeepers to look down upon them and hurl insults. Consequently, our upright, kind-hearted, and gracious Sangu resolves to eliminate the two gatekeepers. This impulsive decision to take a life over mere words seems to echo the actions of a cold-blooded fiend. Indeed, while the gatekeeper's disdain is inexcusable, it hardly warrants death. A lesson would suffice, especially considering their appearance akin to beggars. Who else would they deter? After witnessing this scene, Qian speculates that perhaps due to youth, Sangu may yet find his moral compass and continues his reading. The next scene introduces the renowned order of Douluo continent. Yu Zuipeo, through his persuasive rhetoric, saves the gatekeepers and takes Sangu under his wing. Sangu, having been swayed by Yu Zuipo's words, becomes his disciple. Although his innate soul power stems from his own cultivation, he seems to regard his ignorance of this new world lightly. Following his apprenticeship, Yu Zuipeo takes Sangu to hunt soul beasts, intending to procure a soul ring for him in the soul-hunting forest. While Yu Zuipeo excels in verbal prowess, his practical skills falter spectacularly, leaving him nearly defeated by a century-old soul beast until Sangu intervenes and ultimately slays the creature. Yet again, Qian is astonished by the unfolding events. Sangu employs hidden weapons to defeat the soul beast, but harbors a fear of Yu Zuipeo discovering his secret, leading him to contemplate eliminating Yu Zuipothi's very man whom he had recently declared to consider as a father figure. Such a revelation leaves Qian incredulous. Contemplating the depths of this treachery, how could this cunning youth ever aspire to be a paragon of integrity, kindness, humility, and gratitude? Fortunately, Yu Zuipeo remains oblivious to Sangu's secret, narrowly escaping a grim fate. As time progresses, Sangu swiftly graduates from the junior academy. Accompanied by his beloved sister, Xiao Wu, and heeding Yu Zuipo's guidance, they set forth to a place known as Monster Academy for further education. Here, Sangu encounters 5 new companions, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, forming the illustrious group known as the Shrek's 7 Monsters. Through the subsequent narrative, we come to understand the personalities and characters of these 5 children that a certain item belonging to Qian has fallen to the ground. The leader of the 7 monsters, Dai Mubai, is renowned in Soto City as the invincible Silver Tiger, a master of time management. His preferred daily activities include reveling in the company of youthful models, indulging in lavish pleasures, causing disturbances, and exuding arrogance. This behavior is somewhat expected, given that he is a prince of the Stardo Empire. However, the issue arises from the fact that as a royal, he is required to engage in the fierce competition for the throne. Should he fail, the consequences could be dire, either death or disgrace. Acknowledging his seemingly bleak prospects, he has abandoned his fiancée and chosen to embody the role of a time management expert, leaving his betrothed, Zhu Zhuqing, to face the harsh realities of the Stardo Empire alone, to the very least. One would think he might have taken her with him in his escape. In light of this, Dai Mubai truly exemplifies the archetype of a scoundrel, a model for all the less savory traits one might encounter. The second of the 7 monsters, Oscar, is affectionately dubbed the lecherous uncle, a purveyor of sausages and one of the few relatively normal individuals among the group. His only flaw is a slight air of sleaziness, which can be understood after all. Who among us is not a gentleman in their own way? The third, Sangu, is regarded as the embodiment of virtue, upright and kind, courteous, grateful, and pure as ice. Does further description even suffice? The fourth, Ma Hongjun, known as the phoenix of the brothel, is perhaps the most repulsive of the 7, exhibiting a particularly disgusting and lascivious demeanor. He salivates at the sight of any moderately attractive woman, his inner thoughts steeped in depravity. The fifth, Xiao Wu, is ironically named Xiao, as she is anything but small. She is in fact a transformed spirit Biasta, soft-bone rabbit from the Stardo Forest, taking on human form, and not truly human at all. The sixth, Ning Rongrong, as the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, displays an outrageous and willful demeanor, her arrogance rivaling that of Dai Mubai. She possesses the unmistakable air of superiority that comes with being a princess, which, while it may not endear her to others, is somewhat understandable given her upbringing. Nevertheless, her personality tends to be off-putting. However, it is worth noting that those who recognize their flaws and seek to improve themselves are commendable. Ultimately, this little which becomes more reasonable as the story progresses. Finally, the youngest, Zhu Zhuqing, the second miss of the Zhu family in the Star Luo Empire, is the last to conform to the standards of normalcy. Her singular goal is simply to survive. With a commendable character and unwavering determination, she manages to endure even Dai Mabai's actions, although one might argue that her choices are rather limited. Chapter 3. Courteous and Gracious. Now, turning to the motto of Shrek Academy, the situation becomes even more complicated. The assertion that those who dare not stir trouble are mediocre is quite the boast, especially considering their arrogance when confronted with Songhue Academy. Yet, upon encountering the weakest title Dugu, they all transform into timid Katinsa classic case of bullying the weak while fearing the strong. At this juncture, Qianling has little hope that Sangu will ever evolve into the upright and kind, courteous, and grateful gentleman he is meant to be. After all, one is influenced by their surroundings, and with only two normal individuals in his company, the rest being rather eccentric, how could one expect any transformation? Nevertheless, Qianling patiently continues to observe the unfolding events. Subsequently, the 7 companions formed a team to participate in the prestigious elite soulmaster competition across the continent. They triumphantly overcame numerous challenges, relishing in their victories, and this string of successes fostered an unwavering confidence in their collective combat prowess. However, due to the circumstances surrounding their adversaries, Sangu resorted to utilizing his second martial soul, the Haotian hammer, which consequently revealed his true lineage. Upon witnessing this, Yu Zuipeo immediately sought out the most ruthless and nefarious faction in this realm, the Spirit Hall. He intended to meet with the Pope of the Spirit Hall, none other than his former lover, Bibi Dong, to glean knowledge on the cultivation of twin martial souls. It is essential to note that Yu Zuipo's disciple is Sangu, the son of Tang Hao, possessing the dual martial souls of Blue Silvergrass and Haotian Hammer. The Spirit Hall harbors a profound enmity towards him should he mature into his full potential. He is destined to bring ruin to the Spirit Hall and scatter the ashes of countless. Titled Douluos from the Douluo Palace. Do these jade-mouthed individuals not comprehend the situation? No, they are aware. Yet, despite this knowledge, the jade-mouthed one still desires Bibi Dong to impart the secrets of the twin martial souls to that Sangugu, thereby enabling her rival to grow stronger. And then, once he has matured, to personally obliterate the Spirit Hall, scattering Bibi Dong's ashes to the winds? Fortunately, Bibi Dong did not acquiesce to the jade-mouthed one's request, resulting in his disappointed return, where he informed Sangugu that he had failed to obtain the secret technique. Subsequently, the jade-mouthed one's cousin, Lu Erlong, audaciously asserted that Bibi Dong's refusal to share the secret was indeed a grave error, one that should have been rectified. At this juncture, Qianling began to question the essence of humanity, astonished at the audacity and hypocrisy exhibited to such an extreme. It must be said that these two are indeed a match made in heaven, being cousins of a kind. This scenario is akin to a situation where one has parted ways with an ex, subsequently adopting a child who harbors animosity towards one's former partner. However, lacking the means to provide for the child, one brazenly approaches the ex for financial support, only to feel betrayed when they refuse assistance. As the competition progressed, the Academy, which dubbed itself the Monsters, advanced all the way to the finals, ultimately triumphing over the Spirit Hall's representatives under exceedingly unreasonable circumstances. Then, astonishment ensued once more. With Xiaowu's identity exposed, chaos erupted within the Monster Academy, prompting Sanguji's father, Tang Dechue, known as the Sun-defying Douluo, whose tastes are rather peculiar, to make a flamboyant entrance. Armed with a massive hammer, exuding an aura of dominance, he swiftly took Xiao Wu and Sangugu away. It is worth noting that the former Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue, was grievously injured by Tang Dechue, only to be finished off by Bibi Dong. Therefore, Tang Dechue could certainly be deemed an accomplice. Meanwhile, the esteemed guardians of the Douluo Hall, each of whom boasts a rank above 96, stood in stunned silence, observing Tang Dechue's theatrical display before he nonchalantly departed. Even if Qian Daolu had his grievances with Bibi Dong and both parties were at odds, how could he remain composed when Tang Dechue had audaciously invaded their territory? Is he akin to a ninja turtle? Chihiro is determined to inscribe the character for tragic upon the thigh of her father. Returning to the narrative, after being rescued by the formidable Tang Dazier, the old rabbit and Xiao Wu made their way back to the forest. Subsequently, Sangu commenced training under Tang Dazier's tutelage, leading to the awakening of a significant portion of his bloodline, the so-called Blue-Silver Emperor lineage. It turns out that Sangu is not entirely human. Within his veins flows the blood of a soul beast. According to the theory of twin martial souls, it is imperative that both souls possess comparable qualities to inherit the martial spirits of their parents. Otherwise, a singular martial soul would prevail. Hence, it is evident that more than half of Sangu's essence is derived from the blue-silver emperor's bloodline. Let us not entertain the notion that a soul beast, upon transforming over 100,000 years, becomes human. This notion is absurd. If one is truly human, let us see if they can sacrifice themselves. If one is truly human, can they perish yet still yield soul bones and soul rings? Therefore, a soul beast remains a soul beast, and even a blade of grass can sire an entity that is not wholly human in conjunction with Tangzhou, suggesting that reproductive isolation in this world is quite flawed. Upon the awakening of his bloodline, Sangu appeared transformed, akin to someone who has undergone cosmetic surgery, and naturally inquired of Tangzhou, only to uncover the truth behind his mother's demise. Thus, he began to devise a plan for vengeance. In ancient times, soul beasts ran rampant, with cannibalism being commonplace. Not a single soul beast would champion the cause of humanity. In more recent epochs, humanity thrived, hunting beasts for their flesh. Skin and bones, a rather ordinary affair. The spirit hall had slain Sangu's mother and plotted to eliminate his wife. It is only reasonable for Sangu to seek retribution. Is the spirit hall at fault? Not necessarily. Is Sangu in the wrong? Again, not at all. Thus, this enmity transcends mere positions or races. It is solely about hatred, albeit one could not have anticipated the spirit hall's self-destructive actions. Initially, they attacked participants in the soulmaster competition across the continent, then launched a soul-hunting campaign, decimating the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and severely wounding the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, instilling widespread fear across the land, culminating in a collective uprising against them. This scenario is akin to Sangu yearning for slumber, only for someone to present him with a pillow, an utterly flawless move. Perhaps it is also due to Bibi Dong's profound hatred for the Qian family, which fueled her animosity towards the spirit hall, leading her to contemplate its annihilation. As the plot unfolds, it becomes increasingly evident to Qianling that the so-called sincere, virtuous, and well-rounded Sangu exists solely in dreams. Sangu obliterated the city of slaughter. It is crucial to recognize that the city of slaughter itself is not inherently evil. The true malignancy lies within its depraved inhabitants, including the wicked soulmasters. However, the descent into depravity of these individuals bears no connection to the city of slaughter. On the contrary, this city serves as a veritable prison for these lost souls. If one were to demolish this prison, would not the inmates simply ascend and wreak havoc upon the world? This maneuver bears the hallmark of a nefarious mastermind, inexplicably entwined with the heir of the Shura god, who embodies fairness and order. This continent is indeed facing a grave crisis. Having addressed the so-called holistic development in moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor aspects, let us delve into the matters concerning the eloquent orator and several antagonists. The eloquent orator, who boasts the title of a theoretical giant, adheres to the belief that there exists no useless martial soul, only inept soul masters, which serves as his motto. The validity of his theories is a separate discussion. Notably, the golden triangle of power, comprising Lu Erlong and the eloquent orator, has progressed beyond mere courtship to the point of matrimonial vows, having spent no less than 3 to 4 years together. Thus, a pertinent question arises: how is it conceivable that, despite such intimacy, and given that Lu Erlong's martial soul is a variation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, the eloquent orator fails to recognize her martial soul? Is it only on the day of their wedding that he discovers Lu Erlong is his cousin? Either the eloquent orator is a charlatan of the highest order, or he is deliberately feigning ignorance, seeking to leverage the reputation of the Golden Triangle to elevate his own stature, thereby garnering recognition for his theories. Next, we turn to the formidable antagonist, Bibi Dong, whose situation is almost beyond critique. Not only does she find herself infatuated with a worthless scoundrel, but she also schemes to elope with him. Has she considered the vast resources the Spirit Hall has invested in her? Has she pondered the repercussions of disclosing the Spirit Hall's sacred texts? Is she oblivious to the fact that the Spirit Hall and the two great empires are adversaries? She is fully aware, yet she boldly embraces her enemies. This scenario resembles that of a daughter raised by a billionaire, who not only falls for the son of her family's nemesis but also chooses one whose status is akin to that of a beggar. How can one like Qian Sunji possibly endure such a situation? Qian Renxue is indeed a peculiar character. His thought process is rather convoluted, and to make matters worse, he possesses a lackluster combat ability despite wielding a formidable divine martial soul. He is accompanied by two titled Douluo. Yet he finds himself incapacitated by the newly appointed title Douluo, Tang San. Why is his reasoning so muddled? If he can coerce Bibi Dong into bearing a child with his silver tongue, why can he not use that same charm to prevent their encounters? Should they dare to meet, he ought to eliminate the silver-tongued manipulator. At the very least, he could expel the silver-tongued one and confine Bibi Dong, which would be far preferable to the alternative. By disrupting their union, even considering the affection stemming from having raised her, Bibi Dong would only harbor resentment towards him, not seek his demise. To put it bluntly, Qian Renxue is simply lusting after her body, which is quite ignoble. Next, we have the second antagonist, Hulaina. This character luxuriates in the resources provided by the Spirit Hall, benefiting from the finest of mentors. Yet, instead of mastering her skills, she has only learned to be coy and flirtatious with allies while betraying enemies. During the climactic battle, she intended to allow Bibi Dong to perish. But when Bibi Dong executed a flawless maneuver and counterattacked, Hulaina's reluctance to act was utterly remarkable. How can she justify her betrayal towards Bibi Dong, who raised her as a beloved daughter? How can she repay the Spirit Hall for nurturing her potential? Lastly, we encounter the third antagonist, Qian Renxue, the daughter of Qian Renxue. This child is akin to a neglected table, burdened with a plethora of broken dreams. From birth, she received no affection from her grandmother, nor love from her mother. The only one who cared for her, her grandfather, who tragically passed away early, ultimately made the ultimate sacrifice for her. How tragic is her story. Moreover, she harbors a heart of compassion, even seeking to ally with her half-brother, the murderer of her father. Are you truly prepared to relinquish your hatred? And does the virtuous Sango owe you any loyalty? What merits her favor? Her upbringing of two national treasures, perhaps? Time after time, she shows mercy, only to find her mother lost and her divine status shattered, forever barred from ascending to level 90. In summation, in Qianling's eyes, the world of Douluo is represented by a rational, ruthless, yet benevolent gentleman, Sango, the guardian of order on the continent, who effortlessly overcomes a cadre of antagonists with subpar intellect. It is a tale of vengeance that requires no logic or intellect, merely a sense of gratification. Thus, in the discerning taste of Qianling, it is simply, well, given the generational hierarchy, Qian Douluo, belonging to Qian Renxue's grandfather's generation, is still a mere constituent, not to mention the hidden title Douluo, Qian Renxue. By that time, he would likely be reduced to ashes. Why bother with such trivialities? After much contemplation, Qian Chongling mused thus. Chapter 4. No need to promote the divine ancestor. I shall surpass the divine ancestor ding. Detection of host complaint value meeting requirements, activation of the super check-in system in progress. An influx of information suddenly surged into Qian Chongling's mind. Stunned for a considerable time, Qian Chongling did not doubt whether he was experiencing hallucinations. After all, as a transmigrator, a golden finger is a requisite for protagonists. Oh, dear system, what purpose do you serve? Qian Chongling fantasized about starting with a Pangu axe, or perhaps acquiring a chaos bell. If those were not to be, a 3 pure one's martial soul would suffice. Should all else fail, enlisting the formidable Emperor of the Great would also be an acceptable alternative. Alternatively, he imagined beginning as a deity, eventually evolving into a creator god, languishing for a millennium or two, only to make a dazzling entrance during the future confrontation between the sea god and the Azura at Jialing Pass. He would then mockingly address the three with a sardonic grin. With such a wretched spear and a broken sword, how dare you inflict harm upon my descendants? In that moment, he extended his hand, transforming it into a colossal claw that obscured the heavens. Instantly, a torrential blood rain fell, and the sun and moon were shrouded in darkness. The very world trembled, mountains crumbled, and rivers reversed their flow, as the heavens and earth mourned in unison. This gargantuan claw seemed to transcend the confines of time and space, seizing the sea god Azura fusion entity with ease. Regardless of how fiercely it struggled, escape was futile. The creature succumbed to an overwhelming sense of despair and terror as it was crushed into oblivion. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, turned away from the masses, he calmly remarked, "The sea god Azura fusion entity is nothing to scoff at." His mind was awash with thoughts of achieving invincibility and subjugating the ages, while Qian Chongling wiped away the drool that had gathered. Esteemed host, the system's loading progress stands at 5. 5. I am currently unable to address your inquiries. The system stated. How long until complete loading? Qian Chongling inquired, his excitement growing. In his mind, the longer the system took to load, the more formidable it would be. Beginning with a creator god was not out of the question. Approximately 15 years, the system replied. Very well, I understand. We shall speak again at that time. Qian Chongling nodded, brimming with pride. 15 years of loading, a creator god at the outset, is inevitable. Time flew by, and 15 years later, in the Pope's Hall of Wuhuan City, a tall, strikingly handsome young man dressed in white attire gazed disdainfully at a robust, imposing middle-aged man before him. Brother, you are 18 now. When will you marry and extend our Qian family lineage? It is imperative that we carry forth the glory of our ancestors, especially since our generation has only produced 2 sons. The nearly century-old Qian Chongling admonished, appearing as youthful as ever, his voice robust. Elder brother, don't think I'm unaware that you only started a family in your 80s, Qian Chongling replied pointedly. Ahem. It is precisely because I am of such an age that I started a family. Our father specifically instructed me to ensure you establish your own household as soon as possible. I have already arranged a match for you. Feng Yuyan, the legitimate daughter of the Feng family, and Feng Yushi, her cousin, both of whom are 15 and as beautiful as a flower. I am certain you will find them to your liking. Qian Chongling chuckled. In the realm of Douluo continent, due to the influence of martial souls, individuals experience remarkably early physical development. By the age of 12, one could easily reach a height of 1.70 meters, signifying that adulthood is essentially attained around that age. Upon hearing this, Qian Chongling couldn't help but feel a sense of irony. 15 years old? In the context of Blue Star, that still qualifies as minor. Are you suggesting that the director will invite you for coffee? My dear brother, I am not one to indulge in such trivialities. I would never forsake genuine love for the allure of a pair of intertwined blossoms. Qian Chongling declared with utmost integrity. Love and such matters can be discussed later. You may marry now and gradually seek your true affection, Qian Chongling suggested. Brother, you simply do not understand. Love cannot be compromised. One must realize that while freedom is indeed precious, life holds an even greater value. For the sake of love, both may be willingly sacrificed. Qian Chongling has made some modifications, drawing from the concepts of freedom and love from the Blue Star, in order to persuade Qian Chongling. Freedom is indeed precious, and life holds an even greater value. Yet, for the sake of love, both can be forsaken. This notion appears to hold a semblance of reason. Qian Chongling recited it a few times, and indeed, it flowed off the tongue with a certain charm, though an inexplicable sensation lingered in the air. However, he found himself unable to articulate the feeling. No, do not divert my attention. I have laid my words before you today. There is no escaping marriage. Upon reflection, he realized he had once again fallen into this young man's clever trap. Very well, my dear brother, I understand. I shall take my leave to pursue my cultivation. With a playful smile, Qian Chongling chose to disregard his elder brother. Tonight, the system would be activated, and soon, he would ascend to the status of the creator god. There was no need to extol the glory of the divine ancestor. Qian Chongling intended to surpass the divine ancestor himself. As he watched Qian Chongling dash away, Qian Chongling let out a resigned sigh, thinking to himself, this boy truly offers no peace of mind. He claims to be cultivating? Do you think I would believe you? With the divine martial soul of a 6-winged angel, innate soul power at level 12, and enjoying the finest resources across the continent, he was merely at the 58th level of Soul King, and yet he professes to be training? Spare me the jest, brother. As night fell, a silver moon hung high in the sky, and the silvery moonlight flowed gently over Spirit Soul City, adorning it with a shimmering veil. A figure clad in a tight black outfit and wearing a mask, discernibly male by physique, gracefully leaped across the various structures of Spirit Soul City. Akin to an agile black cat, his silhouette flickered continuously, and in the blink of an eye, he departed from Spirit Soul City. Outside the city, the masked figure revealed himself to be Qian Chongling. He quietly murmured, after midnight, I shall become the creator god. Ladies of the continent, I am coming. The figure of Qian Chongling flickered, and by the time he reappeared, he was already at a considerable distance. Little did he expect that everything had been witnessed by 2 others. Truly, he exemplifies the lineage of the Qian family. His method of fleeing from marriage is identical to mine from years past. Is it not so, Fu? A faint smile graced Qian Chongling's lips, his expression one of pride for his younger brother. Although the Qian family had but a single line of descent and their numbers were few, many families were eager to become vassals of the Qian clan, with Wang Fu being among them. Wang Fu and Qian Chongling had grown up together, resulting in a profound trust, and he was commonly referred to as a Fu. A Fu's expression darkened as he internally scoffed. What is there to take pride in? What about the second young master's marriage? Suppressing his urge to voice his thoughts, a Fu replied earnestly to Qian Chongling. The sisters of the Feng family are merely 15. Waiting a year or two is of no consequence. Qian Chongling responded nonchalantly. Should we, as per the usual custom, discreetly dispatch a titled Douluo to protect the second young master? A Fu inquired. Naturally, Qian Chongling affirmed. Then I shall make the necessary arrangements. A Fu declared. Upon finishing his words, his figure gradually faded away to organize the matters regarding Qian Chongling's departure. On a small hill to the northwest of the Spirit Hall city, Qian Chongling gazed into the distance, where the bright moon hung high and the night was rich and profound. The dark clouds drifted lazily, and human voices were faint. Beep. The system has finished loading. The super check-in system is at your service. The strange yet familiar mechanical voice echoed once more in Qian Chongling's mind. Super check-in system. What are your capabilities? Qian Chongling inquired. Esteemed host, through daily check-ins, you can acquire a myriad of mysterious and powerful items, encompassing everything imaginable, the system responded. What items are available? Qian Chongling rubbed his hands in excitement. Please explore them at your leisure, the system replied. All right, then let me check in for today. Qian Chongling declared. Beep. Today's check-in successful. Beep. Check-in reward dispensed. Lifespan 1 year. Current total check-in days, 1. The system announced. As the voice fell, a fine, warm current flowed into Qian Chongling's body, yet he remained oblivious to it. His mind was in turmoil. Where are the Pangu Axe, the Chaos Bell, and the Emperor of Ruthlessness? Lifespan 1. What is this? This is not what was promised. Qian Chongling rubbed his eyes, filled with skepticism. He began to doubt whether he was experiencing a hallucination. After 15 years of system loading, was this truly the reward bestowed upon him? Upon further scrutiny of the information provided by the system, it was undeniably accurate. Merely an extension of 1 year to his lifespan, devoid of any additional rewards. Yet, reality unfolded in such a manner, as the seemingly invincible system delivered a harsh slap to his face. The Pangu Axe, the Chaos Bell, the fearsome Emperor, the Creator God? It would be wise to retire early for the night and indulge in pleasant dreams, for in dreams, anything is possible. Qian Chongling remained resolute in her skepticism, persistently inquiring of the system, is there any kind of novice gift package available? The system responded, in light of the successful loading of the system, a special novice gift package has been awarded to the host. Would you like to open it? Yes, of course. One would expect nothing less from such a venerable system. The Pangu Axe, the Chaotic Clock, the Fierce Emperor, the Creator God. I am ready. Ding. The novice gift package has been successfully opened, yielding 1 divine skill card and 1 10,000-year black mist crow right arm bone, both stored in the system's inventory. A 10,000-year soul bone. Qian Chongling regarded it with disdain, for the Spirit Hall stock of soul bones was abundant. However, the divine skill certainly piqued her interest. Whether it be the 3 clears from the primordial world, or the eternal freedom technique from the perfect world, or even the celestial emperor's fist from the shrouded world, all could send her soaring at once. After all, such sophisticated and grand techniques are truly deserving of the title of divine skill. With a glimmer of hope and a tinge of anxiety, Qian Chongling opened his system backpack and gazed upon the card that symbolized the golden legend. Inscribed upon it were the words, Divine Culinary Arts. Under the luminous full moon, the silvery light cascaded upon Qian Chongling, rendering his visage ghastly pale. Coupled with his hollow eyes and expression of numbness, he could effortlessly pass for a vengeful spirit in a neighboring mysterious revival. No makeup required. The divine culinary arts encompassed the essence of the Medicine King's spirit and all the skills from the pinnacle of Chinese cuisine, allowing him to create both radiant dishes and culinary delights akin to consuming a magical elixir, all with the utmost ease. Undoubtedly a supreme skill, it bore no flaws. With this talent, opening a restaurant would undoubtedly catapult him toward the goal of becoming a tycoon. However, the harsh reality of Douluo continent, a realm governed by the law of the jungle, offered little leniency. The most probable outcome would be being seized and confined in a dark room, where he would be compelled to prepare a lavish feast just to earn a meager morsel. Of course, with the backing of the Spirit Hall and the Qian family. Such a fate could be avoided. It is worth noting that in the original timeline, the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's leader awakened a pig spirit, only to be derided as a waste by his own uncle. Such is the starkness of reality. Thus, Qian Chongling found himself in despair. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. After such a lengthy system loading, this paltry offering was all he received. Qian Chongling could not help but exclaim, "What a wretched system! It has ruined my youth, drained my spirit, and squandered my talents." A product of this system is undoubtedly inferior. 3 days later, undeterred, Qian Chongling had managed to sign in 3 times. Ding. Sign-in reward dispensed. 1 year of life. Current total sign-in duration, 3 days. The 3-day sign-in gift pack has been automatically unlocked, granting 1 unit of salt. Qian Chongling. 5 days later. Ding. Sign-in reward distributed. Lifespan 1 year. Current total sign-in days, 5. The 5-day sign-in package is automatically unlocked, granting 2 peppers. Qian Chongling. Hehe. 10 days later. Ding. Sign-in rewards distributed. Lifespan 1 year. Currently accumulated sign-ins for 10 days. The 10-day sign-in gift package automatically opens, granting soul power 0. 1 level. Qian Chongling. Impressive. Am I destined to witness the grand finale? 3 months later, by the creek in the Sunset Forest, a fire crackled as Qian Chongling ignited it. Simultaneously, a colossal wild boar spirit beast lay skinned and prepared, resting upon a barbecue grill that was impervious to wear and self-cleaning. Thanks to his divine culinary skills, the system had provided him with an entire set of cooking equipment, which boasted the remarkable properties of durability and automatic cleanliness. At this moment, Qian Chongling had entirely relinquished his hopes for the system. However, he continued his daily sign-ins. For one must harbor dreams, as they might yet come to fruition. He was acutely aware that his ability to leave the spirit hall was the result of his brother's covert approval. Otherwise, how could a mere soul king of level 58 escape from the cautious confines of the hall, guarded by 15 titled Douluos? Thus, he had never entertained the thought of returning to the spirit hall in such a disheveled state. He had too much pride for that. Regardless, he could at least refine his skills in the outside world, aiming to attain the rank of soul sage before making his return. As Qian Chongling pondered, he extracted an array of spices from his soul guide, applying them to the meat with a unique technique, as if he were bestowing a gentle massage upon it. These seasonings were, of course, procured from the unscrupulous system, with a month's worth of sign-in rewards yielding but a single treasure. Before long, a distinctive aroma began to waft from the fire, rich and enticing, while the meat gradually transformed into a golden hue under Qian Chongling's careful rotation, appearing exceedingly delectable. Ah, what a delightful scent! Inhaled deeply, the rich fragrance enveloped him, and a satisfied smile graced Qian Chongling's face. One must admit, this culinary prowess was indeed remarkable. The meat was soon cooked to perfection, and with a growling stomach, Qian Chongling eagerly commenced feasting, all the while contemplating the journey of trials that lay ahead. His elder brother had often spoken of evil soul masters, yet he had never encountered one. Thus, he resolved to enhance his cultivation while remaining vigilant for any chance to meet such beings, hoping to discern the nature of their misdeeds and, perhaps, rid the world of their menace. Just as Qian Chongling was savoring his meal, a melodious voice emerged from behind a nearby tree. "I have not eaten for a day and a night. Could you spare me some meat? I can offer you gold soul coins in return." Qian Chongling furrowed her brows, cautiously observing the figure emerging from behind the trees. It was a young girl, around 18 or 19, clad in a flowing emerald green dress, with long green hair and matching green eyes. "Halt! Do not move," she commanded, maintaining a basic level of vigilance. She instructed the girl in the green dress to remain still, while she wrapped a piece of roasted meat in a silk scarf and tossed it to her. The girl clutched the roasted meat, devouring it ravenously, clearly resembling someone who had not eaten in quite some time. After exchanging a few words, Qian Chongling lowered her guard and learned the girl's name, Dugu. Like herself, she was dissatisfied with her family's arranged marriage and had fled from her wedding. They felt an immediate kinship and decided to embark on a journey across the continent together for their training. Chapter 6, Dugu, a brief skip, as some chapters will be considered side stories later. A year later, in the Tiando Empire, within the Sunset Forest, the forest lay in profound silence. An endless expanse of lush greenery, where dense fir trees stood like colossal umbrellas. Among the overlapping branches and willows, Only sporadic patches of sunlight filtered through. A girl in an emerald green dress was swiftly traversing the woods, carrying a young man clad in white on her back, making her way through the trees. The young man, once dressed in white, was now stained with blood, the crimson hue covering most of his attire. The horrific wounds, deep enough to reveal bone, were evident, and he intermittently coughed, causing the girl's expression to grow increasingly anxious. Suddenly, a faint sound shattered the forest's tranquility. "Qing you must put me down. They are after me." The bloodied young man, barely able to articulate his words, spoke to the girl in the emerald dress. "Qian Chongling, are you wasting your energy just to utter nonsense? You would be better off attending to your wounds," Dugu Qingwei retorted without hesitation. "Not only did you fail to use your angel martial soul to fly away, but you also took a blow for me. How could I possibly abandon you?" Dugu Qingwei thought to herself. But, no more buts. If we delay any longer, the snake spear Douluo may very well slay that title Douluo level evil spirit master. Dugu Qingwei remarked, yet her feet showed no sign of pausing, swiftly darting ahead. Upon hearing this, Qian Chongling's expression darkened. If the serpent spear Douluo guarding him could swiftly eliminate the title Douluo blood phantom, it would indeed be fortuitous. However, battles among title Douluos are seldom resolved with such ease, especially since blood phantom merely needed to delay the serpent spear Douluo. Moments later, accompanied by a gust of foul wind, 3 figures emerged from the thicket, arriving at the location where Qian Chongling and his companion had previously appeared. At the forefront was a middle-aged man clad in crimson, brandishing a blood-red gourd. Upon his arrival, he uncorked the gourd and took a deep swig, instantly releasing a pungent scent of blood. Following him was an elderly man dressed in gray, who occasionally tossed unknown, desiccated morsels into his mouth. Lastly, there was a youth clad in black, exuding a repugnant odor, who was gnawing on a decaying piece of flesh. These 3 were all evil soul masters of the Soul Emperor rank: Blood Gourd, Vulture, and Corpse. Blood Gourd sniffed the air and declared, "These 2 little brats fled towards the northwest. Though the scent of blood is faint, I can still discern it." A grin crept across Corpse's face as he remarked, "That man as leader desires him alive. As for the girl, I am quite curious about her flavor." As Corpse spoke, a wave of foul stench emanated from his mouth, prompting Bloodgourd and Vulture to cover their noses and mouths. His martial soul was a ghoul, and as such, he was drawn to the most putrid of flesh, rendering the odor from his lips all too evident. Vulture interjected, "Once we capture that little girl, we shall have our way with her, allowing her to understand what it means to be a woman, lest she be ridiculed on the road to the underworld." Indeed, indeed. Now, let us not delay the important matters of Lord Bloodsword. We must continue our pursuit and not waste any more time. Blood, who gazed at the unapprehended prey, contemplating how to engage with the Vulture and the Corpse, and shook his head, speaking aloud. As his words faded, Blood, who was the first to leap into action. The Vulture and the Corpse exchanged glances and simultaneously sprang into the air, reappearing moments later on a branch several meters away, swiftly advancing into the depths of the Sunset Forest. To understand the origins of this event, one must journey back 2 weeks, when Qian Chongling and Dugu Qingwei, companions traversing the continent, stumbled upon a small village. To their horror, they discovered the village inhabitants drained of their blood. Moreover, they witnessed a young soul master wielding a blood-red longsword, mercilessly slaughtering the villagers, and after the massacre, plunging the sword into the heart of the fallen. Strangely, the blood-red sword seemed to possess a life of its own, slurping up the blood like a straw, unmistakably marking the young soul master as an evil soul master. Determined to rid the world of this menace, the duo reached a silent agreement to bait the fish with a long line, covertly tracking the young man, who was merely a soul sovereign, to his lair. However, the outcome exceeded their expectations. Within the lair of the evil soul master resided a title Douluo. Despite the intervention of the serpent spear Douluo, who sought to protect Qian Chongling, the latter was grievously injured by another evil soul master of soul sage rank. Under the cover provided by the serpent spear Douluo, Dugu Qingwei managed to flee with Qian Chongling, while the serpent spear Douluo was confronted by the blood phantom Douluo. The other evil soul masters commenced their pursuit of Qian Chongling and Dugu Qingwei, for the clash between title Douluos was beyond their capability to interfere with. Half an hour later, on the opposite side of the Sunset Forest, an elderly man clad in red, wielding a crimson longsword, observed Dugu Qingwei ahead of him. Beneath his feet, 7 soul rings, white, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, betrayed his strength as a soul sage. Why do you not flee? Perhaps if you leap off that cliff, you might survive, the red-clad elder taunted, casting a glance at the treacherous precipice behind Dugu. The sunset forest harbors a towering cliff, insurmountable and riddled with bizarre stones. Even a soul Douluo would find themselves in peril should they misstep, unless they were a flying-type soulmaster. Thus, the elder's notion of an escape route was, for the non-flying Dugu and the gravely injured Qian Chongling, akin to an abyss, a certain death. You old fool, I shall fight you to the bitter end. Dugu declared fiercely. Third soul skill, Azure Scale Red Poison. Fourth soul skill, Azure Scale Purple Poison. Fifth soul skill, Azure Scale Black Poison. She hurled Qian Chongling away to safety and unleashed her wrath. Her martial spirit, the Azure Scale Serpent, enveloped her, a diamond-shaped green scale appearing on her forehead. Her legs transforming into a thick, elongated serpent tail. With her lips slightly parted, she conjured 3 distinct colors of poisonous mist, intertwining as they surged toward the red-clad elder. Merely the Azure Scale Serpent's poison. The elderly man clad in red paid no heed to his surroundings. With a swift motion of his scarlet longsword, he unleashed a crimson sword aura that surged toward the toxic miasma. Contrary to expectations, the anticipated clash between the sword aura and the poison did not materialize. The miasma was shattered almost instantaneously by the fierce crimson energy. With a soft hiss, after dispersing the toxic fog, the red-clad elder flickered, leaving only an afterimage behind as his true form appeared before Dugu. In a flash, the scarlet longsword pierced her heart with blinding speed. As the elder activated the blood-drinking sword, it began to draw the vibrant life essence from Dugu, eliciting an expression of profound satisfaction upon his face. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a crazed smile crept across Dugu's lips. Chapter 7. This world is wrong, and so am I. What is this? Poison from a serpent? How could this be? Just a few breaths later, the elder's expression darkened as he abruptly withdrew the blood-drinking sword from Dugu's chest, only to spew forth a mouthful of dark, foul blood, collapsing to the ground. Logically, a mere soul king-level serpent poison should have posed no threat to him. A soul sage, yet he had undeniably been afflicted, the venom coursing through his veins. His gaze fell upon the now emaciated Dugu, and he finally noticed the strange, frenzied smile at the corner of her mouth. The blue-scale serpent martial spirit is toxic, and this poison is intertwined with the very flesh and blood of the blue-scale serpent soulmaster, with the heart being the most potent source. We refer to it in our family as the blue-scale heavenly poison. Dugu clutched her chest, staggering closer to the elder, gasping for breath as she spoke. What do you intend to do? The elder's pupils constricted as he realized that all the soul power within this woman was converging towards her dantian, and her body was wildly absorbing the unrefined soul power that wandered through the world. Could it be, as this immense soul power was absorbed, it rapidly coalesced into a storm centered around Dugu? At this moment, Qian Chongling understood her intentions. Almost simultaneously, both shouted, "Stop!" However, Dugu paid no mind to Qian Chongling. With a single palm strike, she sent his struggling form flying. Calmly, she remarked, "I owe you a life. It is time to repay that debt." Then, turning away, her expression devoid of emotion, she smiled and said, "Old fool, let us die together." With those words, her body erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Thunderous roars echoed through the air. It was as if a multitude of volcanoes erupted simultaneously, bringing forth the annihilation of the earth. A colossal surge of soul power coalesced into a tempest, uprooting ancient trees from their very foundations. A vast mushroom cloud ascended, centered around the solitary figure of Dugu, rising majestically into the atmosphere. All of this transpired within the brief span of several breaths. Qian Chongling was grievously injured and sent flying by a single strike from Dugu, unable to intervene from such a distance. He could only stare vacantly at the tattered green ribbon drifting toward him, instinctively reaching out to grasp it. Why was there such a piercing, mournful wail escaping Qian Chongling's lips, reminiscent of some monstrous creature? At this moment, the notions of traversing worlds, possessing golden fingers, or being a descendant of gods were cast aside. Although he was well-versed in the unfolding narrative and endowed with extraordinary abilities, beneath his outwardly amiable facade lay a latent sense of superiority stemming from his status as a traveler. To him, those around him were merely fictitious characters inhabiting the pages of a book, while he was undeniably real. Moreover, having reincarnated into the formidable spirit hall of Douluo continent and awakening his divine spirit, the six-winged angel at the tender age of 6. He possessed innate soul power coupled with divine bestowal, totaling an impressive 12 levels. He was destined to attain the rank of a 96th level Super Douluo, solidifying his future with certainty. As one of the most powerful individuals in Douluo continent, being a 96th level Super Douluo meant he could indulge in his desires, exploring every whim and caprice without limitation. Prior to the age of 6, he had diligently practiced, aware that should the system betray him, he would need a contingency plan. After all, the awakening of one's martial soul would inevitably determine whether one was a person of significance or merely akin to an Alaskan husky. All these factors combined shaped his current demeanor. While not overtly arrogant or dismissive, he embraced a life of leisure, idly passing the days. It is akin to once being a person striving for basic necessities, housing, transportation, and subsistence, only to suddenly find oneself the son of a world-renowned billionaire, born into a family so affluent that the wealth is boundless, necessitating the birth of more children to share the inheritance. Would one continue to toil diligently, working overtime as a mere wage earner? The answer is evident. One would not. Instead, one would revel in the pleasures of life, luxurious cars, beautiful companions, seaside villas, and yacht excursions, living as one pleases, perhaps even sampling the mundane experience of employment for a fleeting moment. True labor would be a foreign concept, especially for one who has reached the pinnacle of wealth. At this very moment, however, the world before his eyes appeared as a mere illusion, a realm that struck him with a harsh slap, revealing in the most gruesome manner that it is indeed a tangible existence, where every individual is flesh and blood. It conveyed to him that this world differs vastly from the blue star, where no rules exist to bind anyone. Instead, it is a stark domain of the survival of the fittest, where the strong wield absolute power over the weak. Indeed, as a descendant of the esteemed Wuhuan Hall, his lineage carries significant prestige, yet the number of those wishing for his demise is countless. The forces of Xinglua and Tiando, the three supreme sects, and the sinister soul masters all eagerly anticipate the disappearance of the Wuhuan Hall, a thorn in their side and a splinter in their flesh. In this moment, the darkness within Qian Chongling's heart surged uncontrollably, giving rise to a tempest of extreme emotions: anger, hatred, fear, despair, cruelty, and regret. There existed animosity towards the malevolent soul masters and the world, yet the predominant sentiment was a deep-seated resentment towards her own inaction. Qian Chongling pressed his hand against his forehead and let out a mighty roar. Suddenly, without any forewarning, the six-winged angel, his martial spirit, materialized behind him. In an instant, his golden locks transformed, from the roots to the tips, rapidly enveloped by a profound darkness, as his golden hair morphed into deep black strands. The six-winged angel, a symbol of light and purity, in the next moment, exuded an aura of savagery and bloodlust. Its wings began to fade, the golden radiance peeling away, replaced by a torrent of black liquid that engulfed its entire wingspan. The genesis of a martial spirit is primarily attributed to two factors: one, the hereditary bloodline, and the other, the projection of one's inner self, an external manifestation of spiritual power. Absent external disturbances, an individual's martial spirit typically aligns with their inherent character, which elucidates the phenomenon of martial spirit mutations within the Douluo realm. At the sound of an explosion, the figures of Xuehu, Wujiu, and Gushi finally emerged before Qian Chongling. Xuehu gazed at the figure shrouded in black mist, reeking of violence and bloodthirst, and furrowed his brow, murmuring, "What is this?" Before his words could fully escape, Qian Chongling transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing before Xuehu. With fingers splayed, he grasped Xuehu's forehead, lifting him effortlessly from the ground by a mere inch. Then, with a resounding crack, Xuehu's skull was crushed. I wish to see if the cranial structure of you evil soul masters is akin to that of a normal person. Yet, I seem to have overlooked the fact that I have never observed the cranial structure of a normal individual. You must have seen it. Could you enlighten me? Wu Jiao and Gu Shi remained silent, their expressions stoic as they regarded Qian Chongling with trepidation. In a blink, he vanished once more, leaving behind a cold, emotionless utterance. Now, let us examine the bodily structure of you evil soul masters. This I comprehend. Chapter 8. The divine ancestor is but a chick on the shores of an unknown world, a seaside resort. A young man clad in flamboyant shorts lounged on a sunbed, basking lazily in the sun. He appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, and at that moment, he observed the various balls scattered across the sandy beach with an air of gentlemanly appreciation, exclaiming with delight, "This one is a C-class ball. This is remarkable. And that must be an F-class." Suddenly, his expression shifted, incredulously stating, "What is going on? This old cheat usually plays cards like a pro. How could such a short span of time nearly lead to his demise? No, I must investigate. Otherwise, a perfectly tragic situation could turn into a comedy. And I abhor comedies above all else." Dividing line. In the realm of Douluo continent, within the sunsetting forest, a scene reminiscent of hell unfolded at the edge of a precipice. The ground was strewn with severed limbs and a grotesque assortment of entrails. Clad in white garments and enveloped in a shroud of black mist, Qian Chongling tilted his head, occasionally murmuring to himself, "Your anatomical structure resembles that of ordinary humans. Yet you are not of the human race. So, what species do you belong to?" Beep, beep, beep. The system detected an anomaly in the host's mental fluctuations and temporarily assumed control of the body. A series of urgent electronic tones resonated in Qian Chongling's mind, the cold and mechanical voice offering a faint glimmer of clarity amidst the chaos. Qian Chongling's eyelids slowly descended, only to abruptly open within a heartbeat, revealing a gaze imbued with an air of tranquility, unmistakably not his own consciousness. Observing the exquisite scene before him, he chuckled softly, to have orchestrated such a beginning. "Old Qian, where has your usual cleverness vanished to? Fortunately, you recall the principle that darkness intensifies threefold while purity diminishes by a third. Otherwise, we would truly be veering into farce." Suddenly, he sensed a faint, elusive aura being drawn from him, dissipating into the void. "Damn it, I forgot to activate the shielding." This fortune was nearly siphoned away by this world. No wonder old Qian has encountered such misfortune, stumbling directly into the lair of the evil soulmaster. As his words trailed off, his right palm transformed into a swirl of light, fingers weaving through the air as he swiftly performed a series of intricate hand seals. "Done," he declared, ensuring that his fortune would no longer be forcibly extracted by the Douluo continent, knowing that the system would gradually replenish it. With a flick of his hand, he activated another layer of protection. Completing the seals, Qian Chongling clapped his hands together and smiled faintly. The former identity of Qian Chongling, known as Qian Ling, arrived in the Douluo continent as a clandestine migrant. While under the auspices of the Spirit Hall, the extraction of essence from the Douluo world was relatively minimal, posing little threat. However, once he emerged without any protective cover, he faced a substantial extraction until nothing remained, ultimately succumbing to a tragic fate. After all, his arrival in the Douluo continent was sanctioned by the Shura god, who had chosen him as a successor, thus granting him a legitimate presence rather than one obtained through illicit means. It seems the Spirit Hall's personnel have arrived. It is time for me to withdraw. Segment break. 3 days later, within the innermost sanctum of the Spirit Hall, the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Chongling, wore a grim expression as he unceremoniously cast the unconscious Qian Chongling beneath a towering angelic statue. Fortunately, the god ancestor had left behind a pair of angelic wings to prevent future generations from descending into darkness. Otherwise, it would be uncertain how to rescue this young man. With that, Qian Chongling's six-winged angel spirit manifested, revealing 2 purple, 5 black, and 2 red soul rings adorning him. He gently intoned, "Ninth soul skill, angel's light." As the words fell from his lips, a brilliant radiance illuminated the angel statue's wings, which were carved from white jade. At that moment, the wings shimmered with an even more crystalline clarity. Gradually, under the embrace of this luminous glow, the stone-carved wings transformed into a pair of genuine golden wings. With a gentle motion, Qian Chongling summoned the pristine white wings, which gracefully descended from the sky and entered Qian Chongling's body from his back. "Now, it is up to you," he sighed softly, silently departing from the Elder Hall. The following day, Qian Chongling, with an expression of stern determination, convened all the titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall, issuing a decree that required the cooperation of the 2 great empires and the top 3 sects to launch a formidable offensive, cleansing the entire continent of the malevolent soulmasters, while also providing substantial compensation to the Dugu family, who possessed the emerald scale serpent spirit. In this era, the Spirit Hall was undeniably a colossal entity. Even Qian Chongling alone was sufficient to sweep through the 2 great empires and the top 3 sects. Not to mention that the Spirit Hall was fortified by 11 titled Douluo. However, none of this was known to Qian Chongling. Within his sea of consciousness emerged a woman of noble bearing and resplendent beauty, adorned with 6 golden wings. The woman gazed at Qian Chongling, who sat despondently in the corner of his consciousness, cradling his knees, as her 6 wings, dark as ink, loomed behind him. With a tone imbued with earnestness, she spoke. Were it not for the rich bloodline of the Qian family coursing through your veins, I would truly doubt your lineage. Although it was anticipated that some descendants might succumb to darkness, your current state surpasses my expectations by a considerable margin. Nevertheless, regardless of what transpires, the past is immutable. Be it human or divine, one must look forward. Just as I do, I am but a remnant of the divine consciousness of Qian Yuanshang, the angel god. And I have long lost contact with my true self, nearing dissolution, yet I strive to cherish each remaining day. Oh, and let me share a secret with you. Your true ancestor has neither married nor borne children. The first generation of the Qian family was created from her very bloodline. As the words of the angel god's consciousness resonated, 5 of the 6 inky black wings behind Qian Chongling transformed into golden ones, with the final black wing swiftly following suit, turning to its original golden hue. At that moment, Qian Chongling lifted his once numb countenance, a spark of vitality igniting within his hollow gaze as he murmured to himself, "So, the divine ancestor is not just a chatterbox, but also a fledgling?" Upon hearing these words, the ethereal presence of the angelic deity faltered, her form flickering in and out of existence. Unable to contain her frustration any longer, she delivered a sharp reprimand to Qian Chongling, after which her essence vanished. However, in the wake of the angel's departure, 2 golden wings suddenly sprouted from behind Qian Chongling, transforming his martial soul into that of an 8-winged angel. Yet, the metamorphosis was not yet complete. Perhaps the darkness within his heart was not so easily dispelled. 4 8 pairs of ebony wings materialized from his back. Thus, light and darkness stood in stark opposition. With 8 golden wings on the right and 8 dark wings on the left, a clear delineation between the two. 3 days later, Qian Chongwang arrived at the depths of the Elder Hall, weary and worn, only to find his brother Qian Chongling awakening. However, as Qian Chongling had not fully cast aside the shadows within him, he was regretfully confined to the depths of the Elder Hall, barred from stepping outside unless his life came to its natural end. Qian Chongling, now in seclusion, offered no resistance, finding solace in the quietude of his surroundings to cultivate his abilities. What Qian Chongwang had not anticipated was that, despite his own prolonged life gained through the divine trials, he would ultimately succumb at over 800 years of age, while Qian Chongling remained vigorous and robust. Chapter 9. The transformation of the Spirit Hall. Eons drift by in the blink of an eye. In the assembly hall of the Elder Hall within Spirit City, the quarterly meeting commenced as usual, with titled Douluo elders and esteemed Super Douluo offerings in attendance. At the center of the hall stood a rectangular table, adorned with 10 chairs carved from platinum-hued jade, though only 5 offerings presently occupied them. Beneath the table lay 2 rows of white jade seats, approximately 20 in number, of which more than half were already filled. The presence of 15 or 16 powerful beings at the titled Douluo level, though subdued, emanated a formidable aura that rendered the atmosphere in the hall palpably tense. At that moment, 2 elderly men with white hair and slender frames entered the hall, one stepping forward to the main seat, while the other took his place opposite him. Upon the arrival of these 2 elders, the already somber atmosphere in the assembly hall grew even more oppressive, for they were none other than the current pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Bufan, and the grand offering, Qian Chongling. With the meeting now officially commenced, Pope Qian Bufan gestured to Qian Chongling, indicating that he would preside over the proceedings. Qian Chongling softly remarked, "First endure hardship, then savor sweetness. Please take a look at these." As she spoke, she distributed a stack of blue papers to the attending offerings and elders. Each of them received a sheet and began to read, their expressions growing increasingly grim as they progressed. Approximately 10 minutes later, most of the offerings and elders had finished their reading. Qian Chongling coldly smiled and turned to the first offering seated on her right, inquiring, "Second offering Yue de Law, what do you believe is the most appropriate course of action regarding the 3 deacons, Zhao Yu, Zhao Zhou, and Zhou Hui, who are listed second in the records?" These 3 had colluded with the nobility of Xingyue City 6 months prior, embezzling the compensation owed to the commoners for the construction of city walls, resulting in the tragic starvation of dozens. According to the regulations of the Spirit Hall, the sentence is death. Yue de Law wiped the cold sweat from his brow and replied solemnly, "Excellent. I recall you have 2 disciples at the soul sage level. I shall entrust this matter to them. We may not be able to touch the nobility of the empire, but can we not deal with these three? Qian Chongling remarked nonchalantly. Yes, great offering, Douluo affirmed. In Luotian city of the Star Luo Empire, Lin Fei, the head of the Spirit Hall's subsidiary, forcibly demanded donations from local commoner spirit masters under the pretext of the Spirit Hall's construction needs. One must admit, this young fellow possesses quite the cunning. Qian Chongling revealed a hint of a smile, yet his subsequent words were drenched in bloodshed. He declared, return all these gold soul coins to the commoners. As for Lin Fei, let him face the consequences. This matter will be entrusted to the Spirit Hall of Luotian City. After a brief pause, Qian Chongling continued. There are many similar cases. I shall not assist you all in handling each one. Those deserving of death must be executed. Those unfit for their positions must be dismissed. It is only just. These individuals must be punished as a lesson to others. The offerings and elders were filled with righteous indignation. As titled Douluos, they often devoted their time to cultivation, yearning to transcend their current realms. Ordinary Douluos aspired to ascend to super Douluos, while super Douluos sought even greater heights. Consequently, there were inevitable lapses in the management of the Spirit Hall, yet they had not anticipated the severity of the situation. The veracity of these cases was beyond doubt for the offerings and elders, as the Spirit Hall possessed a shadowy temple under the command of the Grand Offering. The Shadow Temple was divided into the Dark Hall and the Shadow Hall. The Dark Hall was responsible for intelligence and information gathering, akin to the Jinyui of the Ming Dynasty, with personnel ranging from soulmasters to vendors and butchers. The Shadow Hall specialized in pursuing and suppressing evil soulmasters, ensuring they would not rise again on the continent. However, amidst the fervent outrage, one elder seated at the end of the white jade chair breathed a sigh of relief. Having endured hardship, sweetness was now on the horizon. Seventh Elder, what is the net profit for the current quarter from the Soul Transport project? Qian Chongling inquired. His gaze lifted towards the Seventh Elder by Duuluo. Soul Transport involved utilizing airboats for aerial transportation. With the materials and fuel formula sourced from the nefarious system Qian Chongling had acquired. Even if the two great empires and the top three sects attempted to replicate the airboat, they would be rendered useless without his proprietary fuel formula. Therefore, Qian Chongling harbored no fear of imitation. The Soul Transport Initiative had established a monopoly across various cities and spirit temples. In addition to airboats, there were various innovations such as papermaking, glass manufacturing, and high-proof liquor, for which Qian Chongling had even set up a dedicated research facility. Should he chance upon some lost designs for soul-guided devices, there would be opportunities for development. Grand Offering, after deducting various costs and compensations for damaged goods. The current quarter's profit stands at 9 million gold soul coins, by Dugu asserted confidently. Compared to the previous quarter, this represented a 300 increase. Indicating that you have indeed heeded my words, Qian Chongling remarked with significance. According to the reward system, allocate 20%, totaling 180,000 gold soul coins, as rewards to those branches demonstrating outstanding performance. As the overall responsible party, you shall receive an additional reward of 200,000 gold soul coins. Upon hearing this, Bai Duoluo was taken aback and immediately expressed his gratitude to Qian Chongling. Thank you, esteemed offering. The other elders and offerings also felt a tinge of emotion, although they were not in short supply of gold soul coins. No one would ever turn down an abundance of wealth. What about the Soul Ring Acquisition Program, the Scholarship Project, and the loan initiatives at the Soul Spirit Bank? Qian Chongling continued to inquire. The Soul Ring Acquisition Program allows soul masters who find it challenging to obtain soul rings to apply to the local Soul Spirit branch. Upon offering a certain remuneration, the Soul Spirit Alliance will arrange for high-ranking soul masters to assist in acquiring the soul rings. Soul rings under a century are uniformly priced at 500 gold soul coins, those between 100 to 400 years at 1,000 gold soul coins, and rings ranging from 500 to 900 years at 3,000 gold soul coins. The Millennium Soul Ring is priced at 1,000 gold soul coins for each unit, while the 10,000-year Soul Ring is set at 10,000 gold soul coins, and so forth, capped at 50,000 years. Scholarship Program. Common soul masters may apply for scholarships with certification provided by the Spirit Hall, with 3 opportunities to secure interest-free loans, repayable over a 5-year span. Those below level 10 can apply for 1,000 gold soul coins, while those below level 20 can request 2,000 gold soul coins, and those below level 30 may seek 5,000 gold soul coins. Loan Program. This initiative is exclusive to soul kings and above, as well as nobles, and does not entertain applications from commoners or low-ranking soul masters. The Great Offering. The Soul Ring Acquisition Project and the Scholarship Initiative complement each other, significantly aiding many low-ranking soul masters in overcoming difficult times. Consequently, it has flourished, as most low-ranking soul masters engage in this service. However, the loan program entails stringent approval requirements, leading to discussions on whether the criteria should be relaxed. Should we perhaps consider easing the approval conditions? Inquired Elder Wu Yun. The 10th chapter is a trap for you, he continued. We could relax it somewhat. The approval process for soul masters remains unchanged, but for nobles, Qian Chongling pondered before elaborating. Let it depend on their reputation. Those with good standing shall face the same scrutiny, while those with poor reputations may have their conditions adjusted as leniently as possible, albeit with higher interest rates. Ultimately, the specifics will depend on your management. Those who ascend to the rank of title Douluo are astute and fully comprehend Qian Chongling's underlying intentions. Yet, this remains a mutual agreement. Debts must be repaid as a matter of principle. Indeed, Elder Wu Yun affirmed. Subsequently, various departments, including the Wuhuan newspaper and the Wuhuan forging department, began to report their findings, and it took nearly an hour for all to conclude their updates. I find the arrival of gold soul coins somewhat sluggish. What do you all think of this proposal? Qian Chongling presented a second document. Upon receiving it, the elders displayed expressions of disbelief as they examined the contents, promptly voicing their opposition to Qian Chongling's proposal. Great Offering, this is utterly inadvisable. Such a move may provoke numerous factions across the continent. Indeed, Great Offering, please reconsider. The document bore but a single line. Non-civilian soul masters and soul masters of the Spirit Hall must pay 30 gold soul coins to enter the soul hunting forest under the jurisdiction of the Spirit Hall. Presently, the majority of soul hunting forests across the continent belong to the Spirit Hall, and should access to these forests be denied, many low-tier soul masters would be forced to venture into the perilous Stardo Forest. However, to send a soul master of merely the 10th or 20th rank into the Stardo Forest, even with protection, is tantamount to courting death. Even the deployment of high-ranking soul masters to safeguard their low-ranking counterparts in such treacherous areas to procure soul rings results in an exceedingly high mortality rate, inevitably straining the resources of the two great empires and sections. Thus, the implementation of this policy will undoubtedly provoke opposition from the two empires and the upper three sects, who may even approach the Spirit Hall for an explanation. Yet, this outcome is precisely what Qian Chongling desires. The current Pope, Qian Bufan, possesses rather mediocre talent and, at the venerable age of 150, has only attained the 95th rank, leaving little room for further advancement. The current elders of the Hall of Offerings are similarly lacking in prowess, with the most formidable among them reaching merely the 96th rank. Consequently, Qian Chongling's intent is to instill fear, utilizing the blood of the titled Douluos from the two great empires and the upper three sects to achieve this end. Qian Bufan is the grandson of Qian Chongguang, the elder brother of Qian Chongling. Although Qian Chongguang married at around 80 years of age, it was not until he reached over 700 years, having extended the lifespan of his soul rings through divine trials, that he fathered a son with his nth wife. All the elders and offerings opposed my proposal, yet only you, the Silver Wolf Douluo, did not. Might you enlighten us as to why? Qian Chongling deftly shifted the topic, redirecting attention to the elders seated at the end of the white jade chair. By the way, I have also heard that you attained the title of Douluo 5 months ago, celebrating each month by taking a new concubine. Yet, in these past months, there have been no reports of Silver Wolf Elder continuing this practice. Qian Chongling inquired with a cheerful demeanor. A strange sense of trepidation coiled around the heart of the Silver Wolf Elder like a venomous serpent, prompting him to explain in a flustered manner, I am of advanced age and lack the strength, thus I must consider my health. Oh, is it truly a matter of lacking strength in considering your health, or have your 8th and 9th wives been abducted along the way? Qian Chongling squinted his eyes, smilingly remarking. The Silver Wolf Elder was taken aback, involuntarily exclaiming in astonishment, How did you? Ha, because I was the one who orchestrated the abduction. Qian Chongling retracted his previously cheerful demeanor, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from his seemingly frail figure. He coldly addressed the Elder of the Silver Wolf, stating, To forcibly take virtuous women as concubines, those who resist shall suffer the slaughter of their families. Choose one of the 10 tortures of the Spirit Hall Silver Wolf. Upon hearing these words, the assembly within the Elder Hall was struck with profound shock. They had not anticipated that their colleague, the Silver Wolf, could exhibit such despicable behavior. How dare you be so audacious, Silver Wolf? I am ashamed to be associated with you. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. The elders and the offerings voiced their vehement reproaches, especially those who were more acquainted with the Silver Wolf, their anger reaching a boiling point. Humph. I joined the Spirit Hall for power and status. Mere commoners cannot hope to compare with someone of my caliber, a titled Douluo. Realizing his true nature had been exposed, the Silver Wolf no longer concealed his malevolence, his expression turning ferocious as he declared, as a fellow titled Douluo, do not presume you can kill me. The atmosphere in the hall fell abruptly silent. The elders exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of suppressed laughter and disbelief, as they shifted to create space. Come, Mr. Titled Douluo Silver Wolf, please commence your performance. Qian Chongling could not help but let out a laugh. He had not expected to encounter such a Navi titled Douluo. True form of the Silver Wolf. Ninth soul skill, Silver Wolf Cannon. The Silver Wolf, without hesitation, activated his martial spirit true form, his body adorned with hues of yellow, purple, and black, 9 soul rings undulating around him, indicating an approximate level of 91. Upon transforming, he became a half-wolf creature with silver fur and sharp canines. His large maw filled with fangs slightly agape as the air around him condensed. A silver beam of light erupted from his mouth, tearing through the air and leaving ripples in its wake, swiftly approaching Qian Chongling. Qian Chongling gently shook her head, her fair hand resting upon the silver-white beam of light. Beneath the astonished gaze of the Silver Wolf, her fingers tightened, and with a crisp snap, she shattered it into fragments. How could one hand possibly withstand my full-force strike? Qian Chongling paid no heed to the astonishment of the Silver Wolf. He withdrew a whip radiating with blue lightning from his soul-guiding device. And with a deft flick of his wrist, the whip descended like a torrential downpour. Crack, crack, crack. With just the first strike, the true form of the Silver Wolf's martial spirit was utterly shattered. As the whip's shadow fell upon him, the Silver Wolf was sent tumbling helplessly across the ground. His anguished cries echoed throughout the Elder Hall, gradually diminishing until Qian Chongling finally retracted the whip. At that moment, the Silver Wolf lay battered and bloodied, on the brink of death. Take him away. Qian Chongling commanded the temple guards, who had been waiting patiently, to imprison the Silver Wolf and await his execution. Half an hour later, the guards had cleared the conference hall, and the meeting resumed. However, Qian Chongling was disinclined to squander further time. He stated, "We are all adults here, and I have no desire to indulge in empty rhetoric. The bottom line remains. It is your ability to extract benefits from the nobility of the empire that defines your worth, and I shall not interfere. Yet, if your grasp extends toward the common citizens and civilian soul masters, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The reason why Qian Chongling extends exceptional kindness towards the commoners and soul masters lies in the very foundation of the Spirit Hall, which is rooted in the belief of the angel god by both commoners and soul masters. The origin of all this is merely a matter of self-interest. For even the tallest skyscraper requires a solid foundation. Without it, one risks creating a house of cards that could collapse at any moment. As for the matters concerning the soul-hunting forest, it has been decided thus, and any issues will be personally addressed by me. The meeting is adjourned." "Yes," the elders replied in unison. Chapter 11. Strategic Withdrawal. 3 days later. The announcement of a new policy regarding the soul-hunting forest by the Spirit Hall sent shockwaves across the continent. As Qian Chongling had anticipated, the response was largely as expected, led by the 2 major empires and supported by the 3 sects. A total of 8 titled Douluos were dispatched to the Spirit Hall, demanding an explanation from the Pope, Qin Bufan. Among them, Dai Changkong, the hereditary titled Douluo of the Star Luo Empire, and Ubadian, the Thunder Douluo of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, are both super Douluos at level 96. In addition, 2 titled Douluo elders from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, along with 3 titled Douluos from the Haotian School at level 93, and the Swan Douluo Shui Wuyo from the Heaven Do Empire, who stands at level 94, formed a formidable lineup that instilled them with unwavering confidence. Half a month later, in the Pope's Hall, Library Pavilion, Qian Chongling reclined leisurely in a wrought-tan chair, engrossed in a book while basking in the sunlight, exuding an air of tranquility, entirely devoid of any urgency that one would expect from someone on the verge of confrontation. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged behind him, kneeling on one knee, and addressed Qian Chongling. My lord, Xinghua and Tiando, along with the 3 sects, will arrive outside Wuhuan City in approximately half an hour. It was Ingcha, and Qian Chongling replied with a calm demeanor, I am aware. You may go about your business. As you command. With those words, Ingcha's form gradually faded away, as if he had never existed. After Ingcha's departure, Qian Chongling slowly rose, first returning the book to its rightful place, then tidying up the somewhat disordered collection of tomes. With deliberate steps, he made his way to the outskirts of Wuhuan City, his indifferent gaze fixed upon the horizon ahead. They have arrived. 10 minutes later, Qian Chongling surveyed the distant horizon where several dark figures emerged. In an instant, those figures appeared before him, as if traversing vast distances in a mere heartbeat, locking eyes with him. Who are you? Where is Qian Bufan? The leader of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, Ubatian, scrutinized Qian Chongling, whose body emanated an unmistakable aura of decay, and frowned in disapproval. He is not needed. I can take charge, Qian Chongling replied, not lifting his gaze. You of the Wuhuan Palace are incredibly audacious. The soul-hunting forest is a shared treasure of all soul masters. How dare you claim it as your own? At that moment, the white tiger Douluo, Dai Chongkong, stepped forward, gazing intently at Qian Chongling, and exclaimed vehemently, Haha. Qian Chongling smiled, a knowing expression gracing his features, just as he had anticipated. These so-called sects possessed no valid reason to refrain from taking action. Unless he compelled them, they would remain hidden like rats in a gutter. What are you laughing at? Ubatian inquired, sensing an unusual demeanor in Qian Chongling, one that deviated from his expectations. The scene before him appeared to have been foreseen, yet what of it? 8 titled Douluo were present. What could a mere Qian Chongling possibly achieve against such overwhelming strength? Nothing, merely finding the situation rather tedious. Qian Chongling replied with a nonchalant tone. I am eager to witness the source of your confidence in the face of 8 titled Douluo. As soon as the words left his lips, the terrifying power radiating from the 8 warriors proclaimed their might. The white tiger Douluo Dai Chongkong of the Star Luo Empire, a super Douluo of level 96. The thunder Douluo Ubatian, leader of the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan, also a super Douluo of level 96. The swan Douluo Shui Wuyo of the Heaven Do Empire, a title Douluo of level 94. Feel free to strike together. Do not say I did not afford you the opportunity, Qian Chongling declared. Ubatian, taken aback by Qian Chongling's audacity in offering them the chance to unite their attacks, wondered if he was unaware of the presence of the Haotian hammer, the foremost weapon spirit of the Douluo continent, and the blue lightning tyrant dragon, the supreme beast spirit. Although the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, the strongest support spirit, was unable to transcend to a titled Douluo due to spirit limitations, the most elite spirits of the Douluo continent were undoubtedly gathered here. However, if he sought death, then let it be granted. Boom. Ubatian and Dai Chongkong launched their assault, accompanied by the roar of a tiger and the cry of a dragon. A colossal thunder dragon and a white tiger materialized in the void, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Shui Wuyo's snow-white swan danced gracefully in the sky, its feathers cascading like drifting snow, seemingly beautiful, yet concealing lethal intent. The Haotian hammer spirit shimmered with a prismatic glow, rapidly enlarging in the sky, casting a shadow over the entire expanse. In stark contrast, Qian Chongling maintained an air of serene detachment as he observed the unfolding chaos above, utterly unfazed as if he deemed them insignificant. As the terrifying energy fluctuations approached to strike him, a whip emanating blue lightning and a 16-winged chaos angel spirit, adorned with 9 soul rings, 4 black and 5 red, materialized before him. The 16-winged chaos angel spirit, a mutation of the 6-winged angel, held the essence of ultimate darkness, ultimate light, ultimate fire, and ultimate ice for supreme attributes. Without invoking any soul skills, an array of whip shadows, akin to traversing space, struck the 8 titled Douluo ahead of time. All their soul skills dissipated with the shadows of the whip. In that fleeting moment, the swan's wings were shattered, the white tiger's limbs severed, and the heavens themselves were crushed. Outside the soulmaster city, only a few patches of bloodied earth remained, along with 2 severely wounded titled Douluos, the white tiger Douluo and the swan Douluo. Qian Chongling involuntarily coughed up a mouthful of dark red blood, his gaze icy as he addressed the white tiger Douluo and the swan Douluo. Do you 2 know the reason why I spare your lives? The white tiger Douluo and the swan Douluo exchanged glances, both shaking their heads, for they were indeed unaware of why Qian Chongling chose not to eliminate them. Qian Chongling softly remarked, The lives of low-ranking soul masters on the continent are arduous. I hope the two nations can extend their support by providing them with certain benefits, such as monthly allowances. You may discuss the specifics among yourselves. Otherwise, this dying individual may very well pay a visit to your Heaven-Do Imperial City and Starluo Imperial City. Having uttered these words, Qian Chongling leisurely turned and departed. The white tiger Douluo and the swan Douluo were momentarily taken aback, but after a lengthy pause, they comprehended the implication. It was a demand for them to pay for their own lives. At that moment, Tang Yu, the current leader of the Haotian sect, was seething with rage, wreaking havoc in the hall as he bellowed, "How dare the spirit hall act in such a manner, slaughtering several titled Douluo from my Haotian sect? Convey my command. Gather all titled Douluo from the Haotian sect. Even if we must perish, we shall take a piece of flesh from the spirit hall." Just then, the second elder, who had been silently observing Tang Yu's outburst, suddenly interjected, "If memory serves me right, Qian Chongling is none other than the blood pope of your." Tang Yu retorted, "What blood pope? Even the black pope would be of no consequence. I have resolved to confront the spirit hall, mark my words." The second elder continued, 400 years ago, that man killed Yu Outyin of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and our former sect leader, Tang Jia. After fully transforming into a dragon, Yu Outyin was slain, and his spine was extracted, forged into a thunder dragon whip. That man is indeed the blood pope, Qian Chongling. With a calm demeanor, the second elder recounted the chilling events. Tang Yu exclaimed, "That ancient wretch is still alive?" The second elder replied, "He is on the verge of death." Witnesses from the prior battle reported that each lash of his whip drew forth blood, dark crimson in hue. Tang Yu pondered, "What was I just saying?" The second elder reminded him, "Avenge our grievances against the spirit hall." Tang Yu replied, "We, as the younger generation, must honor our elders and cherish the young. Vengeance can wait for another day." The swiftness of Tang Yu's retreat was not without reason, as both Tang Jia and Yu Outyin were formidable titled Douluo at level 98, while he himself had only reached 97. Setting aside whether he could defeat them, even if he could, he would emerge gravely wounded. He was no fool to perish alongside a decrepit adversary. 3 months later, a series of knocks resounded at the door of Qian Chongling's residence outside the Spirit Hall and Douluo Hall. It was the White Cloud Douluo. "What brings you here?" Qian Chongling inquired with a smile. "The grand offering. His Holiness the Pope requests your presence in the Elder Hall for a discussion." "Very well," Qian Chongling mused. "At this stage, I must appear to be in my 50s. Yet, how shall I explain this if questioned?" After the White Cloud Douluo departed, Qian Chongling gazed into a nearby mirror, muttering to himself, "Wait, why must a grandfather explain his actions to his grandson?" As if having reached an epiphany, Qian Chongling mentally scoffed at the notion. Qian Chongling entered the hall and discovered that Qian Bufan had already arrived, accompanied by a beautiful woman in her 30s, who was visibly pregnant, appearing to be 4 or 5 months along. "Granduncle, you have arrived. Your appearance." Qian Bufan suddenly noticed the transformed appearance of Qian Chongling, rendering him momentarily speechless. "Ah, I have recently developed a soul technique that allows me to appear more youthful," Qian Chongling remarked. "Regardless of whether you believe it or not, you must accept it. There is no need for a grandfather to explain himself to his grandson." Qian Bufan and the beautiful woman were rendered speechless simultaneously. "Today, we invited Uncle Heir to bestow a name upon the child of Inger and me." Qian Bufan smiled, yet his piercing gaze was imbued with an extraordinary tenderness as he looked affectionately at the enchanting woman beside him, the very embodiment of the shadow he spoke of. Qian Chongling rolled his eyes, as if he had ingested a bellyful of inferior dog food. What should one do when fed dog food by one's own grandson? In urgent need of an answer, he could only swallow this bitter pill in silence. He spoke, "Let us adhere to the family lineage. You belong to the Z generation, and henceforth, the next will be the Shi generation. If it is a boy, he shall be named Qian Xie. If a girl, Qian Shilon. Qingying, what are your thoughts?" "Xie Shilon. They sound delightful. The names bestowed by Second Master are indeed exquisite, unlike Fan Ji's so-called spiral roar second style." Ahem. Before Yao Qingying could finish her words, she was interrupted by Qian Bufan, who, despite believing his names to be splendid, found himself outnumbered by dissenting voices. Sensing another round of metaphorical dog food being served, Qian Chongling quickly concocted an excuse and slipped away. "With no other matters at hand, I shall return to catch up on my sleep," he declared. Time flew by like an arrow, and soon 50 years had elapsed. On this day in Wuhuan City, red lanterns adorned every corner, and a long crimson carpet stretched from the hall of the Holy Mountain to its very foot. In the library of the Wuhuan Palace, a youthful figure clad in black lounged upon a wrought-tan chair, basking in the sunlight filtering through the glazed tiles of the library's center, exuding an air of languor. Outside the library, soft footsteps approached, accompanied by an elderly voice. Second granduncle, tomorrow marks the wedding day of Xiao Yi. Do you require any preparations? Is it that young lady from the Yang family, named Yang Yoshue? Indeed, second granduncle. Understood, Xiao Fan. Besides, in the eyes of others, I have long been considered a relic of the past, and no one would suspect I am in this state. Thus, I shall present myself accordingly. The young man replied with a faint smile. Qian Bufan fell into a moment of silence upon hearing the words. As the younger brother of his grandfather, Qian Chongling, the 1,300-year-old Qian Chongling could be considered a paragon of longevity. In recent years, his hair had transformed from white to black, as if he were living a second life. Accompanied by Qian Bufan and Qian Xie, they resembled a vibrant three-generation family, with Qian Bufan as the grandfather, the 50-year-old Qian Xie as the son, and the true elder, Qian Chongling, appearing the youngest among them. This predicament left Qian Bufan at a loss for whom to turn to for counsel. Thus, the grandson made his retreat. Aware that his great-uncle would be present the following day, Qian Bufan departed directly. The next day at noon, on the summit of the Holy Mountain, Qian Chongling stood with a graceful demeanor, his garments billowing, and his long black hair dancing in the wind. With a smile gracing his lips, he gazed upon the grand crimson palanquin outside the martial Soul City. The 8-bearer sedan chair brought the bride from afar, accompanied by joyous music, as she stepped onto the red carpet leading to the Pope's Hall. This day marked the wedding of Qian Xie, the great-grandson of Qian Chongling and the current Pope of the martial Soul Hall, with countless sects arriving to extend their congratulations. Under the vast and profound perception of Qian Chongling's immense spiritual energy, even those lurking in the shadows could not escape detection. After all, the weight of the Haotian hammer, the explosive might of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, and the fierce aura of the white tiger shone like beacons among the guests, making it impossible for Qian Chongling to remain unaware. Naturally, these individuals were merely seeking to ascertain which family was aligning itself with the Pope of the martial Soul Hall on this momentous occasion and whether there were any prodigies within that family. They had no intention of causing disruption at such a critical juncture. To do so would be tantamount to courting death. Imagine, on your wedding day, a horde of uninvited guests wreaking havoc at your celebration. Wouldn't you wish for their demise? Thus, the wedding proceeded with great harmony, and everything unfolded smoothly. After several rounds of toasting, the guests gradually dispersed, and the newlyweds finally breathed a sigh of relief. All that remained was to pay their respects to the elders before retreating into their own world as a couple. Within the grand hall of the Pope's palace, two figures were seated, Qian Bufan, the father of Qian Xie, and Yang Yoshue, the father of Yang Yoshue, each holding a cup of fragrant tea. Qian Shi and Yang Yoshue, the newlyweds, knelt before the altar, hands delicately holding a tea tray. The officiant, smiling gently, continued with the ceremony. We shall now proceed to the second part of the wedding, the worship of the deities. Please turn around and bow to the ancestral spirits. The couple hesitated for a moment before realizing, hastily bowing towards the Douluo hall. Now, bow to the high hall. They turned once more to face Qian Bufan and Yang Yu. A bow between husband and wife. They exchanged a smile, deeply bowing to each other. With the rites complete, they were led to the bridal chamber. The wedding has concluded, and the hour grows late. It is best to retire for the night. The officiant jested. Their faces flushed. The couple exchanged glances before turning to their fathers and the esteemed elders, saying, "We shall take our leave now." "Go on," Qian Bufan and Yang Yu replied. Once the couple departed, the onlookers chuckled and began to disperse. With all matters settled, Qian Chongling returned to the Douluo hall, feeling a profound sense of nostalgia, as today's traditional Chinese wedding fulfilled his past life's longings. Although he had witnessed many weddings of the younger generation, he still felt an overwhelming sense of yearning. Lost in thought, he closed his eyes and reclined upon his bed, only to sit upright in an instant. A familiar system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Check-in successful today. Reward. 1 year of lifespan. The cumulative 100-year check-in gift has been dispatched. Ding. The check-in gift has been automatically opened. Acquiring Star Destroyer Cannon Design Blueprint X1. Upon reading this notification, Qian Chongling's previously calm expression shifted to one of bewilderment. Star, destroyer, cannon. It sounded immensely powerful, a weapon capable of shattering planets with a single shot. Yet, why was it merely a design blueprint? A design blueprint? In this world where technology was virtually non-existent, who could he turn to for its construction? Even if you handed me a blueprint for an airplane, it would be more advantageous. At least there would be a semblance of a chance to create it. Chapter 13. The birth of Qian Dao Lu. Time flew by, like an arrow through the air, and in the blink of an eye, several decades had passed. In a four-bedroom residence located in the northeast of Wuhuan City, Qian Chongling, still clad in black, quietly observed Qian Shiyi and Yang Yuxue standing before him. The memory of their wedding day felt as vivid as ever, yet now, strands of gray had begun to adorn Qian Shiyi's temples. Great-grandfather, great-grandfather, the young couple called out. Qian Chongling nodded slightly, casting a glance at Yang Yuxue's abdomen. She inquired of the couple, "Have you informed Xiaofan?" With a smile, Yang Yuxue gently caressed her belly, her face radiating joy as she replied, "Someone has already gone to inform Dad." Qian Chongling smiled faintly as his figure gradually faded away, returning to the wicker chair where he often basked in the sun. 3 months later, an unexpected piece of news somewhat unsettled Qian Chongling. Qian Bufan was gravely ill. In the Douluo palace, Qian Bufan lay languidly upon the sickbed, his pallor indicative of his illness. Qian Chongling furrowed his brow in concern as he approached to meticulously examine his condition, silently shaking his head. It was simply the toll of natural aging. Having accumulated countless skills over the years, ranging from medicine to chess, painting, and calligraphy, Qian Chongling had attained mastery in most, with a select few reaching the level of grandmaster. Yet, even with his grandmaster-level medical expertise, he recognized that Qian Bufan's condition was one of natural decline, rendering any medicinal intervention futile. "Great-grandfather, how is my father?" Xia inquired anxiously. "Xia, I am fine. Your primary concern should be caring for Yoshua," Qian Bufan reassured him, fully aware of his own state. "Second grandfather, I wish to speak with you privately for a moment." Qian Chongling nodded, gesturing for the crowd surrounding them to disperse, and took a seat by the bedside. After a moment of silence, Qian Bufan began to speak. "Since I began to have memories, it has been a swift passage of 240 years. 240 years? I hardly recall," Qian Chongling sighed. "Indeed, in just a few days, it will mark a full 240 years. Qian Chongling fell silent for a moment, and then Qian Bufan continued. "I, Inger, Xia, and Yoshua grow older with each passing year, while your appearance grows increasingly youthful. Those unaware of the circumstances would find it utterly inconceivable that you are my grandfather." Qian Chongling's smile. "Perhaps, great-uncle is more capable of enduring." Qian Bufan gazed at Qian Chongling, who appeared to be around 18 or 19 years of age, and as if struck by a revelation, he inquired with astonishment, "Second granduncle, have you perhaps attained eternity?" "What is eternity?" "Eternity is the divine. For the Qian family, the existence of deities in this world is far from a secret. It is well known that the founding ancestor of the Qian clan was, in fact, an angelic deity. Deep within the illustrious Dugu hall, revered by generations of the Qian family, lies the sacred legacy of the angelic deity. Since the time of their divine ancestor, each generation of the Qian family has aspired to rekindle the resplendence of the angelic god. However, apart from the generation of Qian Chongling, the lineage has been passed down in a singular manner, resulting in a dwindling population. This is not due to a lack of desire, but rather an inability. As the stronger the bloodline, the more arduous the task of preservation becomes, especially in the case of a divine martial soul like that of the six-winged angel. Since the era of their divine progenitor, the three most exceptional successors from the Qian lineage have barely reached the 8th examination of the angel, one of whom is Qian Chongling's elder brother, Qian Chonghuang. The 8th examination of the angel signifies the next potential leader of the Douluo hall, while the 9th examination is the true inheritor of the angelic deity's divine position. This slight distinction represents an insurmountable chasm between the divine and the mortal, akin to the abyss between heaven and earth. Upon hearing this, Qian Chongling was not particularly surprised. After all, having lived for over 13 centuries, even the most exceptionally gifted Douluo only boasts a lifespan of 8 or 900 years, making Qian Chongling's longevity nearly double that. It is quite natural for Qian Bufan, being of the younger generation, to harbor such speculations. However, instead of directly addressing Qian Bufan's remarks, Qian Chongling chose to delve into the history of the Douluo continent. With a hint of a smile, Qian Chongling remarked. The divine ancestor suppressed the evil soulmaster, established the spirit hall, and rendered unparalleled contributions to the myriad beings of the continent, earning the reverence of the masses, ultimately achieving divinity. Furthermore, upon the vast ocean, there exists a soulmaster who quelled the chaos of the seas, amassing faith over nearly a millennium, and was ultimately revered as the sea god. The achievements of the divine ancestor are essential lessons for the descendants of the Qian family, a truth that Qian Bufan comprehends all too well. However, when he learned that there was also a soul master who ascended to godhood over the ocean, he was profoundly astonished. Does this imply that there have been two individuals who attained divinity in nearly 10,000 years? Qian Bufan inquired. Indeed. Both the divine ancestor and that sea soul master achieved divinity through faith. Ascending to divinity via faith is a shortcut, yet simultaneously, it is a long and arduous path, requiring the collection of sufficient faith to attain godhood. However, at present, the faith is lacking, Qian Chongling stated. Qian Bufan was momentarily taken aback, but he swiftly comprehended the situation. The land belonged to the dominion of the angelic deity, and as descendants of the ancients, how could they usurp the faith of their forebears? Moreover, the beliefs over the ocean had also dissipated. Are there any other avenues? Qian Bufan inquired. The path to divinity through the laws, Qian Chongling responded. The most significant distinction between deities and mortals lies in the attributes utilized. Mortals operate under the constraints of the laws, while gods wield the corresponding principles. The thunder god commands the laws of thunder, while the ocean god governs the laws of the sea. These two exist in a hierarchical relationship, akin to the distinction between internal energy and spiritual power, with spiritual power being the superior form of internal energy, Qian Chongling remarked. When my grandfather transforms the ultimate light and ultimate fire possessed by the six-winged angel martial soul into the laws of fire and light, he will be able to refine his divine status through this, achieving divinity through the laws. Qian Chongling let out a sigh, acknowledging the formidable journey ahead. This was undoubtedly mere deception. In the Douluo world, the likelihood of independently attaining a divine position was currently negligible. Moreover, his martial spirit had long since transformed into the 16-winged light and dark angel. Qian Bufan seemed to suddenly recall something, and continued, Second uncle, will I be able to witness the birth of Yoshua's child? You will be able to. You must have faith in my medical skills, Qian Chongling replied decisively. Qian Bufan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, I entrust this to you, second grandpa. In the Douluo continent, medical skills are a rarity. Typically, healing spirit masters are directly appointed for treatment. Time flew by, and on a late night in late October, the day of young Yoshua's delivery had arrived. The spirit hall had even summoned several experienced midwives for the occasion. As for Qian Chongling, it was rather inconvenient for a man to be present at such a moment, and he was unable to leave. For the past few days, conventional medical skills had proven ineffective in sustaining Qian Bufan's life. In order to preserve his life, he began to utilize a portion of the divine power acquired through his sign-ins. Xiaofan, Yoshua will give birth tonight. After a long pause, Qian Bufan finally managed to utter a single word. Qian Chonglingwei gently closed her eyes, for the descendant of the Taoist lineage was on the verge of being born. Yet, she found herself devoid of joy. The cycles of life, death, and illness are indeed the natural order of existence. Yet they remain among the most poignant sorrows of the human experience. Oh, a boy has been born. The cries of the infant mingled with the clamor of the crowd. Qian Chongling gazed at Qian Bufan, who had his eyes tightly shut and a faint smile gracing his lips, and solemnly declared, His name shall be called Qian Douluo, as decreed by you, my esteemed grandfather. Chapter 14. Little Luer and young Ji. Time flows swiftly, and in a blink, we find ourselves in the papal palace of Wuhan City. At this moment, a young boy, approximately 5 or 6 years old, with golden hair and an air of arrogance in his eyes, is drenched in sweat, practicing an obscure set of martial arts in the training ground, 2,000 meters from the papal palace. The powerful force of his punches sliced through the air like a sharp blade, resonating with a fierce whoosh that echoed across the training ground. He swiftly completed the set of punches, yet without a moment's pause, he resumed the initial stance and began anew. Time and again, he repeated the sequence, practicing it no less than 10 times. His delicate face flushed crimson, and his brilliant blue eyes shimmered with a flicker of indignation. With a deep breath, after reaching the 20th repetition, the boy struggled to untie the weights bound to his limbs. As the weights hit the ground, a cloud of dust was stirred, indicating their considerable heft. This was the rigorous training regimen he had adhered to since the age of 3. Behind the training ground stood an elderly man and a youth. The young man, appearing to be around 18 or 19 years old, donned a black martial outfit. He possessed a well-proportioned physique, refined features, and his long black hair was tied back with a simple cord, flowing gracefully in the breeze, presenting an image of striking elegance and formidable presence. Beside him was an elderly man, his hair and beard completely white, clad in a golden robe. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding a warm and benevolent demeanor, yet his eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brilliance, far from that of an ordinary elder. Observing the boy as he unfastened his weights, the old man nodded approvingly and cautiously inquired of the youth beside him, "Great-grandfather, do you think Jiro has made satisfactory progress with the Black Tiger Fist?" It was an astonishing sight, an elderly man, seemingly nearing a century, addressing a youth as his great-grandfather, a remarkable occurrence indeed. The young man scoffed, shooting a disapproving glance at the boy referred to as Jiro, and retorted, "Satisfactory? Hardly. After 3 years, he has barely grasped the fundamentals, let alone master the essence of the Black Tiger Fist." The elderly man's mouth fell agape at this response. He could scarcely suppress the urge to retort that achieving mastery over an essence was not a trivial endeavor. If it were so simple, then the famed techniques of the Pa clan and the 7-kill sword intent of the Qin family, revered as the continent's foremost offensive martial spirit, would be rendered commonplace. Silently grumbling within, the old man dared not voice his thoughts, for rank and hierarchy could wield a heavy hand. "And what of you, little lure? As the Pope, how can you remain indifferent while our esteemed sect, the Haoyan sect, is so brazenly challenging authority? Do you expect this old body of mine to rise and quell their audacity?" Upon hearing the words, Douluo was immediately jolted. The esteemed ancestor Qian Chongling was approximately 1400 years old. Although he appeared youthful, it was entirely possible that he could ascend to the heavens in an instant. Should the ancestral spirits come to learn that the venerable Qian Chongling, burdened by his frail form, ventured forth to bolster the prestige of the martial soul hall, it would be one matter if he peacefully passed away along the way. However, if he were to meet his demise mid-endeavor, how could Douluo ever face his forebears in the ethereal realm? Douluo hastily remarked, "Leave the matters of conflict and strife to us, the youth. As for you, esteemed ancestor, indulge in your meals and drinks, and partake in leisure as you wish." Qian Chongling shrugged nonchalantly and remarked slowly, "Alas, the Qian family truly declines with each generation. In my illustrious past, your great-grandfather, single-handedly, made the so-called upper 3 clans tremble in fear." Douluo listened with a furrowed brow as the venerable ancestor Qian Chongling reminisced about his past. He wished to interject, but felt hesitant, so he remained silent, absorbing the tales. After a considerable pause, Qian Chongling finally ceased his reflections and remarked, "Little Lu, if you believe that Xiao Zhao's training has reached an adequate level, then so be it. However, when the time comes and you find yourself, at level 95, being bested by a mere fledgling who has just entered the titled Duo realm, it may be too late for regrets. Grandfather is jesting again. With our Qian family's 6-winged angel martial soul ascending to the status of a super Douluo, how could we possibly be defeated by someone who has only just stepped into this realm?" Douluo replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. "Just indulge him. In due time, he will come to understand," Qian Chongling stated, and without waiting for a response from Douluo and his son, he leisurely strolled out of the training ground. Douluo curled his lips, pondering to himself, how could one not dote on a child born in old age? Noticing that Qian Chongling had drifted some distance away, the panting Qian Sun, still trembling with trepidation, turned to his father, Douluo, and inquired, "Father, is he truly the ancestral progenitor of our Qian clan?" Douluo was taken aback for a moment, then swiftly delivered a resounding slap, leaving Qian Sun in a state of utter confusion. Douluo declared, "Your father, your grandfather, and your great-grandfather were all nurtured under the watchful eyes of our ancestors. How could that possibly be false? Even if you doubt that I am your biological father, you must not question our venerable ancestors." At this point, Douluo unexpectedly struck again. One must admit, the sensation was quite gratifying. No wonder the ancestors cherished using the iron fist of love to inspire their descendants. "I shall endeavor to try it more often," Douluo mused inwardly. "Qian Shuanji, are you two old fellows being polite? The reason Qian Xuanji harbors such thoughts is that he has endured countless beatings from Qian Chongling since childhood, leaving him to question the very essence of life itself. But why does Qian Chongling strike Qian Xuanji? In the realm of the soul masters, who else is there to contend with if not you? Now transformed into your ancestor. He can strike at will, whether to celebrate a good mood with a hearty beating or to vent his frustrations with a swift blow. It is a legitimate form of punishment to which one must yield. Thus, Qian Chongling finds immense pleasure in this. By the way, of late, as the stillness breeds restlessness, I, the old man, plan to embark on a journey across the continent. Should I meet my end, I will arrange for my ashes to be returned. The distant, ethereal words interrupted the thoughts of Qian Douluo and his son, particularly causing tears to stream down Qian Douluo's face. As a level 99 unparalleled soul master, he is acutely aware that he has reached a certain threshold, allowing him to sense the approach of his own demise. In Qian Douluo's eyes, Qian Chongling, who has lived for over 14 centuries, is truly a figure without parallel, and thus, he does not find it surprising. After all, he has mentally prepared himself for this eventuality. Qian Chongling has bid farewell to his father, Qian Douluo, as well as his grandfather and great-grandfather. Now, it is finally Qian Douluo's turn to send off Qian Chongling. Qian Douluo took a deep breath and said, "I bid farewell to our esteemed ancestor." Qian Xuan's gaze sharpened as she regained her composure and echoed, "I respectfully bid farewell to our esteemed ancestor." Qian Chongling, what is this? Are you two little rascals cursing me? Who sends whom is still uncertain. Let us wait and see. After Qian Chongling walked away, Qian Xuanji waved his hand to summon a maid, who brought him a towel to wipe the perspiration from his brow. He adjusted his appearance slightly in the mirror held by the maid before departing the training ground with Qian Douluo. Today marks the 6th birthday of Qian Xuanji, a day of awakening his martial soul. Chapter 15. The divine position finally emerges at this moment, within the grand hall of the sacred mountain. The upper echelons of the martial soul hall were present, witnessing the awakening of the martial soul of the Pope's son, heralding the future of their institution. The hall was already filled with attendees, and the gaze of the titled Dugu elders was fixed upon the small boy standing at the center. Is the young master prepared? Upon receiving a nod from Qian Xuanji, Qian Douluo retrieved the awakening tool, guiding Qian Xuanji into the awakening array. He felt a surge of anticipation, contemplating how high his son's innate soul power might ascend. As for the martial soul, it was undoubtedly the divine level 6-winged angel. Otherwise, this child could not possibly be his progeny. Close your eyes and attune yourself to your martial soul. Qian Douluo's voice resonated. Qian Xuanji tightly closed his eyes. A hint of tension etched upon his face, as a faint radiance began to materialize behind him. Gradually, the light intensified and multiplied, first manifesting as 6 ethereal wings, ultimately coalescing into the shimmering silhouette of a 6-winged angel. The celestial being exuded a gentle, holy light, gracefully fluttering its 6 wings behind Qian Xuanji. Indeed, it was a 6-winged angel, Qian Douluo mused to himself. The young boy, Qian Xuanji, curious and filled with wonder, opened his eyes and turned to gaze at his martial soul, excitedly reaching out to touch it. Reign in your martial soul with your mind. I shall assist you in testing your soul power, Qian Douluo advised. After a brief period of exploration, Qian Xuan swiftly mastered the technique, reluctantly retracting her martial soul. Qian Douluo retrieved a crystal orb and said, "Place your hand upon it." All eyes were drawn to the spectacle, as the 6-winged angel represented an immensely powerful soul spirit. How formidable would Qian Xuanji's soul power ultimately prove to be? Qian Xuanji, slightly plump, placed his right hand upon the crystal ball, which immediately erupted with a blinding blue light. However, the illumination did not fill the entirety of the sphere, suggesting an innate soul power of approximately level 8. A sudden silence enveloped the scene. Despite having prepared themselves mentally, the sight before them still struck them with profound astonishment. The shock stemmed from the realization that it was merely level 8. It is noteworthy that the Qian family's 6-winged angel is a divine martial soul, differing fundamentally from advanced, top-tier, and super martial souls, which are inherently limited to level 10. Throughout history, there has never been an innate soul power below level 9. In fact, there are many who possess innate soul powers exceeding level 15. The current spectacle, with Qian Xuanji's innate soul power at level 8, seemed to signify that the Qian family was devoid of capable successors. It is well known that Qian Douluo's innate soul power was level 12. Should this matter reach the ears of outsiders, those responsible shall face dire consequences. Little G's innate soul power is level 10. Disseminate that information instead, Qian Douluo stated coldly. Dressed in a platinum robe that accentuated his frailty, Qian Douluo exuded an icy aura. 9 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, radiated ominously from a 6-winged angel with an indistinct visage, instilling fear in all present. As you command, Your Holiness. All right, you may disperse. Observing the elders responding appropriately, Qian Douluo retracted his angelic martial soul, returning to his frail demeanor, and spoke in a calm, unhurried tone. Meanwhile, Qian Chongling had already arrived outside the martial soul city, unaware of the disappointing talent of the young Ji. His calm, unwavering gaze meticulously examined the martial soul city. Although he had seen it on several occasions, he could not help but marvel at its grandeur. The city, though not vast, boasted walls constructed to the specifications of a capital city, soaring to a height of 80 meters and showcasing a thickness exceeding 30 meters, all fashioned from granite. Remarkably, Martial Soul City was not a conventional quadrilateral, but rather a hexagon, featuring 6 formidable walls, each patrolled by soul masters clad in the official attire of the Martial Soul Hall. Each wall bore a grand relief sculpture symbolizing 6 powerful martial souls: the 6-winged angel, the Haotian hammer, the golden crocodile, the 7-killing sword, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, and the white tiger. This design epitomizes the emblem found on the Martial Soul Hall's insignia during this era. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Chongling snapped back to reality and smiled lightly, remarking, I have grown old and sentimental. I almost forgot that today is the day for sign-in. In his heart, he silently urged the system, daily sign-in. Beep. Daily sign-in successful. Beep. Sign-in rewards granted. Lifespan 1 year, strength 0. 1. Cumulative sign-ins total 2 days. As the mechanical voice echoed in his mind, Qian Chongling completed his daily system sign-in with simplicity and ease. Upon seeing the rewards, a smile crept upon his face as he thought, "It seems fortune is on my side today." After more than a millennium of research, Qian Chongling had gained a substantial understanding of the rules of this flawed system. Apart from the daily check-in that guaranteed an additional year of life, there existed cumulative check-in rewards for durations of 3 days, 5 days, 10 days, 3 months, 5 months, 10 months, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, 30 years, 50 years, and 100 years. These cumulative rewards range from divine seeds and divine positions to star annihilation cannon blueprints, as well as soul rings spanning millions of years, soul bones, and even trivial items such as a pack of cigarettes or a drop of water. The rewards varied greatly in probability, with even the legendary undergarments of the diligent angel from the digital world rumored to be included, albeit with rarer rewards being exceedingly difficult to obtain. Suddenly, Qian Chongling appeared to recall something, his heart racing with excitement. System, open the cumulative check-in reward for 100 years. Beep, the opening was successful, and he received a chaotic divine position, X1. As this information flashed in his mind, the usually unflappable Qian Chongling could no longer contain his emotions. The divine position had finally arrived. After signing in for over 1,000 years, this foolish system had finally granted him a divine position. How fortunate! He wondered what level of deity this chaotic god represented. Its name certainly bore an air of distinction. Yet, given the system's nature, it was prudent to gather more information before drawing any conclusions. With immense anticipation, Qian Chongling opened his system backpack. In the upper right corner, there lay a circular object resembling 2 fish intertwined, symbolizing yin and yang. Chaotic divine position, a divine king-level position. Upon activation, one may attain the chaotic 9 trials and achieve the status of chaotic divine king. After spending over 1,500 years to obtain a divine position, and one of the king level no less, Qian Chongling couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, joy aside, he was well aware of what needed to be done next. System, activate the chaotic divine position. Beep, the activation of the chaotic divine position was successful. Beep, the first trial of the chaotic 9 trials has commenced. Proceed to the source of future evils and reside there for 5 years. As Qian Chongling gazed upon the ominous words source of future evil, a flicker of understanding illuminated her mind. With a newfound clarity regarding the divine examination, she accessed the system to review her current attributes. Host, Qian Chongling's system, Super sign in system strength, 699-1, with the peak being 100 for the unparalleled Douluo. Intelligence, 678, with the peak being 100 for the unparalleled Douluo. Speed, 689, with the peak being 100 for the unparalleled Douluo. Soul power level, 99. 99, maxed out. Attribute less divine power, 89 points. 1 point allows for 1 hour of use. Martial spirit, 16-winged chaos angel divine position, chaos deity divine rank, divine king divine examination, chaos 9 tests, unlocked, lifespan, 578. 125 years soul rings, black, 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 red, 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 red skills, divine swordsmanship, divine culinary arts, divine combat techniques, master level medicine, master level painting, master level calligraphy, master level tea art. After briefly surveying her current attributes, Qian Chongling nodded in approval. She then clicked the plus sign next to her strength, resulting in a transformation of her attributes. Upon enhancing her strength, she gazed at the martial spirit city behind her, envisioning the day it would be shattered by the so-called all-round development of Da, Ji, Ti, Mei, and Lao, cleaved apart by the Shura demon's sword. A cold smile escaped her lips. Shura God, see God, we have ample time ahead. Let us engage in this dance slowly. Chapter 16. The exorbitant garb. The Longxing fortress at the border of the Starluo Empire stands as an exceptionally grand military stronghold. Sprawling over tens of thousands of square meters, the granite walls, towering several meters high, are patrolled by squads of armored soldiers in a rhythmic cadence. The once grayish-white granite, stained by the blood of countless battles, has taken on a grim black hue, with scars of blade and axe etched into the stone like intricate patterns. Beyond the Longxing fortress lies a prosperous and flourishing city, named Longxing City, which commemorates the site of the Starluo Empire's historic victory over its archrival, the Heaven Do Empire. At the city gates of Longxing City, 2 towering iron gates, each reaching 20 meters, stand sentinel, where a dozen armored soldiers meticulously inspect those entering. Presently, the eastern gate has distinctly divided into 4 areas. One area is sparsely populated, with individuals clad in resplendent attire and several imposing soulmasters occasionally passing through. In stark contrast, the other 3 zones are lined with long queues, featuring portly merchants, charming young women carrying bamboo baskets, and some individuals dressed in coarse linen. Yet, amidst this lengthy procession, an elderly man donned in an opulent black robe, with a youthful visage and a benevolent demeanor, stood out slightly, his presence somewhat incongruous. Just then, the atmosphere shifted as commotion erupted ahead. The leader of the inspection team at the eastern gate exclaimed with astonishment, "Esteemed Soul Emperor, Lord Mistwolf King. Welcome to Longxing City. A Soul Emperor, indeed, a Soul Master of such elevated rank. Oh my, I find myself with the rare opportunity to behold the true visage of a Soul Emperor. I wonder if this esteemed Soul Emperor is still accepting disciples." Suddenly, the bustling sounds emanating from the city gate caught the attention of Qian Chongling, who had transformed into the guise of an elderly man. He leisurely lifted his gaze and beheld a slender middle-aged figure standing in an area that had previously been devoid of any queue. Behind him loomed a one-eyed wolf martial spirit, emanating a misty aura, adorned with soul rings of white, yellow, purple, and black, indeed, a genuine Soul Emperor, albeit appearing rather feeble in the eyes of the elderly Qian Chongling. It turns out this area was designated for soul masters of level 30 and above, as well as nobility, for it would be rather unbecoming for esteemed soul masters and nobles to queue alongside the common folk. Moreover, regarding the name Qian Chongling could not help but admire the ingenuity of this Soul Emperor's parents in their choice. Could it be that they had some peculiar inspiration? Qian Chongling found herself once again lost in contemplation. The inspection speed of the commoner's queue was rather swift, and before she knew it, it was her turn. However, an unexpected incident unfolded at that moment. "Sir, I implore you, it is merely 1 silver coin short. I promise to compensate you next time. Please, allow me to pass." The charming young woman ahead of Qian Chongling bit her lip delicately, her eyes glimmering with unshed tears as she pleaded with the inspecting soldier, evoking a sense of sympathy from onlookers. "Madam, this is against the rules. The fee for entering the city is 1 gold coin, equivalent to 10 silver coins. Not a single copper coin less." The soldier, with his chin resting in his hand, greedily surveyed the young woman's figure, lingering particularly on her ample bosom. After a moment, he leered, "Well, It might be possible, provided that. As he spoke, amidst the gaze of the crowd, he reached towards the neckline of the young woman. Not only did she not dare to resist, but the others around also feigned ignorance. Seeing this, the soldier's grin widened. It was important to note that Yang Wei was the brother of the 12th concubine of the city lord, and such a lucrative position would not have been granted to him otherwise. This was not his first encounter with such misconduct. He often exploited his status to extort and harass without remorse. Just as Yang Wei's hand was about to make contact with the young woman's smooth, fair skin, a voice broke through the tension. "It is merely 1 gold coin. I shall cover it for her." Yang Wei paused, raising his head to see who dared to disrupt his scheme. At that moment, 2 gold coins flew through the air, striking him squarely in the face. A sudden hush fell over the city gate. No one had anticipated that someone would dare to thwart the city lord's brother, especially by throwing gold coins at him. This was an outright affront. The crowd braced for the elderly gentleman to fall victim to Yang Wei's wrath, unable to escape the dire situation. Yet, astonishingly, Yang Wei's expression shifted from a dark scowl to a beaming smile, akin to a theatrical face change in a Sichuan opera. Initially, he had been a lecher on the brink of success, then briefly overshadowed by anger, before ultimately donning a grin that left spectators bewildered. "Old sir, what brings you to this queue? I almost failed to recognize you. Please, come right in." Yang Wei flashed a professionally crafted smile, reminiscent of an exuberant husky reuniting with its long-absent owner, leading others to believe that this elderly gentleman was indeed his elder. Qian Chongling paid no heed to such insignificant characters, maintaining her frail and aged demeanor as she ambled forward. The charming young woman ahead, displaying remarkable perceptiveness, gracefully followed in Qian Chongling's wake, her fair hands linking with Qian Chongling's arm, resembling someone assisting an elderly person across the street. Qian Chongling felt his arm become ensnared in an exceedingly soft space, which was evidently due to the corpulence of the panda. He pondered for a moment, slightly shifting his arm, which elicited an exasperated eye roll from the married woman beside him. At that moment, the city gate once again fell into its customary tranquility. After Qian Chongling had distanced himself, Yang Wei's companions began to speak. "Old Yang, you seem off today. Are you really just going to let that old man go?" "Is he your elder?" inquired another guard. The others turned their heads, curiosity piqued. "That old man is not someone we can provoke. Sometimes you all lack discernment," Yang Wei replied, unabashed and somewhat smug. "What brings you to such a conclusion?" asked the guard. "Tonight, at the Drunken Red Chamber, my brothers and I are treating." Upon seeing Yang Wei's mischievous grin, the leading guard realized his comrade's intentions. It was only after this statement that Yang Wei elaborated. "Why should I say that we cannot afford to offend that old man? His seemingly exquisite attire is custom-made, only obtainable from the martial Soul City, and exceedingly rare. That piece alone costs an astronomical 50,000 gold soul coins. If I hadn't previously seen my brother-in-law with a similar garment, we would have stirred up great trouble today." A collective gasp echoed through the air. Although Yang Wei's words were somewhat vague, those present were astute enough to deduce that the old man was likely a person of significant stature. Chapter 17. This dish is truly unpalatable. Qian Chongling, naturally, paid little heed to the chatter of these minor characters. He had already parted ways with the charming married woman, who had showered him with profuse gratitude as she left. Qian Chongling understood that if he desired, vanquishing demons and safeguarding the righteous tonight would pose no challenge. However, he had long since lost interest in such pursuits, or rather, he simply did not wish to engage in them. In his youthful days, filled with vigor and impetuosity, he had indeed contemplated the notion of amassing a harem of enchanting beauties. Given Qian Chongling's formidable prowess and esteemed status, achieving such a dream would have been effortlessly within his grasp. Yet, with an abundance of companions came the inevitable chaos of a love triangle. The very thought of sharing a bed with so many was utterly unthinkable. Qian Chongling, a figure of remarkable stature, is only drawn to those women who possess at least the grace of a titled Douluo. Such heavenly beauties aspire to possess a man entirely for themselves, harboring no intentions of sharing him with others. Yet, the allure of the notorious old rogue is too potent. These women must begrudgingly acknowledge his entanglements with others, though they are unlikely to wear a smile in his presence. Moreover, Qian Chongling has lived through countless separations, bidding farewell to his women and a few progeny, resulting in a current disinterest in ordinary women. In his own words, "If you are not divine, I have no interest in you." After a while, regaining his composure, Qian Chongling began to survey the inner city of Longxing. The streets were bustling with elegantly dressed and handsome young nobles, while a multitude of opportunistic merchants hawked their wares, creating a scene of prosperity and harmony. The Longxing Hotel is situated to the southeast, constructed entirely from unrefined blue stone, rising 4 stories high. Its rugged and imposing facade resembles a giant, proudly exposing a robust chest and an open heart. The first floor caters to the common populace, providing simple meals that, while lacking in nutritional value, suffice to satiate hunger. The second floor is exclusive to those of noble lineage, featuring small private rooms where dishes crafted from soul beasts under a millennium in age are served. The third floor is reserved for soul masters between levels 30 and 70, offering similar fare to the second floor, albeit in larger rooms. Finally, the top floor is accessible only to soul saints and above, requiring advance reservations for the ingredients, as it boasts dishes prepared from soul beasts approximately 3,000 years old, necessitating hunters to procure these beasts, thus commanding exorbitant fees. Qian Chongling ascended directly to the third floor, summoning a server with a grand gesture and promptly ordering a selection of signature dishes. The efficiency of the Longxing Hotel in serving the meals was commendable. Soon, an array of aromatic dishes filled the table. However, they could not compare to the culinary prowess of Qian Chongling himself. As the esteemed ancestor of the Wuhuan Palace, his palate was accustomed to fare far superior to that of Pope Qian Douluo, who dined on the finest essences of soul beasts, with ingredients sourced from no less than 10,000 years of age. The ingredients served here, while crafted from parts of soul beasts, were merely of a century's vintage at their utmost. Qian Chongling savored a piece of braised earth dragon meat, relishing its flavor, which was passable at best. The dry-fried seasonal vine beans were slightly overcooked, the oil was too hot, and they were removed from the heat a tad too late. Was this truly shark fin soup with pork ribs? Utilizing the fins of the black and white fish alongside the second row of ribs from the flame chicken, the intention was to blend the finest delicacies from land and sea, creating a culinary contrast of water and fire. Yet, the experience failed to evoke such sensations. It was merely a hodgepodge of stewed ingredients. During his first meal in Longxing City, Qian Chongling, despite his complaints about the culinary skills, consumed every morsel. For he was a person who abhorred waste. After satisfying his appetite, he strolled leisurely out of the Longxing Hotel, embarking on a postprandial walk. It must be noted that, despite the arrogance of even the smallest guards of the Xinglua Empire, who wore expressions akin to those suffering from a bitter pill, it indicated that their training was relatively effective. The entire street was impeccably clean, devoid of even a single beggar. One could surmise that the beggars had been driven beyond the city limits to fend for themselves, Qian Chongling thought maliciously. As he wandered, he unexpectedly found himself at the entrance of a small alley, which was teeming with people. A glance revealed a sea of heads, white, black, green, blue, every hue imaginable. As anticipated, the human inclination to witness spectacle remained unchanged, whether in this otherworldly realm or in his previous life. Was there a performance involving pandas smashing rocks, the electric dragon's dive, or perhaps a throat piercing with a steel spear? If that is the case, it is undoubtedly worth a glance, thought Qian Chongling. Thus, he capitalized on his robust physique and forcefully made his way to the front row, securing the optimal viewing position. Naturally, this display of advantage did not sit well with some, yet upon noticing the opulence of Qian Chongling's attire, they recoiled in fear, keeping their distance. The atmosphere was tense, as anyone could fear the repercussions of provoking him. From this prime vantage point, he beheld a young man clad in simple, antiquated garments, riddled with numerous patches, whose tattered clothing was intermittently stained with fresh blood. He lay in the embrace of a lovely young woman, whose appearance mirrored his own. Coincidentally, this enchanting lady was the same young girl who had flirted with Qian Chongling earlier that morning. Upon closer inspection of the young man's tattered attire, one could discern several deep gashes, inflicted by claws and teeth, exposing the very bone beneath. If no one intervened, it was likely that he would not survive for more than a couple of hours. Clearly, the young woman beside him was his wife, and the grievous injuries he sustained were likely the result of an encounter with some soul beast or an attack from a soulmaster. It was apparent that the young man had faced a perilous situation while out, as even a commoner, when confronted by a soul beast, faced a fate dictated by the whims of fate. Common folk tread carefully in their existence, fearful of offending the nobility, while the aristocrats indulged in a life of excess and decay, capable of spending unimaginable sums in mere moments. Such occurrences were not uncommon in this realm, but rather a regularity of life. Ultimately, it stemmed from their status as the weak. They were bound to adhere to the rules set forth by the powerful, enduring their exploitation due to their inability to resist. This was precisely why the commoners aspired to become soul masters, as such power equated to strength, and strength was synonymous with dominance. As the elderly man reminisced about life, a middle-aged gentleman, clad in splendid attire with a somewhat lascivious demeanor, suddenly interjected, to save him. You must entertain me for a few days. Upon hearing this, the lovely young woman looked up, and upon seeing this man, her fury ignited, and she exclaimed, Viscount Lu Yuan, my husband fought in your stead in the arena. How can you be so callous? Chapter 18. I adore love and beauty, haha. Lu Yuan laughed heartily, swiftly approaching the young woman to whisper a few words in her ear. As he finished speaking, her countenance turned ashen. Disbelief edged across her features as she pointed at the so-called Viscount Lu Yuan. You. Ha ha ha. Not only do you lack the means to pay for his treatment, even if you did, no one would dare to heal him. Lu Yuan laughed wildly, exuding the demeanor of a true antagonist. His audacity stemmed from the fact that everything had been orchestrated by him, and even in Longxing City, soul masters had no choice but to show him respect. However, he had overlooked a certain elderly gentleman who, in his boredom, decided to step out and experience life. Before Qian Chongling, even Lu Yuan's previously whispered words were heard with crystal clarity. The essence of his statement was nearly as follows. I intentionally allowed him to take the stage. After all, he possesses such a stunning wife. I have longed to. Though Qian Chongling himself was a notorious womanizer, he would never resort to such tactics to threaten a respectable married woman. He could not afford to lose face. Little girl, it seems you have encountered some trouble, Qian Chongling remarked nonchalantly. The lovely young woman paused, startled, and turned to look. Qian Chongling nodded at the charming young woman and said, You are fortunate. I happen to possess a pill crafted from a millennium-old stone milk. All you need to do is have your man swallow it, and he shall be safe. The charming woman responded with a look of skepticism. I suspect you are jesting. Yet I lack proof. Perhaps it was due to the trust she had built after Qian Chongling had aided her earlier that morning. Or perhaps her resentment towards Lu Yuan clouded her judgment. Either way, she did not dwell on her doubts for long, especially when she beheld Qian Chongling produce a pill the size of a longan, exuding a rich fragrance akin to that of a luminous pearl. All her lingering hesitations dissipated. With the urgency of her man's critical condition weighing heavily on her, the charming woman accepted the life-restoring pill from Qian Chongling and promptly placed it in her man's mouth. This pill had been obtained by Qian Chongling through a contract, and while its exact grade remained unknown, the system claimed it could revive anyone who still possessed a breath of life. It was more than adequate for healing the gravely injured middle-aged man, perhaps even an overkill. Indeed, after consuming the pill, the young man's breathing stabilized, his gasps subsided, and the bleeding ceased. While he had yet to regain consciousness completely, he was on the cusp of revival. The scene appeared to culminate in a joyous reunion, yet our noble Viscount Lu Yuan was far from pleased. He had long coveted these two enticing buns, and witnessing his prize slip away incited a fury within him. What did it matter if the man revived? Today, he would not escape. And you, old man, do you truly believe my words are but whispers in the wind? How dare you attempt to heal him? Lu Yuan bellowed in rage. The onlookers, fearing for their own safety, hastily dispersed, leaving only 5 individuals in the narrow alleyway. The charming woman, the young man, the elder Qian Chongling, Viscount Lu Yuan, and his lackey. Old dragon, slay that old fool. I shall have my way before her man, Lu Yuan declared darkly. The so-called old dragon stepped forward slowly, soul rings cascading beneath his feet. White, yellow, and purple, the aura of a soul master surged forth towards the trio. Grasping a serpent-shaped sword-type martial spirit, he echoed with a low, menacing voice that reverberated through the alley. Old fool, even at your age, you meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Allow me to escort you to your demise. At this moment, the charming woman was utterly bewildered, fearing that she might inadvertently cause harm to her benefactor. Gritting her teeth, she hastily implored, Viscount, spare them. You can have your way with me. Ha! Dream on. Lu Yuan laughed mockingly. I advise you to show kindness, young man. This world still requires more love and beauty. Qian Chongling spoke earnestly. Old man, at death's door, you still dare to preach. In Longxing City, I am love and beauty. Lu Yuan retorted, mimicking Qian Chongling's words in a mocking fashion. Qian Chongling sighed and remarked, "Why must we? This world is so beautiful. Why fill it with violence?" No sooner had the words left his lips than a suffocating wave of soul power descended upon Lu Yuan and Elder Long, pressing them forcefully to the ground. The once unyielding granite beneath them was now marred by spiderweb-like cracks. "Tell me, do you find my 9 soul rings pleasing to the eye?" Qian Chongling smiled gently as 9 soul rings cascaded down, one after another: black, 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 red, 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 red. Elder Long lay prostrate on the ground, gazing up in astonishment at Qian Chongling. To his utter disbelief, he was a titled Douluo. How utterly inconceivable. They had merely brought their young master out to intimidate a woman, something they had done countless times before. Yet, how could they have encountered a titled Douluo? What immense misfortune had befallen them? "Your Excellency, I beg your pardon for my lack of discernment. I have offended you, and I humbly request that you overlook my transgressions and grant us our freedom," Elder Long stammered with trepidation. Qian Chongling disregarded the Elder Long and shifted his gaze towards the charming young woman, stating, "As a token of gratitude for your previous kindness in assisting me across the street, the fate of these two shall rest in your hands." The lovely woman, momentarily entranced by Qian Chongling's soul ring, took considerable time to regain her composure and cautiously remarked, "With your formidable strength, how could you possibly require assistance to cross the street?" "Ah, I was merely experiencing a slight numbness in my hands at that moment, so do hurry along. I still have my evening stroll to attend to," Qian Chongling replied, his tone initially suggestive, soon tinged with impatience. At this juncture, both Elder Long and Lu Yuan turned their pleading gazes towards the charming woman, begging for mercy. "Miss Feng, spare us. I assure you, I shall never dare to offend again. Miss Feng, if you could find it in your heart to forgive me, I would gladly serve you as my mistress." Feng Yuan, now regaining her senses, looked towards Qian Chongling and, upon meeting his indifferent gaze, recalled her husband, Xiaohua, who had devoted himself to safeguarding Lu Yuan. He had risked his life to protect Xiaohua, yet now found himself ensnared by these despicable creatures. Just moments prior, Xiaohua had nearly lost his life at their hands, and her own virtue was now at stake. With bitterness in her eyes, Feng Yuan questioned the two. "Tell me, would you have spared me just now?" Both men hesitated, eager to deny her inquiry, yet the presence of Qian Chongling, the venerable elder, stifled their voices. "If given the choice, I would wish for their demise," Feng Yuan declared with deep resentment. Qian Chongling nodded, and without waiting for the two to engage in any further debate, he snapped his fingers. In an instant, Long Lao and Lu Yuan exploded, blood splattering everywhere, with shattered organs and crimson fluid raining down. Such a grotesque scene was beyond the comprehension of Feng Yuan, a person who had never witnessed bloodshed. Her complexion turned pale, and her delicate frame trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 19. What a coincidence. Feng Yuan retched for a considerable time before regaining her composure, only to discover upon raising her head that Qian Chongling had already vanished without a trace. This did not surprise her, as many formidable individuals were known to be elusive, appearing and disappearing like dragons. She then hoisted the unconscious Xiaohua and exited the narrow alleyway. The following morning, Qian Chongling, who had stretched his limbs a bit at the Lu family estate the previous night, leisurely emerged from the Longxing Hotel after a languid yawn. Upon stepping out of his room, he was met with the cacophony of chatter from the patrons on the first floor. "Have you heard? It seems something has happened at the Lu family," a burly man remarked. "The Lu family is a hereditary viscount family. What could possibly go wrong?" inquired a tall, lean youth accompanying him. This question seemed to unleash a torrent of speculation among the diners, who began to chime in excitedly. "Indeed, something has happened. This morning, as the night watch passed by the Lu residence, they were met with an overwhelming stench of blood. Can you guess what happened next?" At this juncture, the burly man paused his narration, taking a bite of food and lifting his glass, only to find it empty. "And then?" prompted the tall youth, curiosity piqued by the man's earlier statements. "Do you truly wish to know?" The burly man raised an eyebrow, a playful glint in his eye. "Of course," replied the tall youth eagerly, having only ventured into the world for less than a year and keenly interested in such matters. Upon hearing the youth's response, the burly man smiled faintly, gesturing to the empty glass before him. "If you wish to know, pour me another drink." As he spoke, the tall youth obliged, filling the burly man's glass. "Brother, do continue." At that moment, the burly man turned to the tall youth and commenced, "I will indeed continue. However, unexpectedly, A member of the night watch, emboldened by curiosity, ventured inside and was met with a horrifying sight, a ground strewn with corpses. At this revelation, all present fell into stunned silence. The Lu family, a small tyrant in Longxing City, had apparently been annihilated. After a few rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes savored, the diners continued to speculate about who had orchestrated the downfall of the Lu family. While the true perpetrator, Qian Chongling, had long since departed, the once modest Lu family, who had indulged in both oppression and intimidation, had audaciously dared to threaten him. Although he often appeared amiable, one who instilled fear in numerous prestigious sects across the continent was, in truth, a formidable force. The existence of such a head of the Lu family was indicative of the family's prevailing demeanor, and their audacity to declare their intent to eliminate him was utterly unthinkable. In the face of the eternal splendor of Qian Chongling, who among the Lu family could be extinguished? Thus, if annihilation were to occur, so be it, after all. Such occurrences are commonplace in this world, happening with alarming regularity. The rise and fall of small clans are countless, and it is precisely this phenomenon that has rendered the upper three sects unchanged over the millennia. Even as the lower four sects occasionally find themselves supplanted by newly emerging families, the sky is vast and clear, illuminated by the brilliant sun. Qian Chongling gazed at the eternal sun high in the sky, basking in its warm embrace as he strolled out of the western gate of Longxing City. Esteemed benefactor, please stay a moment. A gentle feminine voice called from behind him. It was the couple, Feng Yuhan and Xiaohua. Ah, it is you. Although Qian Chongling had long noticed their presence and understood their intentions, he chose not to reveal his awareness. I am Xiaohua, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude for saving both my wife and me. With that, the couple bent their knees, and Xiaohua's head bowed heavily to the ground. Observing Xiaohua's actions, Qian Chongling made no move to stop them. He believed in the principle of repaying kindness with kindness, and while he did not seek acknowledgement for his deeds, he found this gesture of gratitude acceptable, were it not for his fortunate encounter in this place. As Xiaohua and Lu Yuan had mentioned, they would undoubtedly have met a grim fate, and Feng Yuhan would have suffered untold horrors. After a brief moment, Qian Chongling stepped forward to assist them in rising. Act according to your hearts. There is no need for such formalities. May I inquire your esteemed name, benefactor? My wife and I would surely honor you by establishing a longevity tablet in your name, offering daily tributes, Xiaohua inquired after they regained their feet. There is no need for such tributes. I am Qian Chongling, he replied. Such a title is too grand for us. We shall henceforth refer to you as Old Master Qian. The couple sighed in relief upon hearing that Qian Chongling had no objections. However, upon hearing the name Xiaohua, Qian Chongling seemed to recall something and asked, Young man, your name is Xiaohua, is it not? Indeed, I am called Xiaohua. Do you have a brother named Xiaoyan, residing in Wutan City? A smile graced Qian Chongling's lips as he inquired cheerfully. Regrettably, Xiaohua was neither a traveler from another world nor possessed any extraordinary abilities, and thus he was oblivious to Qian Chongling's meaning. He looked bewildered and responded, I am the eldest son in my family, with 2 younger sisters and a brother, but none are named Xiaoyan. After a pause, he continued, My family resides in Saint Soul Village within the Fasnuo province of the southwest of the Tiando Empire. Are you searching for someone named Xiaoyan? Not at all. Now it was Qian Chongling's turn to be taken aback. Could it be mere coincidence that the place of residence of the person he had inadvertently saved was the same as his destination on this journey across the continent? The first destination of Qian Chongling is the so-called Holy Soul Village, which will later be known as the Spirit Soul Village, the birthplace of the malevolent forces that plague this continent, particularly the growth of the notorious Sangugu. However, whether this Holy Soul Village is indeed the same as that one remains a topic for debate, as the Douluo continent is replete with such names, including numerous villages like Emperor Soul Village and King Soul Village. Ah, Holy Soul Village. Is there a person named Jack residing in your village? Qian Chongling inquired of Xiaohua. In the original timeline, after a yin sacrifice, Tang Dechue ascended to the rank of title de law, celebrated as the youngest title de law, believed to have retired to Holy Soul Village around the age of 44 or 45. At that time, Jack was already the village chief. 5 years later, Jack appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, suggesting that he must have been over 60 at the time of a yin sacrifice. Approximately the same age as the reclusive title de law, Qian Sunji, who, despite his age, appeared notably youthful. If Qian Sunji became a title de law at 50, advancing a level every 3 years, he would reach level 95 by the age of 62. which is indeed commendable. In other words, if this is indeed that holy soul village, then the so-called old Jack should now be of a similar age to Qian Sunji's great-great-grandson, around 6 or 7 years old. Observing her husband's bewildered expression, Feng Yuhan, with cheeks puffed in frustration, remarked, "Old man, this fool rarely returns home. He is unaware of the recent changes in Holy Soul Village. I vaguely recall that the village chief's grandson is indeed named Jack, and he is 7 years old this year. Unfortunately, he lacks soul power and thus cannot become a soul master." Upon hearing this, Qian Chongling couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed truly fortuitous that this young couple happened to be traveling the same route as him. He then remarked, "It appears there is no mistake. I too am bound for the Holy Soul Village to meet an old friend. Since fate has brought us together, why not travel alongside me?" Naturally, Feng Yuhan and Xiao Hua had nothing further to say. Thus a unique assembly was formed, an elder accompanied by 2 youngsters, a woman and 2 men. Chapter 20. A world where birth surpasses effort 1 year later, in Holy Soul Village. This quaint settlement is but one of the many unremarkable villages on the Douluo continent, hardly comparable to the neighboring Douluo village. Even though a deity once graced this village in a previous timeline, it remains rather ordinary. Aside from its renaming to Spirit Soul Village and the addition of a few more student positions, no significant changes have occurred. At this moment, the annual Martial Soul Awakening Day has once again arrived in Holy Soul Village. Qian Chongling quietly observed from a distant hill. Despite the considerable distance, his prowess allowed him to perceive the events as if they were unfolding right before him. Fortunate yet unfortunate, this Martial Soul Awakening revealed a child with innate soul power of only level 1. The fortunate aspect is that, despite the meager innate soul power, the child can still cultivate and become a soul master, fundamentally transforming his life. The unfortunate aspect, however, is that while Lady Luck may have favored Holy Soul Village this time, there is no guarantee that she will do so again. For this is a world where birth outweighs effort. In this realm, one's reincarnation is a matter of great significance. If you are born into a prestigious lineage, such as that of a major sect, your future is essentially secured. Even someone like Udashi, whose martial soul has mutated and is deemed nearly useless, cannot be considered a counterexample. The reason he is perceived as a failure stems from his incredibly fortunate birth. After all, he is the son of the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Many harbor high hopes for him, anticipating that he will lead his family to greatness. Even if his uncle, Yulomian, scorns him as worthless, it is merely due to Udashi's inability to surpass level 30, which has been a source of profound disappointment. However, from a commoner's perspective, becoming a level 29 soul master is already a cause for immense pride and honor. The esteemed Udashu embodies an existence that remains out of reach for many. After all, only a select few can ascend to the status of soul master in this world, which is precisely why this vocation is regarded as the most noble. In this regard, Udashu surpasses the vast majority of individuals in this realm. Should one find themselves reborn into less fortunate circumstances, the only hope lies in the opportunity bestowed by the Spirit Hall, a singular chance that arrives at the age of 6 during the awakening of one's martial soul. The potency of this soul and the levels of soul power will ultimately determine whether one is exalted among the elite, merely average, or even less than a cherished pet. Even if your parents possess a martial soul of lesser quality, one may still hold aspirations for an extraordinary mutation. Take Oscar, for example, who, due to his ancestors' heroic deeds in saving the world, was granted an innate full soul power of the food system. Conversely, even those hailing from prestigious families may find themselves burdened with a useless martial soul. As for Udashu, who has fallen from the heights of greatness to mediocrity, further elaboration is unnecessary. The notion that there are no worthless martial souls, only inept soul masters, is, in Qian Chongling's view, utterly absurd. Without external aids or the luck of being reincarnated into the Qian family and inheriting the 6-winged angel martial soul, Qian Chongling must honestly concede that reaching the rank of title de law would have been beyond their grasp, and even the attainment of soul de law remains a subject of debate. Qian Chongling remained oblivious to the absurd theory proposed by the esteemed Udashi in the original timeline. Was this theory not insinuating that the inability to surpass level 30 was not a shortcoming of Luo Sanpao, but rather a reflection of Udashi's own inadequacy? Thus, in a world where everything is predominantly determined by one's lineage, and where one cannot dictate their own birth, the only hope lies with the Spirit Hall, which offers a second chance, an opportunity for free awakening of martial spirits, a chance to become a soul master, free from the exploitation of the aristocracy. The Tiando Empire and the Starluo Empire do not assist commoners in awakening their martial spirits out of disregard for soul masters. On the contrary, their excessive reverence for soul masters breeds trepidation. The interests of the imperial royalty and the nobility are aligned, both deriving benefits from the oppression of the common folk. After all, it is utterly unrealistic to expect the nobility to toil, engage in commerce, or labor. Soul masters possess the potential for resistance. They are not mere subjects to be oppressed at will by the royalty and nobility. Should an abundance of soul masters arise among the commoners, it would undoubtedly undermine their very foundation. Consequently, the Spirit Hall, which provides free awakenings to commoners, has become a sanctum in the eyes of soul masters. Approximately 60% of soul masters on the continent fall under the influence of the Spirit Hall, and within that, 90% are derived from commoner soul masters, classified as low-ranking soul masters. As the principal antagonistic faction in the original timeline, the Spirit Hall represents the interests of soul masters. Even though many branch leaders within the Spirit Hall may oppress the populace and conspire with the aristocracy, the reality is that the adult world is not a dichotomy of black and white, but a mosaic of complexities. Every powerful force cannot be as pristine as it appears on the surface. Is the esteemed Haotian sect truly devoid of any wrongdoing against the commoners? And the two empires need no further mention. Even within the morally ambiguous Spirit Hall, it still affords commoners a chance. Whether this gesture is intentional or not remains uncertain. In the original timeline, the three factions, along with the upper three sects and the two great empires, obliterated the Spirit Hall, extinguishing the sole hope of the common people. Without the Spirit Hall to awaken martial spirits for free, commoners would have to pay aristocrats for their awakening, leading to a waste of money and further exacerbating their already precarious existence. If they managed to become soul masters, would the nobility allow them to escape their exploitation? Naturally, that is not a possibility. The inevitable outcome is servitude to the nobility, continuing to be oppressed until death. Tangmen, it is time to awaken from slumber. A mere purveyor of concealed weapons, appearing as a righteous organization, its utmost contribution is to donate some funds and establish a school. In a world where everyone gets along, with doors left unlocked and no theft, who would buy the hidden weapons it produces? Is the entire Tangmen expected to subsist on the winds of the Northwest? Much like an arms dealer, would it choose to profit from war or aspire for world peace, only to starve to death? Suddenly, Qian Chongling recalled the benevolent and upright god of order, Sangu, and the actions he would take in the original timeline, particularly the destruction of his cherished Spirit Hall. A surge of resentment towards Sangu intensified within him, and he murmured, Sangu, in the Douluo continent, there may be an abundance of things, but tickets to hell are plentiful, and they are one way. Just then, a gentle voice broke through his thoughts. It was Feng Yuhan, clad in simple attire, with a noticeable belly that appeared to be 4 or 5 months along, supporting her waist with one hand. She climbed the small hill with some effort and called out to Qian Chongling at the summit. During their journey to the Holy Soul Village, the three had traveled together for over half a month, gradually familiarizing themselves with one another. Feng Yuhan and Xiaohua slowly set aside their fear of the title Douluo, although their respect for him remained unwavering. After arriving at the Holy Soul Village, with the assistance of Feng Yuhan and Xiaohua, Qian Chongling constructed a small house next to theirs, earning him the moniker of the Old Qian next door. Over the past year, Feng Yuhan and Xiaohua frequently invited Qian Chongling over for meals. Though the fare was simple, he found it quite palatable, underscoring Feng Yuhan's impressive culinary skills. Most importantly, the child growing within Feng Yuhan was not Qian Chongling's. It was the result of Xiaohua's diligent efforts. For old Qian next door was not akin to old Wang next door. Little Feng, I must speak frankly, with your condition, you should be resting rather than wandering about. Xiaohua truly deserves a reprimand for his lack of consideration for you, Qian Chongling remarked with a warm smile upon seeing Feng Yuhan. She returned his smile. The old gentleman enjoys jesting. I am a soul master. After all, my constitution is not so fragile. Yet, a soul master must take care of themselves. Qian Chongling chuckled in response. Ah, by the way, old sir, the 220,000-year-old soft-bone rabbits you hunted some days ago have been stewed to perfect tenderness. Feng Yuhan recalled, realizing she had come to invite him for dinner. Indeed, let us go? It has been far too long since I savored soul beasts of such age. Upon hearing that the rabbit meat had been stewed to perfection, Qian Chongling swiftly made his way forward, while Feng Yuhan smiled silently. During their time together, they had come to understand that the old gentleman had a singular passion: food. He relished everything from creatures that swam in the sea, soared through the sky, to those that climbed trees, with a particular fondness for the more aged varieties. In his words, there was no distinction between soul beasts and wild beasts. Both were merely sustenance. The only difference being that soul beasts possessed additional soul rings and occasionally yielded soul bones. Not to mention, in her household, there resided an ancient black water snake and a 12,000-year-old patterned black tiger, both eagerly awaiting their turn in a thrilling contest. Chapter 21. The Awakening of the Martial Soul 6 years later, in the Holy Soul Village at the Martial Soul Hall. Thanks to Qian Chongling's vigorous development of the Martial Soul Hall's economy, the majority of the village's halls across the continent underwent renovations. Thus, the Martial Soul Hall in Holy Soul Village was no longer the dilapidated wooden shack from the original narrative. It was constructed from jade-white rock, exuding a semblance of grandeur. Jack's grandfather, Grandmaster Jack, stood outside the village surrounded by a group of children. He first patted the son of Xiaohua, a level 27 great soul master in the village, who was 6-year-old Xiao Yan, and kindly reassured him, "Do not worry, child, your parents are both soul masters, and it is highly likely that you will inherit their talents." "Grandfather, I am not anxious," Xiao Yan replied, though inwardly, he felt a flutter of apprehension, for he was merely a 6-year-old child. "Hee, brother Xiao Yan, both uncle and aunt possess martial souls, so surely you will have one too. Rest assured." Upon reflection, Xiao Yan agreed. Martial souls were typically determined by one's biological parents, often passed down through generations. In essence, dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes, and a mouse's offspring will dig holes. Therefore, for those villagers nearby, if one were to traverse souls, it was likely they would inherit the martial soul of their parents from the Douluo continent. Conversely, if one were to transmigrate, they would inherit the martial soul of their original world's parents, which meant they might possess no martial soul at all. Dreaming of awakening a chaos blue lotus, Pengu axe, or Taiji diagram was best left for a restful slumber. Of course, if one were to rely on their immense strength to shatter the barriers of the world, that would be an entirely different matter. All right, come with me now. When we meet Master Zhanhuan, do not fear, but also refrain from speaking too much. We must not provoke his patience. Aside from the village chief, Jesher, and the 8 gathered children, there was an elderly man within the spirit hall. He appeared to be in his 90s, with hair as white as snow. Yet his face retained a youthful demeanor. Clad in a flowing black robe, he exuded an aura of benevolence. Unlike the usual awakening facilitators, this elder bore no insignia indicative of his spirit master rank upon his attire. Those like Jesher, who were somewhat familiar with spirit masters, understood that typically a badge would be worn on the left chest. The number of interwoven symbols representing the rank of the spirit master. A longsword symbol would signify that the individual was a battle spirit master from a branch of the spirit hall. However, Jesher refrained from voicing any inquiries regarding this matter, for the elderly man had overseen spirit awakenings for several years, and he possessed credentials from the spirit hall branch. Perhaps he was of a higher tier of spirit master, thus not requiring a badge, Jesher mused. "Greetings, esteemed spirit master. I must trouble you this time," the venerable Jesher said, bowing respectfully to the elder. The elder smiled gently. "No worries. Let us begin promptly." Jesher addressed the children. "Children, this esteemed spirit master will guide you in awakening your own spirit. You must cooperate well with him. Your grandpa looks forward to seeing you become spirit masters and bring glory to our holy soul village." Upon finishing his words, Jesher stepped outside the spirit hall, adhering to the elder's custom of not allowing anyone to observe. The elder regarded the 8 children with a calm gaze. Having spent the past few years idly, he had taken on this task at the Spirit Hall branch in Nodding City, familiarizing himself with the entire process over the years. He instructed the children, "Stand in a line, please." The 9 children arranged themselves before the elder, with Xiao Yan positioned at the end due to his stature and robust build compared to his peers. The elder spoke softly, "I am Qian Chongling. You may call me Grandpa Qian. Now, I shall awaken each of your spirits one by one." With that, Qian Chongling brushed his left hand across the ring-shaped spirit guidance device on his right index finger. The device emitted a soft glow, revealing 2 items, 6 dark, spherical stones and a shimmering blue crystal orb, which appeared on the table. Qian Chongling arranged 6 black stones on the ground to form a hexagon, then gestured for the first child on the right to stand within it. Do not be afraid. First, close your eyes. Allow yourself to feel deeply, he instructed. As he spoke, a sudden brilliance ignited in Qian Chongling's eyes. Amidst the astonished gazes of the children, he uttered a commanding phrase, Chaos Angel, embody. Instantly, a dark purple radiance enveloped Qian Chongling. Qian Chongling's hair, originally a pristine white, transformed instantaneously into a vibrant purple under the embrace of the violet light. 8 wings, one pair a pearlescent white and the other a deep ebony, unfurled from his back. His obsidian eyes shifted to a soft lavender hue, while 9 soul rings, 4 black and 5 crimson, hovered rhythmically around him. The boy, positioned amidst 6 obsidian stones, gazed in awe at Qian Chongling's metamorphosis and exclaimed, "Is the old man an angel?" Qian Chongling smiled gently and remarked, "This is a martial soul. If any of you were to become a soul master in the future, you too would wield the same abilities." Qian Chongling lightly tapped his finger, and a delicate lavender light emanated from his fingertip, infusing the black stone beneath with its glow. Soon, a radiant golden barrier materialized, enveloping the boy. Streams of golden light incessantly surged from the black stone into the boy's body, causing him to tremble slightly, perhaps due to the influx of this luminous energy. "Extend your right hand," Qian Chongling intoned, his lavender eyes flickering with a hint of crimson. His words seemed to carry an enigmatic power, rendering the boy's gaze somewhat vacant as he instinctively extended his right hand. Instantly, golden light surged wildly around his palm, and a scythe appeared within his grasp. As the golden glow gradually receded, the boy, now awakened, gazed in astonishment at the small scythe in his hand. Feeling a sense of bewilderment within, Qian Chongling softly remarked, "Your martial soul is a scythe, which can barely be classified as a weapon martial soul. Let us test your soul power. If you possess soul power, you may become a soul master." "Grandfather Qian, what should I do?" the boy timidly inquired. Qian Chongling calmly instructed, "Reclaim your martial spirit using your mind. In the future, you may summon it again through the same mental call." Perhaps due to the recent awakening of the martial spirit and the child's lack of proficiency, it took him quite some time to retract the scythe from his grasp. Meanwhile, Qian Chongling presented a blue crystal sphere before him and said, "Place your hand upon the crystal sphere." The boy nodded and gently placed his delicate palm atop the orb. After a brief moment, the sphere remained unresponsive. Observing this, Qian Chongling stated softly, "Without soul power, one cannot become a soul master. Please step aside to rest." In the 22nd chapter, the stabilizing needle? No, it is the Qimei staff. Martial spirit of the Ho. Without soul power, one cannot become a soul master. Martial spirit of the blue silver grass. Without soul power, one cannot become a soul master. Martial spirit of the scythe. Without soul power, one cannot become a soul master. Martial spirit of the rolling pin. First level soul power. One may become a soul master. Before long, it was the turn of the 7th child, the last one before Xiaoyan, who was the girl that affectionately called him brother. Golden specks of light coalesced, and this time, a transformation occurred. A small tuft of green grass emerged in the girl's palm, gently swaying. The green leaf grass, one of the common plants, is known for its tenacity and has certain disinfectant properties. To some extent, it may serve as a means for healing soul masters, contingent upon the presence of soul power. As Qian Chongling spoke, he followed the procedure and presented the azure crystal sphere to the girl. To his astonishment, she possessed a soul power of 2 levels. Given that green leaf grass and blue silver grass are considered the most commonplace and often deemed inferior martial spirits, it indicated that the girl must have consumed some rare herbs or treasures, which are seldom found among common folk. Such opportunities are typically afforded only to children from small villages. Those born in remote areas often engage in foraging for bird nests or capturing small insects, daring to consume whatever they stumble upon, regardless of its origin. Perhaps this girl had ingested an unknown fruit or herb, thereby enhancing her innate talent. When it was Xiaoyan's turn, after observing for a considerable time, he understood instinctively, without needing Qian Chongling's guidance, to position himself at the center of the 6 black stones. As Qian Chongling infused his soul power, a golden radiance illuminated once more. Xiaoyan's right hand successfully coalesced his martial spirit, which manifested as a small wooden stick adorned with hoop-like ends at both the head and tail. Upon witnessing Xiaoyan's martial spirit, Qian Chongling instinctively recalled a legendary figure, a monk with a monkey-like visage, whose weapon was similarly utilized by both monk and monkey. In the legends of Blue Star, it resembled the Dinghai Shinjin, also known as the golden cudgel wielded by Dugu to control the waters. However, while the Dinghai Shinjin was crafted from divine materials that were neither metal nor iron, this martial spirit was evidently a wooden stick. Could it be a significantly weakened variant of the golden cudgel? Intrigued, Qian Chongling could not help but inquire, "Xiaoyan, what is the nature of your martial spirit?" Xiaoyan sensed his martial spirit and replied, "It's the Qi Mei stick, an evolved form of a rolling pin." The contemplative expression on Qian Chongling's face vanished, and it became evident that the desire for the sea-calming needle could only manifest in dreams. Xiao Hua and Feng Yuhan possessed martial souls represented by a rolling pin and blue-silver grass, respectively, while Xiaoyan's martial soul was likely a similar variant, although the rolling pin had undergone a mutation, evolving positively into a Qimei stick. However, if it were indeed the sea-calming needle, one might presume that the mutation would ultimately fail, given Xiaoyan's inadequate foundation. After all, a certain theoretical master, who incessantly proclaimed that there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters, serves as a living testament to this notion. The yet-to-be-born Udashu, with his pig 3 cannons, was a failed mutation from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus to the golden Saint Dragon. As the primary heir of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan, he undoubtedly enjoyed the finest sustenance from a young age, yet even Udashu failed in his transformation to the golden Saint Dragon. It is hardly surprising, then, that Xiaoyan, whose foundation is even weaker than Udashu's, would find the aspiration to mutate into the sea-calming needle confined to the realm of dreams. Qian Chongling suppressed a smile and calmly remarked, "I initially thought it was the legendary formidable waste martial soul, the Rui Jingu Bang." After a brief pause, he continued, "A mutated one is certainly better than a mere rolling pin." Xiao Yin and Lin Suner chuckled, laughingly saying, "Grandpa has begun again. How could a waste martial soul be formidable, and how could something formidable be classified as a waste martial soul?" Qian Chongling spoke with profound significance. A martial spirit that initially weighs an astonishing 80,000 pounds, with each increment of 10 levels in soul power causing its weight to multiply tenfold. What adversary could withstand a single strike, reducing them to mere pulp? Is this martial spirit not formidable? Yet, its immense weight renders it virtually unusable by anyone, thus relegating it to the status of an overwhelmingly powerful but ultimately useless martial spirit. Xiao Yin and Lin Suner exchanged glances, retorting, "We have no faith in your dubious claims, you cunning old man." "Very well, Xiao Yin, let us assess your soul power," Qian Chongling declared. Approaching Xiao Yin with a crystal ball in hand, Qian Chongling stood before Xiao Yin, cradling a crystal ball with a radiant smile. As Xiao Yin placed his hand upon it, a brilliant light erupted from the crystal sphere, momentarily casting a pearlescent glow upon Xiao Yan's youthful face. "Well done. Your soul power is at the innate level 4. The daily task is complete." At that moment, Qian Chongling pushed open the grand doors of the Spirit Awakening Hall and called out to the elderly figure waiting outside. Jie. The elder, Jie, approached with a look of anxious anticipation. "Esteemed soul master, is there anyone from our village capable of becoming a soul master this year?" In the realm of children this year, 3 possess soul power, classified as level 1, level 2, and level 4, albeit their martial spirits are somewhat lacking. Level 4, could it possibly be associated with Xiao? Upon hearing this, Jie was overwhelmed with elation. Although the martial spirits might be subpar due to environmental factors, possessing a level 4 soul power is indeed remarkable. Without a doubt, one could confidently anticipate the emergence of soul masters. Reflecting on the fact that today, in Shanghun village, 3 soul masters could arise, old Jie beamed with joy. It is worth noting that even with merely half a level of soul power, one could essentially become a soul master, albeit with a lower ceiling, akin to a certain future man of dubious character at level 29. Indeed, I shall take my leave now to report to Nodding City. Qian Chongling merely smiled, for to an ordinary individual, becoming a soul master indeed signifies a transformative shift in one's destiny. He had no intention of dampening Jie's joy. The old Jie hurriedly approached, bidding farewell to Qian Chongling with customary pleasantries. "Esteemed soul master, your efforts are greatly appreciated. Please take this small token with you on your journey." After seeing off Qian Chongling, Jie returned to the Spirit Awakening Hall, where he observed Xiao Yin, Lin Suner, and Zhao Finmin. "Splendid," Splendid, Jieshe remarked, his benevolent visage radiating delight as he gazed upon the trio, whom he had watched grow since childhood. With 3 months remaining until the enrollment at Notting City's Notting Primary Academy, it was noted that their village had but one quota for a working student. However, this was of little consequence, as the elder could secure 2 more quotas from the neighboring Wanghun village and Daihun village. Jieshe's smile remained unwavering as he regarded the 3 children, recalling that Xiaoyan's father, Xiaohua, had some savings, which might render the 3 quotas unnecessary. Sooner, Fenyan, you 2 should return home. I will go inform Xiaohua, he instructed. Understood, grandfather village chief, the 3 replied obediently. With that, Jieshe led Xiaoyan outside, heading towards Xiaohua's residence. Chapter 23. The source of evil. In the northeastern corner of the village stood a modest 4-room dwelling, Xiaoyan's home, while adjacent to it was the solitary building that belonged to Qian Chongling. As Jieshe approached the door, he knocked and casually inquired, Xiaohua, are you home? This question was somewhat redundant, for in the Douluo continent, the awakening of a martial soul at the tender age of 6 was of far greater significance to the elders than the college entrance examinations in Blue Star. After all, if one did not excel in the latter, there remained alternative paths. However, the distinction between becoming a soul master and not was as vast as heaven and earth. Thus, any sensible elder would be eagerly awaiting at home, likely preparing a sumptuous feast. Indeed, at that moment, a voice resonated from within, followed by the emergence of a figure. Clad in simple attire, the woman possessed a slender frame and graceful demeanor. Despite nearing 40, time had left her but few marks, instead enhancing her allure. Upon seeing this beautiful woman, Xiaoyan immediately exclaimed, Mother. Feng Yuhan smiled radiantly, her gaze shifting to the village chief and her child. Village chief, it is a pleasure to see you. Have the children completed their martial soul awakenings? Jieshe replied with a smile, Indeed, they have all awakened. Feng Yuhan inquired, and what were the results? It would be disingenuous for her to claim indifference towards the village. The more soul masters that emerged from their community, the brighter their prospects for development. This time, 3 children have awakened their soul power, and your little Yan has even attained a remarkable innate level 4 soul power. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuhan's eyes sparkled with delight. She was not surprised that her child, Xiaoyan, had become a soul master. After all, both she and Xiaohua were soul masters, so the probability of their offspring following suit was quite significant. However, discovering that he possessed innate soul power at level 4 was somewhat unexpected. In her eyes, such a level of innate soul power was quite remarkable, and it seemed likely that he would eventually attain the rank of a soul king. How wonderful. My apologies, I got a bit carried away with joy. Village chief, please come in, she said warmly. After exchanging pleasantries, Feng Yuhan invited Jieshe into the house. The interior was rather simple, furnished with an octagonal table, a few wooden stools, and a spacious cooking stove, from which a tantalizing aroma wafted as something simmered in an iron pot. A robust man in his 40s, clad in gray, upon seeing Feng Yuhan and Jieshe enter, hastily set aside the half-peeled bamboo shoots he was holding and stood up to greet them. Village chief, what brings you here? Haha, surely you haven't forgotten what day it is? Your son Xiao Yan has awakened a mutated martial soul with innate soul power at level 4. He is destined for greatness. Jieshe exclaimed. Xiaohua, upon hearing this joyous news, was momentarily struck dumb, at a loss for words, though his expression betrayed his immense excitement. Xiaoyan has promising potential, and I plan to send him to the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City for his studies. Jieshe stated plainly, laying bare his intentions. However, Xiaohua's reaction was not what Jieshe had anticipated. His face reflected a mix of hope and apprehension. I need to think it over, Xiaohua replied, his expression troubled. What did you say? Jieshe exclaimed, incredulous. This is an opportunity to become a soul master. Only by becoming a soul master can one seize their own destiny. It is rare for Xiaoyan to possess the qualifications to become a soul master. He should seize the chance to study at the Notting Academy. And you say you need to consider it? Let me put it this way, village chief. I will give you a response in a few days. The Notting Academy's opening is still some time away, Xiaohua said. Very well. I will notify the other 2 families. I hope you do not disappoint me in a few days, Jieshe said, turning to leave. Once Jieshe had walked away, Feng Yuhan looked at her husband with confusion. Darling, attending the Notting Soul Master Academy is the only option. Why do you need to think it over? Xiaohua hesitated before responding. The Notting Soul Master Academy is indeed commendable, but it pales in comparison to the title Douluo. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuhan understood her husband's concerns, as there was indeed a title Douluo living next door. Why seek distant dreams when the opportunity was so close? If they were to send Xiaoyan directly to the Junior Soulmaster Academy without even consulting Qian Chongling, would it not imply that the teachings of the title Douluo were inferior to those of a mere junior academy? Although the couple believed that Qian Chongling would not entertain such thoughts, it was essential to inquire about his willingness to guide Xiaoyan. That was a different matter altogether and could not be generalized. This illustrates the rigid class structure within the world, compared to other high-ranking soul masters who recklessly take lives. Qian Chongling is relatively approachable. However, at times, the couple still felt more trepidation than respect towards him. Time flew by, and soon 7 days had passed. On this day, a three-ringed soul master from the Wuhuan Palace's branch in Nodding City knocked on the door of the Xiao family. Upon realizing it was an attendant from the Wuhuan Palace, they hurriedly welcomed him inside. The soul master was direct, revealing his purpose without delay. He opened the package he had been carrying, which contained a letter. A set of Wuhuan Palace attendant attire, a crystal ball, and 6 black stones. Master Qian has been away from home for several years and returned a few days ago. This letter is for you. Once you read it, you will understand. From now on, you, Xiaohua, will be responsible for the soul awakening in several nearby villages. Please report to the Wuhuan branch in Nodding City as soon as possible. The soul master was succinct, delivering his message with but a few words before departing. Xiaohua and Feng Yuhan were momentarily taken aback, not even realizing when the soul master had left. After a while, Feng Yuhan opened the letter. Its contents were brief, consisting of only a few sentences. Xiaofeng. Xiaohua, I have traveled this land for several years. It is time for me to return home. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future. Signed, Qian Chongling. After reading, both Xiaohua and Feng Yuhan sighed, acknowledging the inevitable separations in life, then bowed respectfully towards the distance. Subsequently, Xiaohua sought out the village chief, Jiesher, to arrange for Xiaoyan's enrollment at the Nodding Junior Soulmaster Academy. 3 months later, under Chief Jiesher's guidance, Xiaoyan, Lin Suner, and Zhaofen set out for the Nodding Junior Soulmaster Academy, commencing their initial journey as soulmasters. The reason behind Qian Chongling's departure at this time was that he had completed the first assessment of his Chaos 9 trials, to reside at the future source of evil for 5 years. Initially, Qian Chongling had not anticipated that the so-called future source of evil would be Holy Spirit Village. He believed it would be the city of slaughter. However, a neighbor had given him a timely reminder. The neighbor again recommended Douluo 234 to him. However, this time, the more discerning Qian Chongling opted to peruse the reviews before proceeding to watch it. Douluo 2. Evil soul masters wreak havoc. Countless humans perish at their hands. A certain father-in-law repeatedly killed and resurrected his prospective son-in-law, engaging in this morbid cycle countless times. Ultimately, he transformed this promising young man into a mere fool. In the world of Douluo, a certain divine enforcer contributed significantly to the invasion of the Abyss, effectively having the population as part of the continent's family planning initiative. Thus, in the future Douluo realm, should anyone uncover the identity behind these actions, they would likely wish for this individual to swiftly ascend into the heavens. Consequently, the so-called source of evil must undoubtedly be the triumvirate, and this individual's residence would surely be Saint Spirit Village. Chapter 24. Stardo Forest 1 year later. In the Stardo Forest, Qian Chongling walked slowly and deliberately through the forest, having arrived in this vast expanse 2 days prior. He had visited the Stardo Forest on multiple occasions, yet each visit unveiled the boundless grandeur of this place. According to the continent's map, the Stardo Forest spans the territories of 2 great empires and has historically been the birthplace of numerous soul beasts. It harbors the greatest variety of soul beasts among all the forests, covering an extensive area. The more profound one's strength, the farther one can traverse within the Stardo Forest. The forest is categorized into 3 zones: the outer region, the inner ring, and the core area. The outer region primarily accommodates soul beasts under 10,000 years of age, while the inner ring is home to those exceeding that age. Beneath the life lake of the core area lies the resting place of the Silver Dragon King, Yuna. As Qian Chongling navigated through a dense thicket, his vision suddenly expanded into a breathtaking scene. His pupils constricted in awe at the indescribable beauty before him. A clear lake enhanced the humidity of the air, mirroring the towering trees surrounding it. The sunlight bathed everything in a crystalline sheen reflected on the water's surface. Beside this captivating vista, An imposing figure squatted silently. It resembled a mountain, its dark fur shimmering faintly in the weak sunlight. Though it was on all fours, its shoulders towered above 7 meters. If it were to stand upright, its height would exceed 15 meters. This was the Titan giant ape, the dominant force of the outer inner region of the Stardo Forest, possessing an impressive cultivation of 100,000 years. On the opposite side, a colossal shadow emerged from the white mist, dwarfing the Titan giant ape. While the Titan giant ape stood a little over 7 meters, this shadow loomed at least 10 meters high, perhaps even 20 meters or more. The shadow took the form of a serpent-like body adorned with massive bull horns and eyes as red as those of the Grim Reaper. A gem-like orb rested on its forehead. This was the formidable sky blue bull python, a soul beast with a cultivation of around 200,000 years, its strength rivaling that of a tidal Douluo above level 95. Lastly, 2 large pink rabbits were engaged in conversation. One stood approximately 15 meters tall, while the other reached about 20 meters, both sporting long pink ears and 3-parted mouths that continuously chewed on something. Their eyes sparkled like rubies in the moonlight. At that moment, the 4 soul beasts were deep in discussion. "Aunt Chinwu, have you truly decided to transform into human form?" inquired the sky blue bull python, its voice resonating as it addressed the relatively taller pink rabbit beside it. "Daming, please do not dissuade me. If I do not transform, the next heavenly tribulation may very well lead to my demise." The delicate bone rabbit danced gracefully as it spoke softly. "Yet, is it truly so tangled? If so, why not allow me to end her life, so that her remains may forever accompany you?" As several soul beasts pondered this, a chilling voice laced with malice reached their ears. The 4 soul beasts turned their vigilant gazes toward the rear of the great tree, for that was where the voice had originated. "Who goes there? Step forth." At that moment, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows, a strikingly handsome young man clad in sleek black attire that accentuated his tall, athletic frame. His strikingly cold and proud visage, coupled with an unmistakably formidable demeanor, left an indelible impression on all who beheld him. What was even more striking was the aura of unwavering confidence he exuded, alongside the palpable, frigid intent to kill. "How dare a human covet the soul ring of the light dance?" roared the Titan great ape, clenching his fist, which was as large as a boulder, and launching it towards Qian Chongling with no intention of holding back. The force of the punch exploded forth, generating a fierce wind that sent Qian Chongling's garments billowing. In the next instant, the air around them surged violently, forming an invisible vortex that enveloped Qian Chongling in its center, relentlessly grinding and compressing him as if a mountain were descending to suppress him. Sensing the immense pressure in the air surrounding him, Qian Chongling offered a faint smile, unhindered by the rapidly swirling wind. He raised his right hand with elegance and lightly pointed forward. With a resounding crack, reminiscent of a balloon bursting, the aura encircling him shattered instantaneously, dispersing into streams of energy that swept outward in all directions, causing the rabbit of light dance's fur to flutter. As their fingers met, the ground beneath them immediately caved in and shattered, fragments of earth flying into the air as a circular shockwave erupted, engulfing the scene in a cloud of dust. Moments later, as the residual waves began to subside, beneath the silvery moonlight and amidst the rising mist, Qian Chongling stood with one hand resting behind him and the other pointed skyward, firmly holding the Titan great ape's fist aloft, preventing it from descending. His posture unyielding and resolute. Qian Chongling smiled gently, then suddenly flicked her fingers. Bang! The air erupted, and before the Titan great ape could react, it was struck, sent hurtling through the air like a colossal projectile, crashing into a large tree with a thunderous roar, causing it to collapse amidst a cloud of dust and falling leaves. As the Titan great ape was launched away by Qian Chongling's strike, the formidable tail of the azure bull python lashed out, wielding an overwhelming force capable of sweeping everything aside. Simultaneously, the python opened its massive jaws, unleashing a gigantic sphere of lightning towards Qian Chongling. This display of power from the azure bull python was nothing short of an all-out assault. Its strength was equivalent to that of a level 96 super Douluo, and with its soul beast physique, it boasted immense physical prowess, such that only a level 97 super Douluo could assuredly defeat it. Qian Chongling's gaze was firmly locked onto the azure bull python, an icy chill penetrating deep into her bones as she slowly raised her right hand. The cold ice palm. With a single strike, a wave of white energy surged forth, instantly striking the azure bull python, enveloping it in an endless cold that seemed capable of freezing all things. Its long, thrashing tail and the lightning sphere were simultaneously encased in a lifelike ice sculpture. The cries of terror from the surrounding inner circle echoed, resonating with the names of Deming and Air Ming. In a mere moment, two soul beasts, each over 100,000 years old, were vanquished without a hint of resistance, leaving the two soft-boned rabbits to fully comprehend Qian Chongling's formidable prowess. Light Dance's eyes reflected despair and fear. Based on their prior encounters with humans, the only fate awaiting them seemed to be the path to death. Chapter 25. Three Great Passions Under the Veil of Night. The silvery moonlight illuminated Light Dance's face as the wind rustled through the thickets. Suddenly, a tremendous dust cloud erupted at the battleground, with waves of force shaking the air, leaves swirling chaotically, and a vast pit emerging in the ground. The Titan great ape lay within, its dark fur drenched in blood, its massive jaws continuously spilling crimson, arms hanging limply, revealing torn muscles and exposed bones. Beside it lay the azure bull python, its serpentine form severed in half, scales nearly all shed, its body marred by horrific frostbite and erosion, lying motionless, its breath shallow and labored. The other two soft-boned rabbits were also coated in dust, their pink fur stained with blood, appearing even more vibrant. Light Dance's crimson eyes fixated on a figure not far away, a young man with cascading black hair, exuding a languid demeanor. What do you intend to do? For over half an hour, the four soul beasts endured Qian Chongling's relentless assault, only to find themselves perplexed by her decision to inflict harm without delivering a fatal blow. In my life, I have three great passions: beautiful women, fine wine, and exquisite cuisine. The flesh of 100,000-year soul beast has piqued my appetite. The four soul beasts were momentarily stunned, then an uncontrollable rage surged through their veins, their fury erupting without restraint. To attack soul beasts of such age, not for the coveted 100,000-year soul ring, but merely for gluttony? They had never witnessed such a disregard for the lives of soul beasts, a coldness akin to that of a devilish human. Perhaps you are strong, but we are capable of self-detonation. If you wish to consume us, you are merely dreaming. Light Dance's eyes darkened momentarily, suddenly flashing with a spark of lightning before returning to darkness, igniting an uncontrollable fury within her. I believe you have misunderstood something. While I may not be able to prevent all four soul beasts from self-destructing simultaneously, one should pose no issue. I can assure you that should a soul beast fail to self-destruct, I shall methodically slice its flesh piece by piece. Qian Chongling spoke coldly, his pitch-black eyes gleaming with a sharp, chilling light as they fixed upon Qinggu, an inexplicable pressure gradually emanating from him. This mysterious weight and intent to kill pressed down upon the four soul beasts like a towering mountain, making them acutely aware that Qian Chongling's words were not mere empty threats. Yet, I am not one to revel in bloodshed. Present me with a rabbit's leg, and I shall spare the lives of your four soul beasts. What say you? Is this not a most advantageous bargain? Observing the four soul beasts, who trembled in silence, Qian Chongling offered a slight smile, though to them, it bore no difference from the smile of a demon. Roar. Do not trust the words of this human, Qinggu. How could the sky blue bull python allow one who once saved it, and whom it regards as an elder, to harm herself for their sake? As a soul beast over 200,000 years old, it harbors countless tales within, and the term human holds an exceedingly extreme significance in its heart. Qian Chongling's expression was devoid of warmth as he took a single step, covering several zhang in an instant, drawing near with remarkable swiftness. With a sharp sound, he unleashed a sweeping kick, resembling a dragon's tail swaying gracefully, distorting the air with its force. This strike landed upon the formidable body of the azure bull python, causing its colossal form to roll uncontrollably across the grass. Yet, this blow was merely a show of restraint from Qian Chongling. Had he unleashed his full power, the azure bull python would have met its demise. A single rabbit leg, or an entire family sent to the depths of hell, such a choice hardly seems difficult, does it? The cold and merciless words of Qian Chongling shattered the already fragile defenses of Qingwu, leaving her utterly desolate. Could she bear witness to the demise of her beloved companions, Deming and Erming, as well as the innocent child, Xiaowu, right before her eyes? The answer was painfully clear. She could not. Moreover, the four of them were now akin to fish on a chopping board, entirely at the mercy of their captors. Thus, her only recourse was to heed the young man's command, hoping that he would remain true to his word. I promise you. With those words, the old rabbit prepared to detach its hind leg, only to be halted by Qian Chongling. The reason was simple. Qian Chongling believed it better to procure the ingredients himself, ensuring the preservation of their exquisite flavor. In a flash, the soul guide in his right hand glimmered with light, revealing a large chef's knife, approximately 1 meter in length, sheathed in leather. As he removed the sheath and grasped the handle, a sense of familiarity surged through his right arm, a testament to his divine culinary skills. Before the old rabbit could react, a silvery blade flashed in the moonlight, vanishing almost instantaneously. A faint crack echoed as the rabbit's front right leg was severed in that brief moment. Qian Chongling, quick as lightning, secured it within the soul guide. It was only then that the old rabbit emitted a pained cry. Indeed, it was proven that with sufficient speed, one could dismember before the nerves even registered the pain. Qingwu. The voices of De Ming and Er Ming were not cries of sorrow, but rather a choked sound, struggling to suppress their grief. Yet the effort to contain their sorrow only led to a fit of coughing, which burst forth into a wailing lament. Akin to a bird on the brink of death in a frigid winter night, its cries echoing with desolation. Despite the heart-wrenching sobs of De Ming and Er Ming, Qian Chongling remained unfazed, his heart betraying no sign of turmoil. The consumption of soul beasts was a commonplace occurrence. Beasts of 100 years, 1,000 years. Even those of 100,000 years were all fair game, merely differing in rarity. 100,000-year soul beast was akin to a protected species on Blue Star, where consuming such rare animals would lead to dire consequences. Yet, on Douluo continent, no such repercussions existed. Having achieved his objective, Qian Chongling contemplated departing to a suitable location to properly prepare this exquisite ingredient. However, the words of De Ming halted him in his tracks. Who exactly are you? Qian Chongling gazed at the eyes of De Ming, filled with hatred and fury, and could not help but smile faintly. I am the Pope of the Spirit Hall, he began, pausing momentarily as if reconsidering his words. To be precise, I am the 7th Pope of the Spirit Hall. He continued, if you seek revenge, you are always welcome to find me. Of course, next time, it may not merely be a matter of losing a leg. The taste of spicy rabbit heads seems rather delightful. With that, Qian Chongling's figure gradually dissipated before the 4 spirit beasts, leaving behind only the sight of them tending to their wounds. After a long silence, the most simple-minded Titan giant ape suddenly inquired, why did that man claim to be the 7th Pope of the Spirit Hall? The more knowledgeable blue bull python responded, I recall a human spirit master I encountered 1,300 years ago mentioning that the Pope of the Spirit Hall in his era was named Qian Chongling. As his words fell, the 4 spirit beasts felt as if a flock of crows had flown overhead, almost as if they were being scolded. They had never encountered a human who could live for over 1,300 years. That was a privilege reserved for spirit beasts. In other words, they had been misled, completely unaware of who their enemy truly was. Chapter 26. The leg of the stray rabbit. As night descended, the cacophony of various spirit beasts gradually faded away, rendering the Stardo Forest surprisingly tranquil. The nighttime in Stardo Forest is often more perilous than during the day, as many predators prowl under the veil of darkness, often leading one unknowingly into the embrace of death while they slumber. Thus, once night falls, traces of human presence are virtually non-existent. However, at this moment, a young man clad in black was unusually strolling leisurely through the night, as if ambling through a tranquil garden. Suddenly, the young man came to a halt. First, he retrieved a black tent from his spirit guiding device, skillfully setting it up. Next, he produced a long jade table, several meters in length and 1.5 meters high, along with various containers filled with small granules. The tent served as a resting place. But what purpose did the long table and these containers serve? The answer soon revealed itself as a small leg, adorned with pink fur, emerged from the spirit guiding device. The crimson flesh visible at the severed end hinted at the meat's firmness and the sheen of its fat, demonstrating impeccable standards of butchering and preservation. Merely the sight of the whole piece of raw meat hanging there stirred a burgeoning appetite. The young man's technique was rather conventional. He boiled water to scald the skin. In no time, through a series of methods, the small leg was skinned and deboned, leaving only the vibrant red meat. However, he did not proceed to cook it immediately. Instead, he spread the rabbit leg on the jade table, laying a nearly transparent soft cloth beneath it. Then, he retrieved a heavy hammer, poised over the rabbit leg, and brought it crashing down. Bang, bang, bang. The somber echoes reverberated through the starlit forest on that night. Had a master chef been present, he would have known that the sound was that of rabbit leg meat being tenderized, allowing the internal fibers to break down. Such preparation results in a dish that is far more succulent and flavorful. It is essential to recognize that the meat of a 100,000-year soul beast differs greatly from ordinary meat. The latter can be pounded with a knife's back or a rolling pin, whereas the former necessitates more forceful methods. On the long, white jade table, an array of bottles and jars were laid out, some containing dried spices yet to be ground, while others had already been pulverized. Qian Chongling, having ceased the rhythmic pounding of the rabbit leg, picked up a small vial and inhaled its contents, nodding in satisfaction. The quality of these spices, gifted for signing in, was indeed commendable. With this reassurance, he proceeded. Extracting a stove from his soul guide, he ignited it and placed a pot of water atop. He then retrieved a spice jar to concoct the seasoning, pouring its contents into the pot. Within moments, the water heated, and Qian Chongling stirred the aromatic mixture with chopsticks, the rich fragrance wafting through the air like a tangible essence. Next, he took a small bowl, combining the spiced water with the yellow clay obtained from the soul guide. Mixing it thoroughly, he then wrapped the rabbit meat first in plastic wrap, followed by a layer of lotus leaves, binding it tightly with string, and finally covering it in the yellow clay. Only the final step remained. Qian Chongling carefully arranged several bundles of premium fruitwood into a pyramid shape, placing the clay-coated rabbit meat within the hollow section. With everything prepared, he snapped his fingers, and a flame appeared at his fingertip, igniting the wood. The flames roared to life, ascending like a fiery dragon into the sky, casting a crimson glow upon Qian Chongling's face. As an hour passed, the wood burned down nearly to ashes, many pieces transformed into glowing charcoal. However, the dish was not yet complete. Qian Chongling was acutely aware that mastery in culinary arts is not so easily attained. Suddenly, a faint crackle caught his attention. The outer clay shell began to flake away. After 15 minutes, a slight smile graced his lips as he retrieved a fire stick he had set aside, stepping forward to stir the still smoldering charcoal. Unearthing a sphere with crumbling clay skin, which he placed on the table. Having invested considerable time into this creation, Qian Chongling disregarded any ceremonial pretense. Seizing a small hammer and, aiming at the clay mass on the table, he struck it gently. With a crisp sound resembling the cracking of an eggshell, fissures swiftly spread from the point of impact across the entire sphere. He prepared for a second strike. With a resounding crack, Qian Chongling intensified her strength, bringing down her hammer with force. The already fissured clump of clay shattered instantly, causing the outer two layers of ordinary yellow mud to peel away, revealing the darker soil within. At that moment, an enticing aroma began to waft through the air, prompting Qian Chongling to swallow involuntarily. The third strike, Qian Chongling struck down with vigor, shattering the yellow clay shell. With a small knife held firmly in his left hand, he deftly sliced through the inner layer of the lotus leaf, severing the cords that bound it. Instantly, the leaf unfurled, resembling a blooming lotus. At that moment, an enticing fragrance wafted through the air, so palpable that even Qian Chongling felt as though he were intoxicated by some delightful essence. Gazing at the vividly orange rabbit meat, resembling flames, Qian Chongling reached out and grasped it eagerly. As he took a bite, a gentle expression washed over his face. The delightful crunch echoed as he savored the flavor, clearly the result of cooking the beggar's rabbit leg with fruitwood charcoal and spices, an indulgence that was utterly irresistible. Before he realized it, he had devoured the entire rabbit leg, licking his lips in satisfaction. He then retrieved a bottle of green plum wine from his soul guide device and began to sip leisurely. His journey to the Stardo Forest was prompted by the second trial of the chaos examination, which required him to venture to the source of evil and consume any part of its body. Upon first encountering the trial's requirements, Qian Chongling had recoiled. He had never contemplated the idea of consuming a human being, never in the past, nor in the present, and certainly not in the future. However, given the significance of the divine trial, the astute Qian Chongling began to strategize. Drawing from his previous experiences in Saint Soul Village, he understood that the so-called source of evil pertained to the three cuts. What, then, was this second source of evil? Was it the sea god or the Shura god who conferred divine status upon Tang San? No, it was not. The Shura god did not instigate the Abyss's invasion, implying that the Shura and sea gods were merely arms dealers to the murderers. While they bore some responsibility, the true source did not lie with them. So, who empowered Tang San? If the Abyss's invasion faltered, what would ensue? The The answer lay with the Tang family's 5 divine kings. The son-in-law, the emotion god king. The son, the destruction god king. The daughter-in-law, the life god king. And the grandson, who inherited the dragon god position. Thus, the answer became clear. If one were to lose their sons, daughters-in-law, daughters, and grandsons, would one dare to play such dangerous games? Qian Chongling surmised that they would not. For this individual was notably cowardly in times of weakness. Therefore, the essence of the second trial in the chaos examination was, in fact, to consume a part of any one of 2 rabbits. After all, without the ancient rabbits, one could not hope for descendants. Without the elder rabbits, there would be no ancient rabbits. Chapter 27. My heart weighs heavy. The earth gradually awakened as a sliver of morning light pierced the night's tranquility. The morning sun filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting its glow upon the black tent. Having feasted well the previous night, Qian Chongling opened his bleary eyes and slowly rose from his bed, retrieving his toiletries from his soul guide device. Half an hour later, Qian Chongling had departed from the core area of the Stardo Forest and reached the inner circle. At this pace, he would be able to exit the Stardo Forest within an hour. System, initiate the third trial of chaos. In his heart, Qian Chongling mused, ding. The third trial of chaos has commenced. The content of the third trial is, accept BB Dong as a disciple. Reward, Chaos Divine Power Fusion Degree 10. Upon hearing this examination requirement, Qian Chongling was momentarily taken aback. The previous 2 trials had rewards of merely 5, requiring considerable time and thought, yet this one was straightforward, almost devoid of difficulty. As the venerable ancestor of the Qian family, the notion of accepting BB Dong as a disciple left him speechless. Not even Qian Xuanji or his grandson, Qian Douluo, would dare utter a word of protest. However, did this not imply the absence of Qian Renxue? The future angel god would cease to exist? As if sensing the turmoil within Qian Chongling's mind, the system interjected for the first time. Host, are you concerned that Qian Renxue would cease to exist as a result of this action? Yes. Wait. How do you know what I am thinking? He muttered in disbelief. Isn't the system merely an artificial intelligence program with no other capabilities? What is this uncanny ability to hear my thoughts? Yet, the system refrained from directly addressing his query, stating, you shall understand this matter in due course. Returning to the main point, the system continued. The host believes that the angel god can only be born through BB Dong. Is that not so? Qian Chongling found himself perplexed. You have made a fundamental error. What do you think of Bibidong's talent? The system inquired. She possesses a twin martial soul and innate full soul power. Quite impressive. In Qian Chongling's eyes, Bibidong's talent could only be deemed respectable, not to mention that Qian Chongwang and Qian Xie surpassed her. Qian Chongwang possessed innate soul power of level 14, while Qian Xie had 13. Even he, Qian Chongling, boasted level 12. After all, a 6-winged angel martial soul is no laughing matter. And what of Qian Xuanji? Best not to dwell on that. This was a topic Qian Chongling preferred to avoid. And even the system showed reluctance to elaborate, for Qian Xuanji was, after all, the least gifted in the history of the Qian family, without exception. So, why do you think Qian Xuanji and BB Dong could give rise to Qian Renxue? Qian Chongling questioned, only to find himself momentarily speechless. Once again, the adage held true, dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes, a mouse's offspring will tunnel. Given Qian Xuanji's lackluster talent, it would be a miracle if he did not hinder Qian Renxue's potential, let alone aspire for innate soul power of level 20. Merely BB Dong alone could not elevate Qian Renxue to innate soul power of level 20. Nevertheless, Qian Renxue indeed possessed innate soul power of level 20. Could it be? Host, remember this phrase. Qian Renxue is the angel god, but the angel god is not necessarily limited to Qian Renxue alone. I see, Qian Chongling realized. In other words, as long as there are descendants born into the Qian family in this generation, there will inevitably be one with innate soul power of level 20. A future angel god. This is unrelated to BB Dong. It pertains solely to the angel god and the heirs of the Qian family. The truth is singular. Qian Renxue is highly likely the reincarnation of a divine ancestor who fell for unknown reasons, a divine embryo. In this generation, she has been reincarnated to cultivate anew. Otherwise, it is utterly incomprehensible that the talent-deficient Qian Xuanji and the inherently powerful BB Dong, with their innate spirit power of level 10, could possibly give rise to a prodigy boasting innate spirit power of level 20. If such a phenomenon were feasible, would the Qian family throughout the generations be a mere jest? Every generation of the Qian family surpasses Qian Renxue in strength, and their chosen partners possess commendable talents as well. Yet, what is the outcome? None have even surpassed level 15, let alone reached level 20. Thus, the host need not be concerned about the angel god's matters. Simply fulfill your role as an esteemed mentor, the system proclaimed. How absurd. Am I the kind of person to accept such nonsense? This is called protection, intimate protection. Upon hearing this, Qian Chongling was incensed and unleashed a torrent of invectives at the system. However, regardless of how vociferously Qian Chongling berated this somewhat altered system, it remained unresponsive. Left with no recourse, Qian Chongling could only reflect upon the conjectures and analyses she had just formulated. What perplexed Qian Chongling most about Qian Renxue was the fact that this child could fall in love with Sange. How could one develop feelings for an acquaintance who had repeatedly thwarted your endeavors and was, in fact, the offspring of your half-arch enemy? During the failure of the undercover mission in Tiandou, Sange had rebuffed Qian Renxue's overtures, and Qian Renxue had harbored intentions of eliminating him on the spot. Without the old poison and the Yang family's broken spear, Sange would have met his demise there and then. Just recently, they had been engaged in a life-and-death struggle, yet now, having never even laid eyes upon each other, one was infatuated to the point of madness, adamantly refusing to strike a fatal blow? Surely, this is indicative of a profound madness. And all of this transpired after Qian Renxue underwent the divine examination. What does this signify? It suggests that there is something amiss with the angel god's divine test. Or perhaps, given that the angel god has either perished or been reincarnated, the angel temple has been usurped by the magpie's nest, and some deity in the divine realm has plotted against Qian Renxue's participation in the angel god's divine examination. This deity is highly likely to be the sea god, for in nearly 10,000 years, only the angel god and the sea god have ascended to divinity through faith. After all, humans strive for a breath of life, and Buddhas yearn for a stick of incense. Faith is paramount for deities, directly correlating to their divine power and inherent strength. Hence, the more, the better. Therefore, it is entirely plausible that the sea god has set his sights on the faith possessed by the angel god, especially considering the sea god has a notorious history. The sea god's steed is the soul-devouring great white shark, while its nemesis is the malevolent soul beast, the evil orca. It is worth noting that the soul-devouring great white shark has served as the sea god's mount for nearly a millennium, contributing significantly over time. The sea god's intervention to eradicate the evil orca, a scourge to the ocean, would not only benefit the soul-devouring great white shark, but also enhance the safety of the ocean's inhabitants. Yet, the sea god refrains from action, not only refusing to intervene, but also preventing the holy pillar of Sea God Island from doing so. What is the purpose of this? It is solely for the sake of faith, to continuously reap the devotion of the soul-devouring great white shark clan towards the sea god. After all, it is only when one is powerless or has lost kin that they turn to the divine for aid. If the sea god is so merciless towards his own kin, how much more so towards the angel god, who possesses an abundance of faith? When given the opportunity to target the angel god, who else would he choose? After a flurry of wild speculations, Qian Chongling suddenly felt an overwhelming weariness settle upon her heart. Not only must one remain vigilant against a mischievous Rakshasa deity, but now there is also the concern of a sea god coveting the faith held by the angelic deity. Furthermore, one must contemplate the existence of a Azura deity, who delights in playing the role of a caretaker for the three cuts. Otherwise, how could the three cuts, who was tenderly slain by Bibi Dong, possibly rise again? Can two mere secondary deities truly resurrect a being that is a fusion of a primary deity and a deity king? That notion is utterly absurd. Such a deity king would be far too trivial. Alas, this world is fraught with challenges, with so many fixated on his spirit hall, which is quite disheartening. In any case, Qian Renxue is merely 12 or 13 years old, and it remains uncertain how long it will be before Bibi Dong takes him as her disciple. Qian Chongling is considering finding a place to unwind for a while. It is said that the Heavenly Water Academy is quite splendid, filled with young maidens, youthful gentlemen, and alluring older women. A myriad of charms exists. Becoming a gatekeeper there seems rather appealing, for the safety of the young ladies is of utmost importance. Qian Chongling stroked his chin, and his pace suddenly quickened. Chapter 28. The Name of the Blood Pope. The harsh winter had arrived, with the chill of frost howling through the wind and large, feathery snowflakes cascading from the sky, creating a scene that was both beautiful and frigid. In such weather, few enjoyed lingering outdoors, save for an elderly man clad in a platinum robe, whose hair and beard were as white as snow. With a benevolent and gentle demeanor, he strolled slowly atop a small hill resembling a leaping tiger, leaving behind a faint trail of footprints. In an instant, the elderly man, who one might have expected to pause midway, now stood atop Tiger Leap Mountain, gazing down at the flickering lights of a small village at its base. Beyond this mountain, a journey northeastward of several hundred kilometers would lead to the city of four elements. Once again adopting the persona of an elder, Qian Chongling's sharp eyes sparkled with insight as he murmured to himself while examining a map. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, and he lifted his gaze towards the village below. His expression grave and his demeanor fierce. No matter how many times he encountered this aura, it remained repugnant. Cursed wretches. Tiger Leap Village, a small settlement located within the borders of the Tiando Empire, derived its name from the hill that resembled a leaping tiger, allowing it to escape the fate of a naming curse. The population was modest, comprising only a few dozen households and several hundred souls, whose martial spirits were primarily farming tools like hoes and sickles, relying on agriculture for sustenance. However, just 3 days prior, a child from one of the families awakened a martial spirit, a mutated one, an ice shard born from a droplet of water, with innate soul power at level 5. This event could be likened to a golden phoenix emerging from a humble nest, prompting the simple villagers to celebrate and invite passing travelers to join in their festivities. Alas, this innocent act would bring about devastating calamity. At that moment, in a small house to the northwest of Tiger Leap Village, a middle-aged man with a sinister countenance and crimson eyes gazed malevolently at a small girl of 6, clad in coarse, rough-spun garments. Nearby lay a pair of middle-aged parents, their lifeless forms gaunt and devoid of vitality. Having witnessed the gruesome sight of her parents drained of their blood, the girl's eyes were vacant, her spirit shattered. This horrifying scene left an indelible mark on her tender heart. She could not comprehend how the kindly uncle of daylight transformed into a blood-red demon by night. The ominous man, Wang Liao, approached the little girl step by step, muttering to himself, "The snacks are finished. Now it is time for the main course." His greatest passion lies in preying upon those young children endowed with remarkable talents, for they are incapable of resistance and can subtly enhance his own abilities. In simpler terms, it is a venture of low risk and high reward. Suddenly, a series of resounding knocks echoed, causing Wang Liao to halt momentarily, instinctively turning towards the distant door. Without awaiting the host's permission, Qian Chongling pushed open the modest entrance, his icy gaze brimming with unabashed malice. Yet his lips curled into a sardonic smile as he spoke. "Ah, esteemed master of the evil soul, I have come to visit in the dead of night without any gifts. To avoid being impolite, shall I perhaps draw you a clock?" Upon hearing this, Wang Liao's expression darkened instantly, a tempest of fury brewing within him. The thought of dismembering this old man, especially that loathsome mouth of his, crossed his mind. He contemplated stitching it shut with needle and thread. "Old fool, I hope your blood does not reek as foully as your tongue." In that very moment, a sanguine aura began to emanate from Wang Liao, and a shadow of crimson and ebony materialized behind him, revealing 6 soul rings of white, yellow, purple, and black, each one manifesting in succession. Without a hint of hesitation, the 6th soul ring blazed with intensity, and he unleashed his 6th soul skill, Blood Feast of the World. A scarlet beam shot forth like lightning towards Qian Chongling, the nauseating aura preceding the attack, enveloping the air with its ghastly presence. Qian Chongling's expression remained impassive as he let out a cold snort, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura suddenly surging forth, soaring into the heavens. Wang Liao's so-called 6th soul skill was instantly shattered in that moment, dissipating into nothingness. Wang Liao was struck with profound astonishment, merely by virtue of his presence. This elder had dismantled his most formidable 6th soul skill. Such power could only be indicative of a title Douluo, at the very least. It is worth noting that his guide was an 83rd rank soul Douluo. Yet even the imposing aura of a soul Douluo paled in comparison to the dread emanating from the elder before him. Qian Chongling stood with his hands behind his back, a cold smile playing on his lips as he advanced step by step towards Wang Liao. With each stride, a soul ring materialized beneath his feet, the first of which was a deep black. After 9 steps, a sequence of 9 soul rings, 4 black and 5 red, manifested before Wang Liao's astonished gaze. The sight left him utterly bewildered. Such an extraordinary title de law was far beyond the realm of his imagination. Esteemed crown, Wang Liao began to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by Qian Chongling. With a flick of his right index finger, Qian Chongling emitted a faint glow, causing the young girl to succumb to unconsciousness. With an emotionless demeanor, he coldly declared, "As for the evil soul masters, I have always crushed every ounce of their flesh, extracting their souls and subjecting them to the chaotic flames for 49 days, allowing them to perish slowly in endless despair and agony. Do not dare to argue. In my eyes, you are filled with resentment, and the spirits of nearly 100 victims who perished at your hands occasionally wail in fury behind you." Indeed, in Qian Chongling's perspective, the term evil soul master is a fitting description. Even spirit beasts possess more nobility than such wretches, who waste the air while living and pollute the land upon death. An evil soul master is defined as a soul master who, due to personal or martial spirit reasons, willingly descends into depravity, committing heinous acts. These vile deeds include, but are not limited to, drinking human blood, consuming human flesh, and particularly taking delight in the unborn. Such actions can hardly be deemed human. They are less than beasts. Among the forces fighting against evil soul masters, the most renowned is the Spirit Hall, which has a long-standing policy of eliminating any soul master with evil attributes on sight, forcing these malevolent beings to hide in dark corners, barely surviving. Otherwise, they would face the collective wrath of spirit masters and even titled Douluos. Upon assuming the role of Pope, Qian Chongling's policy toward evil soul masters was particularly brutal. Those who harbor them would be executed on the spot. Those who fail to report them would face the same fate, and any family members of evil soul masters over the age of 4 would be killed. This ferocity stemmed from an incident in his youth when the 18-year-old Soul King, Qian Chongling, encountered an evil soul master of soul sage level during his training. The title de law who was meant to protect him was unavoidably detained due to other matters. Had he not met the eldest daughter of the Dugu family, Dugu Qingyue, he likely would have perished at the hands of that evil soul master. Dugu Qingyue first incapacitated the foe with blood poison and ultimately self-destructed to kill the soul sage. In a fit of rage, Qian Chongling subsequently slaughtered 3 other evil soul masters of soul emperor rank, but due to his disorientation, he was brought back and confined by his elder brother, Qian Chonghuang. Following this incident, Qian Chongling underwent a profound transformation. His temperament altered drastically. Not only did he train obsessively, but upon ascending to the papacy, he unleashed the most severe tortures of the Qing dynasty upon the evil soul masters, exhibiting chilling cruelty. Thus, he earned the moniker of the Blood Pope. Chapter 29, Experience Despair. Tap, tap, tap. Qian Chongling approached Wang Liao, gazing down upon the feeble figure sprawled on the ground, and with an expression devoid of emotion, remarked, "I wonder how long you can endure." As the words left his lips, Qian Chongling's right hand gently grasped the air. In an instant, a sharp crack resonated as Wang Liao's limbs were mercilessly twisted 180 degrees by an invisible force, revealing stark white bone fragments and crimson blood, painting a grotesque tableau. Strangely enough, despite such grievous injury, Wang Liao remained silent, his pallor accentuated by beads of sweat. This was not a testament to his resilience, but rather a reflection of Qian Chongling's disdain for the sounds of suffering. Subsequently, Qian Chongling snapped his fingers, unleashing a chilling wave that plunged the room into an icy stillness, mist enveloping the furniture, while the unconscious little girl shivered in response. Observing this, Qian Chongling furrowed his brow and retrieved a thick, plush garment from his soul guide, casting it over the girl with a single motion. Simultaneously, a long sword of ice blue hue, exuding an intense cold, materialized in midair, only to shatter into millions of slender, hair-like shards that hovered ominously above. The ice shards began to descend like delicate snowflakes, tracing graceful arcs in the air before landing upon Wang Liao's attire. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes, but it was only when the elongated shards sliced through his clothing and pierced his skin that the grim intent of Qian Chongling became clear, to methodically shatter his flesh and blood. The realization struck him with chilling clarity. As the shards glided across his body, thin layers of flesh were severed, and soon he counted the loss: 100, 1,000, 10,000. Meanwhile, the north wind howled as 3 agile figures rushed forward, halting at the summit of Tiger Leap Mountain. Their faces illuminated by the moonlight, 2 men and a woman. Their footprints ceased at this point. Leading the trio was a middle-aged woman with striking blue hair, clad in an intricately tailored blue gown. She spoke, "We have searched this vicinity for days, yet we have found no trace of the blood shadow Wang Liao." A tall, robust man in red attire replied, "For killing our comrades from the Four Elements Academy, he shall face death, even if he flees to the ends of the earth." The last of the trio, a slender man in green, added, "Enough of this. Feng Jinghong, can you sense Wang Liao's scent in this area?" The blue-haired woman addressed the green-clad man. "Shui Ro, my martial spirit is the Gale Demon Wolf, not a mere hound. Why not let Huasu take the lead?" Feng Jinghong protested against Shui Ro. "My unicorn fire dragon's sense of smell is not as keen as your Gale Demon Wolf's. I entrust this task to you, my friend." Huasu, adorned in crimson, replied with a smile, "I shall do my utmost. Gale Demon Wolf, manifest." A light reprimand escaped Feng Jinghong's lips as a robust azure figure materialized behind him, revealing itself to be a soul sage adorned with 7 soul rings in hues of yellow, purple, and black. With the manifestation of his martial soul, Feng Jinghong underwent a transformation. His ebony hair glistened with a verdant sheen, his hands elongated, and his fingers morphed into glistening claws reminiscent of a wolf. In that moment, Feng Jinghong resembled a bipedal werewolf. He sniffed the air, only to shake his head in resignation after a pause, remarking, "The wind is too strong. Aside from a faint scent of blood, I cannot discern anything else." Huasu, upon hearing this, felt a surge of irritation and replied, "Such weather is indeed unpleasant. The bond between a martial soul and its wielder is profound, akin to a cat's affinity for fish or an owl's preference for the night." Huasu's fire element martial soul naturally inclined him to abhor the chill of the cold climate. At that moment, Shui Ro spoke with a grave tone. "Where is this scent of blood emanating from?" Feng Jinghong responded, "It is coming from the village below." Upon hearing this, Shui Ro leapt down and instructed the two, "Follow me, I will explain on the way." Exchanging knowing glances, Huasu and Feng Jinghong, friends for many years, followed her without further inquiry. As they traveled, Shui Ro began to elucidate. "Do you not find the scent of blood peculiar?" Huasu, puzzled, inquired, "What is so strange about it?" "Whether common folk or soul masters, there are times when one must slaughter chickens or sheep, and even minor accidents can lead to injuries and bleeding. A scent of blood is entirely normal." Shui Ro shook her head. "What you describe pertains to situations without strong winds. A faint scent of blood is typical, but what of today's weather? The wind would disperse any trace of it." At her words, both Huasu and Feng Jinghong's eyes widened in realization. Feng Jinghong, incredulous, stated, "Are you suggesting that if you can detect a faint scent of blood in this strong wind, then in calm weather, the scent would be magnified several-fold? This implies that the village ahead may have suffered significant casualties." "Let us hope we are not too late," Shui Ro replied. Now aware that the nefarious soulmaster, Blood Shadow King, was likely present in the village of Huyue, the trio channeled their soul power fully. Under Feng Jinghong's keen sense of smell, they rapidly approached the small house at the northwestern edge of Huyue village within mere breaths. "This is the place," Feng Jinghong announced to his companions. Bang! The 3 individuals exchanged glances, with the fierce Fire Su taking the lead. He forcefully kicked open the door to the small room and entered first, followed closely by the 2 companions who, upon seeing no signs of danger, also stepped inside. Within the confines of the room, Qian Chongling, who had heard the door being kicked open, turned to see 3 figures, a woman and 2 men. The first to enter was Fire Su, radiating an intense fiery aura. His forehead adorned with a vibrant red horn, his attire a blend of yellow, purple, and black, accompanied by 7 soul rings, unmistakably a soul saint of level 77. Following him was Feng Jinghong, appearing as a blue-hued werewolf, similarly clad in shades of yellow, purple, and black, bearing 7 soul rings as well, though a notch lower in rank at level 76. The last of the trio, Shui Ro, retained her charm. Her delicate face framed by icy blue scales and a pair of ice blue wings on her back. Her martial soul was the ice prismatic bird, and among the 3, she was the most formidable, boasting 8 soul rings and a rank of 81 as a soul de law. The trio regarded the occupants of the room with a palpable tension, their gazes fixed on the elderly man standing with his hands clasped behind his back, the small figure shrouded in a fur coat, and the last enigmatic entity that lacked a discernible form. Contrary to their expectations, it seemed that the Blood Shadow King, Liang, had already met his demise. though the manner of his death bore the hallmarks of internal strife, appearing rather brutal. An uneasy silence enveloped the atmosphere until Shui Rou, the leader, steeled herself to inquire. I am Shui Rou, Vice Dean of the Tianshui Academy, and these two are the directors of Qihua Academy and Shinkong Academy. May I ask who the esteemed elder is? Initially, Qian Chongling had no intention of engaging with these intruders who had disrupted his solitude. However, upon hearing the mention of Tianshui Academy's Vice Dean, his interest was piqued. As Shui Rou introduced herself, Qian Chongling realized this was his opportunity to play the role of the gatekeeper. Perhaps the tale of the illustrious beauty of Tianshui Academy and the gatekeeper, Grandfather Qian, would soon begin to circulate across the continent. Thus, he set aside his intentions of dealing with Liang and released all the suspended ice blades in one breath. With a thunderous explosion, Liang was obliterated, vanishing entirely from this world, leaving not even a fragment of bone behind. The sight of Liang's tragic end caused Shui Rou and her companions to twitch at the corners of their mouths, astonished by the old man's ferocity. Qian Chongling gazed at Shui Rou and her companions, declaring, I am Qian Chongling, a solitary cultivator, who has barely reached the realm of a title de law. After a brief pause, he continued, Initially, I intended to find a place to rest for the night as the sky darkened, but I did not anticipate a lass. I arrived too late and could only save this little girl. He gestured towards the still, slumbering child. Thank you for your intervention, esteemed elder, Shui Rou remarked, her eyes scrutinizing Qian Chongling deeply. At that moment, Tai Han Han, known as Huasu, quietly murmured, even if they are evil soul masters, their actions were excessively brutal. Not a single bone can be found. Upon hearing this, both Shui Rou and Feng Jinghong were utterly horrified. Each individual present was a formidable cultivator. Although his words were uttered softly, none could claim ignorance. To question a title de law was akin to courting disaster. Feng Jinghong hastily pointed to his own head, attempting to clarify, Elder, my friend here has a bit of a problem. Had it been any other narrow-minded title Douluo, these three might have already met their demise. However, Qian Chongling was not of such disposition. He calmly stated, in years gone by, I witnessed my kin perish before my eyes at the hands of evil soul masters. Thus, upon achieving my cultivation, I have made it my mission to eradicate every such fiend I encounter. Such beasts deserve no mercy. We have erred, esteemed elder. Your memories have been stirred by sorrowful events. Please, forgive us, Shui Rou gently consoled, her heart swayed by the elder's sincere emotions. Her words struck a chord with Qian Chongling. He had been awaiting such a response. I entrust you with the guardianship of this child, he said. It was but an unintentional slip. How can one speak of punishment? However, I do have two requests for Dean Shui, Qian Chongling added lightly. How could I dare? Please. Speak, esteemed elder, Shui Rou replied, momentarily taken aback, bowing slightly in respect. Firstly, this little girl has faced grave peril today and will likely find herself without a guardian. Dean Shui, could you consider admitting her to the Tianshui Academy? I assessed her innate talent, and she possesses a soul power of 4 or 5 levels, which is quite promising, Qian Chongling remarked, stroking his white beard. Shui Rou's body trembled slightly. She had anticipated a different request from Qian Chongling, but was taken aback to find it concerning the care of the little girl. Instinctively, she agreed. Rest assured, esteemed elder. Tianshui Academy will become this child's second home. Secondly, as I am advanced in years and my time draws near, I seek a position within your esteemed Tianshui Academy to spend my remaining days in peace. At this proclamation, Shui Rou, Huasu, and Feng Jinghong exchanged incredulous glances. A title Douluo aspiring to become an instructor at Tianshui Academy? Was this not akin to a windfall from the heavens? In this world, there are only a few titled Douluos, each of whom is a distinguished guest among the great sects and the 2 empires. Furthermore, there is a belief that only sects possessing a title de law are qualified to compete for the top 3 sections. While the Tianshui, Qihua, and Shinfeng academies may sound impressive, in reality, they are rather ordinary. A single title de law could easily dominate them without facing any resistance, utterly overwhelming them. Consequently, Shui Rou was the first to inquire. Is what you say truly the case? It was not that Shui Rou harbored suspicions, but rather that the enormity of such a privilege left her incredulous. A powerful title de law indeed. Qian Chongling smiled faintly and said, Would I jest with you? I speak only the truth. As soon as the words left his lips, a searing gaze fixed intently upon him, as if it wished to consume him whole. The owner of that piercing stare was none other than Shui Rou. Almost simultaneously, two mournful gazes were directed at Qian Chongling, belonging to Huasu and Feng Jinghong. Their forlorn expressions stemming from Qian Chongling's choice of Tianshui Academy over their own Shinkong and Qihua academies. Thus, upon realizing that Qian Chongling was indeed serious, Shui Rou promptly instructed Huasu and Feng Jingqing to tidy up the remnants within the room before returning to the City of Four Elements to finalize matters concerning the evil soul master. Meanwhile, she assisted the elderly Qian Chongling to the inner chamber to rest, planning to arrange for him a position as an external instructor at the City of Four Elements come morning. Qian Chongling, whatever happened to the female dormitory administrator? Although the regulations of Tianshui Academy stipulate that only women may be admitted, whether as students or faculty, and that they must possess water-related martial souls, rules are often bent for the formidable. Despite Shui Rou being the vice president of Tianshui Academy, her sister Shui Ning, the president, wields considerable influence. Furthermore, a title Douluo wishing to join a prestigious Soul Master Academy would certainly not be turned away. The examples of Shenfeng and Qihua academies stand as testament to this. The prospect of enlisting a title Douluo as a teacher renders institutional regulations trivial. Are they even sustenance? In the world of Douluo continent, strength reigns supreme, a truth keenly understood by the women of Tianshui Academy. Throughout the establishment and evolution of their Soul Master Academy, they have encountered many unscrupulous soul masters coveting the students of Tianshui Academy. However, Shenfeng, Tianshui, and Qihua have always stood united, often emerging from peril unscathed. Thus, even without Shui Rou's recommendation, Qian Chongling's desire to join Tianshui Academy would be met with open arms, perhaps even with efforts to curry favor with this esteemed title Douluo. Ultimately, the first request inadvertently made by Qian Chongling left Shui Rou in admiration. For a broad-minded and benevolent title Douluo would naturally not covet the students of Tianshui Academy. Perhaps she merely wished to ensure the well-being of this child. Therefore, only those with a lapse in judgment would doubt that Qian Chongling's entry into Tianshui Academy was a foregone conclusion. 3 days later, in an inconspicuous hotel in the Four-Element City, Qian Chongling received a personally delivered invitation from Shui Rou to join Tianshui Academy as a distinguished faculty member. Upon seeing this invitation, Qian Chongling was taken aback, for what she sought was merely a position as a gatekeeper or dormitory administrator. The invitation read, Tianshui Academy cordially invites Qian Chongling to serve as a distinguished teacher. Chapter 31. The Academy of Oddities. Time flies, and Qian Chongling has spent a leisurely 3 months at the Heavenly Water Academy. Over this period, she has developed a profound understanding of the institution. To be candid, the facilities at Heavenly Water Academy are exceptionally well equipped, far more reliable than any so-called monster academy that merely boasts without substance. Firstly, in terms of faculty, both the president and vice president are experts of the Soul Douluo level. The academy boasts 4 teachers of the Soul Saint rank, 8 at the Soul Emperor level, and 17 Soul Kings. Notably, there are no lower-ranked Soul Masters, as the minimum requirement for teaching at Heavenly Water Academy is the rank of Soul King. In stark contrast, the Monster Academy has no Soul Douluos, merely 2 Soul Saints, and only 3 or 4 Soul Emperors, rendering its faculty utterly inferior to that of Heavenly Water Academy. Secondly, regarding the number of students, Heavenly Water Academy has a total of 400 to 500 students across both the junior and senior classes. In contrast, the Monster Academy has never had more than 100 students since its inception, further highlighting its mediocrity. Lastly, when it comes to infrastructure, the difference is even more pronounced. The Advanced Soul Master Academy is equipped with essential facilities such as simulated training arenas, which Shrek Academy notably lacks. In fact, Shrek Academy fails to meet the basic infrastructure standards of junior Soul Master Academies. Heavenly Water Academy, apart from its simulated training arenas, features training grounds, classrooms, and even dedicated spaces such as swimming pools, dance studios, and music rooms, acknowledging that many of its students are talented in both song and dance. Among these facilities, Qian Chongling's favorite is undoubtedly the swimming pool. To describe it, one could say it possesses exquisite and dazzling design, with bright, large headlights, a streamlined body, and a graceful rear. In conclusion, Heavenly Water Academy is truly exceptional. Finally, regarding admission standards, the Monster Academy exclusively admits monsters, rejecting ordinary individuals. Anyone over the age of 13 or lacking a soul power of at least level 21 is summarily dismissed. This raises an intriguing question. Is there a significant difference between a young soul master who achieves level 21 before the age of 13, possessing innate soul power of at least level 6 or above, studying at other academies versus at Shrek Academy? If the so-called Monster Academy can cultivate soul masters of average talent, such as those with innate soul power of level 3 or 4, then its teaching quality is commendable. However, the ability to nurture geniuses into accomplished individuals is something that any advanced academy can achieve. As the saying goes, if I can do it, so can you. What need is there for you? Finally, regarding the graduation statistics of the Monster Academy, according to a certain illustrious silver tiger, Shrek Academy admitted a total of 62 students. Yet only 14 managed to graduate. The graduation requirement of Shrek Academy is to attain level 40 by the age of 20. Failure to meet this standard precludes graduation. In other words, out of 62 prodigious students with innate soul power exceeding level 6, only 14 succeeded in reaching level 40 before turning 20. It is noteworthy that, for geniuses, the cultivation prior to becoming a soul master progresses swiftly. Moreover, these figures pertain solely to those who graduated. The remaining 48 are still considered exceptional talents. The question arises, are these non-graduates lacking in effort, or is it that the so-called Monster Academy is a veritable pitfall? Undoubtedly, some students must have had epiphanies mid-journey and transferred to other academies. Nevertheless, it can be conservatively stated that Shrek Academy has effectively squandered the potential of at least 20 exceptional young soul masters. To illustrate further, imagine a newly established institution with a single top professor declaring that it does not accept anything less than the top scorers from various provinces' entrance examinations, implying they are unworthy. Would these top scorers choose to attend this fledgling institution, or would they opt for prestigious universities like Tsinghua or Peking, which boast academicians from the Chinese Academy of Sciences? As for the graduation criteria of Tianxue Academy, they are determined based on the innate talent of students at the time of admission, specifically assessing innate soul power levels ranging from 30 to 45, with ages varying from 30 to 40. In direct contrast, Shrek Academy finds itself utterly outclassed by Tianxue Academy. Returning to the main point, although Qian Chongling has officially entered Tianxue Academy and enjoys a relatively high status and treatment, she finds herself somewhat idle. Tianxue Academy has not assigned her any courses, allowing her the freedom to teach whomever she pleases. Thus, should Qian Chongling choose to be lazy, she could refrain from teaching altogether and still receive the gold soul coins distributed by Tianxue Academy each month. To claim that Tianxue Academy is at a loss in this arrangement would be sheer nonsense. Spending a modest sum to hire a title de law as a teacher, even if the title de law does little more than serve as a mascot, yields substantial deterrent value. Furthermore, if this title de law were to take a liking to a few students and personally mentor them, it would result in remarkable advancements for those students. This could be considered the title de law's direct disciples. Hence, regardless of the circumstances, Tianxue Academy stands to gain significantly. Of course, while Qian Chongling may be in the advanced stages of laziness, she is still willing to select a few students whom she deems talented and provide them with some guidance. Among the chosen students of Qian Chongling, the one with the most exceptional talent is undoubtedly Shui Rou's own daughter, the 14-year-old Shui Yuwu, who possessed a soul power of level 29 and a top-tier martial spirit, the Ice Crystal Blue Phoenix, with an innate soul power of level 9. Originally endowed with remarkable talent, Shui Yuwu's abilities have now risen to level 32 under Qian Chongling's guidance, with her third ring featuring a 2,100-year-old purple soul ring. An extraordinary configuration indeed. 2 years later, at noon in the Tianxue Academy, the sky was cloudless and the campus enveloped in tranquility. Within the library of Tianxue Academy, Qian Chongling reclined languidly on a rattan chair beside his desk, squinting his eyes in a state of relaxed repose. After months of diligent advocacy and the earlier retirement of the library's administrator, Qian Chongling had assumed the role of part-time librarian at Tianxue Academy. Just as he was on the verge of slumber, the library doors swung open unexpectedly, revealing a pair of seemingly flawless, snow-white, and delicate long legs that entered with graceful strides. It was Xiao Yuwu. Without lifting his head, Qian Chongling remarked, it's you, Yuwu." Shui Yuwu approached him with a gentle smile adorning her charming face and said, "Teacher, the dean has summoned you to her office. She wishes to discuss something with you." "Oh, did she mention what it is?" Qian Chongling replied with a faint smile. "I do not know," she answered. Then it is likely not of urgent matter, he mused, feeling somewhat lethargic. Let me rest for an hour first. As soon as the words left his lips, he closed his eyes, ready for a brief nap. Teacher, Shui Yuwu said through gritted teeth, enunciating each word with precision. Half an hour later, Qian Chongling emerged from the library, still harboring traces of sleepiness and resentment, and ambled over to the adjacent building, where a sign read Dean's office. After knocking gently, he stepped inside. His grumpiness stemmed from being roused from his slumber by Shui Yuwu, who had transformed a promised massage into a playful tickling session, claiming it was a method to invigorate her teacher with ice cubes. Dean, what business do you have with me? He inquired. It is evident that Qian Chongling is no stranger to the dean's office. With remarkable familiarity, he deftly retrieved a bag of brown, small packets wrapped in plastic from the drawer, reminiscent of those from the Blue Star. He then casually took 2 cups and poured some of the brown powder from the bag, preparing a cup for himself and another for Shui Ning, the dean of Tianshui Academy. The bag prominently displayed 4 Chinese characters, Nestle Coffee. This so-called coffee was, of course, part of a sign-in gift package, which Shui Ning had confiscated several bags of after witnessing Qian Chongling indulging in it during a previous encounter in his office. Following this entire process, Qian Chongling fixed his gaze intently on Shui Ning, who was clad in a sky-blue teacher's uniform. It must be said that, even from Qian Chongling's discerning perspective, Shui Ning could certainly be counted among the most beautiful women on the Douluo continent. As for the reasons, her legs, her face, and that enchanting allure. Observing Qian Chongling's familiar demeanor, Shui Ning offered a gentle smile and remarked, currently, there are 3 students in the academy who have reached level 30, and 2 who have attained level 40. I would like to request you, Teacher Qian, to accompany them in obtaining their soul rings, to help them reach their true potential. One must acknowledge that the 3rd ring of that child, Yu Wu, has evoked considerable envy among many teachers and students. Shui Ning's lips curled into a subtle smile as she winked at Qian Chongling. On the Douluo continent, any soulmaster family with lineage is aware of the precise age of soul rings that should be absorbed at each soulmaster level to maximize their potential. Consequently, a conventional range for soul ring absorption has emerged. The first soul ring typically spans 300 to 400 years, the second from 600 to 700 years, and so forth. However, an individual took it upon themselves to compile these statistics and brazenly declared this to be their own theory regarding the extreme limits of soul ring ages. This person's theory posits that the first soul ring should be of 423 years, the second of 764 years, the third of 1,760 years, the fourth of 5,000 years, the fifth of 12,000 years, the sixth of 20,000 years, the seventh of 3,050,000 years, the eighth of over 50,000 years, and the ninth exceeding 100,000 years. While common knowledge holds some truth, this so-called theory is only partially correct, with the remaining portion being erroneous. It is widely recognized that if a soul master's body cannot withstand the pressure of a soul ring, they risk exploding. In other words, as long as the body possesses sufficient strength, such an explosive demise can be avoided. The physical strength of beast martial soul users surpasses that of food system martial soul users, and male soul masters are generally more robust than their female counterparts due to inherent factors. Thus, the question arises, what occurs when a male beast martial soul master and a female food system soul master both absorb a soul ring of 423 years simultaneously? It is highly probable that male beast spirit masters can successfully absorb soul rings, while female food-type spirit masters may find themselves ascending spirally into the heavens. To take a step back, if female food-type spirit masters are capable of absorbing such soul rings, then it stands to reason that male beast spirit masters, possessing greater physical resilience, could contemplate the absorption of soul rings that are 500 years old. Consequently, any spirit master family with a legacy would hardly regard the theories of a certain so-called king of bluster with any seriousness. After all, if one were to adhere strictly to the proclamations of this king of bluster, uniformly absorbing soul rings according to such a standard in any circumstance could lead to numerous fatalities. The underlying implication of Shui Ning's words was to suggest that Qian Chongling take the lead in assisting these students in procuring soul rings that truly test their limits, which may include, but are not limited to, the so-called extreme age limits. Qian Chongling remarked, if we commence their training from the awakening of their martial souls, I am confident that I can ensure their second soul ring is purple and their fourth soul ring is black. However, given the current circumstances of the students, I cannot guarantee that they will be able to transcend their limitations. Upon hearing Qian Chongling's affirmation, Xue Ning smiled and said, "As long as you do your utmost, Teacher Qian, that will suffice. Where do you intend to take them?" "Let us journey to the extreme northern lands," Qian Chongling responded after a moment of contemplation. There are several reasons why Qian Chongling is willing to proceed. Firstly, in the original timeline, the future Tianxue Academy posed a significant challenge to Shrek Academy, leading to profound existential doubts. The harsh measures taken against the young ladies were particularly concerning. Thus, it is prudent for Qian Chongling to begin reinforcing Tianxue Academy's foundations in this era, for instance, establishing some sword formations and arrays, which would likely enable them to triumph over Shrek Academy in the future. Secondly, the extreme north is home to 3 soul beasts that have existed for over 300,000 years, the Ice Emperor, the Snow Emperor, and our dear Tianxue. Qian Chongling is somewhat inclined to engage in dialogue with these 2 formidable beings to discuss life ideals, while she has yet to devise a plan for Tianxue. Thirdly, the students of Tianxue Academy predominantly possess water-type martial souls, with some exhibiting ice-type abilities. It appears that on the Douluo continent, water and ice bear little distinction. Is a journey to the extreme north feasible? Indeed it is. After a moment of contemplation, Xue Ning spoke up. Following a discussion of various details, Xue Ning informed several students of Tianxue Academy, instructing them to prepare for their journey to the extreme north in a few days. While Qian Chongling idly spent her days at Tianxue Academy, her family at the Spirit Hall was not idle. In Spirit City, the Douluo Palace, Qian Daolu stood solemnly alongside his companions, including the golden crocodile, Qian Jun, the demon slayer, the demon bear, the ghost leopard, and the holy dragon. The atmosphere was grave, and given that the tools of their trade had only recently come into existence, the 14-year-old Qian Sunji was not yet deemed worthy to enter this sacred space. Esteemed patrons, it has been 8 years since our revered ancestor last returned. It is feared that he has passed into the realm of the divine. Today, I shall inter his garments within the Douluo Palace, establishing a tomb for his attire and regalia. Do any of you have objections? Qian Daolu inquired of his companions nearby. Esteemed elder, in the past, you have guided me. Thus it is only fitting that I, the golden crocodile Douluo, lend my support. Dressed in a resplendent golden robe adorned with the fierce visage of a golden crocodile, he spoke with authority. The holy dragon Douluo added, "The great-grandfather of my elder brother is also my own great-grandfather." The magic bear Douluo, with unwavering conviction, asserted, "Esteemed elder, in terms of cultivation and other virtues, you stand as a paragon for our generation. If you cannot establish a legacy in the Douluo Palace, who among us can?" "Indeed. Very well. Let this matter be resolved thus." Noticing that the esteemed titled Douluos present in the shrine harbored no objections, Qian Daolia's previously somber countenance gradually lightened. "The accomplishments that my grandfather, father, and other ancestors could not achieve, I have now realized. By this reckoning, does it not signify that I, Qian Daolu, surpass my forebears? Qian Bufan and Qian Shiya, unfilial descendants, you cannot escape my wrath." 3 days later, a new gravestone appeared within the Douluo Hall, inscribed with the following: "The 8th ancestor and 9th pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Chongling. Date of birth, unknown. Age at death, over 1400 years. Achievements: devoted his life to the advancement of the Spirit Hall's economy, suppressing evil spirit masters, and treating commoners with kindness, a figure of both virtue and talent, genuinely amiable." The subsequent details are extensive. Years later, Qian Chongling gazed upon his gravestone, a frown etched upon his face, wishing to punish his ungrateful descendants. Chapter 33. Completion of Soul Ring Acquisition. The distance between the extreme north and the Heaven Water Academy is considerable. Even with the 5 spirit masters from the academy, it would take several days to traverse from Heaven Water Academy to the extreme north. Primarily, Qian Chongling had to take into account the physical conditions of the academy's students. If it were only him, the journey would scarcely take a few hours. However, the students lacked Qian Chongling's formidable strength. Thus, the elderly Qian could only accompany 5 young girls and 2 slightly older sisters, comprised of 3 pseudo-spirit elders, 2 pseudo-spirit ancestors, and 2 soul sage teachers for protection. Half a month later, on the outskirts of the extreme north, the surroundings were desolate. Throughout their journey, Qian Chongling and his companions occasionally encountered small markets selling various items for entering the icy soul beast forest, such as warm clothing and tools suited for the frigid wilderness. These markets were rare, as few spirit masters ventured into such inhospitable terrain. The energy consumption and physical strain were significantly greater than that experienced in the Stardo Forest. A month later, Qian Chongling and his group finally arrived at their last destination, a grove draped in silvery frost. Several icy birds frolicked near a small lake in front of the grove. Upon seeing Qian Chongling and his companions, the leading bird showed no concealment of its hostility, as the animosity between humans and soul beasts had long been irreparable. In ancient times, the beast path thrived, with humans merely serving as sustenance for soul beasts. However, with the emergence of the first spirit master, the tide began to turn, and now, humanity flourished while soul beasts were reduced to mere eggs in a nest set to be overturned. Before Qian Chongling stood an ice-blue condor, towering over 2 meters with a tail wing extending over 4 meters, boasting nearly 2,000 years of cultivation, a target he had set for the last pseudo-spirit elder yet to acquire a soul ring. As he regarded the condor, a cold glint flashed in Qian Chongling's indifferent eyes, and the icy bird seemed to sense his murderous intent. Chirp! A chilling cry reverberated through the small grove. As wings unfurled and the body soared swiftly into the air, hovering momentarily, the sharp, icy blue beak of the frost-congealed sparrow slightly opened, allowing a pale blue chill to gradually condense within. This was the innate ability of the frost-congealed sparrow, frigid erosion. The frigid aura emanating from its icy side bones possessed the power to instantly freeze a low-tier soulmaster, should it cultivate for 100,000 years. This frigid erosion could evolve into absolute zero, a force formidable enough to contend with only those super Douluos of level 95 or above. However, the drawback lay in its lamentable accuracy and the requisite charging time. As the frost-congealed sparrow prepared to unleash its frigid erosion, it would be challenging for anyone else to withstand it. Yet, before the frost-congealed sparrow stood Qian Chongling, who had no intention of interrupting its skill. Frigid erosion. The icy blue chill streaked through the air, leaving a white trace in its wake. The cold rapidly approached, yet it faltered just half a meter before Qian Chongling. Unable to advance further, regardless of how the frost-congealed sparrow intensified its soul power output, a crimson glimmer flickered through Qian Chongling's eyes, as the icy blue aura before him seemed to be crushed by an irresistible force, shattering instantaneously into countless delicate azure shards that cascaded from the air. With a startled chirp, the ice-condensing sparrow sensed the impending danger and flapped its wings in an attempt to flee the scene. The innate advantage of flying spirit beasts renders it exceedingly difficult for even high-ranking spirit masters to capture those of the desired age and cultivation level, often compelling them to settle for lesser alternatives. With a graceful gesture, Qian Chongling's palm reached into the void, and just as the ice condor was about to take flight, its wings and legs were instantly shattered, reminiscent of a delicate glass vial being crushed by a mighty hammer. A crimson mist mingled with pale bone fragments, composing a cruel symphony. Qin Yan, quickly! Qian Chongling's indifferent voice resonated. Meanwhile, Qin Yan, a 30-level soul master from Tianxue Academy, responded with remarkable swiftness, her second soul ring illuminating in an instant. In the next moment, a sharp icicle exuding an aura of frost sliced through the air, piercing directly through the ice condor's head. Simultaneously, a violet soul ring materialized around the ice condor. Qian Chongling gazed at the soul ring, a faint smile gracing her lips. Let us begin. Qin Yan nodded, approaching the lifeless body of the ice condor. She settled into a cross-legged position, her hand gracefully beckoning, causing the soul ring of the ice condor to ascend above her head. A powerful and frigid energy surged into Qin Yan's body from above, and in an instant, she succumbed to a violent shiver. The torrent of the soul ring's force baptized her form. Yet what puzzled Qin Yan was that such an icy energy did not render her body overwhelmed. In simpler terms, it felt somewhat constraining, yet she could still endure a bit more. Throughout the ensuing moments, Qin Yan continuously bore the onslaught of the terrifying and chilling energy inundating her body. Sweat, mingled with traces of blood, seeped from her delicate and tender skin. Before long, her water-blue gown appeared as though it had been drenched. Qian Chongling, accompanied by 2 soul sage instructors, sat beside her, safeguarding her without interrupting the process of absorbing the soul ring. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Qin Yan endured excruciating pain, reaching her limit. The expression of soul sage Chun Xiaoxue grew increasingly grave, While she harbored hopes for Qin Yin to surpass her own limitations, she feared witnessing her demise due to an inability to absorb the soul ring beyond her years. Not yet at her limit. Sensing Qian Xiaoxue's apprehension, Qian Chongling spoke up. Just as she had predicted, despite the challenges of absorption, Qin Yin ultimately succeeded without peril. The violet soul ring encircled her, and she exhaled in relief. Thanks to Qian Chongling's presence, she stepped aside to retrieve a new outfit from the soul guide device. Changing out of her now-soaked garments. "Teacher, I have succeeded," Qin Yin declared calmly, yet her voice resonated with immense joy. "Is there a peculiar sensation? Perhaps something emerging from the back of your hand or your back?" Qian Chongling inquired, surveying the young girl before her. "No, teacher," Qin Yin replied nonchalantly. As this was the 5th time Qian Chongling had posed the question throughout their journey, Qian Chongling couldn't help but shake his head, internally lamenting. Despite the fact that absorbing soul rings beyond the ordinary limits can yield an external soul bone, the 5 young ladies from Tianxue Academy have yet to acquire even a single soul bone. It's simply astonishing. As for the soul skills obtained by these 5 young ladies, Qian Chongling had no interest in that. After all, even a titled Douluo, lacking a soul bone, could only possess 9 soul skills, which are hardly sufficient for him to engage in combat. Chapter 34. Starry Sky Body Refinement Technique. Shuyuan Town is the nearest small settlement to the extreme northern lands. Due to its geographical location, much of the town is enveloped in a picturesque white snow scene, rendering it exceedingly cold. However, this chill has not led to desolation. Rather, the town thrives, as it serves as the ideal place for supplies and rest before venturing into the extreme north. The hotels and inns here, catering to soulmasters and adventure teams, are often in high demand, particularly the finest establishment, the Shuyuan Hotel. At this moment, on the ground floor of the Shuyuan Hotel, numerous travelers clad in armor or soulmaster uniforms engaged in lively conversation, filled with laughter and playful banter. Suddenly, the hotel's grand door swung open, and an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow entered, accompanied by a gust of frigid wind. Behind him followed 5 vibrant young girls and 2 charming middle-aged women, all adorned in matching sky-blue uniforms emblazoned with the emblem of Tianxue Academy. Despite the cold climate necessitating warm clothing, the attire did little to conceal the girls' exquisite figures. Their perfect physiques, complemented by angelic faces, were enough to leave a group of adventurers salivating, yet none dared to act recklessly. After all, those who could survive in the extreme north were certainly not the sort to rely solely on base instincts, although there were some who lacked an intellect. When Qian Chongling first arrived with the team from Tianxue Academy, they encountered a drunken fool, emboldened by alcohol and blind to the perils of his reckless bravado. This inebriated individual boasted that he could handle the 2 elder sisters and 5 younger ladies from Tianxue Academy with ease, claiming to possess the miraculous 6-flavored Romania pills, rendering him invincible. However, Qian Xiaoxue and Qin Yun, both soul saints, swiftly woke the old drunkard from his delusions and unceremoniously expelled him. Following this, Qian Chongling cheerfully displayed his 9 soul rings, after which the encounter concluded rather abruptly. At this moment, Qian Chongling approached the bar counter of the hotel and addressed the attendant before him, requesting 3 cups of Qian Liahua and 5 cups of Shuese Meigui, along with a thorough cleaning of rooms 1, 2, and 3 in Block B for their stay that night. Given that most lodgings in the area were fully booked, he had reserved 3 rooms in Block B for 2 months at his arrival, as the superior accommodations in Block A had long been taken. Certainly, 3 cups of Qian Liahua, 5 cups of Shuese Meigui, plus the cleaning fee for the rooms, totals 30 gold soul coins and 6 silver soul coins. The attendant replied with a professional smile, signaling the waiter to bring the drinks to Qian Chongling and his companions. In the hotel lobby, Qian Chongling gently cleared his throat to regain the attention of the 5 younger ladies, who were distractedly gazing about. As the night has fallen, we shall rest here. As per our usual arrangement, Teacher Chen and Teacher Qin will accompany the students to rooms 1 and 2, while I will take room 3, Qian Chongling declared. Understood. Teacher Qian, Chen Xiaoxue and Qin Yun nodded in agreement, having no objections to Qian Chongling's arrangement. By the way, I have other matters to attend to in the extreme north, so you shall wait here for approximately 10 days to half a month before we return together, Qian Chongling added, pausing momentarily, as he had not forgotten that there was still a purpose yet to be fulfilled during their journey to the extreme north. Oh, please be cautious, Teacher Qian, Chen Xiaoxue urged. After enjoying some drinks to warm their spirits, the group, under the guidance of the attendant, returned to their respective rooms. As night enveloped the land, the sky appeared hazy, with occasional dark clouds drifting by. The entire snowfield town was shrouded in a tranquil serenity. Within room 3 of Block B at the Snowfield Hotel, a dim light flickered. Qian Chongling, with his youthful visage despite his white hair, sat cross-legged in meditation. At this moment, he had entered a state of clarity, his mental energy gradually expanding, revealing everything within a radius of several kilometers in his mind's eye. He could discern a small caterpillar on the flowers in the courtyard, a bird's nest nestled among the branches of 3 large locust trees, and the various guests within the hotel who had yet to retire for the night. Some were lost in thought by the window, while others engaged in light-hearted conversation. And a burly man was playing drinking games. At the outskirts of the extreme north, 2 ice rock monsters were gnawing at the frozen snow, while an ice bear rolled playfully on the ground. Qian Chongling gradually withdrew his mental energy from the distance, allowing it to linger solely within the confines of the Snowfield Hotel. Suddenly, his aged visage flushed with embarrassment as he retracted all of his mental energy, murmuring, "I did not intend to pry, but it seems that indulging in such a sumptuous feast would suffice, as I can barely grasp even one with a single hand." Rooms 1 and 2, designated as A and B, were adjacent quarters within the same courtyard, with a hot spring nestled in the rear. After a long and arduous journey, the 7 women, having satisfied their appetites, yearned to luxuriate in a soothing soak. Chun Xiaoxue took the lead in opening the door to the hot spring room, stepping into the steam-filled oasis. She shed her garments and reclined comfortably in the warm waters, which enveloped her fair thighs, while her upper body and the towering snow peaks rose above the surface. Exhaling gently, she allowed the warm currents to wash over her, her thoughts gradually emptying and her breathing becoming serene. Floating upon the water, her chestnut-colored eyes slowly closed, and her inky hair cascaded across the surface, shrouded in mist, creating a scene of exquisite beauty. Splash! Soon after, the remaining companions, including Qin Yun, unhesitatingly joined her in the water. The entire bathing area blossomed with vitality, interspersed with playful laughter that stirred the imagination. "Sister Shui, what do you think Teacher Qian meant by having important matters to attend to?" Qin Yun inquired, reclining slightly as she addressed Chun Xiaoxue nearby. "As a title Douluo, Teacher Qian's affairs are certainly beyond our conjecture," Chun Xiaoxue replied, slightly raising herself, her crimson lips parting ever so slightly. "Sister Shui, do you truly believe that the body refining training method taught by Teacher Qian is as effective as it is claimed to be?" Qin Yun asked. "Indeed, many children have acquired soul rings beyond their years primarily due to this training method," Chun Xiaoxue stated solemnly. "It is likely that the principal will soon make it a mandatory course, though the movements are quite challenging." As if recalling something, an enigmatic expression crossed Chun Xiaoxue's face. So difficult and unappealing. Once Qin Yun expressed her sentiments, the other girls echoed their agreement. For the body refining technique bestowed upon them by Qian Chongling was, in fact, derived from the rewards of their sign-in, bearing the inscription, Stellar Body Refinement Method, Introductory Training. This seemed akin to a series of exercises reminiscent of gymnastics, yet with a peculiar twist. Moreover, certain postures require intricate bodily contortions, rendering such movements exceedingly challenging. When several young women were unable to perform them, they were compelled by Qian Chongling's mental prowess to execute the actions forcibly, resulting in tears streaming down their faces from the pain. Chapter 35. The Scorpion's Tail Needle, Contracted Bonus 14. The frigid expanse of the far north and the Stardo Forest, both revered as paradises for soul beasts, possess distinct characteristics. While the exploration status of the Stardo Forest stands at 90%, that of the far north languishes at a mere 20%, perhaps even lower. The primary reason for this disparity lies in the extreme cold. Even high-ranking soul masters rely on their soul power to withstand the biting chill. Such exertion is taxing, even for a titled Douluo. At this moment, a young boy clad in black, with ebony hair, defied this norm. Behind him, 8 pairs of black and white wings fluttered gently, creating ripples in the void as his figure transformed into a streak of light, soaring directly toward the heart of the far north. This boy was none other than Qian Chongling, utilizing his original appearance rather than the guise of an elderly man, believing that his youthful visage would captivate countless maidens, allowing him to effortlessly procure the soul rings of the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor without the need for confrontation. In a world blanketed in white, a black and white silhouette darted swiftly, while below, soul beasts sped past. Among them were the formidable Titan snow demons. Upon reaching adulthood, these creatures typically exceed 50 meters in height, posing a veritable nightmare for human soul masters. After all, even a soul master of 1/20th their size would find it daunting to confront them. Perhaps only a soul sage in their true martial form might inflict a modicum of damage. However, Qian Chongling flew far too high for the Titan snow demons to notice him, and even if they did, they would merely present their soul rings to him. Continuing on his journey, Qian Chongling spent 4 or 5 days before finally uncovering traces of the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor. In the scarcely traversed core area, all that met the eye was an expanse of white, with only a few purple-black clouds hovering in the distant sky. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. A cataclysmic bolt of lightning surged forth from the swirling dark clouds, reverberating across the heavens with a terrifying might, illuminating the entire far north. In this desolate region, many soul beasts hurriedly retreated to their lairs, trembling with fear. Even the powerful soul beasts within the core area now lay prostrate on the ground, reflecting the pervasive dread that enveloped the far north. Qian Chongling, unfazed, murmured to herself, "Is this the heavenly tribulation? It arrives not too early, but rather at an opportune moment." As her words faded, black and white wings sliced through the void, propelling her towards the swirling vortex of ominous clouds above. Beneath the shadowy canopy of the extreme northern metropolis, violet-black thunder seemed to rend the very fabric of space, descending with an annihilating force towards a 15-meter-long scorpion, predominantly adorned in emerald green and ice white. Its silver mouthparts and body glimmered like a green diamond, though a soul beast of the scorpion variety. It exuded an aura of exquisite beauty rather than grotesqueness. This was the Ice Emerald Emperor Scorpion, a soul beast of 300,000 years of cultivation. Not far away, atop a mountain peak, stood a woman of human semblance. Her ice-white hair cascaded down to her heels, and her sky-blue eyes were ethereal and translucent, as if they could see through all the world's mysteries. Her slender form was flawless, clad in a simple white gown devoid of embellishment, resembling a celestial sprite born of the heavens and earth, noble and breathtaking. The scorpion, hailing from the Ice Emerald Scorpion clan, was its chieftain and a powerful soul beast second only to the Snow Emperor in the extreme north, the Ice Emerald Emperor Scorpion, known as the Ice Emperor. The ethereal woman was not human, but a natural-born snow maiden of the extreme north, resembling a human female upon her emergence. She was the sole representative of her clan and currently the sovereign of the extreme north, a soul beast of 680,000 years of cultivation, the Snow Emperor. As she gazed down at the Ice Emperor, a flicker of concern appeared in her eyes. "Sister, you must hold on." A series of adorable yet fierce roars erupted continuously from the Ice Emperor, emanating a bone-chilling cold from its form. The ultimate frost surged forth in the void, creating countless ice walls that obscured the sky, as if they could remain frozen for millennia, enveloping its figure entirely. The violet-black thunder, after shattering most of the ice walls formed from the ultimate ice power, dissipated into nothingness. Witnessing this spectacle, the Snow Emperor's ethereal eyes sparkled with delight. After all, this was merely the first heavenly tribulation, and the Ice Emperor would have no difficulty dealing with it, especially since the intensity of the tribulation had not augmented significantly. The violet-black vortex began to coalesce once more, and as the violet-black thunder intertwined and rubbed against one another, it birthed a brand new crimson radiance. With a resounding boom, this time, what descended was not violet-black thunder but crimson lightning. Infused with the power of heavenly fire, this lightning was particularly effective against any ice attribute. Half the sky appeared as if it had been painted crimson, and the countless glaciers of the extreme north began to melt under the searing heat carried by this thunderous fire energy. Underneath this crimson lightning, the ice walls crafted by the Ice Emperor shattered and melted in an instant, offering no resistance whatsoever, as the crimson lightning descended with a crushing momentum from the void. Simultaneously, brilliant lights emerged from the Ice Emperor's scorpion shell, and the hard azure scorpion exoskeleton soared upwards, forming an ice-blue shield above its head. Bang! The crimson thunder and the azure shield clashed violently, unleashing terrifying shockwaves that reverberated through the void, shattering the distant snow-capped peaks. With a resounding boom, the fragments of the snow peak cascaded down, the pristine ice and snow surging forth like an unstoppable tide, causing the very earth to tremble. As the residual effects of their collision gradually dissipated, The crimson thunder vanished from sight, while the azure shield reverted to its scorpion carapace form, enveloping the Ice Emperor. Yet, the once majestic azure exoskeleton was now marred and battered, evoking an uncanny resemblance to a foul creature, one of the 5 poisonous beings, rather than the regal ice-blue Emperor Scorpion it had been. However, there was no time for the Ice Emperor to tend to its wounds. The purple-black vortex of ominous clouds continued to coalesce ominously. With a thunderous roar, the swirling dark clouds unleashed another strike of crimson thunder, this time 2 flaming bolts, descending simultaneously with overwhelming celestial might. The Ice Emperor, momentarily stunned, yet instinctively reacted in the blink of an eye, employing the same tactics once more. The tattered scorpion carapace ascended anew, while the Ice Emperor's scorpion tail, measuring nearly a meter in length, shot forth a beam of icy radiance. In an instant, this beam began to condense into a slender thread of ice, colliding forcefully with one of the crimson bolts. Upon being struck by the luminous projection from the tail, the crimson thunder was astonishingly encased in ice in the next heartbeat. The existence of scorpions, whether they are ordinary insects or soul beasts with cultivation surpassing hundreds of thousands of years, or even the mythical scorpion spirits, possesses an intrinsic habit of utilizing the venomous stingers at the end of their tails. This innate characteristic serves as their formidable weapon. In Chapter 36, You Have No Future, Contract Signed, Increased Updates 24, a crimson bolt of lightning, though partially mitigated by the tattered scorpion armor, relentlessly struck the Ice Emperor. A painful roar echoed as the boundless azure radiance enveloping the Ice Emperor was swiftly consumed, its azure eyes seemingly tinged with a hint of crimson. In a fury of extreme anger and relentless defiance, the azure glow of the Ice Emperor surged dramatically, intertwining with the energy formed by the thunderous flames, dissolving in a chaotic dance. As time ticked away, an hour, 2 hours, the purple-black storm clouds in the high sky gradually dispersed. Beneath these clouds, the Snow Empress, with her delicate alabaster hands emanating an icy blue light, was attending to the charred Ice Emperor, who still faintly exuded the scent of charred flesh. Meanwhile, the clandestine observer, Qian Chongling, who had witnessed the entire ordeal from beginning to end, wiped the corners of his mouth, suppressing his thoughts as he shook his head. The minotaurs and gorillas of the Stardo Forest are indeed edible, yet these two, devoid of enmity, could potentially be drawn into his ranks. It was not that he had an aversion to scorpion meat, nor did he wish to consume a snow woman, a soul beast inherently possessing a human form. Suddenly, a faint sound of sobbing interrupted Qian Chongling's musings. He turned towards the source, finding the now-awakened Ice Emperor, her charred form trembling as she clasped the Snow Empress's graceful swan-like neck with her massive pincers, weeping, "Sister, I nearly perished from the heavenly tribulation." Upon hearing this, the Snow Empress wore a grave expression. Upon reaching 10,000 years of cultivation, soul beasts face 2 choices. Firstly, one may retain their innate strength. However, with every 100,000 years of cultivation, one must face a tribulation. Surviving this trial allows for continued advancement, while failure results in utter annihilation. Only after reaching a cultivation of 1 million years may one attain divinity. Secondly, one has the option to transform, relinquishing all cultivation to become human. Yet, once this choice is made, one cannot revert to their beast form unless met with death. This transformation is fundamentally distinct from the metamorphosis of soul beasts that have cultivated for over 200,000 years. In essence, one is a transformation technique, while the other signifies a relinquishing of one's identity as a soul beast in favor of becoming human. The original form will become the martial spirit of the human guise, erasing all prior cultivation, necessitating a gradual rebuilding of soul power. Furthermore, they must engage with humans, attuning themselves to the essence of humanity. By choosing this path, their lifespan aligns with that of humans, compelling them to achieve level 100 before their time runs out, inheriting divine status in a manner akin to humans. However, the notion of 100,000 years of cultivation does not imply a lifespan of that duration. A newly born soul beast requires 10 years for 10 years of cultivation, 90 years for 100 years, and approximately 700 years for 1,000 years. This is due to their initial low intelligence, akin to that of an infant, rendering them incapable of deliberate cultivation and reliant solely on instinct to absorb soul power. Thus, 10 years of cultivation necessitates a decade. As they mature, their intelligence gradually increases, thereby enhancing their cultivation speed, transitioning from instinctual growth to a more autonomous practice. Consequently, 100 years of cultivation can be achieved in 90 years, and upon reaching a century, their intelligence parallels that of a human child of 3 or 4 years, further accelerating their cultivation rate. With the passage of time, the cultivation speed of soul beasts consistently rises. Thus, 1,000 years of cultivation can be accomplished in 700 years, and 10,000 years in merely a few thousand. Nevertheless, for beings such as the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor, as well as the ferocious creatures lurking beneath the life lake of the Stardo Forest, the notion of becoming human is perceived as betrayal, a compromise with humanity that forsakes their soul beast heritage, rendering them a being that is neither wholly human nor entirely beast. Human-shaped soul beasts possess the semblance of human form and martial spirit, yet upon death, they reveal their true nature, dropping soul rings and bones, leading to exclusion by both humans and soul beasts alike. Thus, figures like the Snow Emperor must endure tribulations incrementally, striving for 1,000,000 years of cultivation to attain divinity. What they fail to realize is that the final tribulation, upon achieving 1,000,000 years of cultivation, is inevitably fatal, with no possibility of survival. Essentially, a 1,000,000-year soul beast serves only one purpose: to provide soul rings for the inheritors of deities, such as the deep-sea magic whale on Sea God Island, which is destined to be hunted by the future sea god inheritor. Moreover, the difficulty of tribulations intensifies with each encounter. In this instance, the Ice Emperor nearly faced obliteration. Although the last tribulation was also a 4th-level trial, it did not present the compounded challenge of dual tribulations, making the one-on-one versus one-on-two scenarios markedly different in difficulty. Thus, under such constraints, the ultimate outcome is that high-level soul beasts perish in tribulations, while those with lower cultivation and extended growth cycles are relentlessly hunted. Consequently, soul masters find themselves unable to acquire higher soul rings, forced to settle for lower-level rings, perpetuating a cycle that leads to a scarcity of available soul rings. Ultimately, the profession of soul master and the existence of soul beasts may vanish entirely from this world. Are the 5 great divine kings of the divine realm unaware of this? Perhaps their ultimate aim is the complete annihilation of the soul beasts. The truth remains elusive. With a sigh, the Snow Empress remarked, "Alas, unlike the favored humans, our path as soul beasts is fraught with insurmountable challenges. Oh, sister, I do not wish to part from you." The Ice Emperor trembled at the recollection of narrowly escaping from the tribulation. The Snow Empress gently patted the Ice Emperor's large pincers, assuring her, "Fear not, dear sister. I shall forever remain by your side." Meanwhile, observing the 2 weeping sisters, Qian Chongling stroked his chin, filled with perplexity. Having avoided watching Douluo continent 2 out of fear of being poisoned again, he had learned through the comments section that these 2 soul beasts would still be alive in the far north after 10 millennia. A span of 10,000 years would entail enduring at least 4 or 5 tribulations, judging by the Ice Emperor's current state. She would likely last only 1 or 2 before becoming a charred scorpion. Could it be that my arrival has instigated a butterfly effect? Qian Chongling harbored a hint of malice in his thoughts. However, he did not forget the purpose of his visit to this place. Thus he had no choice but to disrupt the harmonious scene shared by the 2 sisters. The Snow Lady is a female soul beast, and this Ice Emerald Scorpion is also of the same gender, signaling that they have no future together. Extremely harsh words echoed from a distance, startling both the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor, deeply wounded, was momentarily set aside, while the Snow Emperor, whose cultivation rivaled that of the unparalleled title Douluo at level 99, was taken aback. How could a human approach it unnoticed? The Snow Emperor gently pushed aside the Ice Emperor's massive pincers, turning with a grave expression to behold a young man clad in a fitted black robe adorned with golden patterns. He stood tall and handsome, exuding an extraordinary aura, with a nonchalant smile gracing his lips. From the perspective of human aesthetics, he would undoubtedly be the object of admiration for young women. Chapter 37. A Business Proposition, Contract Signing Bonus 34. As the Snow Emperor scrutinized Qian Chongling, he too was observing her in return. It must be said that the snow spirit, naturally formed by the heavens and earth, indeed resembled the Snow Lady of folklore, possessing an ethereal beauty, delicate where it should be and grand where it ought to be. Human, withdraw your gaze and articulate your intentions, perhaps feeling uncomfortable under Qian Chongling's scrutiny. The Snow Emperor's originally ethereal voice rose slightly in pitch. Ahem, It is nothing of great significance. I merely wish to reserve the soul rings of you sisters, and then—" As he listened to the Snow Emperor's voice tinged with irritation, Qian Chongling cleared his throat and responded with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing the term soul rings, a shimmering ice-blue longsword swiftly materialized in the delicate hand of the Snow Emperor, emanating an aura of chilling cold and formidable sword intent. Imperial sword, I supreme unmatched. The frosty and frigid tone carried with it a surge of anger as it reached Qian Chongling's ears. The Snow Emperor's ultimate sword, Ice Supreme Unmatched, had already been unleashed. As the blade descended, a chilling crescent-shaped sword light sliced through the void, swiftly arriving before Qian Chongling. Qian Chongling smiled faintly as he retrieved a long sword of a deep purple-black hue, neither metal nor iron, from his soul guide device. With a flick of his wrist, and under the astonished gaze of the Snow Emperor, he deflected the Emperor's ice ultimate, sending it soaring away. A thunderous crash ensued, shattering a nearby snow peak into fragments. Swordsmanship? Shall I offer you some guidance? Qian Chongling beckoned to the Snow Emperor with a malicious grin. The Snow Emperor was nearly seething with rage. The national treasure-level giant panda scuttling up and down in agitation, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury. If glances could kill, Qian Chongling would have perished hundreds of times over. Damn you to death, Emperor Hantian. Ice ultimate. Before her words had fully left her lips, an explosion of chilling energy erupted from the Snow Emperor's delicate form. Wherever this frost passed, it froze everything, even the very air itself, rendering it impervious to the sun's warmth. This was the Snow Emperor's domain, known as the Dance of Snow and Radiance. Within this realm, depending on the disparity in cultivation between her and her opponent, she could diminish all of their attributes by 30 to 90%, ranging from mental acuity and soul power to speed and cognition. With the power of her domain, she unleashed the Emperor's sword, Ice Ultimate, a series of 9 consecutive strikes targeting vital points, head, heart, collarbone, throat, and more. This dazzling blow was the Snow Emperor's most formidable technique. Emperor Hantian, Ice Ultimate. She was utterly convinced of her victory. This strike had transcended the realm of gods. And unless faced with a deity, no matter how powerful the adversary, they would surely fall beneath its might. This sword carries a certain essence, Qian Chongling mused, as he witnessed the overwhelming onslaught approach. Yet, he closed his eyes, and in the next moment, his figure sprang into action. In a breathtaking display, Qian Chongling transformed into 9 ethereal figures, wielding the 7 stars dragon abyss sword with effortless grace. His movements were reminiscent of a butterfly flitting through a garden in full bloom, executing upward thrusts, sweeping horizontal slashes, and downward strikes with an elegance that rendered him almost otherworldly, as if he had not moved an inch. Suddenly, the ground trembled with a series of thunderous roars. The unparalleled 9-fold assault of ice was effortlessly deflected by an even more exquisite 9 strikes, shattering the icy terrain and unleashing a tempest of wind and snow. The Snow Empress's long hair was whipped aloft by the blizzard, revealing a visage of unparalleled astonishment. How could this be? Despite being a peerless entity herself? The disparity was staggering. Caught in a moment of bewilderment, the Snow Empress sensed, upon Qian Chongling's strike, that although his soul power was formidable, it did not exceed the 99th level. Daydreaming on the battlefield is hardly a prudent habit, came Qian Chongling's chilling voice from behind her, jolting her back to reality. In a panic, the Snow Empress turned to find a colossal hand looming before her, gradually encompassing her face. Despite her exquisitely petite features, Qian Chongling's hand effortlessly covered her entire visage. With a resounding crash, the impact was undeniable. Headshot Achievement X1. Qian Chongling, filled with excitement, rubbed his hands together and slowly stepped out of the dust-laden area. Behind him, in the deep pit, the Snow Emperor lay motionless, his eyes filled with stars. Sister. Upon seeing this, the Ice Emperor's eyes widened with rage, disregarding his injuries as he charged directly at Qian Chongling, who merely shook his head slightly. As night enveloped the world like ink, the extreme northern lands grew even colder than during the day, rendering it inhospitable for ordinary humans. A series of heavy, labored breaths echoed continuously across the icy terrain, where the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion trembled on its 6 legs, its mandibles agape, greedily inhaling the frigid air. Even its pincers hung limply, as if this act could soothe its boiling blood and the aching, tingling muscles. What do you truly intend to do? The Ice Emperor's eyes burned with fury, perceiving this human as exceedingly peculiar, utterly toying with him. neither inflicting harm nor delivering death, but solely exhausting his physical and spiritual strength. Qian Chongling spread his hands in resignation and said, "Did I not mention from the very beginning that I merely intended to reserve your soul rings? As for that 7-star dragon abyss sword, he has long discarded it into a ditch. Such a trivial toy. It barely withstood a few exchanges with the Snow Empress before becoming damaged. One can only remark that such a supremely inferior replica could only originate from the system. They claim that products of the system are always of exquisite quality, but that is utterly ridiculous. You may have defeated us, and we have no retort. Yet there will inevitably come a day when you are vanquished by a more formidable soul beast," the Ice Emperor declared with bitterness. "Are you referring to the Empyrean beneath the life lake of the Stardo Great Forest, or perhaps the Bear King or the Silver Dragon King? Apologies, but I doubt the Empyrean can best me. Only if the Silver Dragon King dares to show itself. Those above might very well initiate a dragon hunt." Qian Chongling gestured towards the sky. The Ice Emperor was instantly taken aback. Not only did this human know of the Empyrean's existence, but he was also aware of their soul beast overlord's affairs. It stared at Qian Chongling, opening its mouth to speak, but at a loss for words. "Must you interrupt me? Snow Empress, now that you're awake, please do not feign slumber," Qian Chongling remarked, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Upon hearing this, the Ice Emperor was visibly astonished, and then it noticed the Snow Empress slowly rising to her feet. Immediately, it dashed to her side, and upon realizing she was unharmed, both beasts regarded Qian Chongling with heightened vigilance. "Now, shall we engage in a proper discussion? I have observed the tribulations of the little scorpion clearly. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, you shall perish beneath the next or the one after that. As for the snow goddess, you might endure a few more trials, but the ultimate outcome remains death," Qian Chongling stated. "And so what?" the Ice Emperor retorted. "I surmise that you do not wish to meet your end, do you? Isn't that a given? Who desires to die if they can live?" The Ice Emperor and the Snow Empress did not wish to answer Qian Chongling, responding only with 4 large, disdainful glances. "Therefore, I propose a bargain. Within the next 50 to 100 years, I shall bring forth an individual with the innate potential to ascend to divinity, and you shall be sacrificed to her, becoming her soul rings. Once she achieves divinity, she will resurrect you," Qian Chongling elaborated. The Ice Emperor and Snow Empress fell into contemplation. Indeed, as Qian Chongling had articulated, their paths were essentially dead ends. They faced either demise beneath tribulations or extermination at the hands of humanity, with no alternatives in sight. Yet, it felt as though a pie had fallen from the sky. And due to their inherent wariness of humans, neither the Snow Empress nor the Ice Emperor immediately entrusted their faith to Qian Chongling. "How can we trust you? Who knows whether the so-called gifted individual you speak of truly exists? Ascending to divinity is no trivial feat," the Snow Empress asserted. "In due time, you shall judge for yourselves. Assessing the potential of a human is not a daunting task for you," Qian Chongling replied, pausing momentarily before continuing. "If I intended to kill you, there would be no need for such elaborate discussions." The 2 soul beasts fell into silence. If Qian Chongling intended to kill them, they would not survive this moment. However, if they acquiesced to his demands, they could live for at least another 100 or 80 years. Should Qian Chongling's words hold any truth, they could ascend to divinity through a pact with humanity. This choice was, in fact, not difficult to make. The Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor exchanged a glance, resolutely declaring, "Very well, we shall comply. Excellent. May our collaboration be fruitful." Qian Chongling chuckled as he produced 2 glossy black feathers from his soul guide, presenting them to the Snow Empress and Ice Emperor. "What is this?" the Snow Empress inquired, puzzled. "A trinket of my own concoction. When shattered, I can sense its remnants," Qian Chongling explained. "What do you mean? To put it simply, I fear that someone might eliminate you before your time." The Snow Empress and Ice Emperor exchanged incredulous glances. Is this even a reasonable statement? One of us is a peerless title Douluo at level 99, and the other a super Douluo at 97, who could possibly take us down without cause. Despite their desire to discard the ominous object, they ultimately decided to retain it, for having encountered a being like Qian Chongling. The possibility of unexpected threats lurking in the shadows was a cause for concern. "Well then, may you both fare well. Do not let anyone eliminate you," he concluded. With their transaction successfully completed, Qian Chongling felt little inclination to linger in the frigid north, surely. A visit to the Heavenly Water Academy to see the young ladies would be far more delightful. As he uttered this, 8 pairs of black and white wings materialized behind him, and with a powerful flap, he ascended into the sky, his figure vanishing in an instant. I wish to seal his mouth. Sister, I support you. Go for it. The Ice Emperor and Snow Empress thought to themselves, quite exasperated by Qian Chongling's incessant chatter. Meanwhile, Qian Chongling soared through the air with an air of confidence, heading straight towards the outermost fringes of the extreme north, his formidable presence resonating in the high altitudes. After flying for over 2 hours, just as he was about to exit the icy realm, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar group. At the outer circle of the extreme north, there lay Round Mirror Lake, aptly named for its resemblance to a circular mirror encased in ice. Here, soul beasts such as fish and shrimp, along with those that preyed upon them, were commonly found. Beside the lake, snowflakes danced in the air as a 3-meter-long soul beast resembling a Boston lobster flailed its claws on the ice. 5 delicate maidens wielding ice swords executed their sword techniques and soul skills, gradually depleting the lobster's stamina and soul power. Though the lobster appeared to be a tyrant in its domain, it was, in fact, on the brink of collapse, its once glimmering azure shell marred by numerous wounds. Particularly, its unprotected eyes had become the primary target for the maidens, with one eye already spattered with blood. Qin Yan quickly, Zhao Zi, the most powerful among the 5, unleashed her 4th soul skill, breaching the lobster's defenses. The creature hesitated, exposing a significant vulnerability. After months of training, the maiden's coordination had become remarkably harmonious. Before Zhao's words had fully faded, Qin Yan's 3rd soul ring ignited. 3rd soul skill, Extreme Cold Erosion, originating from the millennium-old soul beast known as the Ice Condor. The soul skill Extreme Cold Erosion erupted from Qin Yan's index finger, unleashing a penetrating chill that pierced the soul. A distinct white thread manifested, swiftly piercing through the right eye of the giant lobster, instantly freezing it into a lifelike ice sculpture. With a resounding thud, the creature fell lifelessly to the ground, its massive form unable to rise again. This spectacle was naturally witnessed by Qian Chongling, who recognized that this mere 1,000-year-old soul beast required no such elaborate effort to subdue. 2 soul masters could have effortlessly dispatched it, especially with the presence of 2 soul sane instructors overseeing the operation. Their intentions were evidently clear. They sought not to compromise the quality of the lobster's flesh with high-level soul skills. In simpler terms, they were aiming for a delectable meal. As anticipated, once the battle concluded, the leading Chun Xiaoxue flicked her fingers, shattering the ice crystals encasing the lobster, and remarked, in that fleeting moment of death, encasing it in ice preserves the meat to its fullest potential. The tone shifted dramatically, evoking the ambience of a culinary show. All right, Sister Xue. We are all aware of what Teacher Qian has taught us. There's no need for such theatrics. However, Chen Xiaoxue's moment of grace was abruptly interrupted by Qin Yu, who posed the crucial question, but can you actually cook this giant lobster? Taken aback, Chen Xiaoxue found herself speechless. She was merely putting on a fade. The thought of preparing the lobster was far more daunting than facing a 10,000-year-old soul beast. At least she would know how her demise would unfold. The entire sequence of events began with Qian Chongling, as the 7-member team from Tianxue Academy discovered that she had brought no provisions. The kind-hearted Qin Yun even considered sharing her own rations with Qian Chongling. The so-called provisions consisted of black bread, priced at 1 copper soul coin each, and some fresh water. The reason for subsisting solely on such sustenance was not due to insufficient funds, but rather because this black bread was the most easily preserved food available. Consequently, Qian Chongling ventured outside to catch a fish-like soul beast. Upon returning to the campsite, she astonished her companions by extracting a cooking stove and pot from her soul guide device. She proceeded to gut the fish, scale it with a small knife, slice the flesh, and use the bones to brew a rich broth, adding various spices to create an exquisite, fresh fish hot pot. As the fragrant aroma filled the campsite, the young women gazed at Qian Chongling's sumptuous fish hot pot, then glanced at their own black bread, instantly finding their once appetizing rations now difficult to swallow. The Tianxue Academy girls expressed their dismay, flipping the table. Until this moment, they finally understood why Qian Chongling did not bring provisions, and why, despite being able to enjoy fine food and drink, she chose to consume this dry, hard, and foul-smelling sustenance. Naturally, the ever-kind Qian Chongling would not allow the girls to gaze longingly. She transformed into their chef, all while offering guidance to the young ladies during the cooking process. For after all, self-sufficiency is the key to abundance. Chapter 39. Star and Moon. For 1,000 years, observing the young ladies below fall into silence. Qian Chongling could not help but smile as she slowly descended. Leave it to me. The sudden voice startled Chanzhou and Qian Yun, two soul saints, who immediately assumed a defensive posture. However, the familiarity of the tone caused them to pause. Turning around, they were greeted by Qian Chongling, now assuming the guise of an elderly gentleman. They relaxed and exclaimed, "Teacher Qian, you have returned." After a warm reunion with her two old friends, Qian Chongling, having taken the large lobster from Chanzhou's hands, casually remarked, "Stop dawdling. Lend me a hand." Qian Chongling extracted all the kitchen utensils from the soul guide device and instructed the two individuals to assist in organizing the ingredients. First, there was a wooden box containing an assortment of dried goods: bamboo fungus, chicken mushroom paste, phoenix tail mushrooms, matsutake, and lion's mane mushrooms. Chanzhou's task was to soak these dried ingredients in water until they rehydrated. Meanwhile, Qian Yun was meticulously folding paper, and after shaping it, a relatively large paper pot emerged. However, Qian Yun did not cease her efforts. She continued to fold more paper, as Qian Chongling had instructed her to create at least 5. On another front, Qian Chongling wielded a bone-removing knife, commonly used for cracking lobster shells, in his right hand, while his left hand held a petite peeling knife. He inserted the peeling knife into the joints for stabilization, then pried open the lobster's hard exterior with the bone-removing knife. The synergy between the two tools was impeccable, as the peeling knife deftly penetrated precisely where the bone-removing knife required force. After a few deft maneuvers, the shell along the lobster's back was completely pried open. He then shifted to using the bone-removing knife to stabilize the lobster, while the peeling knife expertly sliced through the connection between the lobster meat and shell. In no time, the entire lobster was peeled, retaining the distinct shape of the crustacean. Qian Chongling meticulously removed the intestinal tract of the lobster and divided the succulent meat into 8 portions. After mashing the lobster flesh into a semi-crushed state, she reached for the various powdered seasonings and spices that had been prepared in advance, pouring them one by one into the lobster mixture. "Have you adjusted the ratio of egg white to flour?" she inquired of the idly occupied Chanzhou at that moment. "It has been prepared as per Teacher Qian's instructions," Chanzhou replied. With the adjusted egg white and flour serving as a binding agent, Qian Chongling began to knead the lobster mixture as one would dough. Before long, she skillfully rolled the mixture into small lobster balls. At that moment, the paper pot folded by Qian Yun came into play. In the astonished gaze of her companions, Qian Chongling poured some water into the paper pot and set it over the fire to boil. As the water in the several paper pots before Qian Chongling gradually reached a boil, he began to add the mushrooms in the order of their required cooking times, eventually placing the lobster balls into the pot to await their delightful emergence. Half an hour later, the enticing aroma of the lobster delicacy wafted through the air, revealing a crystal-clear broth adorned with a medley of wild vegetables and mushrooms, cradling several irresistibly alluring lobster balls. Chanzhou and her companion could not help but swallow their saliva in anticipation. "Call them over to dine," Qian Chongling suggested with a smile. Qian Yun nodded and swiftly made her way over, her long legs carrying her in a flash. Moments later, a fragrant breeze announced the arrival of 5 charming young ladies from Tianxue Academy, their bright eyes eagerly fixed upon the lobster dish. Noticing their palpable eagerness, Qian Chongling instructed Chanzhou and her friend to serve the dishes to the ladies, while he naturally began to relish his own portion. After receiving their share, the young women wasted no time in indulging, but as they took their first bites, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A chorus of ambiguous sounds escaped their lips, and within their minds, a singular scene unfolded. Clad in coarse garments, they ventured into the deep mountains, laboriously foraging for matsutake, lion's mane, and other dried delicacies. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over them, and upon looking up, they beheld an enormous lobster. The colossal creature spoke, "Uninvited intruders in my domain, you shall face consequences." Thus, a vivid chase began to materialize in their imaginations. Meanwhile, Qian Chongling, perceptive and astute, had long distanced himself from the unfolding spectacle. He had come to realize that his extraordinary culinary skills were a fusion of the finest Chinese cuisine and the spirit of culinary battles, possessing both luminescent and medicinal qualities. Curiously, these traits only manifested in women. Men who tasted his creations merely expressed astonishment. Therefore, whenever women were present at his culinary showcases, he would discreetly retreat. as such moments could become rather embarrassing if seen by men. After an hour had passed and the effects began to wane, Qian Chongling leisurely strolled into the students' tents, where the sight that greeted him was a series of graceful forms reclining, caressing their slightly protruding bellies, their faces flushed with satisfaction, engaged in animated conversation. Teacher Qian's dishes are truly addictive. Ever since I first tasted his cooking, everything else seems unworthy of consumption. Indeed, what shall we do if we can't enjoy such cuisine in the future? If Teacher Qian were to open a restaurant, he would undoubtedly accumulate wealth beyond measure. Humph. How pedestrian. Teacher Qian would never stoop to such trivialities. The young ladies engaged in animated discussion, and Qian Chongling found himself unable to contain his impatience any longer. He turned around and cleared his throat gently. Ahem, let us rest well tonight. Tomorrow we shall embark on our journey back to Tianxue Academy. He addressed the 7 young women behind him with a hint of exasperation. Understood, Teacher Qian, several of the girls replied, their cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. In the frigid expanse of the extreme north, beneath the icy white branches of a grand tree, Qian Chongling lounged lazily, holding a cup of plum wine. As he gazed longingly at the high-hanging silver moon. Oh, Qingyue, it has been nearly 1,500 years, yet I remain untranscended. Am I truly so ineffectual? Qian Chongling suddenly took a gulp of green plum wine, and before he could swallow, the liquid trickled down his sharply defined chin, gliding along the rhythm of his prominent Adam's apple, eventually seeping into his slightly open collar, where it was tinged with a shade of crimson under the night sky. Before him, an apparition appeared, a maiden clad in a flowing emerald gown, graceful in form, possessing the beauty that could eclipse fish and birds. She gently caressed his cheek. Yet just as he reached for her delicate hand, she transformed into a fleeting shadow and vanished. Yet, I find myself compelled to continue along this path. Though tonight's darkness is captivating, wouldn't you agree? Qian Chongling gradually lifted her right arm, her palm facing the luminous moon, fingers splayed wide. Her gaze filtered through the gaps between her fingers, admiring the resplendent starry sky before her, a rare, genuine smile gracing her lips. Chapter 40. Zhang Village. Daily check-in activated. Qian Chongling mused inwardly. Beep. Daily check-in successful. Beep. Check-in reward dispensed. Lifespan 1 year. Current cumulative check-in total, 10 years. Cumulative 10-year check-in gift pack X1 obtained. The 10-year check-in gift pack is opening automatically. Beep. Character summoning card X1. In Qian Chongling's mind, a mechanical electronic sound reverberated as lines of text, visible solely to him, drifted before his eyes. It turned out to be a summon card for individuals of genius caliber, and he had accumulated a total of 4 thus far. Qian Chongling glanced at the character summoning card, where 4 small words were inscribed. Category: Genius. The summoning cards are divided into 2 types, the stronger card and the genius card. As the name suggests, the stronger card allows for the summoning of formidable beings. Specifically the title Douluo, randomly drawn from levels 91 to 99. The genius card, on the other hand, pertains to exceptionally gifted individuals who have yet to fully mature, youths under the age of 12, possessing soul power around level 30. With innate soul power ranging from levels 7 to 10. Both types of summoning cards can be utilized for summoning from both the realm of fantasy and reality. The fantasy realm draws from Qian Chongling's experiences and knowledge acquired during her previous life on Blue Star. Simply put, characters from the books and anime she has encountered can be summoned via these cards, albeit through a process of system optimization. For instance, summoning a figure such as Xinyuanzi from Journey to the West, or Huang using a stronger card, would likely yield a version of Xinyuanzi with a martial soul resembling a ginseng fruit tree. The strength of this martial soul, whether it be divine, super, or ordinary, depends on how the system modifies it. A single fruit could potentially create a god of creation or merely be used as a projectile. Conversely, if one were to summon the 10th Emperor of the perfect world, Huang Tiandi, using a genius card, it would likely result in a version of Hao with a martial soul that resembles a bone, rather than the omnipotent Huang Tiandi capable of transcending epochs. While this might seem somewhat disappointing, it is quite reasonable, after all. Such beings possess the power to obliterate entire realms with a mere breath, making their summoning an improbable feat. The so-called reality aspect allows for summoning characters from the historical annals of Douluo continent, implying that Qian Chongling might have a chance of summoning her father and brother from her current life. Furthermore, the summoning card possesses another intriguing feature, When utilizing the fantasy realm for summoning, one can specify a particular fantasy world to summon characters from, ensuring that with enough attempts, one is bound to summon an exceedingly powerful being. Segment. After a night of silence, as dawn broke the following day, Qian Chongling, accompanied by 7 young ladies, commenced their journey home. However, 3 days later, their path was inadvertently interrupted by a small village, Sanzhou Village. Situated in the northwestern direction of the Black Ink Duchy, a vassal of the Tiando Empire, derived its name from the prevalence of the surname Zhang among its inhabitants. Similarly named were Erzhang Village and Dezhang Village, where the 3 communities led simple lives, rising with the sun and resting at dusk. Yet, everything changed 3 years prior when a band of mountain bandits seized control of Heihu Mountain, located 50 meters northwest of the 3 villages. The leader of these bandits, Zhang Bailang, a soul emperor, was born in Sanzhou Village and awakened to a white wolf martial soul, possessing innate soul power at level 5. However, he did not contribute to the village's prosperity. Upon achieving success in his cultivation, Zhang Bailang began to terrorize his homeland alongside some minor nobles, ultimately turning to banditry with his unscrupulous companions on Heihu Mountain. They frequently engaged in theft, asserting their presence, and due to the involvement of soulmasters and nobles, local officials and martial soul branches found themselves powerless to act. Months later, the bandits struck again, plundering the majority of the food supplies from the 3 villages and abducting several young maidens of notable beauty, an outcome that speaks for itself. Consequently, the teachers and students from Tianxue Academy, who happened to be passing through, were filled with righteous indignation and resolved to take action. After conversing with the village chief of Erzhang Village and learning of Heihu Mountain's location, Qin Yun and Chun Xiaoxue, brimming with determination, set forth towards the mountain. Heihu Mountain, located 50 miles from Erzhang Village, is characterized by its towering peaks and treacherous terrain. On this day, 2 exquisite women ascended the winding mountain path, step by step, as they climbed the stairs. Should any unsuspecting villagers become aware of the 2 ladies personally delivering provisions, they would undoubtedly give them a thumbs up in praise. Qin Yun and Chun Xiaoxue suddenly halted their steps, as 2 tall middle-aged men, armed with weapons, obstructed their path. "Old Lu, am I seeing things? Is there truly someone brave enough to approach Black Tiger Mountain?" remarked the comparatively shorter middle-aged man, disbelief evident in his tone. "Old Qin, these 2 young ladies must think we lack excitement in our usual pursuits. They've come to serve themselves up on a platter." The man referred to as Old Lu cast a malevolent gaze upon Qin Yun and Chun Xiaoxue, his eyes glinting with ill intent. Old Qin brandished his large cleaver, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Young lady, do you realize you've stumbled into a den of thieves?" "Indeed," Chun Xiaoxue replied, her expression tranquil. Old Qin paused, a grin spreading across his face. "So you know what you're getting into, yet you still dare to approach? Are you hoping we might assist you in a swift descent into the abyss? You are aristocrats masquerading as bandits, aren't you?" Chun Xiaoxue inquired coolly. "Who are you? How do you know our true identities?" Old Qin's brows knitted together, an ominous sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Chun Xiaoxue shook her head, her countenance darkening. To be a thief and carry such a sense of superiority, what a reflection of the declining moral standards in society. Old Lu, growing impatient, interjected, "Old Qin, stop wasting time. Let us take them down, one each." Before the so-called Old Qin could make a move, Qin Yun had, unbeknownst to them, already summoned his martial spirit. His right hand transformed into a sharp, ice-blue tiger claw, which pierced through Old Qin's chest. In a hushed tone, he stated, "Apologies, but we are pressed for time." The sudden assault caught Old Qin completely off guard, eliciting only a muffled groan from him. Thud! Qin Yun withdrew his hand. Watching as Old Qin's body slumped to the ground, blood staining the yellow-brown earth beneath him. "Soul, Saint!" Old Lu trembled at the sight of Qin Yun, now embodied as an ice tiger with 7 colorful soul rings shimmering around him. At that moment, Chun Xiaoxue's ice feathers, born of her martial spirit, pressed against Old Lu's throat. Her gaze was piercing as she demanded, "Answer me. Were those villages at the foot of the mountain raided by you?" "Another soul saint." He gulped. Old Lu involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva, fear etched upon his face. The icy feather sliced through the air, and in an instant, blood splattered 3 feet away. He collapsed onto the ground, clutching his neck, stained with the crimson flow, until he was utterly motionless. Chapter 41. Clearing the battlefield atop Black Tiger Mountain lay the Black Tiger Village. The interior of the village was remarkably spacious, with numerous humble grass huts erected along the sides of the Grand Hall, which were undoubtedly not the abodes of the mountain bandits. Qian Renxue and Qin Yun had fought their way up from the foot of the mountain, leaving no survivors in their wake. Upon reaching the entrance of Black Tiger Village, they heard the sound of a whip cracking against flesh. Crack, crack, crack. Exchanging a glance, the two gently nudged the door open a crack. Through the narrow opening, they beheld 5 stout pillars in the hall, each bound with disheveled-haired men. Blood drenched their bodies, and the tattered remnants of their clothing bore vivid marks of the whip. A lean bandit, bare-chested, was vigorously wielding a whip, lashing it against one of the bound men. Strangely, only the sound of the whip could be heard. No cries of anguish pierced the air. This scene ignited a fiercer flame of rage within Qian Renxue and Qin Yun. They understood that the reason the whipped men did not scream was that they were on the brink of death, bereft of the strength to cry out. Damn it! At that moment, a bandit emerged from the grass hut to the right, adjusting his trousers and cursing, inattentive for a moment, and that woman bit her tongue to death. Huh, I'll go take a look. Hey, old Zhao, how eager are you? Even the dead dare to approach, a bandit jested. Old Zhao disappeared into the hut, and laughter ensued as his voice echoed. After holding it in for half a year, even a sow is fair game for me. The crowd erupted in raucous laughter. Qian Renxue and Qin Yun, their fury now aflame, harbored but one thought: eradicate them all. Beasts, come out and face your demise. Qian Renxue and Qin Yun bellowed. At the summit of Black Tiger Mountain, hearing the furious roars of Qian Renxue and Qin Yun, a throng of bandits surged forth, surrounding the two women. Two little girls? How did you make it up here? One robust man, his eyes glinting with malice, fixed his gaze on Qian Renxue and Qin Yun. Seeing that the two women offered no reply, the other bandits seemed to have an epiphany, erupting in raucous laughter. Could it be that the brothers down below have been drained dry? Perhaps this leg could last a year without issue. Brother, you must be joking. Only a year? Seated upon the lofty platform, Zhang Bailang could not help but reveal a faint smile. These individuals were his true brethren. The lowly commoners below had no right to share the same blood as he did. All he needed to do was await his brothers below to capture the two women. After all, the first blow would be his, and there was no need for haste. Frosted Ice Tiger, manifest. Icy Feathered Crane, manifest. The two vehement exclamations jolted Zhang Bailang back to reality. Suddenly, a colossal tiger of ice-blue hue, resembling crystal, and a blue crane radiating a cerulean glow appeared behind Qin Yun and Qian Renxue. 7 soul rings, adorned in hues of yellow, purple, and black, floated above them, and an overwhelming aura erupted like a volcano. Under the tremendous pressure exerted by the two soul saints, Zhang Bailang, a soul emperor, felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, while the mountain bandits trembled uncontrollably. Esteemed soul saints, we can discuss this, Zhang Bailang exclaimed in terror. 6th soul skill, Icy Wing Strike. 6th soul skill, Ice Tiger Roar. The response came from Qian Renxue and Qin Yun, as they unleashed their 6th soul skills after activating their martial souls. The icy feathered crane, with its expansive wings, began to condense water blue light, and in an instant, countless icy feathers shot forth, tracing elegant arcs as they transformed the surrounding bandits into mere pincushions. Crack, crack. The frosted ice tiger opened its enormous maw, unleashing a beam of snow and ice that collided with Zhang Bailang, the sounds of shattering bones echoing through the air. Meanwhile, Qin Yun, having activated her martial soul's true form, employed her mightiest single-target soul skill, which was nothing short of devastating. The radiant force propelled Zhang Bailang's lifeless body into the depths of Heihu Mountain. In the wake of the two icy soul skills, the summit of Heihu Mountain was left in a tempest of howling winds and swirling snow. Discuss? Would those bound to stakes, mercilessly whipped to death, agree? Would those forcibly taken and used as mere tools for gratification consent? In Zhangsan village, would those who perished from starvation agree? The answer is unequivocal. There could be no consent. These soulless beasts, had they not encountered them, it might have been a different tale. Yet, encountering them and then sparing their lives would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains, a perilous aftermath awaiting. Today, these two women would seek justice for the innocently slain. To spare such inhumane creatures would be to unleash a tiger back into its den. Thus, they would avenge the deceased. Atop Black Tiger Mountain, after vanquishing the bandits, the two women finally relinquished their martial soul forms, reverting to their human shapes, albeit with slightly pale faces. This pallor stemmed from the exhaustion of their martial souls, leaving the soulmasters in a weakened state for the subsequent 7 days. The splendidly ornate division line. Teacher Chen, was this all you're doing? Just as Chun Xiaoxue and Qin Yun eliminated the group, led by Zhang Bailing. The 5 students from Tianxue Academy and Qian Chongling's figure also appeared at the summit of Black Tiger Mountain. This was, of course, driven by the concern of the 5 young ladies regarding the well-being of their older sisters, prompting them to persuade Qian Chongling to accompany them to the scene, perhaps to offer assistance as well. Qian Chongling naturally would not refuse such a trivial matter. Although the 5 of them had all witnessed bloodshed, the gruesome scene before them proved overwhelming. The quintet of young women found themselves struggling to suppress their nausea, heavily affected by the oppressive stench of blood. Noticing their faltering composure, Qian Chongling could not help but reveal a hint of a twisted smile, saying, "Since you have arrived, you shall take responsibility for the battlefield. Gather these beasts together, and I shall set them ablaze." The purpose behind Qian Chongling's actions was undoubtedly to encourage her companions to hone their skills. After all, if they could not withstand such minimal adversity, how would they cope in the future? The 5 young women were certainly displeased with this approach. However, as the saying goes, the arm cannot twist the thigh. Under the compelling insistence of the 3 instructors, they had no choice but to comply. Consequently, for the next few days, the girls appeared despondent and lacked appetite, occasionally casting Qian Chongling disdainful glances. Yet, they were met with the unwavering resolve of Qian Chongling, whose spirits remained unscathed as she indulged in good food and drink. Chapter 42. The Soulmaster competition. Time flew by, and 5 years later, at the training grounds of Tianxue Academy, 3 figures, one clad in red, one in blue, and one in green, moved with a unique and intricate footwork, encircling a middle-aged beauty dressed in a water blue uniform. 6th Soul Skill, Ice Feather Strike. Chun Xiaoxue, adorned in the water blue uniform, called out. A white crane, emanating a water blue luminescence, flapped its wings gently, its feathers cascading like snowflakes, launching an attack towards a girl in a matching water blue academy uniform not far away. The blue-clad girl remained unperturbed in the face of an assault from a soul sage. She simply smiled lightly, and the 5th soul ring on her slender figure glimmered with blue light. 5th Soul Skill, Phoenix's Cry in the Sky. An ice blue crystal phoenix let out a resounding call, its sound waves radiating outward, colliding with the approaching water blue feathers in an instant. Boom! After a brief deadlock lasting several seconds, a thunderous roar erupted, dissipating the sound waves and shattering the ice feathers, which vanished into the air. With one attack thwarted, the 2 youths dressed in red and green exchanged glances, and the 4th soul rings on their bodies shone brilliantly. Fusion Soul Skill, Wind and Fire Convergence. The wind harnessed the power of the fire, and the fire complemented the wind, creating a force that was not merely additive but exponentially magnified, unparalleled in strength. The azure wind and crimson flames intertwined as they surged forward. Chun Xiaoxue's expression turned grave as she contemplated. To think that a fusion soul skill from 2 soul sects could wield the might of a low-tier soul emperor's full strength. Despite her thoughts, Chun Xiaoxue's actions were swift. She softly intoned, 5th Soul Skill, Ice Wing Guardian. This defensive soul skill, acquired from the ice steel duck, would double her defensive capabilities. As her words fell, the wings of the ice crane crossed before her. The azure and crimson forces collided with the steel-colored ice wings in an instant. Boom! Sparks flew in all directions. Upon closer inspection, a stark black mark marred the water blue ice wings, an unsightly sight indeed. In this exchange, Qian Xiaoxue did not hold an absolute advantage, perhaps due to prior soul power expenditure or a lack of full effort. Nonetheless, for 2 soul sects to withstand a blow from a soul sage, that was a source of pride in itself. Let us conclude for today. Everyone cease your efforts. Suddenly, Shui Rou, who had been standing outside the training ground, called out. On the field, Chun Xiaoxue, Shui Yuewu, Feng Outyin, and Hua Baoshou nodded in unison and descended from the arena. Your triad formation has become quite proficient once your cultivation reaches a higher level. Teacher Chen will no longer be your match, Chun Xiaoxue remarked first, feeling as if the new waves of the Yangtze River were pushing the old waves aside, leaving the former to perish. Teacher Chen, you flatter us. We still have a long journey ahead, Shui Yuewu replied with a radiant smile. Feng Outyin and Hua Baoshou chuckled merrily, for they felt a sense of pride in being able to hold their own against a soul sage. Remember to practice diligently. The synergy must improve further, Shui Rou said with a serious expression. Shui Yuewu, Feng Outyin, and Huabao Shou were the most talented and hardworking individuals from the Tianshui, Shifeng, and Qihua academies, respectively. Thus, the three academies decided to entrust the practice of the triad formation to them. They were indeed the most suitable candidates, as formations function best when utilized by soul masters whose attributes complement one another, thereby maximizing their effectiveness. As for how they acquired it, it was naturally obtained through Qian Chongling's enrollment, who also bestowed upon Tianshui Academy a set of the 7-star sword formation. Of course, their own Wahundian Academy possessed similar formations, perhaps even superior ones. Qian Chongling's intention is to exert some pressure on her own Spirit Hall Academy. Otherwise, the annual Continental Elite Soul Master Competition would become a monotonous display of dominance, leading to a sense of complacency. Understood, the three of them replied. By the way, why haven't we seen Teacher Qian these days? Shen Xiaoxue suddenly inquired. The Continental Elite Soul Master Competition, held every 5 years, is set to commence next month. Teacher Qian is already in Spirit City awaiting us, Shui Rou replied with a smile. Teacher Qian truly has confidence in us, Shui Yuewu remarked, sticking out her tongue. If you all fail to advance past the preliminary rounds, then you can hardly call yourselves students of Tianshui Academy, let alone Teacher Qian's pupils. That would be utterly embarrassing, Shui Rou stated, yet no one dared to counter her words. This year, the participants from Tianshui Academy were chosen by Qian Chongling, comprising several elite members, with 6 at the Soul Ancestor level and 1 at the Soul King level. While Shifeng and Qihua lagged slightly behind, the entire lineup consisted of Soul Ancestors. Thus, for the 3 major academies with such a roster, it was virtually guaranteed that they would all advance past the preliminaries, securing a position among the top 5 with ease. 3 months later, in Spirit City, at the Papal Hall, Tianshui Academy, having triumphed through the rounds, clashed directly with Qihua Academy, advancing to the finals, which were held at the Papal Hall in Spirit City. 3 days ago, Qian Chongling submitted his resignation to Shui Ning, the president of Tianshui Academy, despite her persistent attempts to dissuade him. Ultimately, unable to withstand Qian Chongling's decision, he will depart from Tianshui Academy following the conclusion of the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition. Now, let us welcome the Wuhuan Palace Academy. The host's voice resonated powerfully, capturing the attention of all present. Following the direction indicated by the host, the Wuhuan Palace Academy made its entrance, clad in coordinated uniforms, consisting of 7 individuals, each possessing striking appearances. The men were handsome, while the women displayed grace, earning the admiration of the audience. The arrival of the Wuhuan Palace Academy sparked lively discussions among spectators. If there are no unforeseen circumstances, the victor will likely be the Wuhuan Palace Academy. Isn't that stating the obvious? The Wuhuan Palace Academy has consistently triumphed. Their prowess speaks for itself. The Continental Senior Soul Master Competition is a grand event, boasting a plethora of prizes. The winning academy is awarded 3 soul bones, and each institution is eager to vie for these coveted rewards. However, the Wuhuan Palace Academy has always emerged victorious, preventing the soul bones from falling into the hands of outsiders. Although everyone is aware of the Wuhuan Palace's intentions, there is little recourse. The students of Wuhuan Palace possess formidable strength, and their ages meet all requirements, leaving other academies with no grounds for complaint. Subsequently, the entrance of the Tianshui female team ignited the atmosphere, captivating the audience. Next, we shall hear from His Holiness the Pope. As the host's words echoed, Qian Douluo, adorned in a light golden robe and wielding a scepter, ascended to the viewing platform above the arena. I am Pope Qian Douluo. The Continental Senior Soul Master Competition serves as a fair and just stage for competition, where you may fully unleash your talents. Now, let your abilities shine brightly. The victors shall be rewarded with 3 soul bones provided by the Wuhuan Palace. Qian Douluo stood with his hands behind his back, speaking. Chapter 43, The Finals. After Qian Douluo finished speaking, he instinctively glanced at the audience. Upon spotting a particular figure, his pupils suddenly constricted. It was a young man clad in black, with dark hair and a stern visage, yet a hint of a smile danced upon his lips. Qian Douluo's expression was solemn as he cast his gaze backward, yet he failed to discern the figure he had seen earlier. He exhaled deeply, concluding that he must have been hallucinating. After all, his revered ancestor had passed away many years ago. How could he possibly appear here? I hereby declare that the finals will officially commence in 15 minutes, Qian Douluo announced. The host, brimming with excitement, proclaimed, due to the withdrawal of the Blaze Academy. The final championship will now be contested between the Heavenly Water Academy and the Spirit Hall Academy. The audience from the other academies was not surprised by the Blaze Academy's withdrawal, as the disparity in strength was quite significant. With the host's declaration, the battle between the Heavenly Water Academy and the Spirit Hall Academy was set to begin. Remarkably, the Heavenly Water Academy had chosen to field another member for the finals, their captain, Shui Yuewu, a Soul King of level 52. While the Spirit Hall Academy had also concealed a Soul King of level 51. Qian Douluo gazed at the students of the Tianxue Academy, his brow slightly furrowed. The Tianxue Academy seemed to possess an overwhelming strength, rendering the other three elemental academies utterly incapable of competing. The prowess of the unparalleled Douluo, Qian Douluo, was immediately discerned. The Tianxue Academy boasted a Soul King of level 52, accompanied by 2 Soul Zong of level 44 and 3 Soul Zong of level 42, with the weakest among them being at level 41. In contrast, their opponents from the Spirit Hall Academy had a highest level of 51, 3 at level 42, and 3 at level 44, offering no significant advantage over Tianxue Academy. The captain of the Spirit Hall Academy's team, Jin Gang, a formidable Soul King of level 51 in the assault category, stood with a deep, resonant voice, his streamlined muscles quivering slightly as he endeavored to present a fearsome visage with his somewhat simple face. Shui Yuwu took a graceful step forward, introducing herself as the captain of Tianxue Academy's team and a control-type Soul King of level 52. Teams bow. The referee commanded loudly. With Jin Gang and Shui Yuwu leading the way, all 14 competitors from both teams simultaneously inclined their bodies in a courteous bow, and the atmosphere in the arena grew palpably tense. Finals commence. With the referee's declaration, the 7v7 team battle erupted. The initial assault was launched by Jin Gang, the captain of the Spirit Hall Academy. 5th Soul Skill, Thunderous King Kong Fist. Jin Gang roared, and with the embodiment of his martial spirit, the mighty King Kong Bear. His form swelled, muscles expanding significantly. With his robust legs slightly bent, he leaped into the air, his fist glowing with radiant light as it hurtled towards Shui Yuwu's delicate face. Just as Shui Yuwu attempted to evade, 2 purple-black vines swiftly ensnared her limbs. These were the control-type soul skills of the brothers Ao Ying and Ao Yi from the Spirit Hall Academy. Their objective was evidently clear: to eliminate Tianxue Academy's strongest, Shui Yuwu. With fierce determination in her beautiful eyes, Shui Yuwu shook her body, shattering the vines in an instant, while simultaneously conjuring a thick ice wall that rose abruptly before her, an impressive 4th soul skill from her teammate. Qin Yin of the Tianxue team. Boom. Jin Gang's fist collided with the ice wall, sending shards flying and numerous cracks sprawling across its surface, yet it remained intact. Observing this, Jin Gang unleashed another powerful punch, shattering the precarious ice wall in an instant. Ladies, let us initiate our counterattack. In the moment the ice wall shattered, Shui Yuewu leaped with grace, evading the assault of the diamond. Thus, the chaotic battle commenced. Zhao Zi and Qin Yin from the Tianxue Academy launched a concerted attack, flanking their opponent with the support of 2 auxiliary soul masters stationed behind them, effectively restraining the Soul King, Diamond, Lu Yuding and Lu Yufan. Both agile attack-type soul masters from Tianxue Academy charged directly towards the 2 auxiliary soul masters of the Wuhuan Palace Academy, who were known as the Violet Sisters, Feng Yudi and Feng Yuding. Interestingly, the Wuhuan Palace adopted a similar strategy, with both sides employing agile attack types to target their opposing auxiliary soul masters. The sole distinction lay in the identities of their respective soul kings. Diamond was confronted by Zhao Zi and Qin Yin, while Shui Yuewu faced the 2 enigmatic soul masters from the Wuhuan Palace Academy. The outcome hinged on which side would falter first, triggering a chain reaction that would ultimately determine the victor. On the battlefield, the air was filled with howling winds and swirling snow, as blades of wind sliced through the air and powerful punches unleashed their fury, showcasing an array of splendid soul techniques. The audience, comprising students and teachers from other academies, nodded in admiration, visibly impressed by the spectacle of such extraordinary combat. However, in the front row, Qian Chongling wore an expression of exasperation, utterly at a loss for words. Since the onset of the battle, did they only know to target the auxiliaries? Did they truly believe their opponent's support was as formidable as the 9 Hearts Begonia or the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile? The Nine Hearts begonia is reputed to possess an unyielding stamina, capable of restoring vitality with a mere breath, while the Seven Treasures glazed pagoda is heralded as the most formidable support-type soulmaster. Should one be at the 41st rank, it can bestow a remarkable 50% enhancement to attributes. Thus, if the adversary fields 2 support-type soulmasters, they must be dealt with expeditiously. However, the support soulmasters of the Spirit Hall Academy wield the Violet Soul, which offers mediocre healing and enhancement effects. The Water Academy would be better served focusing their efforts on the formidable diamond, as sacrificing their 2 supports to eliminate the opponent's strongest damage dealer is a worthwhile exchange. Their 2 supports can surely stall the 2 agile attackers for several breaths, enough time for the diamond to re-enter the fray multiple times. This situation mirrors the battle between the Shrek 7 monsters and the Imperial fighting team, where they collectively targeted Yu Tianheng, severely wounding him. Had it not been for the presence of Yi Lingling, the ultimate healer, Yu Tianheng's performance would have been rendered futile. However, Qian Chongling is more concerned with the fact that the Violet Soul belongs to this pair of sisters. If his memory serves him correctly, his lawful wife, Feng Yuyan, and her sister, Feng Yushi, also possessed the Violet Soul. Eventually, a collateral descendant bore him a daughter, though her soul was not that of the 6-winged angel, but rather the Violet Soul. After her marriage and several generations, Qian Chongling ceased to keep track of her lineage. Initially, he suspected infidelity, as conventional wisdom would suggest the inheritance of his light and dark angel. It later dawned on him that the negative emotions he harbored were beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person, leading his daughter to inherit her mother's soul instead. At that moment, a resounding cry pulled Qian Chongling from his reverie. The phoenix's cry reverberated as Shui Yuewu braved an attack from the soul master of the Spirit Hall Academy, unleashing her 5th soul skill. A sharp, piercing sound emanated from her lips, enveloping the Spirit Hall team in a tumultuous wave. Only the relatively robust diamond could withstand the assault, while the remaining members of the Spirit Hall, lacking sufficient soul power, could only cover their ears and muster their energy to resist the sonic onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, the remaining members of the Water Academy would not let it slip by. Lu Yuding and Lu Yufan, harnessing their agile prowess, swiftly approached the 2 support-type soul masters and 2 agile attackers of the enemy, executing their 3rd soul skill, Ice Frost Slash. This skill proved successful, leading to the elimination of the 4 beleaguered members of the Spirit Hall team. Chapter 44. A defeat still witnessing the sudden loss of 4 teammates. The diamond felt a surge of urgency. With a fierce roar, he unleashed his thunderous diamond fist once more. Bang! Bang! Amidst the shattering sound of the ice wall, the figures of Qin Yin and Zhao Zi traced a flawless arc as they fell beyond the arena. After all, they were merely 2 soul masters. Despite the assistance of 2 supportive augmenters, they could not entirely withstand the might of a soul king. To have stalemated for this long was commendable. Shui Yuewu furrowed her delicate brows, realizing that the only combatants left on her side were herself, Lu Yuding, and Lu Yufan. The 2 support-type soul masters had depleted their energies, while simultaneously enhancing the healing of Shui Yuewu, Qin Yin, and Zhao Zi, leaving them with little soul power remaining. In contrast, the opposing Spirit Hall team still had the formidable Soul King, Jin Gang, along with 2 powerful assault-type soul masters who had kept her at bay. While the odds appeared to be evenly matched, it was well understood that assault types were notoriously resilient, while agility types could falter with a single misstep. To secure victory, there was but one course of action: to expend all her soul power and invoke her 5th soul skill once more. Shui Yuewu contemplated this in silence. Yet she did not voice her thoughts. The 3 sisters shared an unspoken understanding, exchanging glances that conveyed their intended strategy. With her poised stature, the frigid soul power began to coalesce rapidly around Shui Yuewu, the radiance of her 5th soul ring growing ever brighter, akin to a resplendent diamond, beautiful yet fraught with peril. Qin Yin and Zhao Zi surged forward with the swiftness of leopards, intent on confronting Jin Gang and his allies. However, Jin Gang, fully aware of their intentions, would not permit them to succeed. At that moment, he made his move, not charging towards Shui Yuewu and her companions, but rather crouching low as his fists descended violently towards the ground. "Block him," Qin Yin exclaimed, understanding Jingang's objective the instant he initiated his attack. It was evident that he sought to unleash a wide-range assault to disrupt Shui Yuewu's concentration and release of her soul skill, for he knew that should she succeed, their defeat would be inevitable. Contrary to her expectations, the anticipated sound of the ground shattering did not reverberate. Instead, Qin Yan suddenly appeared beside Jin Gang, delivering a swift kick to his arm, thwarting his downward strike. Yet, in the wake of Jingang's failed attack, another soul master from the Spirit Hall team swiftly landed a punch to Qin Yan's abdomen. Although the strike lacked speed, it consumed a significant amount of her soul power and stamina, leaving her unable to evade. With a gasp, Qin Yan's complexion paled as she coughed forth a spray of crimson blood, her body propelled forcefully out of the arena. Soon after, Zhao Zi followed suit, eliminated within 2 rounds, leaving Shui Yuewu as the sole remaining contender from the Tianxue Academy team. Nevertheless, it was evident that the efforts of her companions had not been in vain. In midair, snowflakes coalesced, gradually taking shape, as a 7-meter-long ice crystal phoenix materialized from thin air. A resounding cry of the phoenix emanated from its beak, sending ripples through the void. This time, the phoenix's call, resonating through the heavens, was the result of Shui Yuewu expending all her remaining soul power, its potency exceeding that of her previous attempts by more than double. The sound wave surged forth once more, causing the 2 soul masters, drained of their soul power, to faint beneath the force of this soul technique. However, a faint yellow barrier enveloped the captain of the Spirit Hall team, Jin Gang, shimmering with ripples under the assault of the sound waves. Mere seconds later, the barrier shattered with a thunderous crash. Jingang's form gradually became visible. Despite his weary stature, depleted soul power, and nearly exhausted physical strength, he still possessed the will to fight. Conversely, Shui Yuewu had completely expended her soul power, effectively rendering her out of the competition. Is this the ability of a soul bone? Shui Yuewu's beautiful eyes dimmed slightly. Having failed to incapacitate her opponent entirely, she felt she had already lost. Her confusion lingered. This is my 3rd soul technique, Earth Guardian, which allows me to transfer the majority of damage to the ground, but the conditions for activation are rather stringent, Jin Gang explained. Earth Guardian, utilizing 90 of current soul power to negate 90 of damage, lasting for 3 breaths. Oh, I see. With that realization, Shui Yuewu stepped down from the competition arena. After a moment, the tournament concluded, and the champion of this Continental Elite Soul Master competition was declared to be the Spirit Hall team. Let us all cheer for them, the host exclaimed, his voice ringing out, filled with excitement over the thrilling match that had unfolded, one that even he, seasoned as he was, found astonishing. Now, let us invite the Pope to present the awards to the champion team, the host announced after the Healing Soul Masters had tended to the students from both academies. Qian Dalu, with an air of indifference, approached the members of the Spirit Hall battle team, his expression devoid of emotion as he remarked, "Your performance was commendable. Yet there remains room for improvement. Should you persist, the future shall undoubtedly belong to you. Thank you, Your Holiness." The 7 members of the Spirit Hall Academy bowed in unison to Qian Dalu. However, in the audience, Qian Chongling shook his head, pondering to himself, with such a standard, they are merely satisfactory? No wonder the Spirit Hall will eventually be dismantled by the Triad. Qian Dalu extracted 3 soul bones from the soul guiding apparatus and addressed Zhao Chongkong, the leader of the Wuhuan Hall Academy. These 3 are the right arm bone of a 30,000-year-old great strength crocodile, the right leg bone of a 30,000-year-old black wind wolf, and the left arm bone of a 30,000-year-old diamond bear. They are rewards for you. Upon witnessing these 3 soul bones, not only did the young members of the Wuhuan Hall battle team stare in awe, but the rest of the Academy's participants were equally entranced, their eyes gleaming with envy. Had this gathering not been within the Holy Hall, and had there not been the formidable presence of several titled Douluo, it is likely that someone would have succumbed to their greed and attempted to seize them. These are soul bones, the most precious treasures for soul masters, elusive and rare. Among soul bones, there exists a hierarchy of value, with inherent quality being of utmost significance. The higher the level of the soul beast that produces the soul bone, the greater its efficacy. Naturally, this excludes external soul bones, which, while exceedingly rare, possess the most precious potential for growth, ranking just below the 100,000-year soul rings within the entire system. Ordinary soul bones total 6 in number: head, torso, and 4 limbs. Among these 6 types, the torso is the most valuable, followed by the head, and then in descending order: right hand, left leg, and right leg. The value of soul bones varies with their location, even when of the same quality. "Thank you, Your Holiness," Zhao Chongkong said, as he took the 3 soul bones from Qian Daoliu's hands. Even with his temperament as a soul Douluo, he could not help but feel his heart flutter. After the distribution of the soul bones by the Pope of the Wuhuan Hall, Qian Douluo, the 5-year elite soul master tournament across the continent drew to a close. The various participating teams subsequently departed from the Holy Hall, returning to their respective academies and temporary lodgings in Wuhuan City. The following day, after spending a few days in Wuhuan City, Shui Ning, the president of the Tianshui Academy, and the members of the academy returned home, albeit with one less companion. End of Volume 1. The next volume will focus on Bibi Dong. Although I am aware that few will read this, I still wish to mention that there are free tickets available for support. Chapter 1. The rainy night escape in the sweltering summer, the tranquil night air remained oppressively warm. Much like the daylight, the evening breeze stirred waves of scorching heat, rendering the atmosphere stifling. Thunder rumbled ominously. At that moment, a sudden clap of thunder echoed through the sky. Chilling drops of rain began to descend from above, while the cold wind gradually picked up, and the ominous clouds appeared to coalesce rapidly. Over the small grove outside the soulmaster city, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and the low rumble of thunder intermittently illuminated the gloom as the icy rain intensified. Not far away, two figures slowly emerged in the downpour, a man and a woman sprinting at great speed. Despite the veil of rain, the woman's graceful and enchanting silhouette remained strikingly prominent. The man, appearing to be in his 30s, possessed sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding handsomeness. He was clad in a fitted black robe, emblazoned with a soul character the size of a fist at the center of his chest. On his left breast, a badge intricately carved with 6 crossed long swords indicated his rank as a soul emperor of the Spirit Hall. The woman, dressed in a blue and white gown adorned with azure wave-like patterns, had a perfect oval face, elongated brows, and fair skin. Though her slightly protruding abdomen hinted at her pregnancy, it did little to diminish her extraordinary grace. Tian Gu, I can't run any longer. The expectant mother, Lin Yan, said to the man in black robes, Luo Tian. Yenner, do not give up. Let us rest for a moment. In this rain, they will not find us easily, Luo Tian reassured, gazing at the torrential downpour under the nocturnal sky. Just then, a voice, cold yet tinged with sorrow, suddenly resonated. Not so easy to find you, is it? Startled, Luo Tian and Lin Yan exchanged disbelieving glances and turned towards a large tree ahead. There stood an elder, his hair a mix of white and gray, standing robustly with short hair that resembled steel needles erect on his head. His eyes were profoundly deep, fixed intently on Luo Tian. Master Jin, I never expected you to come as well, Luo Tian said with a wry smile. Master? I have no disciple who consorts with evil soul masters. The elder, Jin Zhuan, retorted with disappointment. Thunder roared in the sky, and the silver lightning crackled loudly. The rain poured even harder, yet the biting cold could not temper Jin Zhuan's ire. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a young man with innate soul power at level 9 and a top-tier martial soul, the Death Spider Emperor, with proper cultivation. He was destined to achieve the rank of a titled Douluo. Jin Zhuan could hardly fathom that his own disciple had fallen in love with an evil soul master and had inflicted harm upon his colleagues for her sake. Did Luo Tian not understand the nature of evil soul masters? Such actions would lead him astray and jeopardize the future of the Spirit Hall. As the golden brick slightly lifted its head, it cast a glance at Lin Yan's gently rounded abdomen, and its expression darkened further. Teacher, I apologize to you. And even more so to everyone else. However, Yenner and those evil soul masters really. Before the words could fully escape his lips, Luo Tian was interrupted. Not by the golden brick, but by the sudden appearance of 4 individuals, 3 men and 1 woman. Junior, an evil soul master is simply an evil soul master. What difference could there possibly be? Remarked the eldest among them, a middle-aged man with an air of indifference. Senior Zhao, Senior Qian, Junior Sister Sun, Junior Sisterly. I never expected you all to arrive, Luo Tian said, his complexion growing even paler upon seeing the 4. If it were only his teacher, the golden brick, and his junior sister, Sun Yin, perhaps he could have turned a blind eye and let them pass unnoticed. However, Zhao Chang'e and Qian Budwa, who were known for their singular approach to evil soul masters, kill, were present. Moreover, both Zhao Chang'e and Qian Budwa were soul saints, while Luo Tian and Lin Yan were merely soul emperors, hardly their match. Though his teacher, the golden brick, was significantly stronger, possessing the rank of a high-level soul de law, it was improbable that he would intervene to stop Zhao Chang'e and Qian Budwa. With the two surrounding them, Luo Tian's pallor deepened, and Lin Yan felt a wave of heartache. If it weren't for her, Luo Tian might have had a brighter future. Everyone, this is all my fault. Kill me. But spare him, Lin Yin said with a sorrowful smile, pleading with the golden brick and the others. However, the Wuhuan Temple's doctrine regarding evil soul masters has always been one of utter annihilation, and as a traitor, Luo Tian's fate would likely be even more tragic. At this thought, Sun Yin, who harbored a secret affection for Luo Tian, erupted in anger. It's all your fault, you sorceress. You owe me for my senior brother. Gathering her soul power in her palm, Sun Yin suddenly struck towards Lin Yin, the crimson energy glaringly vivid amidst the night rain. A chilling gust of wind swept up Lin Yan's damp hair, revealing her ethereal beauty. The attack came so unexpectedly that even Lin Yin, who was also a soul emperor, was caught off guard and had no time to defend herself, as the scarlet hand was about to strike Lin Yan's fair forehead, threatening her very existence. Two urgent shouts pierced the air. Stop! Stop! One voice belonged to Luo Tian, while the other came from an unexpected source, the golden brick. Faced with the obstruction of her two dearest ones, Sun Yin desperately attempted to retract her soul power. Yet, fueled by fury, how could she control it as she wished? Bang! A sound of collision echoed, and amidst the rain, a figure was sent flying, crimson blood splattering in the air. It was Luo Tian, who had, in an instant, pushed his wife Lin Yin aside to shield her from the blow. Luo Tian knelt on the ground, his collarbone shattered by a single strike from Sun Yin. He opened his mouth to speak, but coughed up blood. Despite being evenly matched with Sun Yin, Luo Tian had not sustained such grievous injuries so easily. However, the year-long escape had left him little time for recovery and healing, thus rendering him unable to withstand even Sun Yan's blow. In an instant, Lin Yin rushed over, embracing the fallen Luo Tian, tears streaming down her face as she cried, "Brother Tian, are you all right? Please don't leave me." Cough, cough, Yinner. I cannot die without seeing our child. Born, Luo Tian gazed at Lin Yin and forced a faint smile as he spoke. Brother Tian, you will see it. Lin Yin replied with a sorrowful smile. Yinner, being with you, is the happiest thing in my life. I will love you forever. As he spoke, Luo Tian coughed up another mouthful of blood. Brother Tian, I love you too. Watching the tender exchange between the two, Sun Yin, filled with rage, could hardly contain herself. Seeing Lin Yin's slightly rounded belly, she exclaimed, "You monstrous being who devours flesh and drinks blood, what right do you have to bear my senior brother's child?" As a member of the Spirit Hall, it was their duty to pursue and eradicate evil soul masters, yet the bond between Luo Tian and Lin Yin deeply moved Zhao Chang'e and Qian Budua. Chapter 2. The soul-eating demon spider. At the same time, they understood why Jin Zhuan had earlier intervened to prevent Sun Yin from attacking Lin Yin. The reason was simple: Lin Yin was with child. Although the Spirit Hall was relentless in eliminating evil soul masters, special circumstances allowed for a postponement of execution. If an evil soul master was pregnant, efforts were made to avoid endangering her life, prioritizing capture alive, as a new life was developing within her. Once the child was born, it would be closely observed to determine if its nature had been influenced in utero. If the child appeared normal, it would be raised in an orphanage, while the evil soul master would still face execution. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin, who had been suppressing her emotions, finally erupted, shouting, "I am not a monster. I have never consumed flesh, not even once. They forced it upon me. Your water has broken." Li Shuemei, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke with startling clarity. Sun Yin paused, her gaze falling upon Lin Yan's abdomen, where a trickle of blood was sliding down her slender legs, mingling with the rain. If one did not look closely, they might not notice it at all. As her anger surged, a violent pain enveloped Lin Yin, akin to a tsunami, crashing over her nerves and forcing her to grit her teeth in perseverance. What are you waiting for? Quickly find a place for her to give birth." Li Shuemei looked at the men in front of her, utterly speechless. The men stood there, transfixed, as the laboring woman continued to endure. Did they not value their own lives? The howling winds roared, and the distant thunder rumbled ominously as the bone-chilling rain poured down with increasing intensity. Within a cave nestled in a small forest outside the city of Wuhuan, a woman with porcelain skin and a grotesque scar resembling a centipede on the left side of her abdomen groaned in agony. Her suffering punctuated by a woman's encouraging words. "Hang in there, summon your strength." "What is happening?" Li Shuemei was taken aback. She had not yet glimpsed the baby's head, but instead, her eyes fell upon a pair of delicate, tiny feet. Dystocia. The word flashed through Li Xuemei's mind like a bolt of lightning. Observing the weakening breath of Lin Yin before her, panic seized her heart. If this continued, it would surely lead to a tragic demise for both mother and child. Is the baby out? I can hardly hold on. Lin Yin gasped, her consciousness beginning to wane. Seeing this, Li Xuemei dashed out of the cave, determined to seek help from others who might possess a solution. Outside the cave, several men who had shied away from the sight of childbirth stood together. What did you say? Yinner is experiencing complications? Luo Tian exclaimed, incredulous at Li Xuemei's words. His hands gripped her slender shoulders tightly, as if shaking her could alter this grim reality. Calm down, Luo Tian. Stay composed, urged Jin Zhuan, Zhao Chang'e, and Qian Budua, mentors of Luo Tian, but the urgency of the situation made it nearly impossible for him to heed their advice. Suddenly, a sharp slap resounded, jolting Luo Tian back to focus, delivered by none other than Li Xuemei herself. What you must do now is find a way for your wife to safely deliver your child, not to vent your frustrations on me, she stated with a calm demeanor. I'm sorry. Although Luo Tian appeared to regain his composure, the tension in his furrowed brow, clenched fists, and slightly trembling figure betrayed the turmoil within him. As moments ticked by and the men remained at a loss, Li Xuemei sighed. She has not had the chance to recuperate properly during this time. And now her vitality is waning. Vitality? The mention of this word seemed to awaken Luo Tian, his furrowed brow suddenly relaxing. I know how to save them. With that declaration, he rushed back into the cave. Inside, Lin Yin hovered between consciousness and oblivion, while only the lower half of the baby was visible. Soon, this would culminate in a tragic fate of 2 lives lost. Yinna, wake up. Upon entering, Luo Tian wasted no time and gently slapped Lin Yan's cheek to rouse her. Lin Yin slowly opened her hazy eyes, her voice tinged with regret as she addressed him. Brother Tian, I'm so sorry. But Luo Tian interrupted her. Urgency in his tone, there is no time. Yinner, your martial spirit is the soul-devouring demon spider. Use it to absorb my vitality. And both you and the child will be safe. As soon as these words were spoken, the individuals within the cave were struck with profound astonishment. Particularly those who had just entered, such as Jin Zhuan. They could not have anticipated that Luo Tian's method involved sacrificing himself to save his beloved wife and children. No, this is unacceptable, protested Sun Yan, who harbored deep affection for Luo Tian. How could she possibly accept his demise? However, the others remained silent, especially Jin Zhuan, who, as Luo Tian's mentor, was well acquainted with him. He understood that once Luo Tian made a decision, no one could sway him. Much like his own feelings for the soulmaster Lin Yan. Yinner, hurry. Luo Tian disregarded Sun Yan's incessant pleas, urging Lin Yan to take action against him. Brother Tian, I can't. Lin Yan replied, her voice trembling. Hurry, or I shall take my own life. Luo Tian exclaimed with desperation, gathering his soul power in his hands. Should Lin Yan continue to resist, he would not hesitate to slit his own throat. Understanding Luo Tian's resolute nature, Lin Yan, with no other choice, resorted to her most detested martial soul, the soul-devouring spider. Devouring spider, manifest. With her command, a purplish-black glow enveloped Lin Yan, revealing a formidable spider with 8 long, spear-like legs exceeding 3 meters in length, adorned with barbed hooks. Its 3 pairs of compound eyes and menacing mandibles exuded an aura of sinister malevolence. The grotesque mandibles elongated and pierced Luo Tian's neck, drawing forth blood mingled with his very essence, siphoning it into Lin Yan's being. The cave filled with the acrid scent of blood, interspersed with the sounds of muffled sobs, creating an eerie tableau. Lin Yan's previously frail life force surged rapidly, stabilizing at the level of a soul king. Meanwhile, Luo Tian succumbed within mere breaths, his once slender form now a mere shell, resembling a skeleton. The catalyst for his fateful decision was nothing less than the weighty love of a father, a love as heavy as a mountain. Push. Your head is almost out. A bit more. Li Xuemei's voice shattered the cave's somber silence. Accompanied by Lin Yan's anguished cries, a resounding wail of a newborn echoed within the cavern. Outside, the sky darkened further, with flashes of lightning and torrential rain, as if the heavens were unleashing their fury, or perhaps the goddess was weeping in secret. Within the cave, the arrival of the newborn seemed to breathe a flicker of life into the atmosphere. Chapter 3, The Artificial Soulmaster. The bonfire, erected by Jin Zhuan, had burned down to half its height. The flames dispelled the chill, illuminating the small cave with a warm glow. Clad in red, Li Xuemei cradled the newborn. Smeared with flecks of blood, and a rare smile broke her perpetually stoic expression as she turned to Lin Yin, saying, "It's a girl. Congratulations. See, can I see her?" Lin Yin stammered. Though Lin Yin had absorbed Luo Tian's life force, she was already nearing her limit and now felt utterly drained. Li Shuimei exchanged glances with Jin Zhuan and the others, and upon receiving subtle nods from them, she gently handed the infant over, placing the child beside Lin Yin while softly speaking. Although this action seemed somewhat callous, they had witnessed twisted souls in the past, darkened to the point of harming their own progeny, thus they remained on guard. As she gazed at the little one beside her, Lin Yin smiled faintly, her smile radiant. She leaned her head gently against the child, feeling the warmth of its presence in the rhythm of its heartbeat, her expression softening further. After a brief moment, Lin Yin looked at the others and whispered her gratitude. "Thank you. Of course, but what you mentioned was something they forced upon you. What does that mean?" Jin Zhuan replied, a grave tone in his voice. If his suspicions were correct, the existence of a profoundly malevolent organization would indeed be alarming. 10 years ago, a group of dark soul masters captured me but did not kill me. They claimed I was one of them, yet because I refused to consume flesh and blood, they cut open my stomach and stuffed it inside. Although Lin Yin's words were delivered flatly, the gathered individuals could sense the underlying cruelty, bloodiness, and the despair and terror she had once faced. "Why should I believe you?" Sun Yin, who had always been at odds with Lin Yin, questioned skeptically. "I believe her words," Jin Zhuan asserted. "Teacher," Sun Yin exclaimed incredulously, unable to fathom why Jin Zhuan would take Lin Yan's words at face value. "Or rather, I believe Xiao Tian's words," Jin Zhuan added. Zhao Changgu and Qian Duo nodded in agreement as outside. Luo Tian had shared everything about his acquaintance with Lin Yin. Luo Tian had stated that during their time together, he had never witnessed Lin Yin consume flesh, and she despised her own martial soul. "This matter is of great importance and must be reported to the Pope," Zhao Changgu declared, and the others nodded in unison. Showing no dissent, "Do you have anything to say to your child?" Jin Zhuan suddenly asked, taking on the demeanor of one inviting a final confession. Zhao Changgu and the others were momentarily taken aback, looking at Jin Zhuan in confusion. "As expected of a soulmaster, you saw through it." Lin Yin replied with a faint smile, her pale complexion gradually regaining some color. "If I couldn't discern such a truth, I would have wasted these years. You transferred all your life force to this infant during childbirth. While the child's potential may significantly increase, your own life is now in peril," Jin Zhuan lamented. "Do you wish for this child to become a soulmaster?" "If possible, I would prefer this child to live as an ordinary person," Lin Yin replied wistfully. The voice of Lin Yin gradually diminished, fading into silence. The torrential rain arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, as if it had come solely to herald the birth of someone. After the downpour washed the dense forest, the air became more invigorating, and the night sky appeared even brighter and clearer, as if the rain had purified the heavens. The stars twinkled like scattered gems across the night canvas. However, Jin Zhuan and his companions found no solace in this beautiful scenery. Their gazes were fixed upon a small mound of earth before them. This mound marked the resting place of the ill-fated couple, Luo Tian and Lin Yin, allowing them to lie together in death. A heavy sorrow weighed upon Jin Zhuan and his companions, intensifying their hatred for the evil soul masters. Although this tragedy bore some connection to them, the true culprits remained those sinister beings, devoid of humanity. The pursuit of Lin Yin by the forces of the martial soul hall stemmed from the fact that she was indeed a soul master of malevolent nature. Despite her ability to suppress her desires after consuming blood and flesh, such individuals were exceedingly rare, even among the ranks of 1,000 evil soul masters. Each person yearns to wield the sword of death while indulging in the embrace of beauty, aspiring to rise above all. The evil soul masters possess a shortcut, enhancing their power through murder, bloodshed, and soul consumption, leading others into depravity and obsession. Thus, Lin Yin was merely an anomaly, not a standard by which to judge evil soul masters, and her existence could not absolve the necessity for their suppression. Did Lin Yin err? Not at all. Even when subjected to the gruesome and cruel methods of the evil soul masters, she remained steadfast in her principles, embodying an extraordinary gentleness and kindness. The true villains were undoubtedly the evil soul masters. Heeding the wishes of the child's mother, Qian Renxue shall take the child to a nearby village, allowing her to grow up as an ordinary person. You all should return now. After standing at the small mound for a considerable time, Jin Zhuan addressed the others. The three nodded, their figures flickering before vanishing from sight. The events of this night would require ample time for them to process. Separation line. Foaming Village is a small settlement located 20 miles northwest of Martial Soul City, named in the hope that a powerful soulmaster would emerge to alter their fate. A sentiment echoed in the neighboring Longting Village. At the furthest corner of Foaming Village, outside a modest cottage, the figures of Qian Zhuan and Li Shuai suddenly appeared. Qian Zhuan had visited this place before and knew that the cottage belonged to a kindly elderly couple in their 60s who had lost their son to a soul beast, leaving them without any descendants. Exchanging a glance with Li Shuai, Qian Zhuan gently rapped on the ancient wooden door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound resonated within, awakening the two elderly inhabitants from their slumber. The frail, bleary-eyed woman stirred and gently roused her husband. Old man, someone is at the door. Let us go and see. The elderly man, his hair completely white, smiled kindly as he donned a coat alongside his aged companion, and they made their way outside. Just as the two were about to open the wooden door, Li Shuai gently placed the infant cradled in her arms down, her figure darting away as she quietly observed from a distance with the golden bricks. Creak. The wooden door swung open, yet the elderly couple found no one in sight. Only a swaddled baby resting at their doorstep. A baby? The old woman appeared before the infant and lifted it into her arms. Dear, should we consider adopting this child? It would provide us with companionship, she suggested. Indeed, indeed, the old man replied with a gentle smile. Ever since the passing of their own child, they had known solitude, and having a child would undoubtedly bring them immense joy. Giggling, as if touched by the delight of the elders, the infant in the woman's embrace blinked and broke into a wide smile. Meanwhile, after securing the daughter of Luo Tian and Lin Yan, the golden bricks hastened to meet the newly appointed Pope Qianxuan to inform him of the matter concerning the artificial evil soul master. Chihiro, filled with great fury, summoned all the titled Douluo from the spirit hall the following day, demanding the collaboration of the two great empires and numerous sects to investigate and eradicate the malevolent spirit master forces. Chapter 4. Foaming Village 6 years later. In the northwest of Spirit City lies Foaming Village. At dawn, as the first light of day breaks through the faint mist, a ray of sunlight illuminates a small hill approximately 40 to 50 meters high, where 7 diminutive figures can be seen busily engaged in their tasks. These are 7 children, around 6 or 7 years of age, comprising both boys and girls. Clad in simple, coarse garments, they bend down, wielding sickles to harvest clusters of bluegrass, placing them into bamboo baskets strapped to their backs. Time swiftly passes, and an hour slips by unnoticed. The sunlight now bears a hint of warmth, tinged with a slight intensity. Suddenly, one of the boys rises, turning to the girl behind him. He inquires, I have finished harvesting the blue-silver grass. What about you? Donger. The girl lifts her head, her cherubic face adorned with the innocent smile characteristic of childhood, sweet and endearing, as she replies, Brother Nan, I'm almost done. Let me help you, Donger, the boy named Nan expresses joyfully. No need, I will finish shortly, the girl chuckles, revealing 2 delightful dimples. Though he yearns to assist, the boy respects her wishes and merely smiles, ruffling his hair. However, the other children, witnessing this exchange, begin to tease him anew. Haha, Brother Nan. You are once again courting Dong. Indeed, only to be spurned once more. Haha, but what can be done? After all, Donger is simply too adorable. This girl, known as Donger, is none other than the child of Lin Yan and Luo Tian from years past. Qian Zhuan, adhering to Lin Yan's wishes, entrusted her to an elderly couple in Fengming Village, who named her Bai Dong. Although the couple lived in modest circumstances, under the discreet care of Qian Zhuan and others, Donger's life, even after the passing of her guardians when she was 4 and 5 years old, remained above the threshold of basic sustenance. In the blink of an eye, the once infant has blossomed into a delicate young girl, cherished for her charming demeanor and obedient nature, endearing herself to the village elders and becoming the princess in the hearts of the local boys. How outrageous. Chenda, Chenxi, you two are the last ones who should be speaking. I distinctly recall someone who, just last week, presented Donger with a wildflower only to be reprimanded by their own parents, and who else crafted a crown of green leaf stems, proclaiming it a royal diadem. With a mischievous grin, Bibi Nan gazed at Chunda and Chenxi, the subjects of his teasing, their identities unmistakable. As his words fell, the other children erupted in laughter, the joyful sounds of their mirth resonating atop the small hill. After a while, sensing that time was slipping away, another girl among the 7 children interjected, All right, Enough of the commotion. Those who have finished harvesting the blue silvergrass should assist the others. Let us not forget what day it is. Bibi Qian, had you not reminded me, I would have forgotten. I heard from the village elder that today the soul master will help us awaken our martial souls. I wonder if any of us will have the potential to become soul masters. With this recollection, Bibi Nan suddenly remembered the elder's words from that morning. Brother Nan, Sister Qian. What is a soul master? At this moment, Bibi Dong had completed her task of harvesting the blue silver grass. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she stood up and inquired of the two. Both shook their heads and replied, we are uncertain. But we have heard that becoming a soul master ensures a life free from worries, capable of transforming one's destiny. Soul master. Bibi Dong etched the term into her memory. Smiling gently at Bibi Nan. Brother Nan, we have both finished our tasks. Let us join Sister Qian and the others, so we may complete our work swiftly and still have time to play. All right, Bibi Nan agreed. With a sweet smile, Bibi Dong crouched down, and together with Bibi Nan, they joined the ranks of those harvesting the blue silver grass. With the increase in manpower, their progress accelerated significantly. I'm done, cried one. Me too, exclaimed another. I'm almost finished. Everyone, please lend me a hand. Coming. In response, several little friends rushed over, and with a flurry of activity, the children who were already nearing completion quickly filled their small bamboo baskets with the grass. Seeing that everyone's work appeared to be complete, Bibi Nan took out a small scale from his basket to weigh the harvests of his companions. After checking and finding no discrepancies, he declared, our task for today is accomplished. Let us return. Good. The remaining 6 children responded. Under the radiant sunlight and gentle breeze, the 7 children made their way along the path back to the village. Although children from impoverished families mature early, they are still, after all, just children. A group of capricious youngsters, they were incredibly playful, flitting about as they chased butterflies and gathered flowers, climbing trees to explore nests, reclining on large stones for brief respites, and frolicking in the clear waters of a small lake, reveling in their merriment. By the time several of them returned to Fengming village, an hour had elapsed. At the village entrance, 2 elderly individuals, their hair graying and both over 50, anxiously awaited someone. Upon seeing the children, they finally exhaled in relief. The elder woman, visibly agitated, exclaimed, you little rascals, all you do is play. Do you not realize today is the day of your martial soul awakening? As she took down the bamboo cages the children carried, she continued, these blue silver grasses must be sold this afternoon by your grandfather, the village head, in Martial Soul City. For now, you should head to the Martial Soul Hall and wait for the soul master to arrive and awaken your martial souls. Blue silver grass and green leaf grass are essential materials for the paper industry and are also used in the production of the Martial Soul Daily. Currently, the Martial Soul Hall purchases them from commoners at a rate of 5 copper soul coins per pound. Though modest, it serves as a form of subsidy. The Martial Soul Hall stipulates that only blue silver grass can be harvested this year, while green leaf grass will be collected next year, ensuring more sustainable resource usage. Before she finished speaking, Bibi Nan interjected, I know the way, follow me. The elderly woman was taken aback, and upon looking up, she saw the 7 children, hand in hand, their little legs moving swiftly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. This Bibi Nan is truly becoming increasingly outrageous. I shall report this to their family tonight. As she pondered, the image of Bibi Nan's woeful little face appeared before her, causing the elderly woman's furrowed brow to finally relax, a faint smile gracing her lips. Well then, it's settled. Chapter 5. Twin Martial Souls. Half an hour later, at the Martial Soul Hall in Fengming village, a young woman in her early 20s, clad in the standard attire of the Martial Soul Hall, white-fitted clothing and a black cloak, entered with graceful strides. Now that everyone is here, let us begin, Gu Shuiwei said warmly, observing the 7 children in the hall. Black cat possession. With a whispered incantation, Gu Shuiwei's appearance transformed dramatically as her martial soul manifested. Her figure elongated, her waist slender, and most notably, her ears morphed into a pair of sleek black cat ears. Please line up, children, she instructed, arranging 6 black stones before them, into which they would channel their soul power. After a series of procedures, Bibi Nan, martial soul, scythe, no soul power, cannot become a soul master. Bibi Qian, martial soul, green leaf grass, no soul power, cannot become a soul master. Chenda, martial soul, ho, no soul power, cannot become a soul master. The subsequent situation unfolded much as Gu Shuiwei had anticipated. In no time, the first 6 children had awakened their martial souls. "What is your name?" Gu Shuowei inquired, her gaze settling upon a small girl at the end of the line, who resembled a porcelain doll. An involuntary fondness arose within her, for the child was undeniably adorable. "Honorable Soulmaster, my name is Bibi Dong," the girl replied with a sweet smile. "Good child. Please stand amidst those 6 black stones." Bibi Dong nodded, and as she positioned herself among the stones, layers of golden light radiated from them, enveloping her in a soft golden aura. Golden specks floated from the black stones, merging into Bibi Dong's body, causing it to tremble slightly. "Extend your right hand," Gu Shuowei instructed. Instinctively, Bibi Dong extended her right hand, and at once, all the golden specks surged forth, coalescing in her palm into the form of a spider. Gu Shuowei's eyes widened in astonishment, revealing her exhilaration. "The Death Spider Emperor?" Gu Shuowei's voice trembled with excitement. The Death Spider Emperor was a top-tier martial soul. In her experience assisting awakenings, she had never encountered one that surpassed a high-level martial soul. However, what transpired next left Gu Shuowei even more astounded. A brilliant light erupted from Bibi Dong's other hand, and as it dimmed, her martial soul transformed. Although it remained a spider, it was distinctly different from the Death Spider Emperor. "This is the soul-devouring demon spider? Could it possibly be a twin martial soul?" At this moment, Gu Shuowei found herself at a loss for words to express her emotions. To her astonishment, just beyond the martial soul city, there was a child possessing the legendary twin martial souls. She was destined for greatness, promotions, wealth, becoming a CEO, winning the affections of the affluent and handsome. She was on the path to the pinnacle of life. Gu Shuowei was nearly drooling with excitement. Bibi Dong, however, gazed at the exuberant Gu Shuowei in confusion, unsure of what was transpiring. She had no inkling of the significance of the moment, nor why Gu Shuowei trembled with exhilaration. One might mistake her for having an epileptic episode. Taking a deep breath, Gu Shuowei endeavored to calm herself, for there was still the soul power to be tested. The true value of a soul master could only be ascertained when their martial soul and soul power were revealed together. "Child, please place your hand upon this crystal ball." Bibi Dong nodded and placed her delicate hand upon it. As soon as her palm made contact with the blue crystal ball, it illuminated. The brilliant blue light spread from a single point, and in the blink of an eye, the crystal ball sparkled like a magnificent jewel, exuding a faint blue halo that was indescribably enchanting. "Innate full soul power. Twin martial souls, innate full soul power. This is simply incredible. Such a genius, this time I, Gu Shuowei, am destined to achieve great merit." The excitement on Gu Shuowei's face was unmistakable. However, she refrained from directly inviting Bibi Dong to join the spirit hall at that moment. This was due to the fact that the Death Spider Emperor and the soul-devouring spider were both malevolent spirits. Even though the spirit hall had undergone numerous reforms, it did not simply annihilate individuals with evil spirits upon encountering them. Rather, it would observe their usual demeanor over time. Bibi Dong, sensing the difference in Gu Shuowei's attitude towards her compared to others, bravely inquired, "Sister, what is innate full soul power?" Gu Shuowei explained, "To become a soul master, 2 essential conditions must be met. The first is a martial spirit, and the second is innate soul power. During the awakening, as long as there is any manifestation of soul power, even if it is merely a trace, it can be cultivated through meditation. Moreover, the higher the innate soul power, the faster the subsequent cultivation will progress. Therefore, dear child, you have the potential to become a soul master. However, there is one matter that requires confirmation with your village chief." Impatiently, Gu Shuowei was eager to ascertain the character of the child named Bibi Dong. She promptly opened the door and stepped outside. The village chief of Fengming village approached her anxiously, asking, "Master, how did it go? Are there any children in our village who can become soul masters this year?" Gu Shuowei replied, "There are indeed some, but I have a question for you." The village chief was taken aback, wondering what further inquiries a soul master might have for him. Tentatively, he responded, "Please, master, go ahead." Gu Shuowei inquired, "What is the temperament of the child named Bibi Dong in your village? Is she obedient and well-behaved, or does she possess a fierce disposition?" The village chief, somewhat perplexed, responded honestly, "Bibi Dong? She is very sensible and obedient. She has been helping her grandparents with work since the age of 3. After a moment's pause, the village chief recalled additional details and continued, "By the way, this child is not originally from our village. As an infant, she was left at the doorstep of an elderly couple in our village, who then adopted her." Upon hearing this, Gu Shuowei breathed a sigh of relief, her heart swelling with joy. Although Bibiong possessed an evil martial spirit, her temperament seemed quite gentle, indicating that a bright future awaited her. With this thought, Gu Shuowei remarked, "That is wonderful. This child can indeed become a soul master, and her talent is exceptional." With her spirits lifted, Gu Shuowei returned to the spirit hall in the village, crouched down, and in the softest tone she had ever mustered, asked Bibidong, "Child, do you wish to join the spirit hall?" "I am not certain," Bibidong murmured, somewhat flustered. Upon hearing this, the village chief, who had accompanied Gu Shuowei, was taken aback, contemplating whether he was hallucinating. The esteemed soul master had extended an invitation to Bibidong to join the spirit hall, and she claimed ignorance. Fearing the ire of the soul master, the village chief hastily reassured Bibidong, "Do not worry, my child. Go and become a soul master. Our village needs you." Chapter 6. The Awakening of a Pig. Bibidong lowered her head, her two index fingers fidgeting together as she shyly remarked, "I do not have any money. Becoming a soul master must require a considerable amount of gold soul coins, right?" Gu Shuowei nearly burst into laughter, realizing that the child's hesitation stemmed from this concern. With her twin martial spirits and innate full soul power, once her application was submitted, high-ranking soul masters would likely vie for the opportunity to take her as an apprentice. "My dear, joining the spirit hall entails no tuition fees, and we will provide you with food and lodging. Moreover, we can offer you a monthly stipend of 5 gold soul coins," Gu Shuowei assured Bibidong directly. Although these promises lay beyond her authority, as long as the higher-ups of the spirit hall were reasonable, they would not refuse. 100 copper soul coins equate to 1 gold soul coin. A single copper coin could purchase a loaf of black bread. Thus, 5 gold soul coins could afford 500 loaves. Bibidong murmured quietly, believing no one could hear her. Yet Gu Shuowei, being a soul master and standing nearby, certainly could. "Child, have you come to a decision?" Gu Shuowei inquired. "Sister, I promise to join you. But can the 5 gold soul coins be given to our village?" Bibidong asked. The thought of donating to the village had not crossed Gu Shuowei's mind. Although 5 gold soul coins were not an extravagant sum, they could procure delightful treats. Gu Shuowei, sensing Bibidong's intentions, feigned ignorance and probed further. "Did you not mention that you would provide for Dongo? In that case, the gold soul coins would be unnecessary for you and could be given to the villagers, allowing the uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters in our village to live a little better." Upon hearing this, the village chief was instantly moved to tears. Crouching down to embrace Bibidong tightly, choked with emotion as he said, "Donger is truly kind, but there is no need for such selflessness. Just take care of yourself." Gu Shuowei sighed and remarked, "Such is the state of the world. The wealthy nobles indulge in debauchery while we common folk frequently struggle to make ends meet. Alas, why dwell on this? Donger, prepare yourself. Once I finish the report, I shall take you to the spirit city." Bibidong nodded, "Thank you, sister. I shall get ready at once." Half an hour later, outside Fengming village, Bibidong, with a reluctant expression, fought back tears as she waved goodbye to the village elders. Following Gu Shuowei towards Wuhuan City. The distance from Fengming village to Wuhuan City was not great, merely about 20 li. The two women, one large and one small, arrived after a little over half an hour of walking. Due to the reforms initiated by the previous popes of the Wuhuan temple, not only had the soul masters responsible for awakening children become more benevolent, but the various branches of the Wuhuan temple were also increasingly diligent in their duties. Consequently, when Gu Shuowei and Bibidong entered Wuhuan City, they encountered no instances of extortion and smoothly made their way in. Under Gu Shuowei's guidance, the two entered the Wuhuan branch within the city. At that moment, the branch's master perused the extensive report written by Gu Shuowei, and with each page turned, the joy on his face grew more pronounced. After a while, he exclaimed, "Well done. I shall proceed to the Pope's hall to meet the Pope." Without waiting for Gu Shuowei to respond, he took Bibidong's report and hurried towards the Pope's hall. Zhao Rui, a soul sage, despite not utilizing his soul abilities, retained considerable physical strength, and soon his figure appeared at the entrance of the Pope's hall. "Is this Mr. Zhao Rui?" "Yes, it is I. Greetings. The Pope has requested that you enter directly, as the master of the Wuhuan City branch." Zhao Rui often submitted documents to the Pope and thus was exempt from the complex procedures others had to follow when meeting the Pope. In the Pope's hall, a striking figure adorned in a golden robe with golden hair and azure eyes was perusing the documents submitted by Zhao Rui. After several minutes, he composed himself and stated, I have instructed Elder Gue and Elder Ju to bring that child over. Is it Gu Shiwewe? How old is she? What is her cultivation level? She is 22. And her cultivation level is that of a 31st ranked soulmaster, Zhao Rui replied. Excellent. I will arrange for her to be mentored by a soul Douluo. Furthermore, once her cultivation reaches the 41st rank, I will appoint her as the branch master of a vacant branch. Additionally, each individual in the Wuhuan City branches will receive a reward of 20,000 gold soul coins. You may leave now, the Pope said nonchalantly. As you command. Zhao Rui responded. Meanwhile, at another gate of Wuhuan City, a striking young man in a blue robe, with sharp brows and a handsome, carefree demeanor, gazed at the colossal sculpture of the wondrous chrysanthemum that reached the heavens. He smiled faintly and remarked, "Ah, little chrysanthemum has already become a title de law." After being away for so long, Wuhuan City remains as lively as ever, observing the bustling traffic of carriages and pedestrians rushing by. Their faces reflecting hope and longing for the future, he noted the fluttering banners of various shops lining the streets, alongside vendors at their stalls. Let us first visit the Wuhuan Grand Hotel for a meal, and see if there are any new delicacies to savor. Qian Chongling's thoughts were in motion as he made his way directly toward the Wuhuan Grand Hotel. A few minutes later, he stepped into this establishment, which resembled a small manor. Instead of ascending to the higher floors designated for senior soul masters, he casually selected a window-side table on the first floor and instructed the waiter to bring a selection of dishes at random. Shortly after the waiter departed, a robust middle-aged man seated at a nearby round table burst into laughter. Have you all heard? The son of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family has awakened a pig. Upon hearing this, not only were the individuals at his table skeptical, but guests at several other nearby tables also chimed in with inquiries. Is that true? How outrageous! They exclaimed. The esteemed blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, one of the top 3 sects, has an heir who awakens a mere pig? The middle-aged man was not particularly surprised by their disbelief. He too had doubted the news when he first heard it. Yet, the truth remained unchanged. Well, given the usual conduct of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, if the heir truly possessed exceptional talent, the news would have spread far and wide by now. That makes sense. One of the listeners conceded. The reputation of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family certainly deserves the title of dominant. Indeed, it was true. Before the current leader, Yu Yuanjin, took office, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family's territory was known for its safety, where one could leave their doors unlocked at night without fear of theft. As the crowd munched on sunflower seeds and sipped their drinks, some pondered this revelation, while others appeared confused. Just as they were about to voice their questions, a short, stout man interjected, "Brother, your words are not easily understood without certain life experiences." Chapter 7. Rumors are not to be fully trusted. This notion of safety, where one could leave their belongings unattended and doors unlatched, should be reconsidered. The common folk near the blue electric Tyrannosaurus stronghold were so impoverished that they could scarcely afford black bread. What could they possibly lose? Their homes were constructed of thatch. And what doors did they possess to close? Furthermore, there were whispers that both the elderly and the young, from the age of 60 down to 10, were afraid to venture outside, as those who did so often found themselves sleeping away from their own beds at night, as if fearing that his revelations were insufficiently shocking. The stout man once again unleashed a bombshell. The onlookers, embodying their characteristic curiosity, collectively inhaled sharply, the atmosphere fraught with palpable tension. Meanwhile, Qian Chongling, who had been quietly dining, nearly spewed out the plum wine he was savoring. Having traversed the continent for decades, his experiences were undoubtedly beyond the comprehension of these individuals. And he had a modicum of understanding regarding the demeanor of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, one of the top 3 sections. Instances of male oppression and female subjugation did exist, a common ailment among powerful factions. However, it was rare to encounter such madness affecting everyone from the elderly to young children. As for the so-called ideals of no theft in the streets and doors left unlocked at night, such notions were merely fanciful exaggerations. What valuables could common folk possess that would entice such formidable forces? Nonetheless, since Yu Yuanjin ascended to the position of patriarch of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, these oppressive behaviors had diminished to some extent. Yu Yuanjin was a man of rigid principles, adhering strictly to ancient customs. He despised any disparagement of his family's reputation and thus maintained stringent internal governance. Hence, while the urban legends may possess a degree of credibility, they often underwent considerable embellishment, serving primarily as a source of amusement. However, The remarks made by the middle-aged man initially captured Qian Chongling's attention. The patriarch son of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex family had reportedly awakened with a height and width of 1.5 meters, resembling a grotesque creature. Could this be referring to Yudashi? Yet, if Qian Chongling recalled correctly, Bibi Dong was supposed to be a year or two older than Yudashi. He had not heard of Xiao Ji taking any apprentices. How could it be that the younger Yudashi was now 6 years old? Was it possible that the fluttering wings of this old butterfly had stirred some unexpected changes? The dilemma was that he had not done anything significant. He had covertly supported Xiao Yan in becoming the Lord of Nodding City, using the resources of the Spirit Hall, facilitating future endeavors. Moreover, he had heard that this little fellow's offspring were already capable of causing mischief. He had also ventured into the Stardo Forest to savor the delectable meat of the ancient rabbit, a flavor that was truly exceptional, and he yearned for another taste. Additionally, he had slightly bolstered the 3 elemental academies, envisioning a future where the Shrek's 7 monsters would be easily subdued. What was happening? Why were there so many titled Douluo elders from the Spirit Hall appearing at once? Good heavens, indeed, there were 3 titled Douluo. Could it be that someone was assaulting the Spirit City? At that moment, a sudden clamor interrupted Qian Chongling's contemplation. Filled with curiosity, he ventured into the crowd. Within the Soulmaster City, numerous pedestrians instinctively formed 2 lines, their gazes filled with both longing and trepidation as they beheld an elderly figure nearby. The man, with sharp eyes and approximately 80 years of age, bore a head of golden hair interspersed with strands of white, adorned in a golden robe embroidered with the image of a fearsome golden crocodile. To the elder's left stood a figure cloaked in black, enveloped in an ethereal aura. Yet his features remained obscured. On the right was another individual whose skin appeared as delicate as that of an infant, exuding an enchanting allure. Had it not been for the prominent Adam's apple, one might easily mistake him for a woman. While others may not recognize these individuals, Qian Chongling was well acquainted with them. The man in the golden robe, embroidered with the fearsome golden crocodile, was none other than Golden Crocodile Douluo. While the other 2 were undoubtedly the subordinates of the Little Fast, namely Ghost Dugu and Chrysanthemum Douluo. In Qian Chongling's perception, Golden Crocodile currently hovered between rank 97 and 98, on the brink of a breakthrough, likely to attain the status of a Super Douluo in the coming years. As for Ghost Douluo Gueme and Chrysanthemum Douluo Yueguan, they were somewhat less advanced, their auras unstable, suggesting they had recently ascended to rank 91. Qian Chongling pondered the reason behind the involvement of Little Crocodile, Little Ghost, and Little Flower. Meanwhile, the trio of Golden Crocodile Douluo, amidst the admiring gazes of the crowd, entered the branch hall within the Soulmaster City. Indeed, they were twin martial souls, endowed with innate full soul power. Upon entering the branch hall, Golden Crocodile Douluo promptly cleared the area, instructing Bibi Dong to summon her 2 martial souls and then re-evaluate her innate soul power. Observing the pair before him, a woman and a young girl, particularly the child, evoked a twinge of envy within Golden Crocodile Douluo. Despite possessing innate soul power at the level of 96, he understood the limitations that confined him to rank 98, making it improbable for him to attain the status of a peerless Douluo. Elders Jiao and Gue, I leave the subsequent matters in your capable hands. Golden Crocodile Douluo signaled to the 2. Elder Chrysanthemum nodded and addressed Bibi Dong. Child, come with me to the hall of the Pope. For His Holiness will personally take you as his disciple. At this proclamation, both the woman and the child were momentarily taken aback. Gu Shuiwei was astonished. As a member of the Spirit Hall, she understood the significance of being a disciple of the Pope, a position that surpassed even that of princes and princesses from the 2 great empires. Bibi Dong, on the other hand, was genuinely perplexed, lacking comprehension of the implications. Elder Chrysanthemum continued, Director Gu, I shall arrange for a Soul Douluo to take you as a disciple. Furthermore, once you reach rank 41, you will be assigned to a certain branch hall to serve as its master. Your Holiness, Gu Shuiwei exclaimed with uncontainable joy, feeling as though she had soared to unimaginable heights. At that moment, Zhu Douluo extended his delicate, fair hand, akin to that of a woman, and gently took Bibi Dong's smaller hand, guiding her toward the Pope's chamber. Just as Bibi Dong was still in a daze, a familiar voice suddenly whispered in her ear. Little G is too inexperienced and will surely mislead her disciples. There is only one suitable teacher for her, and that is I. Unbeknownst to her, Qian Chongling, who had been lurking in the shadows, had now approached her side and spoke with a calm demeanor. Who are you? Merely infiltrating the Spirit Hall is a capital offense. Yuguan furrowed his brows upon seeing the sudden appearance of Qian Chongling, his murderous intent gradually intensifying. Beside him, the ghostly figure wore an expression filled with menace. As a titled Douluo specializing in agility, it was utterly disgraceful that he had failed to detect an enemy so close. It was a matter of great shame, especially considering this individual had the audacity to refer to the Pope of the Spirit Hall as Little G. Such insolence was tantamount to courting death. Chapter 8. He dares to compete with me for a disciple? What surprised him further was that for reasons unknown, Bibi Dong seemed to harbor an innate fondness for the suddenly appearing Qian Chongling, her body unconsciously leaning toward him. It was as if they were old acquaintances. A familiarity that even Gu Shuewei, who had spent half a day with Bibi Dong, could not achieve, leaving him perplexed. Am I mistaken? Is there any reason for you to intrude upon my own domain? Qian Chongling questioned, his expression suggesting disbelief. As the two exchanged glances, they were on the verge of summoning their martial spirits to eliminate this audacious intruder who dared to belittle the spirit hall. When a voice filled with uncertainty interrupted them. You are the old man? A faint smile appeared at the corners of Qian Chongling's lips. I never expected. Little crocodile, that you would still recognize me. Little crocodile? Gue Ju and the others were now questioning their very existence. How could the illustrious golden crocodile Douluo be referred to as Little Crocodile? They were contemplating the possibility of being silenced. To their astonishment, the old master had returned. The golden crocodile Douluo stepped forward, bowing at a 90-degree angle and performing a deep salute with utmost respect. This was not merely out of formality. In his youth, he had indeed received guidance from Qian Chongling, making her a figure he regarded as a mentor. At your age, you still concern yourself with such trivial formalities. Qian Chongling smiled gently and bent down to inquire of Bibi Dong. My dear Dong, would you care to be my apprentice? As he spoke, Qian Chongling produced a candied hawthorn from his soul guide device and offered it to Bibi Dong. This action left Jean E and the others momentarily speechless, and their existential doubts deepened when they witnessed Bibi Dong gleefully accepting the treat from Qian Chongling's hand, nibbling on it with delight and mumbling indistinctly, delicious, gardening. Despite her tender years, Bibi Dong understood the importance of refraining from consuming unfamiliar items, yet she could not fathom why she felt an inexplicable fondness for this unexpectedly kind older brother. The root of this affection lay in Qian Chongling's use of a special card, the Elementary School Affection Card. The Elementary School Affection Card, upon activation, it increases the fondness of girls under 7 years of age towards the user by a staggering 1,000 for 1 hour. Beep. The third trial of Chaos is complete. Chaos Divine Power Fusion Degree 10. With Bibidong's affirmative response, a piece of information flashed through Qian Chongling's mind, indicating that the task of the third trial had been accomplished. Donger, let us return home, he declared. Oh, and please inform the little one that I shall be taking her with me. Qian Chongling grasped Bibi Dong's hand, making her way toward the northeast direction of the Soul City, step by deliberate step, all under the watchful eyes of the four. Once Qian Chongling had distanced herself, both Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo remained in a state of astonishment. It was only when Golden Crocodile Douluo cleared his throat that they were jolted back to reality. This esteemed individual, who is he? Ghost Douluo inquired in a hushed tone. Indeed, who is he? How are we to explain this to the Pope? Chrysanthemum Douluo echoed his sentiment, utterly perplexed. A prodigy possessing dual martial souls and innate full soul power had been taken right before their eyes, leaving them both to ponder the dire consequences they might face. Qian Chongling, an explanation? Does that little brat dare to vie for a disciple with his own ancestor? Is he feeling bold? This old gentleman can be regarded as a taboo existence of the Spirit Hall. A taboo existence? Gue Douluo and Ju Douluo were perplexed. Genie Douluo, without any hesitation, continued. Just know that the Grand Offering must address him as great-great-grandfather. Furthermore, to this day, no one on the continent is aware that he is still alive. Gue Douluo and Ju Douluo exchanged glances. The Grand Offering's great-great-grandfather? Does that not make him an ancient monster? No wonder he prefers to refer to their Pope as little brat. Regarding today's events, you shall report truthfully, and do not let it reach others. Otherwise, none can guarantee your safety, Genie Douluo stated solemnly. As Gue Douluo and Ju Douluo were about to inquire about how to handle Gu Shuewei, they discovered she had fainted at some point unbeknownst to them. Haha. The old gentleman is always cautious. This little girl will not recall his presence. Very well, you shall inform the Pope. I too must convey this matter to the Grand Offering. As Jean E. Douluo's words faded, he slowly exited, followed closely by Gue and Ju. In the northeast direction of the Spirit Hall, within a courtyard, The kitchen was bustling. The vibrant red strips of meat, enveloped in golden grease, released a unique aroma. Seated nearby were 6 guests, seemingly unrelated in age. A cute, rosy-cheeked little girl, 2 elderly men who appeared to be on the brink of senescence, and 3 youthful-looking men, Bibi Dong, Qian Daolu, Jin Yi, Qian Xuanji, Gui Mei, and Yu Guan. As they inhaled the tantalizing scent, their stomachs began to grumble uncontrollably. How delicious! The 6 of them fixed their gaze intently on the frying pan, where succulent red chunks of meat sizzled, unable to suppress their salivation. A slender, azure-hued fish, resembling a tuna, was deftly extracted from a nearby wooden barrel by Qian Chongling. With a swift stroke of his blade, a flash of silver glimmered momentarily. His hand gracefully swept, arranging the fish entrails, fillets, and scales into 3 neat rows upon the cutting board. This seemingly simple procedure, familiar to all chefs, was imbued with a distinctive artistry in Qian Chongling's hands, transforming the mundane into the extraordinary. The entire process left the 6 individuals seated at the table utterly captivated, their gaze fixed in rapt attention. Meanwhile, the perfectly seared chunks of meat were quickly enveloped by the freshly sliced sashimi, generously coated with a meticulously prepared sauce, and elegantly placed upon a pristine white jade plate. The golden-hued meat and the azure sashimi combined to create an alluring temptation that stirred the appetites of the 6 onlookers. The youngest among them, Bibi Dong, succumbed first to the allure, gently taking a bite and involuntarily emitting a soft sound of delight. The sashimi bore no trace of the fishy taste she had encountered before. Instead, it was exquisitely tender, melting in her mouth, while the cubed red meat possessed an unusual springiness. The contrasting sensations danced within her palate, leaving her craving for more. "Ancestor, what kind of meat is this red one?" Qian Xuanji inquired curiously, as it differed from anything he had previously tasted. "Beef tongue, from the cow of Lei Yanhao." Qian Chongling replied with a hint of disdain for these individuals who had come merely to share a meal. After Qian Chongling returned with Bibi Dong, she first examined her health and discovered that her constitution was somewhat frail. Consequently, she prepared a series of nourishing medicinal dishes to help restore her strength. In 6 months, through medicinal baths and body refinement, she aimed to enhance her physical prowess significantly, which would notably extend the lifespan of the first spirit ring. However, before her little disciple could finish her meal, Qian Daolu and Qian Xuanji arrived with their companions. Having previously tasted her culinary skills, both Qian Daolu and Jin Yi, along with Qian Xuanji, looked at Qian Chongling with eager anticipation. While it was one thing for Qian Xuanji to gaze at her, the intense scrutiny from the 2 elders made Qian Chongling feel quite uneasy, prompting her to casually prepare a dish for them to savor. 9th chapter. This bed is too soft. Little G, after several years apart, you've become a titled Douluo. Qian Chongling remarked to the visibly eager Qian Xuanji. "Ancestor, it has been 46 years since you ventured out, and I am now 52. Qian Xuanji replied earnestly. Qian Chongling was momentarily taken aback, for he had indeed overlooked this detail. After all, from the current appearance of Qian Xuanji, one would estimate him to be around 30 years of age. Reflecting on this, he jested, "I must say, little G, you have maintained yourself rather well. You appear to be only a tad older than I." Qian Daolu, Tiani, Guiju, observing that these juniors were at a loss for words. Qian Chongling felt no desire to linger among those who could achieve nothing and merely consumed resources without yielding results. He waved his hand dismissively. Xiaoji, arrange for a few young and obedient maids, around 15 or 16 years of age, to come over tomorrow. Their status as soul masters is of little consequence. What matters is their youthful beauty. It was rather inconvenient for a grown man to care for a 6-year-old girl, so it was far more suitable for a young lady to look after Bibi Dong. Regarding Bibi Dong, inform outsiders that you have taken her as your apprentice, while in truth, I shall personally guide her, instructed Qian Chongling to Qian Xuanji. Enough now, everyone return from whence you came. With that, he did not wait for any further remarks and promptly issued his dismissal. As the night enveloped the world in a hazy shroud, a waning moon hung high in the starry sky. In a room that exuded classical elegance, understated luxury, and profound depth, Qian Chongling sat upon the bed, holding a brush dipped in vibrant pigments, meticulously depicting something on a large sheet of rice paper laid out on the expansive table before him. The paper came alive with the exquisite features of an ethereal beauty, her facial contours sharply defined, exuding an aesthetic appeal. Her eyes sparkled like the stars, framed by delicate willow-like brows, with a petite jade-like nose and soft, rosy lips. Meanwhile, in a room just a wall away. Bibi Dong found herself unable to sleep, a stark contrast to the artistic endeavors of Qian Chongling. Clad in an adorable pink rabbit-themed pajama set, she lay quietly on her bed, her gaze distant and her mind restless. This bed is so soft, she thought, feeling as though she were sinking into its depths, gradually enveloped by a plush embrace. This was the sole sensation she could grasp at the moment, and it filled her with trepidation. Until the age of 4, she had always slept cradled in her grandmother's arms. Although she had grown accustomed to sleeping alone, the cold, hard bed still held the essence of her grandparents, providing her with a sense of security. That indescribable feeling of happiness was irreplaceable, yet tonight, not only was the comforting essence of her grandparents absent, but even the firmness of the bed had vanished. Thus, Bibi Dong found herself sleepless. The more she struggled against the tide of wakefulness, the more elusive sleep became. Could my teacher have a bed that is a bit firmer? This thought suddenly surged within Bibi Dong's mind, and as time trickled by, her curiosity grew stronger, compelling her to seek answers. Meanwhile, Qian Chongling continued his artistic pursuit, when suddenly, a gentle knock echoed from the door. Tap, tap. Though the knock at the door was faint, it resonated with remarkable clarity for Qian Chongling. He furrowed his brow, set aside the paintbrush in his hand, and approached the door, opening it. A petite figure clad in a pink pajama, clutching a small blanket, appeared before Qian Chongling's eyes. Qian Chongling reached out and gently touched her little head, curiosity evident in his voice as he inquired, "Donger, what troubles you?" "Teacher, the bed here is too soft. I am unaccustomed to it, and it makes me feel a bit frightened." As she spoke, a hint of shyness flickered in Bibi Dong's bright eyes, and she lowered her head, unable to meet Qian Chongling's gaze. Qian Chongling was taken aback by the child's response. He had indeed not anticipated that such a question would keep her awake, nor had he considered this aspect. However, who among us has not experienced discomfort in a new bed? Some adults find themselves unable to sleep when they change their surroundings, let alone a 6-year-old child. Just imagine, a 6-year-old leaving a familiar and comforting environment to enter a strange one, feeling alone in the darkness of night. It's only natural to feel a twinge of fear. In the next moment, Qian Chongling gently lifted the petite figure of Bibi Dong, placing her upon the bed, and said, "Then, dear Donger, let us rest upon this bed. It is rather firm." The bed of Qian Chongling is crafted from a type of rock discovered near a volcanic crater, molded into a bed shape. It possesses a unique quality of warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Admittedly, being made of stone, it is rather firm. Bibi Dong, timidly peeking out from beneath her covers, nodded slightly. Indeed, the bed is hard, comparable to the small one at her home in Fengming village. Yet it exudes a cozy warmth reminiscent of her grandfather. As she pondered this, she wondered what her teacher was doing. Observing Qian Chongling seated at the edge of the bed, diligently sketching with a brush, her curiosity prompted her to emerge from her nest of blankets. Her petite form stood behind him, a small head peering over his shoulder. Her wide eyes fixated on the figure gradually taking shape on the rice paper beneath his skilled hand. It depicted a slender girl adorned in a flowing green palace gown. Tall and graceful, exuding an enchanting elegance that seemed to step forth from the painting itself. Even at her tender age, it was evident that Qian Chongling possessed extraordinary artistic talent. "Teacher, who is the person you are painting?" she inquired. Qian Chongling was so engrossed in his thoughts that he failed to notice Bibi Dong standing behind him. This single remark prompted him to turn his head. Unexpectedly, in the moment he did so, Bibi Dong's lips brushed against the side of his face, albeit only for an instant. Qian Chongling felt a flush of embarrassment creep across his face. Clearing his throat, he spoke, "This is a friend of the teacher. Donger, do make sure to rest early, as we have training tomorrow." However, the young Bing Dong was utterly oblivious to the implications, merely nodding and replying, "All right, teacher." Half an hour later, the gentle sound of breathing began to reach Qian Chongling's ears. At that moment, he had just completed the painting, inscribing the characters Dugu in the upper right corner before hanging it in his study. Qian Chongling sat at the edge of the bed, propping his chin upon his hand, his gaze imbued with a hint of scrutiny as he observed the slumbering Bibi Dong. He found himself perplexed. How could such an innocent and endearing child evolve into the greatest antagonist in her original timeline? Could it be that her mind had been somehow impaired? After all, how else could she develop an affection for someone like Udashi, a mere blabbermouth who had disclosed numerous secrets of the spirit hall and even contemplated eloping with him? Such circumstances would surely infuriate anyone, including himself. He would likely be driven to the brink of exasperation. No, to avert such a scenario, it was imperative to be well prepared. Chapter 10. Avid enthusiast under Qian Chongling's arrangement, Bibi Dong commenced her studies at the Spirit Academy, delving into the fundamental knowledge of soul masters. Contrary to her expectations, the esteemed soul masters were not as difficult to engage with. Her porcelain-like charm enabled her to forge friendships with several peers. Naturally, Bibi Dong remained mindful of Qian Chongling's stipulation to disclose only her innate soul power of level 7 and her singular martial spirit, the Death Spider Queen, while refraining from elaborating further. Time in the Spirit Academy flew swiftly. After half a day, Bibi Dong returned to Qian Chongling's courtyard, escorted by a young girl named Luo Yunchue, a soul master of modest rank. As evening descended, a gentle breeze stirred the small grove outside Spirit City, causing the verdant leaves to rustle softly. Qian Chongling, dressed in black, bore a smile as he gazed upon Bibi Dong, who was clad in a pristine white training outfit. He inquired, "Donger, what have you learned today?" Bibi Dong replied, "The Academy's instructor enlightened us about the classifications of soul masters, the ranks of soul masters, and the characteristics of soul beasts, among other topics. For instance, there are the assault and support systems. May I ask, what category do you belong to, teacher?" "Ah, my dear Donger, these are merely conventional classifications. Your teacher does not fit within those confines," Qian Chongling responded earnestly. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's curiosity was piqued. For the instructor imparting knowledge to her was none other than the vice president of the Martial Soul Academy, who had asserted that all soul masters fell within these categories. "Then, what system do you belong to, teacher?" Bibi Dong inquired with intrigue. "As for me, I would be classified as belonging to the instant kill category," he declared. Qian Chongling stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. It appeared that in the realm of mortals, he could hardly find anyone capable of enduring even a single blow from him without succumbing. As for the Silver Dragon King, that entity was not human and thus did not count. "By the way, teacher, are you a title Douluo?" Zhao Laosher mentioned that title Douluo is the strongest. Bibi Dong, with a look of exasperation, contemplated for a moment before continuing to inquire. Qian Chongling chuckled lightly and said, "As a title Douluo, I can defeat 10 with one hand." Bibi Dong merely smiled, watching Qian Chongling with a look that conveyed, "Teacher, you are boasting and deceiving children. Alas, how the world has deteriorated. When one casually fibs in daily life, people believe it without question. Yet, when it comes to heartfelt truths, even a mere child does not trust them." Qian Chongling sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. To return to the main topic, the teacher had a statement to impart. Only those who can master their own power flawlessly may be deemed true warriors. Qian Chongling spoke with a serious expression. This notion was rather profound, and Donger found herself perplexed. Though she understood the concepts of power and strength, she could not grasp why only those who perfectly control their abilities could be regarded as strong. What, then, of those who fail to achieve such mastery? As if perceiving Bibi Dong's internal musings, Qian Chongling continued, "Those who cannot master their powers perfectly may only be referred to as beasts. You are still young, so it is understandable if you do not yet grasp this. Just remember it. Allow me to demonstrate." With a casual motion, he retrieved a long sword from the soul guide device and plunged it into the obsidian ground. A slender, violet thread of soul power manifested upon his elegant, pale fingers. With a gentle flick, the thread coiled around the hilt of the sword like a serpent. "Rise," he commanded softly, exerting a sudden forceful pull. Clang! The sword soared skyward, its sound resonating in all directions, a chilling radiance bursting forth to illuminate the surroundings. The long sword spun, transforming into a cerulean arc of light, akin to a dragon or a bolt of lightning, slicing through the air and rain, hurtling towards a small tree 10 paces away. Flash! The glimmering blade sparkled, its edge cleaving the air. It appeared poised to pierce the tree trunk. Qian Chongling's pupils constricted, and with a swift twist of his wrist, the sword morphed into a streak of azure light, weaving and dancing around the small tree, darting up and down. At times, it struck. At others, it merely tapped or glided past. Return. Moments later, the long sword reversed its course, shooting back and, with a resounding clang, reinserted itself into the small hole from whence it came. "Well done," he concluded. "Donger, go and take a look at that little tree." Qian Chongling smiled, instructing the mesmerized Bibi Dong beside her to assess whether her performance met expectations. "Ah, of course." Bibi Dong blinked in surprise and hurried towards a small tree 10 steps away. Ahead, an unremarkable little tree stood silently in the rain. A gust of wind swept through, causing its slender branches to sway gently and the vibrant green leaves danced gracefully, appearing unchanged from before. Is this me? Bibi Dong approached, meticulously examining the tree from top to bottom. In an instant, she was rendered speechless. The bark of the little tree bore her vividly etched visage. At that moment, she found herself believing her teacher's assertion that a titled Douluo could defeat 10 opponents single-handedly. Just then, Qian Chongling joined Bibi Dong's side. Smiling softly as she inquired, "How do you find your teacher's performance? Once you reach this level, you may graduate." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's previously radiant expression faltered, for the challenge before her felt overwhelmingly daunting. Qian Chongling smiled gently, affectionately ruffling her small head, and remarked, "Of course. It is impossible for you to achieve such a level right from the outset. Gradual progression is the true path." Following this, the teacher introduced a technique that could be considered a self-created soul skill, which a certain enthusiast of spherical forms had dubbed the spiral sphere. As soon as the words left his lips, Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with excitement, her eagerness palpable. She was well aware of what a soul skill entailed from her studies at the Soulmaster Academy, yet the concept of a self-created soul skill was exceedingly rare. The spiral sphere involves concentrating and condensing soul power within the palm, generating immense tearing force through rapid rotation, capable of instantly breaching the fragile defenses of a soul master. Once it strikes an opponent, there is a high probability of tearing apart a significant portion of their body. Qian Chongling elucidated the principle behind the beloved spiral sphere of a certain enthusiast. It requires the concentration of spiritual energy in the palm, forming a rapidly rotating sphere of spiritual power, which significantly tests the soul master's control over their own spiritual energy. Qian Chongling extended a single hand, concentrating a sphere of violet soul power in the center of his palm, and remarked, "First, the soul power gathers in the heart of the hand." Qian Chongling nodded in acknowledgement to Bibi Dong, who imitated her movements with a semblance of grace. However, midway through the concentration, Bibi Dong's soul power dissipated. Time passed swiftly, and by the time the silver moon hung high in the sky, Bibi Dong had finally completed the first phase of her training. Although her complexion appeared somewhat fatigued, her eyes sparkled with a palpable excitement. Qian Chongling nodded. The first step is not difficult. With ample practice, one can easily master it. The second step serves as an advanced exercise of the first, requiring a stable and continuous release of spiritual energy. For instance, envision placing a water-filled balloon in one's hand, then unleashing spiritual energy to induce chaotic movement of the water within until the balloon bursts. The third step necessitates the use of a ball that is 100 times sturdier than a balloon, maintaining the released spiritual energy while also materializing it until the ball can be ruptured. As Qian Chongling spoke, he pressed the semi-finished spiral pill directly against the trunk of a nearby tree, leaving behind deep gouges in its surface. Having completed this stage of practice, the spiral pill was capable of causing destruction, albeit not with great force. The difficulty of this phase had significantly escalated, requiring extensive time for practice. Therefore, Donger, whenever you find the opportunity, you should diligently refine this technique. It will undoubtedly enhance your control over soul power remarkably. For now, we shall conclude here. Let us indulge in roasted meat for tonight's supper. All right, teacher. Upon hearing about food, Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 11. The Successor of the Haotian Hammer. The Angel. As night descends, the inky sky hangs over the stars, where countless celestial bodies twinkle like fireflies, casting a silvery sheen upon the earth. In a remote alley to the northeast of the Spirit Hall City, there lies an expansive courtyard covering approximately 400 to 500 square meters, grandly guarded by 2 stone lion sculptures at its entrance. The rear garden is lush with flowers and greenery, enveloped in tranquility and harmony. However, within this serene environment, the bathing pool in the backyard reveals a different spectacle. A young maiden clad in a delicate pink garment, holding a basket of flowers, gracefully steps forward, gently scattering crimson petals reminiscent of roses into the spring water. Soon, these ruby-red petals float upon the surface, mingling with the warm steam that exudes an intoxicating floral fragrance. After a few minutes, the blood-red petals dissolve into the crystalline warmth of the spring water, transforming it into a viscous, blood-like liquid, while crimson mist rises ethereally into the air, conjuring a dreamlike ambience. Moments later, observing the now cooler water, the maiden delicately brushes her slender fingers against her waist belt, tugging it free, which causes her attire to cascade open, revealing her form beneath the sheer fabric. She covers her voluptuous curves with her hand and strides towards the steaming spring, where the scorching water envelopes her fair, elongated thighs. Her figure partially concealed in the crimson haze. Gradually, the maiden relaxes, her thoughts drifting away. For years prior, she, Bibi Dong, was recognized for her exceptional talent, leading the current pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue, to publicly announce her as his apprentice, subsequently designating her as the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall the following year. However, this was merely a facade. Her true mentor was a seemingly youthful and vibrant elder brother, despite his apparent seniority. In the initial 6 months, her teacher, Qian Chongling, structured her training as follows. Mornings were dedicated to attending the Spirit Academy, absorbing fundamental knowledge about the continent, such as the ranks of soulmasters and the lifespan of soul beasts. Afternoons and evenings were reserved for practicing a regimen of body refinement techniques and pill concoction taught by Qian Chongling, though these practices appeared peculiar, with her instructor claiming that achieving perfection would render her body as supple as if devoid of bones. She persevered, ultimately perceiving a significant enhancement in her physical prowess. The highlight of her days was the daily medicinal meals, where she indulged in various culinary delights, moments she cherished the most. Reflecting on this, Bibi Dong couldn't help but swallow, acknowledging her teacher's exceptional culinary skills. Yet, there was one dish, a purple wisteria papaya stewed flame chicken rib, that she found somewhat unappealing, not due to its flavor, but rather an oddity she couldn't quite place. In the following 3.5 years, her academic responsibilities intensified, incorporating swordsmanship, boxing, footwork, and a mandatory medicinal bath every 7 days. This mirrored her experiences in the original timeline, albeit with some variations in the curriculum. The most significant distinction lay in the fact that in her original world, Qian Renxue had effectively confined her, regulating her interactions and incessantly lecturing her on matters of power and status. Consequently, the Bibi Dong of that reality yearned for freedom and exploration. And when the opportunity for external training arose, tragedy ensued. Conversely, although Qian Chongling's intentions were similar, his approach was entirely opposite. Do you require classmates and friends? In the Soulmaster Academy, the abundance of opportunities for friendship depends solely on one's own efforts. Longing for the familiar faces of Foaming Village? Fear not, as a brief leave of absence is readily granted, allowing for a visit to those cherished souls without any inconvenience. As for the so-called wisdom imparted through discourse, one must recognize that what is heard may be deceptive, while what is seen holds the truth. In due time, accompanied by the spirited Bibi Dong, one shall traverse the continent and witness the complexities of this gray world, thereby gaining insight into the path ahead. Thus, within the confines of the Soulmaster Academy, Bibi Dong, feigning a natural soul power of merely rank 7, effortlessly befriends several companions, both male and female. Every 10 to 15 days, she generously returns to Foaming Village, bringing supplies to comfort the kind-hearted and simple villagers. Little does she realize that on the very day she befriends these individuals, their backgrounds are meticulously laid out before Qian Chongling, with particular scrutiny on the boys, whose lineage is thoroughly investigated. Those found wanting are swiftly dealt with, while those deemed unproblematic are allowed to proceed. Teacher, what is he doing now? As her thoughts meander, Bibi Dong gazes into the nearby mirror, where a visage of exquisite beauty reflects back, radiating charm and allure, her features imbued with an undeniable springtime essence. In the papal palace, within the library, Qian Chongling, clad in garments as dark as ink, stood with an indifferent expression, hands clasped behind him. After a prolonged silence, he slowly spoke. This year, have any significant events transpired? My lord, this year, Tang Hao of the Haoyan sect has ascended to the rank of Douluo. It is anticipated that within 2 decades, the Haoyan sect will witness the emergence of a titled Douluo. Behind Qian Chongling, a figure clad in black, with an alluring physique, gradually emerged, the current master of the Shadow Hall. Me 20 years? Perhaps it is closer to 15. Tang Dachui is bound to strike down Qian Renxue, and later, due to Qian Renxue being repeatedly battered, the saying arose, a generation of Haoyan, a generation of kings. Every Haoyan hammers the heavens. Reflecting on this, Qian Chongling let out a cold chuckle. He is not Qian Douluo, who could endure half a grudge over a mere agreement with Tang Chun. Haoyan sect? It seems he has not graced their doorstep in quite some time. He shall set the date for his visit after the fall of San Gij. If memory serves, they must be in their 30s by now. Qian Chongling stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression indifferent. Tang Xiao, the eldest brother, is 45 this year. The second brother Tang Hao is 30, and the youngest sister Tang Yuehua is 25. Tang Yuehua has been blessed with noble status since birth, and this year, with the approval of the Tiandou Empire, she established the Yuexian, dedicated to teaching the so-called noble demeanor to the empire's aristocracy. Teaching a group of good-for-nothings who can only engage in petty theft and bullying. How can they ever embody the fade of grace and elegance? The Haotian sect appears to be regressing further into mediocrity. At this thought, Qian Chongling couldn't help but smile faintly. Moreover, there is another matter. The son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family as patriarch, Yu Shaojiang, has left in anger due to the nature of his soul abilities, declaring that he no longer wishes to be associated with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Due to the nature of his soul abilities? Upon hearing this, if not for maintaining his aloof demeanor, Qian Chongling might have laughed uncontrollably. Others may be unaware, but he certainly is not. The son of the illustrious Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family possesses a martial soul that resembles a mere pig, and his first soul skill requires him to consume white radishes to utilize it more conveniently. Why must he eat white radishes? Because his soul skill involves flatulence. The radishes facilitate the release of more gas. This report unfolded intermittently, yet it concluded in under 20 minutes, after which Mi's figure vanished. Donger is now 10. It is time for her to graze on celestial grass. Chapter 12. Superdoubling the Spirit Hall is divided into the Hall of the Pope, the Douluo Hall, and the Elders Hall. Among these, the Hall of the Pope serves as the administrative center, while the Douluo Hall resembles a grave. As for the Elders Hall, it consists of two parts, the overt Elders Hall and the covert sanctuary. The authority of the Elders Hall actually surpasses that of the Pope, akin to a corporate structure on Blue Planet, where the Elders Hall functions like a board of directors, and the Pope is akin to the general manager. All titled Douluos of Spirit Hall are eligible to join the Elders Hall, but only those who attain level 96 or above can access the sanctuary. Presently, the sanctuary boasts 7 esteemed members: the 99th level Angel Dulau, Qian Daolu, the 98th level Golden Crocodile Dulau, Tian Yi, and the 97th level Holy Dragon Douluo, alongside the 4 who possess 96 level strength: Qian Jun, Jiang Mo, Mo Xiong, and Gue Bao. However, at this moment, the sanctuary is engulfed in a cacophony of despair, evoking tears and heartache. Old Master, this is not my decision. I would never dare to act so recklessly, little crocodile. The Golden Crocodile Douluo, clad in a resplendent platinum robe, has abandoned his usual composure, employing his renowned technique of crouching in defense, desperately shielding his vulnerable head. Old Master, it wasn't me. Old Master, I swear it wasn't me. Qian Chongling let out a cold smile, her piercing gaze sweeping over the 6 individuals, including Golden Crocodile Douluo, before finally resting on Qian Daolu, who sat in the far corner. So, this matter was your idea, wasn't it, little lure? Upon hearing this, Qian Daolu shivered, stammering in response, Great Ancestor, it was indeed my idea, but enough with the buts. I am not an unreasonable person, and I do appreciate your filial intentions. Qian Chongling remarked with a calm demeanor. Qian Daolu exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief within his heart. However, his composure faltered upon witnessing Qian Chongling retrieve a hammer from the soul guide, measuring 1 meter in length and half a meter in width, crafted from neither metal nor iron. The inscription of 100 kilograms on the hammer sent a chill through him. Qian Chongling then remarked, This hammer was passed from Xiaofan to Shi Yi, and ultimately found its way back into my hands. Little lure, do you recognize it? Qian Daolu swallowed hard and replied, I know it well. It is called the fatherly love and filial piety hammer. As per tradition, those who err must face the consequences. Simply administer it to oneself, and all will be well. After speaking, Qian Chongling handed the hammer to Qian Daolu, then turned to gaze at the crouched figures of the Golden Crocodile Douluo and others, a faint smile gracing his lips. In their wide-eyed terror, he retrieved another identical iron hammer from his soul guide, marked with a weight of 50 kilograms. This is for you. Fear not, it won't hurt. However, it will elevate your prominence, and the swelling shall linger for 7 days. As a title Douluo, receiving a blow from a mere 200 or 100-pound hammer would evoke no sensation. Yet, the hammer's surface had been soaked in a venom akin to that of a hornet spirit beast, resulting in swelling without pain. The implication of the 7-day swelling was clear. Do not even think of using soul power to alleviate it. You shall dutifully remain as a reclusive man for a week. The reason behind this was that Qian Chongling had not visited the Douluo Palace to pay homage to his ancestors for quite some time. but he inadvertently stumbled upon a gravestone inscribed with the words, Tomb of Qian Chongling. Thus, this scene unfolded, a minor admonition for a greater lesson. Soon, the sound of 7 resounding thuds echoed, as 7 remarkable individuals, possessing celestial beauty, emerged. Meanwhile, within the papal hall, Qian Xuanji donned a robe of delicate golden hue, his arms resting upon the long table, his azure star-like eyes contemplatively fixed upon a document before him. Standing like twin sentinels behind him were the formidable duo of H, the formidable elder protectors, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo. A series of sharp knocks reverberated through the air. Enter, Qian Xuanji replied, without lifting his gaze. Your Holiness. The Grand High Priest requests Elder Chrysanthemum and Elder Ghost to convene in the Elder Hall for a discussion, the temple guard respectfully announced. Understood. Yue Guan and Gue Mei. You may proceed. Qian Xuan inquired hastily, Is there anything else? To which the Pope replied, There are no further matters. The temple guard affirmed. At this moment, Qian Sun finally raised his head in surprise. He was taken aback that his father had called away his 2 younger brothers without summoning him. The distance between the Elder Hall and the Pope Hall was somewhat considerable. However, with the speed of the titled Douluos, Gue Mei and Yu Guan, it was hardly a challenge. Presently, the 2 titled Douluos, Gue Ju and Gue Do, were soaring along a spiraling white staircase, deftly maneuvering up and down. Suddenly, Ju Douluo inquired, Old Gue, do you know how many steps this spiral staircase possesses? It is said to have a total of 10,086 steps. Came the raspy voice of Gue Douluo. Thankfully, there was no stipulation that one must ascend each step, or else I would surely lose my mind, Ju Douluo remarked. Somewhat speechless. Remarkably, Gue Douluo nodded in agreement, refraining from his usual contrarian stance towards Yu Guan. It goes without saying that this was yet another creation of Qian Chongling. The so-called spiral staircase was designed after the one found on Sea God Island. He could not recall the exact number of steps on Sea God Island, but it seemed to be just over 1,000. Thus, with a grand gesture, he simply decided to multiply that by 10. Indeed, he was that petty, if a mere low-grade divine being like the sea god could boast such prominence. Then his ancestral deity, the angel god, must surely be 10 times more formidable. Hence, the spiral staircase was conceived. And he offered a daily wage of a gold soul coin, with a 9 to 6 schedule and weekends off, complete with meals and accommodation. This exceptionally unreasonable offer on the Douluo continent attracted countless commoners to construct it for him. After all, he neither stole nor robbed. All his gold soul coins were honestly earned, so the notion of burdening the populace simply did not apply. It was his money, and he could spend it as he pleased, while those hired laborers were eager for employment. Of course, he was not so ruthless as to require people to ascend the spiral staircase step by step. They could fly or leap as they wished, as long as they reached the top, which was merely for viewing purposes. Although 10,086 steps was quite a number. Gue Douluo and Ju Douluo reached the destination swiftly due to their extraordinary speed. Standing before the imposing Elder Hall, even Ju Douluo Yu Guan set aside his usual frivolous demeanor, embodying the stature befitting a titled Douluo. The two exchanged a solemn glance and, with unwavering steps, entered the hall, soon finding themselves in a modest conference room. Inside the Elder Hall's conference room, 4 individuals were already seated at the white jade long table, the young Qian Chongling and Bai Bai Dong, alongside the elder Qian Dao Lu and Jin Yi. Upon witnessing this, Gue and Ju promptly bowed, addressing them, Greetings, esteemed elders and grand offering. Qian Chongling cast a glance at Gue Ju and her companion, saying, Please take your seats. The two nodded in acknowledgement and settled themselves at the long table. Habitually, they surveyed their surroundings, and this fleeting glance nearly prompted them to chuckle. Opposite them sat the esteemed Qian Daolu and the second esteemed Douluo, Tian Yi, both adorned with prominent lumps on their foreheads, presenting an impression of remarkable prowess and celestial grace. Observing the restrained amusement on Gue Ju's face, Qian Chongling decided against further jesting at the expense of Qian Daolu and Tian Yi. He proceeded directly to the matter at hand, addressing Yu Guan, Elder Ju. It has come to my attention that you possess considerable knowledge regarding rare flora. With confidence radiating from him, Yu Guan replied, While I may not boast of expertise in other fields, I assure you, when it comes to the rare flowers and extraordinary herbs that have graced this continent, I am well versed in them all. Qian Chongling smiled slightly and inquired, What are the celestial great herbs? Upon hearing this, Yu Guan's body trembled, his astonishment evident as he asked, "Old master, you are aware of celestial great herbs?" "Ha ha, elder Jew, it is I who poses the question to you. So why do you now turn the inquiry back upon me?" Qian Chongling replied, "Old master, you flatter me. I cannot claim to know everything. But I am confident I possess knowledge of at least 80 to 90%, Yu Guan humbly responded. "What exactly are celestial great herbs?" The golden crocodile Douluo, Tian suddenly inquired. As the name implies, these substances are celestial in nature, seldom witnessed among mortals, Yu Guan explained. Different celestial grade herbs possess distinct effects. Some can enhance physical constitution, elevate innate talent, and even facilitate the evolution of one's martial soul. He continued, given their celestial nature, consuming these herbs incurs no concerns regarding side effects. For instance, the second and third offerings are particularly suited to a celestial grade herb known as the purple gold heavenly dragon fruit, which contains a trace of the heavenly dragon bloodline and the essence of supreme gold. After consumption, they may have the potential to achieve the status of unparalleled Douluo. Furthermore, the purple gold heavenly dragon fruit has a significant chance of elevating the golden crocodile martial soul to the golden crocodile king martial soul. Initially despondent and indifferent, the golden crocodile Douluo's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Elder Jew, is this truly the case?" "Indeed," Yu Guan asserted, "I would not dare deceive you all." At that moment, Zhu Douluo's companion, Ghost Douluo, also expressed interest and asked, "Yu Guan, what about me?" After a moment of contemplation, Yu Guan replied, "Old Ghost, you would be best suited for the netherworld bienhua. This is a celestial grade herb of utmost yin and coldness, perfectly complementing your martial soul. Without a doubt, consuming it would lead you to become a super Douluo. Is that for real?" Gue Mei donned an expression that suggested skepticism, as if to say, "I may not be well read. Don't fool me. Old Ghost, if you doubt it, then so be it. Celestial grade herbs undoubtedly exist, yet despite my years of searching, I have yet to encounter a single specimen. Had I discovered the miraculous Tong Tianju in my youth, consuming it would have ensured my ascendance to super Douluo, perhaps even to unparalleled heights." Alas, Yu Guan lamented profoundly. "What if you were to receive a Tong Tianju now, elder Jew? To what realm could you ascend?" Qian Chongling inquired with a faint smile. "If I were to possess a celestial grade Tong Tianju at this moment, I cannot guarantee anything else. But achieving super Douluo would be nearly a certainty," Yu Guan asserted with great confidence. Yet, celestial grade herbs are indeed exceedingly rare. At that moment, Qian Chongling cast a mysterious smile toward Yu Guan and remarked, "I am well aware of the whereabouts of these celestial herbs, which is precisely why I posed this question. Each of you has made significant contributions to the Spirit Hall, demonstrating dedication and remarkable effort. I have summoned you here to bestow upon you a fortuitous opportunity, one that will allow you to ascend to even greater heights." Regarding the distribution of celestial treasures, Qian Chongling undoubtedly has a well-structured plan. Firstly, his disciple, Bibi Dong, is assuredly included, along with the duo, Gue Ju and his companion, as well as the formidable Tian Yi and the yet-to-be-born Qian Renxue. In the original timeline, Gue Ju and his partner were commendably diligent, risking their lives for the Spirit Hall. Tragically, Gue Duan met his demise at the hands of Tang San. His ashes scattered to the winds. Subsequently, in that original timeline, Bibi Dong, devastated by the loss of Gue Douluo, abandoned their martial soul fusion technique and neglected Zhu Douluo, an action that is undeniably disheartening. Indeed, from Bibidong's perspective in the original timeline, she might have thought that the Spirit Hall should accompany her in death, believing that if one of her subordinates, after years of service, could escape by turning their back in despair, it would be considered their fortune. However, from Zhu Douluo's perspective, it must have felt like a death knell, perfectly encapsulating the sentiment of dedicating oneself to the cause until death, perishing on the battlefield, wrapped in a shroud of war, yet receiving no words of comfort. Moreover, in the original timeline, Genie sacrificed himself during the battle of the dual gods to save Qian Renxue. Thus, Gue Ju, his partner, and Genie Douluo are truly deserving of honor and remembrance. As for Qian Daolu, having reached the pinnacle of level 99, as a servant of the angel god, consuming celestial treasures would serve him little purpose. It would be a waste better bestowed upon Qian Xuanjia. "Old master, do you truly know the whereabouts of the celestial treasures? What type are they?" Upon hearing this, Yu Guan's breath quickened, and he eagerly inquired, "One type? If there is but one type, I shall simply describe its appearance and then inquire further. Is there truly a need for such elaboration?" Elder Jew, allow me to reveal a secret. There exists a medicinal garden over there, containing at least 10 celestial treasures. Qian Chongling smirked. For someone like Douluo, who had a profound affection for flowers, this news was undoubtedly more joyous than the prospect of becoming a father. Is this truly real? Yuguan stammered, struggling to articulate his disbelief. Naturally, would I lie to you? Qian Chongling replied. Moreover, I have another delightful tidbit to share with Elder Jew. While I cannot vouch for the presence of other celestial treasures in that medicinal garden, the extraordinary Qicheng Tongtian chrysanthemum you seek certainly exists, though its ripeness remains uncertain. Should you perform commendably, Elder Jew, I shall entrust this remarkable specimen to your care. Qian Chongling chuckled. His familiarity with celestial treasures was rather limited. After all, it was possible that the celestial product for the ice and fire double-headed pod would only reach maturity when the third segment appeared. Thus, one must tread carefully with words. Regardless of its maturity, the ice and fire double-headed pod and your third segment are fated to remain apart. If you possess the capability, then do leap from another realm to confront me now. Yuguan would certainly exert every effort. Tian Yi, Yuguan, and Gue Mei, you three shall await my arrival at the northeast gate of Wuhan City promptly at 10 o'clock tomorrow. As for you, Shaolur, feel free to accompany us if you wish, but your absence is equally permissible. Qian Chongling remarked. Today we'll only have one update. I shall ponder how to write the narrative for the duality of the ice and fire hot pot, taking advantage of the weekend to complete it in one go. Chapter 14. The ice and fire hot pot. The following morning, two seemingly ordinary carriages set forth. Behind them were the carriages of Qian Douluo and Jin Yi, while Qian Chongling and Bibi Dong traveled in the lead. Gue Mei and Yuguan served as the coachmen, gradually steering the carriages away from the soulmaster city. With the powerful strides of the century-old soul beast, the black-crowned horned horse, the journey progressed at a steady pace. By the time they reached the outskirts of the sunset forest, it would be 20 days hence. Long journeys are often tedious. Not only Qian Douluo and Jin Yi grew restless, but even Qian Chongling found himself somewhat agitated, while Bibi Dong lay comfortably on his lap, soundly asleep. The sunset forest, situated within the borders of the Heavendo Empire and merely 100 miles from Heavendo City, is a favored locale for many soul masters seeking soul rings, especially when compared to the perilous Stardo Forest. Given such proximity, should a beast tide occur, Heavendo City would likely face utter devastation. Qian Chongling mused with a hint of mischief. On the second day, after the six had rested, they entered the sunset forest. In accordance with Qian Chongling's instructions, aside from his and Bibi Dong's pair, the other four ventured forth from 4 different directions, simultaneously unleashing their spiritual senses to explore the forest. As titled Douluos, even without specializing in spiritual powers, Gue Mei and Yuguan possessed a perception range of several kilometers, while Jin Yi and Qian Douluo enjoyed a range extending tens of kilometers. However, the sunset forest was not small, and despite the simultaneous search by the four, it took the better part of a day to make a discovery. A few moments later, the 6 figures appeared at the edge of a small forest enveloped in dark green poisonous mist. Beyond the forest lay a valley, clearly the location Qian Chongling sought. This is the venom of the emerald scale serpent. Yuguan's brow furrowed as he recalled some unpleasant memories upon seeing the vast wall of toxic mist before them. Let us proceed. We must not squander time. In the next instant, a long sword, shimmering with a cold light, materialized in Qian Chongling's hand. With a decisive slash, the air split apart as a dazzling sword beam effortlessly pierced through the poisonous mist wall, creating a passage several meters wide, thus clearing a path for the 6 to advance. Qian Chongling sheathed his long sword, grasping Bibi Dong's delicate hand, and strode forward. Qian Douluo and the others exchanged glances before following in his wake. As they traversed the poisonous array, they were greeted by a picturesque valley, modest in size yet brimming with an astonishing variety of exotic flora. A mere glance revealed an overwhelming abundance that was impossible to tally, as many of the blossoms radiated vibrant luminescence. However, the most astonishing sight was the central lake, divided into equal halves of milky white and fiery red, resembling the yin-yang symbol, yet not entirely conforming to its traditional form. At the heart of this spectacle lay a spring where 2 distinct waters converged. Between the milky white and the fiery red springs, peculiar plants thrived. One, a striking ice blue with oddly shaped leaves featuring 8 prominent points, exuded an aura of frost. The other, a radiant crimson, stood in stark contrast, even for Qian Chongling, who was somewhat prepared for the breathtaking visuals of the ice and fire eyes. The scene left him momentarily entranced, for words could scarcely encapsulate its beauty. Among the six, only Qian Chongling and Yu Guan were aware of the significance of this sacred ground, while the remaining four were blissfully ignorant, captivated solely by the resplendent scenery. The most affected was Yu Guan, an expert in botany. Unlike Qian Chongling, who recognized the locale's importance merely as a source of strength, Yu Guan's passion for flowers bordered on obsession. Otherwise, in his original timeline, he would not have paid homage to a flower known as the heartbroken red. Consequently, he appeared as though he had consumed a euphoric pill, displaying unmistakable signs of exhilaration. After a considerable time, Yu Guan regained his composure and inquired of Qian Chongling, "Is this truly the place you spoke of?" To which Qian Chongling replied, "Indeed, but first, could you assist me in locating several celestial herbs?" He proceeded to mention the celestial plants consumed by the Shrek 7 in his original timeline. True to his expertise in flora, the knowledgeable Yu Guan quickly identified the 8-angled icegrass, fiery apricot blossom, autumn waterdew, splendid tulip, water nymphbone, and heartbroken red, among others. Qian Chongling nodded and remarked, "The rare and precious Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum shall serve as your reward. First, seek out any celestial treasures suitable for the ghostly charm and the heavenly crocodile. However, do not be hasty in consuming them, for I have other ingenious uses in mind." "Understood, esteemed elder." Upon hearing this, Yu Guan promptly turned and made his way to the medicinal fields in search of appropriate celestial treasures for the ghostly charm and the heavenly crocodile. After a brief moment, Qian Chongling inquired of Douluo, "Have you found suitable celestial treasures for them?" Douluo, brimming with joy, responded, "I have located the underworld's nether flower of the old demon, along with the eternal flame grass and the purple gold heavenly dragon fruit. The eternal flame grass, as legend has it, is imbued with the divine blood of the sun god, emanating an incredibly rich aura of light and flame, making it exceedingly suitable for His Holiness the Pope. The purple gold heavenly dragon fruit harbors a trace of the dragon's bloodline power, which greatly enhances the likelihood of evolution for armor-type martial souls and possesses attributes of utmost gold." Qian Dalu gently stroked his long beard and remarked, "Indeed, the attributes of light and fire are exceptionally suited for the six-winged angel martial soul, which could greatly benefit Jir." His thoughts were quite fanciful. Yet Qian Chongling rolled his eyes and replied, "Let's not waste Ji's modest talent. Save it for your grandson or granddaughter." Upon hearing this, Qian Daolu paused for a moment, contemplating before nodding in agreement. He was already envisioning a future where Qian Xuanji would marry and have children, considering that this account seemed somewhat futile. Perhaps starting a new one could yield a prodigy. Haha, if that is the case, I, being of considerable age, shall likewise bequeath my celestial-grade herbs to future generations. Chuckled the golden crocodile Douluo. His son, Tianxun, had not inherited the golden crocodile king, but merely awakened the golden crocodile, a top-tier martial soul, yet not as formidable as its royal counterpart. Furthermore, Tianxun was no longer young, having missed the prime opportunity for utilization. Thus, his intention was to reserve it for his future grandchildren. "Are you all not contemplating consuming this celestial-grade herb directly?" Qian Chongling increasingly sensed something amiss, feeling as though they were not on the same wavelength. The words of the golden crocodile Douluo were unmistakably clear. He intended to reserve this precious herb for his descendants, which implied direct consumption of the herb itself. Qian Daolu and the others, observing the expressions of these individuals, Qian Chongling comprehended that they were indeed not on the same wavelength. His intention was to refine these celestial treasures into elixirs, which would not only allow for more individuals to partake, but would also ensure that the efficacy remained intact. However, Qian Daolu and the others possessed no concept of elixirs. Celestial treasures? To them, it was merely a matter of deep affection, consumed in one gulp. Such an act was nothing short of wasteful. Chapter 15. The Arrival of the Old Toxic One. Qian Chongling shook his head, casting a disdainful glance at Qian Daolu and Golden Crocodile Douluo, and declared, "Young ones, today I shall enlighten you on the art of alchemy. Now, you all shall gather the ripe celestial herbs according to the methods described by Yu Guan." In the world of Douluo continent, where martial spirits reigned supreme, the concept of medicinal pills was utterly foreign to Qian Daolu and his companions. However, since their revered ancestor had spoken, they had no choice but to comply. The four exchanged glances, and after a moment of silent understanding, they obediently set about collecting the celestial herbs. After all, If they failed to concoct the elixir, they could always consume the remnants. Before them stood a magnificent flower, the celestial mushroom chrysanthemum, resembling their martial spirits. This grand chrysanthemum, adorned in resplendent purple hues, boasted petals that appeared delightfully fuzzy, forming a harmonious whole yet releasing no fragrance. Its central stamen towered over the petals by a good half-foot, glimmering with a gentle golden light. There are no strict requirements for harvesting the celestial mushroom chrysanthemum. Just ensure the stamen and petals remain unharmed. The roots are inconsequential, Yuguan instructed. And what about this orchid? Golden crocodile Douluo inquired. The 8-petal celestial orchid must be contained within a vessel of jade. As long as it is housed in such a container, it will not wither for a millennium. Nor will it fade for countless generations. As they toiled, a voice filled with fury echoed down from the heights of the valley. Who dares to trespass upon my medicinal field? The four, still engaged in their tasks, instinctively looked up to see a middle-aged man, draped in a flowing green robe, with hair the color of dark emerald and eyes that sparkled like precious gems. He stood there, arms crossed, regarding them with a haughty glare. The figure on the mountaintop was all too familiar to Chrysanthemum Douluo, who couldn't help but smirk at the sight. The other three maintained impassive expressions as they regarded the figure, had it not been for Qian Chongling's earlier caution against making a move. Golden Crocodile Douluo would have relished the opportunity to enlighten this verdant individual on the reason behind a monkey's red backside. Today, you shall witness the wrath of a soul Douluo. The verdant figure, none other than Dugu, spoke with a voice laced with soul power. Despite his lofty position, his words reached the ears of several individuals with unwavering clarity. He then leapt down, creating a small crater upon impact, sending dust swirling into the air. As the sand settled, Dugu strode toward Qian Chongling and his companions, leaving behind a trail of soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Once the dust cleared, Dugu beheld the 6 individuals before him, a young girl, seemingly in her early teens, and a youth appearing to be in his 20s, both devoid of any discernible cultivation. The other 2 were elderly men with white hair, looking as though they were on the brink of death, also lacking any visible prowess. One of them seemed familiar, though he struggled to place him. Lastly, there were 2 individuals he recognized well, Gui Mei and Yuguan. When Dugu descended from the valley, he intended to present himself as a formidable figure, demonstrating the wrath of a soul Douluo. However, he soon realized that aside from Gui Mei and Yuguan, he could not gauge the strength of the other 4. Perhaps he could not defeat any of them at all? Contemplating this, Dugu's expression soured as if he had just consumed a bitter delicacy. Little one, your 8 soul rings are commendable, but it appears my junior companions boast 1 more. Qian Chongling remarked with a mischievous grin. The corner of Ju Douluo's mouth curled into a faint smile as he added, old poison. Do see how many soul rings I possess now. As he spoke, the 9 soul rings of Yuguan and Gui Mei manifested simultaneously, the first 8 being identical. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Yet they bore an additional black soul ring, the 9th. The 2 advanced, encircling Dugu. Good heavens. Both Yuguan and Gui may have attained the rank of title Douluo, while I remain merely a soul Douluo. Had I known, I would not have pretended so. Dugu thought, his demeanor shifting to an exceedingly unpleasant smile as he inquired, what brings you all here? I have 2 purposes for my visit, Qian Chongling stated. Scrutinizing Dugu, the descendant of the Dugu family, Dugu was taken aback to find that these individuals were led not by the 2 elderly men, but by this youth. Perhaps he was the son of the Pope of the Spirit Hall? Dugu mused, and then replied, I beseech you to speak plainly. Firstly, the ice and fire yin-yang well. No, the ice and fire duality, this fabled location, shall henceforth belong to the Spirit Hall, Qian Chongling declared coolly. Since you hold such affection for this place, I shall grant it to the Spirit Hall. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures are for those with the fortune to claim them. The so-called fortunate ones are simply those whose fists are strongest. Dugu understood this principle well, although this location could help suppress the toxins within him. Refusing now could very well cost him his life. And secondly, from this day forth, your Dugu family shall be incorporated into my Spirit Hall. Although Dugu's complexion was ashen, he still managed to speak with difficulty. I have always been unconventional and may find it difficult to adapt to the regulations of the Spirit Hall. Qian Chongling was about to continue speaking when Qian Douluo, unable to contain himself, interjected. In his eyes, the Dugu family, which could not even resolve its own martial soul snake venom, was utterly pathetic, unworthy of the personal attention of his esteemed ancestor. You have two choices: join the spirit hall or face annihilation, Qian Douluo declared with a fierce intensity. You are the former pope of the spirit hall, Qian Douluo? Dugu asked, momentarily taken aback, disbelief etched on his face. Indeed, it is I, Qian Douluo replied with a cold snort. Silence. Did I permit you to speak? Qian Chongling snapped at the audacious junior who dared to interrupt him. Although Dugu was dubbed the disgrace of the title Douluo, he was not without his strengths. While he couldn't best any title Douluo in a one-on-one battle, he possessed a unique capability: area damage on a grand scale. In simpler terms, while he could not defeat a title Douluo, he could reduce them to mere remnants. In a past confrontation at Jialing Pass, Dugu single-handedly poisoned tens of thousands of Spirit Hall Soul Masters, leaving an indelible impression on Qian Chongling. He had effectively neutralized the greatest advantage of the Spirit Hall, becoming a veritable human biochemical weapon, a strategic asset of nuclear proportions. Thus, Dugu's significance was undeniable, and Qian Chongling indeed sought to recruit him. After all, if Dugu could poison the Soul Masters of the Spirit Hall, why should the Spirit Hall not be allowed to return the favor? This was a matter of reciprocity. Should recruitment prove impossible, then the only recourse would be to confine Dugu and his family within the Spirit Hall prison. Chapter 16. A Faithful Connection with Your Ancestor. Qian Douluo hesitated, caught off guard by a glare from Qian Chongling. Dugu swallowed hard, his heart racing. If he had not misheard, Qian Douluo had referred to this young man as ancestor. The existence of such an ancient being was surely a closely guarded secret. Yet here he was, unwittingly privy to this information. Aside from joining the Spirit Hall, he could conceive of no other means for the Dugu family to survive. Despite his grievances with Gui Mei and Yuguan, Dugu was not fond of feeling dependent on others. The allure of freedom and a carefree life was simply irresistible. Ignoring Qian Douluo, Qian Chongling turned to Dugu and said, "You have heard, and you must have guessed my identity. In truth, I share a certain connection with your Dugu family. It is not my desire to see your entire clan extinguished. Intimidation remains a necessity. The blend of the carrot and the stick constitutes an undeniable truth. Indeed, it is as such. I possess an old acquaintance who, due to the inherent flaws of the azure scale serpent martial soul, has endured considerable suffering. Whenever it rains or the sky is overcast, she experiences an intense itching sensation along her ribs, which gradually intensifies and persists for over an hour, manifesting twice during the hours of noon and midnight. In the deep of night, around the third watch, she is beset by a stabbing pain at the crown of her head and the soles of her feet, accompanied by full-body spasms that last no less than half an hour. And you, do you not experience similar symptoms? How do you know this? Dugu could no longer contain his astonishment and blurted out. This is an inevitable issue that arises once the azure scale serpent martial soul reaches a certain level of cultivation. It constitutes the fatal weakness of the Dugu clan, one that all azure scale serpent soul masters endeavor to conceal. Hence, I mentioned that I have some connection with your Dugu family. Would you wish to completely eradicate this flaw? Qian Chongling spoke with a tranquil tone. Do I wish to eradicate this flaw? Dugu pondered. Of course. He yearned for it, dreaming of it even. Each generation of the Dugu family has sought to resolve this defect entirely. However, after 15 years of studying his martial soul, he still found himself devoid of any leads. With immense excitement, Dugu exclaimed, "Old sir, do you possess a method to eliminate the flaws of the azure scale serpent martial soul? If you can assist me in ridding my martial soul of its defects, I shall unreservedly dedicate myself to the Spirit Hall, willing to brave any peril." Qian Chongling remarked. The venom of the azure-scaled serpent is indeed the source of harm to your body, primarily due to the misguided direction of your cultivation. The serpent's poison has infiltrated the soul master's body, yet there exists no suitable vessel within to accommodate or condense this toxin. Hence, it permeates the flesh and blood. The first suggestion I proffer is to create a space within the soul master's body capable of housing the venom, such as the soul bones residing within. Dugu, possessing considerable expertise in toxicology, grasped the concept upon hearing Qian Chongling's explanation. His eyes shimmering with insight. Are you suggesting that I force the toxins within me into the soul bones, thereby safeguarding my own well-being? Qian Chongling nodded, acknowledging the validity of the approach, but pointed out that it merely addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause. The toxins that soul bones can contain are finite, and a soul master is only able to absorb 6 soul bones. Once these 6 soul bones are saturated with toxins, the only recourse is to dismantle them. However, soul bones filled with toxins are rendered useless, and should one be unable to continuously acquire new soul bones, the outcome is all too clear. My second method, however, involves altering the cultivation technique of the emerald-scaled serpent martial soul, thereby resolving the issue at its very source. I choose this second approach and humbly request the elder to guide me on how to proceed. The Dugu family is willing to pledge their allegiance to the spirit hall, vowing unwavering loyalty. Dugu Bo spoke earnestly. Dugu Bo was not foolish. He discerned the differences between the two methods. He understood that the first method, with a modicum of research, could temporarily alleviate the shortcomings of the emerald-scaled serpent. Yet, as Qian Chongling had noted, the limited capacity for toxins and soul bones posed a significant challenge. If each of his descendants were to bear 6 soul bones, where would he procure the golden soul coins? It is well known that even low-grade soul bones command exorbitant prices, and even a titled Douluo would struggle to provide each descendant with 6 soul bones. Should he, Dugu Bo, resort to selling himself? Even if he were inclined, it is likely that no one would be interested. Thus, it became evident that his true option lay solely in the second method. A wise choice indeed, as this is a unique cultivation secret that allows one to refine a personal poison pellet, transforming the initially harmful toxins into a source of one's own strength. Qian Chongling retrieved the 5 poisons pill scripture acquired from that rather unremarkable system through a signing-in process and handed it over to Dugu Bo. As he watched Dugu Bo accept this secret method, Qian Chongling heaved a sigh of relief. He truly did not wish to resort to violence against the Dugu family unless absolutely necessary, and fortunately, Dugu Bo's mind was not clouded. Bang, bang, bang. Dugu Bo promptly knelt, bowing his head several times in gratitude, proclaiming, "This immense kindness shall not go unacknowledged. From now on, the entire Dugu family shall serve the old master and pledge unwavering loyalty." Raising Dugu Bo to his feet, Qian Chongling remarked, "You are now an 88th level soul Douluo. With the secret method, you will be able to transform your toxins into soul power, and within a month, you shall achieve the rank of title Douluo. However, should the pill's refinement proceed smoothly, you may attain the title Douluo status today. Now, you all continue to gather those celestial herbs." "Pill? What is that?" With a look of curiosity, Dugu Bo joined the quartet in the herbal gathering team, embarking on their herbal expedition. Meanwhile, after instructing Qian Douluo and the others on their tasks, Qian Chongling turned to Bai Bai Dong and said, "Come with me, Donger." Bai Bai Dong nodded obediently and followed Qian Chongling towards the ice and fire spring. Qian Chongling pointed to the 2 celestial herbs in the spring and remarked to Bai Dong, "My dear Donger, I shall prepare 3 varieties of celestial herbs for you. Among them, the 8-pointed mystic ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom thrive at the center of this spring. Each of these herbs, when consumed alone, is lethally toxic. Only by excavating them simultaneously and combining their essences can their toxic properties be neutralized. They must then be ingested together to unleash their medicinal efficacy. But this neutralization lasts only for a fleeting 10 breaths. Delay beyond that, and the potency will utterly dissipate. Shortly, I will employ gold and jade implements to extract them together, neutralize their toxicity, and refine them into a medicinal elixir. Upon ingestion, once the effects take hold, you shall leap into the ice-fire spring, forging your body with the powers of ice and fire, thereby acquiring immunity to both elements." Bai Dong smiled and replied, "Donger knows exactly what to do. Rest assured, dear teacher." Unlike Bai Dong and the others, she had witnessed Qian Chongling's alchemical processes on several occasions and even tasted some of the potions. In her own words, their flavor was akin to the sweet candies she usually relished. Meanwhile, the other half of the herb-gathering team, bolstered by the presence of Dugu Bo, noticeably expedited their collection of celestial herbs. After approximately 2 to 3 hours, the 5 of them had successfully harvested all the mature celestial herbs and spiritual medicines. Naturally, they also collected seeds, fully aware that this precious land would one day serve as a foundation for the cultivation of future generations in the Spirit Hall. Chapter 17. The Dog System. Perish as the sun dipped below the horizon, the outline of its fiery form gradually faded into obscurity, casting a golden-crimson glow upon the small valley, suffusing it with the warmth of twilight. Qian Douluo and Genie Douluo widened their eyes, fixated on the peculiar sight not far away, a small black cauldron with 3 legs and 2 ears, incessantly spinning and occasionally spitting out tongues of flame. presenting an extraordinarily enigmatic appearance. Beside the cauldron, Qian Chongling formed intricate hand seals, which, upon closer inspection, revealed a variety of different gestures. Soon, a rich aroma of medicinal herbs wafted from the cauldron, tantalizing the senses. At that moment, a flash of golden information surged through Qian Chongling's mind. If memory served correctly, the host's alchemical skills were merely at a master level. Could it truly be appropriate to attempt 2 elixirs with a divided focus? This thought struck him like a thunderclap, causing the hand seal meant to temper the flames to falter, inadvertently morphing into one intended for fierce flames. The cauldron, which had been spinning increasingly faster, suddenly accelerated to such a degree that it was reduced to a mere black blur before it began to emit smoke. A faint burnt odor began to permeate the air, reaching the nostrils of Qian Douluo and the others. Upon detecting the scent, Qian Chongling hastily ceased the cauldron's rotation, squinting as he peered through the vent to observe the 2 batches of elixirs crafted from Ice Mountain Snow Ginseng and 9th-rank spirit mushrooms. The batch containing the Ice Mountain Snow Ginseng had completely turned charred, while the other, comprising the spirit mushrooms, was half burnt, leaving only 2 elixirs that emanated a faint purple glow. Both types of elixirs were designed to fortify the foundation and enhance vitality, categorizing them as basic elixirs. In this disheartening moment, Qian Chongling's frustration boiled over. Although his alchemical skills were indeed at the master level, acquired from a 30-year sign-in gift, concocting these fundamental elixirs should have posed no challenge. He could have easily managed 3 elixirs in a single furnace, let alone 2. This wretched system had deliberately interjected at the critical moment of creation. While it appeared to offer good advice, it was, in fact, a malicious ploy. "You dog of a system, show yourself. I swear I won't spare you." Qian Chongling cursed inwardly, but the system remained unresponsive, akin to the proverbial deadweight. Indifferent to his grievances, feeling utterly powerless against the obstinate system, Qian Chongling sighed and lifted the lid of the cauldron. Retrieving the 2 undamaged spirit mushroom elixirs and placing them in a small porcelain vial. "Yueguan, Gue Mei," he called out, and the 2 immediately responded. These 2 elixirs possess the efficacy of fortifying the foundation and enhancing vitality. "They are yours," he remarked casually as he tossed the vial to them. Unlike the elixirs Qian Chongling had previously produced, these 3 were mere semi-finished products, resulting in a rather unremarkable appearance and lacking the alluring fragrance typically associated with refined medicines. Consequently, Gue and Zhu hesitated, undecided. Qian Chongling observed the expressions of the 2 individuals and immediately discerned their concerns. A sinister smile crept across his face, and his eyes glowed with a deep red light. A vast surge of spiritual power emanated from him, causing Qian Douluo and the golden crocodile Douluo to feel as though they were being scrutinized by a bloodthirsty primordial beast, engulfed in overwhelming dread at Qian Chongling's formidable prowess. Meanwhile, Gue Zhu and his companion found themselves directly ensnared by Qian Chongling's spiritual force, involuntarily parting their lips. At that moment, Qian Chongling flicked his fingers, and 2 spirit mushroom pills were swallowed by them, their expressions a blend of despair and helplessness. The instant the pills were ingested, Qian Chongling released his grip over them, and both Gue Zhu and his companion felt a powerful surge of soul power rising from their lower abdomens. They quickly seated themselves in a meditative posture, initiating the flow of soul power to absorb and refine the essence of the pills. Their auras grew increasingly potent, rapidly reaching the pinnacle of the 91st level, with their strength continuing to amplify. Observing this, the golden crocodile Douluo adopted a solemn demeanor, vigilantly positioning himself beside the ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo. Meanwhile, Qian Douluo appeared to recall something and inquired of Qian Chongling, "Does our esteemed ancestor have plans to concoct some pills for himself?" Qian Chongling smiled and said, "Indeed. I possess the 9 Revolutions Golden Elixir. Once a single pill is consumed, one realizes that fate is not dictated by the heavens. Ascending to immortality on the spot is merely a trivial matter." Qian Douluo, with a hint of joy, inquired, "Have you gathered all the celestial herbs necessary for concocting the 9-turn golden elixir?" "Most of them are ready, yet one vital component remains," came the earnest reply. "What could that be?" Qian Douluo pressed on. "Simply the essence of this world itself, to be infused into the cauldron and transmuted into a singular elixir." Qian Chongling stated with utmost seriousness. "You just once more," Qian Douluo retorted, rendered speechless. Qian Chongling cast a glance at Qian Douluo and remarked, "You are well aware of the effects of these celestial treasures. They hold no efficacy for either of us. Do you truly believe that refining these celestial items into elixirs will yield any results? Qian Dalu was taken aback, letting out a sigh. He mused to himself, great ancestor. Your visage appears to be barely in your 20s. It feels quite out of place. However, he only dared to think this and refrained from voicing it, knowing it would surely result in another beating. An hour later, both Guizhu and his companion experienced a remarkable breakthrough, ascending to the 92nd level. It is noteworthy that they had only recently entered the realm of tidal Douluo and had never anticipated achieving such a feat in such a brief span of time. Overwhelmed with excitement, Gui Mei and Yu Guan trembled as they expressed their gratitude. Thank you, old sir. Qian Chongling nodded, retrieving another alchemical cauldron from his soul guide, and resumed his crafting. Drawing from the lessons learned from the previous disruptions caused by the system, Qian Chongling proceeded with utmost caution, ensuring that no mistakes arose during the creation of these medicinal elixirs. Before him lay several small porcelain vials, each labeled with delicate paper tags: Tianju Dan, 8-petal Xianlon Dan, Phoenix Fire Bathing Dan, Jade 7 Absolute Dan, and Indestructible Gold Lance Dan. After diligently refining a considerable quantity of spiritual herbs and celestial items into these potions, even Qian Chongling felt a hint of fatigue. Following a brief moment of meditation to restore his energy, he began to distribute the elixirs. The Tianju Dan was allocated to Yu Guan. The Yuming Bian Dan was given to Gui Mei. The Zijin Tianlong Dan was assigned to Genie Douluo and Shenglong Douluo, while the Jade 7 Absolute Dan was designated for Dugu. Finally, Qian Chongling retrieved a blue-red elixir from a blue-red porcelain vial, presenting it to Bibi Dong. This is the Xian Bing Liahua Dan, crafted from the octagonal profound ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom. Consume it, Donger. Bibi Dong unreservedly trusted Qian Chongling. She accepted the elixir from his hand and swallowed it whole. The potion melted instantly upon contact, eliciting a refreshing sensation that prompted her to instinctively swallow it without discerning any flavor. Within mere breaths, her body trembled violently, and an icy blue aura surged from beneath her feet, enveloping her entirely in a brilliant blue hue. Shortly thereafter, a layer of crimson emerged, transforming Bibi Dong into a sight reminiscent of a freshly boiled crab, alternating between blue and red in an extraordinary display. Donger, quickly leap into the spring. Qian Chongling's gaze turned icy. Should Bibi Dong fail to act promptly, he was prepared to give her a firm push. Splash! Before Qian Chongling could finish speaking, Bibi Dong seized the moment when she still had some control over her body and leapt directly into the icy waters of the ice and fire springs. Naturally, Qian Dalu and the others heard the sound of someone falling into the water, momentarily pushing aside their joy over acquiring the celestial grade elixir. They inquired, Elder, what has happened to the Sanctus? Qian Chongling, however, did not directly respond to them. He called out to Bai Dong, instructing, Donger, just like in the usual medicinal bath, circulate your soul power and absorb it. Then, addressing the 4 individuals, he added, there's nothing to worry about. It's simply that the elixir she consumed, when combined with the waters of the ice and fire spring, will grant her immunity to both ice and fire. Those with an interest may feel free to connect for further discussions. Chapter 18. The heart's longing in crimson as the sun sank in the west. The silver moon hung high in the sky, and twinkling stars shimmered in the vast expanse above. Suddenly, a small head emerged from the depths of the ice and fire spring. Bai Dong struggled somewhat as she swam through the waters, gradually making her way to the shore. Upon noticing this, Qian Chongling naturally extended a hand to assist her, guiding her to sit upon a white jade stone beside him. Qian Chongling retrieved a purple gown from the soul guiding device and draped it over herself, concealing the areas of her alabaster skin that had been exposed due to the corrosive effects of the spring water. She then turned to ask, Donger, how do you feel? After Bibi Dong swiftly changed into her new attire, a radiant smile graced her lips as she waved her delicate fist and declared, after this trial, my physical strength has nearly doubled. Teacher, I am ready now. You may turn around. Noticing the small ring on Bibi Dong's right ring finger, entwined in black and white, Qian Chongling nodded approvingly. Excellent. Once we return, I shall assist you in acquiring your first soul ring. This small ring contains a trace of chaotic divine energy, primarily serving to ward off the consciousness of the Rakshasa god. Should the Rakshas's presence manifest near Bibi Dong, she will be alerted immediately. Thank you, teacher. Bibi Dong replied with a charming smile. Everyone, come here. Qian Chongling retrieved the soul unrefined immortal herb from the soul guiding device, the heart-wrenching red flower, which still clung to the black stone by its root. He called out to Qian Douluo and the others. No sooner had his words left his lips than the figures of Qian Douluo and the others began to materialize before him. Qian Chongling smiled gently and remarked, "You are all aware of the properties and the method of harvesting this exquisite plant, the heartbreak red. Who among you wishes to give it a try?" Upon hearing this, Yu Guan murmured softly to himself, "This extraordinary flower chooses its master. When one seeks to pluck it, one must do so with thoughts of their beloved, with sincerity and fervor. It is essential to expel a drop of blood upon its petals. Should there be the slightest wavering of heart, even if one were to bleed to death, the flower will remain unyielding." He continued, "Once harvested, as long as it remains by the side of its master, it shall never wither." Yu Guan gazed at the blood-red heartbreak red before him, took a deep breath, and declared, "Elder, I shall give it a try." He activated the soul energy within him, channeling his vitality, and opened his mouth to expel a stream of fresh blood onto the petals. In that fleeting moment, a vision of a youthful and radiant girl filled his mind. Yet, when he recalled that she had become the 15th concubine of a nobleman, his expression shifted, and his thoughts began to waver. As the blood fell upon the petals, the heartbreak red quivered slightly. Qian Chongling, Bi Dong, Qian Douluo, Golden Crocodile Douluo, and Gue Mei all focused intently on the flower, awaiting the outcome. However, disappointment soon settled among them, for the tremors of the heartbreak red gradually subsided. Showing no sign of falling, Yu Guan, with a heavy heart, said, "I apologize, Elder. I am unable to overcome the barriers within my heart." Qian Chongling shook his head helplessly, remarking, "The most challenging enigma in the world is the matter of love. If one cannot attain it through force, then one should open their heart and act with a clear conscience." As he spoke, Qian Chongling turned his gaze towards Qian Douluo, adding, "I recall the profound bond you share with Meng Ning. Why not give it a try?" Qian Douluo sighed and remarked, "Even if it is of divine quality, it holds no utility for me in the present. If it is truly destined for me, let it remain by my side." A testament to the past I shared with Ninger, gazing at the bloodstains on the Xiangxi Duanshanghong. He could not help but reminisce about the beautiful moments he had spent with Lu Mingning. Channeling his soul power, a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. In that instant of expulsion, Qian Douluo felt a jolt of spirit as another figure emerged in his mind, a woman clad in a sea blue priestess robe. Her name was Posiasai, the high priestess of the sea god island. This time, the Xiangxi Duanshanghong swayed more violently than before, yet ultimately fell short, gradually returning to its original position. While the blood they had both expelled slowly dissipated, Qian Douluo's face flushed with embarrassment. "I owe an apology to Ninger. Qian Chongling is certainly aware of the current situation. It is evident that this old rascal has once again been reminded of that woman, Posi. In the original timeline, she was sacrificed to the Triad in a divine examination, offered to the great-grandson of Tangsan, and subsequently brought ruin upon your spirit hall. However, for now, the Qian family remains under the authority of Qian Chongling. If this old fool wishes to continue his sycophantic ways, he should be promptly expelled from the family lineage. Qian Chongling is a man of his word." At that moment, his gaze swept over the three present, Gue Mei, the Golden Crocodile Douluo, and Dugu, contemplating whether to have them experience it as well. Yet, Gue Mei interjected, "Old master, I shall forego the trial. It is merely a marriage alliance, devoid of any emotional foundation." Qian Chongling nodded, acknowledging that for sects or families seeking to pass down their martial souls, such matters were quite common. Thus, he refrained from elaborating further. At that moment, both Golden Crocodile Douluo and Dugu shook their heads, suggesting, "We have no need for it. Perhaps you might give it a try, old sir." Upon hearing this, not only did Qian Douluo, Gue Mei, and Yu Guan express their curiosity, but even Bi Dong joined in, urging him to give it a go. "Well then, I shall oblige," Qian Chongling conceded, unable to resist their persuasion. With thoughts of Dugu Qingwei in his heart, he channeled his soul power and, with a swift motion, released a mouthful of blood onto the petals of the heartbroken red. As the crimson droplets fell upon the blossoms, the heartbroken red merely trembled slightly, showing no signs of detachment. Within a few breaths, the quivering ceased altogether. Qian Chongling gazed in astonishment at the weeping heart, pondering the peculiar situation. Could it be that my feelings for Dugu Qingwei are not of love? How could that possibly be? Unyielding, a glimmer of cold resolve flickered in Qian Chongling's eyes as thoughts of the Feng family's twin blossoms crossed his mind. He coughed up another mouthful of blood, and this time, the weeping heart merely trembled slightly, as if the impact of the blood upon its petals had stirred it. Just as Qian Chongling was about to shatter the wretched flower, a sudden, crisp sound caught his attention. He turned to see a drop of blood landing on the weeping heart. Before he could comprehend the moment, the flower did not sway at all this time. Instead, it quietly detached from the Wujue stone, descending gently into a delicate jade hand. A trace of blood trickled down Bibidong's lips, and a smile graced her enchanting visage. Who would have thought that this divine flower would be destined for me? Qian Chongling was utterly astonished, and the individuals beside her, including Douluo, were equally taken aback. They had not anticipated that the master of this divine artifact would be a girl of merely 10 years of age. The reason for Qian Chongling's astonishment is simply staggering. Who has dared to ravage the precious little cabbage that she has nurtured? Yu Xiaojiang? At this point, not even a shadow of him has been sighted, let alone any talk of affection. Could it be that they are engaging in a platonic love from 1,000 miles apart? As for anyone else, they are non-existent. She has never witnessed Bibidong in solitary meetings with any other young man. Qian Chongling inquired with utmost seriousness, Donger, whom were you just contemplating? Regardless of who it is, I shall ensure their demise. The heavens are unpredictable, and misfortune can befall anyone. For a being capable of contending with a first-tier deity for days, making someone vanish is a mere trifle. As for the announcement regarding the book's release, afternoon tomorrow, this inaugural work shall be available. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the editor for securing numerous recommendations and to the esteemed individuals for their encouragement and support. On the first day of publication, 5 chapters will be updated, and as long as the performance is not dismal, I shall strive to provide 2 to 3 updates daily thereafter. Furthermore, for the initial subscription, an additional chapter will be granted for every 100 to 499 subscriptions, 2 chapters for 500 to 1,000, and for every increment of 200 beyond 1,000, 1 additional chapter will be added. Setting an unattainable dream means no additional chapters will be required. How clever of me. The monthly votes and rewards remain unchanged. For every cumulative 500 monthly votes, an additional chapter will be granted, and for every cumulative 20,000 in rewards, another chapter will be added. The maximum for additional chapters due to rewards is capped at 20 per month. Beyond that, it becomes unmanageable. Dreams should still be pursued. Lastly, I humbly request subscriptions, monthly votes, and recommendations. I seek everything. In Chapter 19, The Hand of Sin, Bibidong's cheeks flushed as she playfully stuck out her tongue, saying, Teacher, this is a secret. I cannot divulge it to you. Unlike Qian Chongling, who was racking his brain for answers, the esteemed Douluo had been intently observing the divine plant. He had distinctly perceived Bibidong casting a glance in their direction, and he was well aware of whom she was regarding. However, he dared not speak nor could he reveal it. As night descended, the rhythmic, slender breaths emanated from several blue tents, following a sumptuous barbecue prepared by Qian Chongling. Save for the watchful spirits and Moon's Guard, all others had retired for the night. Within Qian Chongling's modest tent, a stark contrast was evident. He sat in a meditative posture, his countenance shadowed, while Bibidong, beside him, slumbered peacefully, her face aglow with a radiant smile. The more she slept blissfully, the more discomfort surged within Qian Chongling. Her delicate, rosy visage, long, fair legs, and magnificent curves weighed heavily on his mind. Qian Chongling could not help but extend her exceedingly wicked hands, reaching for a certain spot. Within the confines of the modest tent, the temperature plummeted suddenly, causing Bibidong, lost in slumber, to shiver involuntarily. How can it be so cold? Despite the fact that since her cultivation began, she had become largely impervious to the extremes of temperature, this chilling sensation was perplexing. Moreover, there was a vague sense of pain. Bibidong furrowed her delicate brows, slowly opening her enchanting eyes, only to find not the white fabric of the tent before her, but the visage of her mentor, Qian Chongling. Before her, Qian Chongling's hands emanated a faint mist, with a delicate layer of frost adorning her fair palms, as they vigorously rubbed against Bibidong's cheek. Oh, you wretched teacher, why do you torment me so? Bibidong exclaimed, swatting away Qian Chongling's mischievous hands, her cheeks puffed up in indignation, resembling a pert little hamster. How long have I slept in life, and how long shall I now slumber in death? Awaken, and resume your cultivation. Qian Chongling teased with a sly grin. Is it customary to rouse your students with the frigid touch of ice hands? Had it been anyone else, they would have been frozen solid by now. Bibidong retorted, her voice laced with annoyance. Do not dwell on the minutiae, my dear Dong. Do you recall the reasons I instructed you to refrain from acquiring your spirit ring too early? Qian Chongling inquired. When one's soul power reaches the requisite level to obtain a spirit ring, it can still be enhanced even without the acquisition of one. Though this increase may not be immediately apparent, once the spirit ring is attained, the accumulated soul power will be unleashed. Bai Dong explained. Indeed. Thus it is time to assist you in obtaining your first spirit ring. With that, Qian Chongling retrieved a golden orb from her soul guide device and presented it to Bai Dong, saying, Now, let us see how many years of spirit ring you can derive from this divine gift. The divine soul rings were naturally extracted from the sign-in gifts, obtained from the 30-year sign-in packages of the past. Each package contained approximately 5 to 6 divine soul rings, and he currently possessed over 30. Upon utilization, the divine soul ring bestows upon a soulmaster a soul ring of a maximum permissible age, even allowing for the potential absorption of a 100,000-year soul ring, provided one can withstand it. Thus, this treasure is undeniably priceless to a soulmaster. Bibi Dong nodded in affirmation, then flicked her fingers, causing the golden orb to shatter. A thick, rich golden mist enveloped her entirely. As the golden fog enveloped her, layers of luminous halos began to manifest around her form, while a painful expression emerged on her face. The absorption of a soul ring becomes increasingly arduous as its age ascends, accompanied by the risk of bodily explosion. However, surpassing one's limits to absorb a soul ring, if successful, yields unparalleled rewards. Bibi Dong was acutely aware of this. Thus she exerted every ounce of strength to endure, feeling the soul ring coalescing and growing ever more powerful. Simultaneously, her Death Spider Emperor martial spirit emerged uncontrollably, floating behind her to alleviate the pressure exerted by the divine soul ring. As time elapsed, Bibi Dong gradually approached her limits. The golden radiance surrounding her began to transform into dense yellow halos encircling her form. Yet this was not her ultimate threshold. As the yellow halos intensified, a profound purple hue began to intermingle with the vibrant yellow. Gradually, the purple glow became increasingly resplendent and potent, culminating in the contraction of the purple halo, which manifested as a purple soul ring upon her Death Spider Emperor martial spirit. At this juncture, Bibi Dong's expression returned to normal, devoid of the previous agony. With a gentle wave of her hand, she retracted her floating martial spirit. Gazing upon her inaugural soul ring, a smile graced her lips. This was a 2,200-year soul ring, surpassing the so-called optimal configuration for a third soul ring, which stood at 1,700 years. It enhanced her physical prowess by over one-third and conferred upon her a 2,000-year soul skill, Toxic Ray. The effect of this soul skill is to unleash a beam imbued with potent toxins, reducing the target's soul power operation speed by 40%, and inflicting various negative effects such as paralysis, dizziness, and deceleration based on the disparity in mental strength between the adversaries. Furthermore, with each additional soul ring, the effect amplifies by 10%, meaning that upon reaching the titled Douluo level, the enemy's soul power operation speed could be diminished by an astonishing 120%. This soul ring and soul skill are truly worthy of the agony endured during the absorption of the divine soul ring. Meanwhile, Qian Chongling, who had been quietly observing and poised to intervene should any anomalies arise, could not help but smile at the sight. With dual martial spirits, innate full soul power, and a first soul ring of 2,200 years, it seemed plausible that her second soul ring could be attempted at 5,000 years or more, and the third could very well aim for a 10,000-year soul ring. It is evident that she is a prodigious disciple, destined to dominate and suppress eras in the future. However, the thought of his beloved protege being courted by someone else ignited a spark of ire within him. How does Dong feel? Qian Chongling inquired with profound significance. It feels remarkably good. This 2,000-year spirit ring has not only enhanced my physical strength by approximately one-third, but has also granted me a millennium spirit ability. Bibi Dong remarked. The effect of the spirit ability is. After listening to Bibi Dong's initial soul skill, Qian Chongling nodded expressionlessly. He then retrieved a milky white elixir from his soul guide and presented a divine soul ring, casting a rather mischievous glance at her as he spoke. Dong, you seem to be in quite a good state. This is the Baijiao pill, along with the second divine soul ring. The Baijiao pill will replenish your vitality. And there is no need for me to elaborate on the divine soul ring. The night is long, let us rest for an hour or two, and then we shall proceed slowly. Bibi Dong responded, is it too late for me to request a different teacher? Chapter 20. The moment of witnessing bloodlines 3 months later, on a small hill outside Wuhan City. Qian Chongling, clad in black attire, exuded an aura reminiscent of the abyss as he stood atop a small hill, gazing at the silver moon suspended in the night sky. At that moment, he retrieved 4 golden cards from his bosom, murmuring, "The mysterious cannot save the unworthy, the affluent cannot alter fate. Is it the destiny of the fortunate or the trials of the unfortunate at this very instant?" Sealed Douluo card, reveal your power. As he crushed the 4 golden cards, they transformed into shimmering specks of golden light. As the light dissipated, 4 figures, 3 men and 1 woman, materialized before him. Shui Peng, Yi Mingwei, Gui Hu, and Quang Shi. "We pay our respects to our lord," the quartet declared with utmost reverence. "There is no need for such formalities." Qian Chongling chuckled. The moment he activated the title Douluo card, he discerned the precise cultivations of the 4 individuals before him, which were levels 91, 94, 97, and 99 respectively. The first, the Mad Rhino Douluo, Situ Quang, a powerful attack-type title Douluo, at level 91, wielded the martial soul of the mighty Mad Rhino, adorned with 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 4 black spirit rings. Next, the Phantom Fox Douluo, Chinchuan, a level 94 support-type title Douluo, possessed the martial soul of the ghost spectral fox, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black spirit rings. The third, the Dreamweaver Douluo, Yi Megwei, a level 97 control-type title Douluo, manifested the martial soul of Dream, featuring 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red spirit ring. Lastly, the Sky Falcon Douluo, Shui Peng, a level 99 powerful attack-type title Douluo, or the martial soul of the golden-winged Great Peng, equipped with 2 purple, 5 black, and 2 red spirit rings. This assembly of 4 title Douluo cards was, at best, average, not particularly outstanding, yet not utterly lacking, averaging around level 95. Among them, the highest was the Sky Falcon Douluo, at level 99. However, with such a spirit ring configuration of 2 purple, 5 black, and 2 red, Qian Chongling speculated that this individual likely failed several assessments post-divine trial. It was evident that he could not rival Qian Daolu, nor Poseidon, let alone Tang Chun, yet his level 99 cultivation was undeniably an asset. Following him was the level 97 Dreamweaver Douluo, whose martial soul suggested a specialization in mental manipulation, potentially rendering her a strategic boon if utilized effectively. Notably, the Sky Falcon Douluo and Dreamweaver Douluo were a couple, which stirred feelings of discontent within Qian Chongling, who remained single. Regarding the Phantom Fox Douluo, this title Douluo seemed to embody agility but was categorized as a support type. Lastly, the weakest among them was the level 91 title Douluo, whose 5th spirit ring was merely purple. Qian Chongling questioned whether he could even triumph over the disgrace of title Douluo, Dugu Bo currently. Dugu Bo had ascended to level 91 after taking medicine and honing his skills, with further advancements anticipated. Additionally, it was worth mentioning that the elixirs crafted from the celestial herbs of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes had been distributed generously among the elders of the Hall of Elders, with each receiving at least 1. Each batch of elixirs produced 3 pills, while the 2 celestial herbs, due to their simultaneous refinement, yielded 5. The Golden Crocodile Douluo received 2 purple gold dragon pills from Qian Chongling, 1 for future progeny and 1 for his own consumption, now also having reached level 99. The Holy Dragon Douluo similarly obtained a purple gold dragon pill and currently stood at level 98, while the remaining elders also experienced a level increase. The Secret Chamber Douluo, Qian Xuanji, consumed an Eternal Solar Grass refined Eternal Solar Pill, while Gui Mei and Yu Guan also ingested elixirs made from celestial ingredients, resulting in significant enhancements to their cultivations. It was anticipated that during their pursuit of Tang Dazue, all 3 might approach level 97. Qian Chongling was curious to witness how Tang Dazue would manage to contend with these 3 formidable opponents. Of course, elixirs have their limitations. Through testing, Qian Chongling discovered that while effective on the Douluo continent, consuming a second elixir after the first reduced its efficacy by 90%. In other words, if one leveled up after taking 1 pill, the subsequent level would require consuming over 10 of the same elixirs, and for the following level, approximately 100 would be necessary, a burden too great to bear. Thus, Qian Chongling abandoned the notion of using elixirs to mass-produce title Douluo, opting instead to administer 1 to those at level 89 or 95, maximizing effects. As for the ice and fire double-headed stove, He assigned the golden crocodile Douluo and Jiang Mo Qianjun to guard this location for an extended period, as its unique properties could continuously provide the necessary herbs for the spirit hall. After contemplating the potential contributions of these titled Douluo, Qian Chongling turned to Yi Mengwei and Chen Chuan and inquired, regarding the Sky Falcon Douluo and the Mad Rhino Douluo. I have a general understanding of their martial soul characteristics. What about the two of you? Yi Mengwei was the first to speak, the Dreamweaver martial soul, also known as the illusory dream martial soul, possesses the ability to immerse soul masters in a dreamlike state, with a duration that is eternal. In this dreamlike existence, the controlled individual is perpetually enmeshed in the illusions crafted by the Creator. If directed eastward, they shall not venture west, and if instructed to feast upon chicken, they shall not seek to roast duck. Upon hearing this, Qian Chongling's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This martial soul appeared quite formidable. However, as with all things, no bounteous gift comes without its price, and such a powerful martial soul surely harbors its flaws. As expected, Yi Mengwei continued, at my current cultivation level, I can control a super Douluo of level 96, or 3 ordinary Douluos, 4 soul Douluo, and soul sage. The figures rise to 10 and 30 respectively. Moreover, employing the soul skill results in a corresponding reduction of my own cultivation. Controlling a level 96 super Douluo would diminish my strength by 90. With this clarification, Qian Chongling grasped the essence of the situation. In simpler terms, the higher the cultivation of the controlled individual, the greater the impact on the controller. Should she command 2 ordinary titled Douluos, she would likely retain the combat prowess of an additional ordinary titled Douluo. In contrast, controlling several soul Douluos would exert minimal influence, allowing her to continue her endeavors unabated. At that moment, the ghost fox Douluo, Chen Chuan, interjected, I possess 2 soul skills, the 8th soul skill, metamorphosis, and the 9th soul skill, soul exchange. When combined, they manifest as soul exchange metamorphosis. This skill allows for a complete interchange of all attributes between 2 soul masters, including their appearances and martial souls. However, only one of the 2 can survive, and it is only applicable to soul sages and below, with a cooldown of 3 months. Impressive indeed, Qian Chongling thought. Her fortune appeared to be exceedingly favorable this time, as Yi Mengwei and Chen Chuan's capabilities were evidently far superior to those of the brawny Shuepeng. Just then, Shuepeng, whom Qian Chongling had deemed a mere fighter, furrowed his brow and remarked, My lord, 2 soul Douluos are approaching. Should we? Yi Mengwei and the others immediately grew vigilant, for they spotted 2 women clad in black, their figures strikingly alluring, resembling agile leopards as they swiftly ascended the hilltop. I apologize for the delay in reporting, and I humbly request your punishment, my lord. The vice masters of the Dark Palace, Ing Mi and Ing Fu, knelt before Qian Chongling in contrition. It is I who summoned you here. What transgression have you committed? Rise, Qian Chongling replied with a smile. Once the sisters stood, Qian Chongling added, Today, I summoned you to facilitate your acquaintance with these 4 esteemed individuals. At that moment, Ing Mi and Ing Fu discerned the formidable auras emanating from the 4 individuals beside Qian Chongling. Realizing they were indeed 4 titled Douluos, they promptly clasped their hands in salute and said, We pay our respects to the 4 esteemed ones. Shuepeng and his companions exchanged polite greetings, for they would soon be comrades working together for the Spirit Hall, and it was essential to cultivate a good relationship. After observing the introductions among them, Qian Chongling retrieved 2 milky white pills from a soul-guiding device and handed them to Ing Mi and Ing Yi, stating, Your family has served me for several generations. However, your current lineage yields only 2 soul Douluos, which makes certain matters somewhat inconvenient. These 2 pills are soul power enhancement pills. After consuming them, if you both devote time to diligent training, you may achieve the rank of title Douluo, albeit with the caveat that you will be unable to advance further thereafter. Please consider this carefully. In our lifetime, the utmost we may attain is the rank of an 89th level soul Douluo. The prospect of a title Douluo is beyond our wildest dreams. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Ing Mi and Ing Yi solemnly accepted the pills, expressing their deep respect to Qian Chongling. Now, there are 2 matters that you must prioritize in the Dark Hall. First, withdraw all personnel investigating the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and the Haotian sect. Second, prior to the withdrawal, compile and report all information regarding Yu Shaojiang, the son of the clan leader Yu Yuanjin, in an organized manner. Remember, no detail is too trivial. Even if it pertains to when Yu Shaojiang last wet his bed, it must be uncovered. Qian Chongling's expression turned grave. He had not forgotten his disciple's rather dubious maneuver at the Eye of Ice and Fire. One must remember that while one may not fear a multitude of adversities, it is the unforeseen that truly poses a threat. Should Yu Xiaojiang indeed manage to engage in a romantic liaison with Bibi Dong through the means of soul separation, it would spell disaster. Indeed. Echoed Yingmi, and Yingmi Qian Chongling retrieved another small blue porcelain vial from the soul guide device, presenting it to Yingmi and Yingmi with a serious demeanor. This little trinket should prove beneficial for your impending endeavors. Yingmi accepted the vial, curiosity dancing in her eyes as she inquired, "My lord, what exactly is contained within?" "It is the 7-insect and 7-flower pill, concocted from 49 varieties of venomous insects and poisonous herbs, refined through distinct processes over the span of 7 days. It has the efficacy of calming the mind and replenishing blood. This vial contains 15 pills," Qian Chongling explained earnestly. Yi Mingwei, Guangxi, Shuepeng, Yingmi, and Yingmi exchanged incredulous glances. "You claim that this concoction, crafted from such a multitude of venomous creatures and toxic plants, can calm the mind and restore blood? We may not be well educated, but do not deceive us." Yingmi, holding the vial, felt a shiver run through her as she began to suspect the true purpose of this item. Though she dared not discard it, its presence unsettled her. In stark contrast to the others, the ghost fox Douluo's eyes sparkled with fervor, as if he beheld a rare beauty. Fixating intently on the small porcelain vial in Yingmi's grasp, "May I have the privilege of examining this 7-insect and 7-flower pill?" the ghost fox Douluo asked with palpable excitement. Upon hearing this, Yingmi exhaled in relief, pondering, if someone desires this hot potato, it could not be more fortuitous. A gentle breeze swept by as she swiftly placed the vial into the hands of the ghost fox Douluo, stating, "Your Grace, observe it for as long as you wish." With impatience, the ghost fox Douluo uncorked the vial, gently waving his palm over the opening, allowing a delicate fragrance of the medicine to waft toward his senses. Unbeknownst to him, as he performed this action, Shueping and the others instinctively recoiled a step back. After a moment of contemplation with closed eyes, the ghost fox Douluo opened them and inquired of Qian Chongling, "Might I ask, my lord, does the effect of the 7-insect and 7-flower pill manifest every year on the 15th of August? The insects and herbs therein will hatch and sprout, with the insects devouring the internal organs and the herbs siphoning the blood. Should one fail to ingest the corresponding antidote to the 7-insect and 7-flower pill, they would meet a gruesome demise." Upon hearing these words, Shuepeng and the others distanced themselves even further. Historically, the art of poison has been regarded with utmost trepidation, akin to a ferocious beast that one must evade at all costs. Yet, few recognize that the realms of medicine and poison are intrinsically linked. Every distinguished physician is typically adept in the art of toxicity. Qian Chongling nodded and remarked, "It seems that Lord Guihu possesses considerable knowledge regarding poisons." Lord Guihu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "I am humbled. My origins lie in the Yaoling Valley, where our sect has always shown a keen interest in such peculiar arts." However, he did not elaborate further, but the others present surmised the unfortunate conclusion: his clan had likely been exterminated. Noticing the atmosphere had grown heavy, Qian Chongling continued to inquire of Yingmi, "What was the reason for the deployment of 20,000 soldiers from both the Starluo Empire and the Heavendo Empire to the outskirts of Longxing Fortress half a month ago?" Yingmi gathered her thoughts before responding. "The 12th concubine of Count Yang Huntao of the Starluo Empire went missing. After an investigation, her garments were discovered at the estate of Count Chunjiwei of the Heavendo Empire. This led to an impasse between the two parties, which was subsequently reported to the emperors of the respective empires, culminating in the current situation. Master, should we of the Spirit Hall intervene?" At this, Qian Chongling offered a cold smile. "Intervene? If they wish to fight, let them fight. Why should we mediate? The rationale for war may appear peculiar, yet it is, in fact, entirely reasonable. Even the loss of a husky could incite conflict, let alone that of a human. Since both the Heavendo and Starluo empires are eager to display their might, Qian Chongling, naturally, would prefer to observe from the sidelines, keen to discern the depths of the Spirit Hall's influence. Moreover, this presents a timely opportunity to expose his young disciple to the harsh realities of the world and the treachery of human nature, allowing her to witness the bloodshed on the battlefield. After all, a sword that has not tasted blood cannot truly be called a sword. One may read a myriad of books, yet it pales in comparison to traversing 1,000 miles. Qian Chongling would not be like Qian Xuanji, who merely spoke of matters without action. Seeing these truths firsthand would undoubtedly yield more profound insights. As for the ensuing matters, you six shall deliberate and report the outcomes to me. With this thought, Qian Chongling yawned, intending to return to keep an eye on his young disciple. Before his words had fully dissipated, his figure vanished, leaving behind the bewildered Shui Peng and the others. Seeing this, Lord Guihu inquired, "Our master is quite unconventional, isn't he?" Ingmi smiled and replied, "He has always been this way, granting us, his subordinates, considerable autonomy. He seeks merely a conclusion." What, then, were the other matters he alluded to upon his departure? Yu Mengwei asked. "Perhaps we should convene at the Wuhuan Hotel in Spirit City for a more detailed discussion," Ingmi suggested. "Agreed. But as the two of you will soon ascend to the rank of title Douluo, there is no need for such formality. Shall we refer to each other as brothers and sisters henceforth?" Yu Mengwei proposed. "Then I shall gladly abide by your wishes, dear siblings. This way, please." Chapter 22. Military exercises 2 years later, outside the Longxing fortress of the Xingluo Empire, before the remnant moon gorge. The air was frigid, and the howling wind swept through the landscape, as icy blue snowflakes descended from the heavens, cloaking the black earth in a silvery veil. Black military tents stood starkly against the white expanse, while soldiers of the Tiando Empire, clad in ebony armor and wielding long spears, formed small squads that patrolled diligently. Within the largest and most opulent tent of the Tiando Empire's encampment, the interior was aglow with light, as crimson embers from burning charcoal in iron trays warded off the chill of the winter night. Inside, 2 armored figures, presumably high-ranking generals of the Tiando Empire, gazed intently at a military map, their expressions grave. After a moment, the younger general, Meng Yu, inquired, "General Gu, shall we launch a full-scale assault on the 20,000 reserve troops of the Xingluo Empire tonight?" General Gu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, we shall initiate the assault tonight. It is time to conclude this military exercise." Meng Yu pondered for a moment, his expression wavering with uncertainty. "Shall we still have those commoners lead the charge?" "I understand your concerns. That woman will not interfere with our plans. Even if she were to encounter trouble, the titled Douluo who secretly protects her would intervene." General Gu replied calmly. Meng Yu nodded thoughtfully, his gaze drifting to a corner of the Tiando military formation. In this corner, a few tattered tents swayed precariously in the biting wind, creaking ominously. Within the tents, shadows moved restlessly, producing a cacophony that set them apart from the other camps, almost as if they were out of place. Despite being within the Tiando military encampment, this area was under the watchful eyes of numerous patrols, surveilling the camp closely. It is as though those residing within this camp are not comrades, but rather adversaries to be wary of. The identity of a prisoner is a shared one among all within this encampment. They are neither slaves nor mere transgressors of the laws of the Tiando Empire. Thus, they are treated by the Tiando army as expendable pawns, utilized to deplete the strength of the enemy. Yet, they are afforded an opportunity. Should they slay 10 foes and retrieve their heads, they may regain their freedom, with all past transgressions absolved. The air is frigid, and droplets freeze upon contact. A group of hardened prisoners, having tasted blood, inevitably erupts into conflict, resulting in chaos and incessant disputes echoing from the other tents. Only the central military tent remains remarkably tranquil, where hundreds of prisoners, clad in garments of various hues, huddle together for warmth. Within the tent, a small fire crackles, its flames gently licking the air, while a blackened iron pot hangs above it, filled with boiling water that emits wisps of white steam. Seated closest to the fire is a girl clad in black, her demeanor cold and aloof, adorned with a mask of black and white. She remains silent, fixated on the flickering flames before her. Suddenly, the resonant and desolate sound of war drums reverberates through the snowy night, sending waves of sound that resonate throughout the military formations of the Tiando Empire. It is indeed the war drum. Many prisoners' expressions shift abruptly, for it signals that they are to return to the battlefield once more. As the snowflakes dance and the war drums thunder, a dark mass advances steadily across the wide expanse towards the Starluo Empire's military camp nestled within the remnants of the Moonlight Gorge. This reserve force of the Starluo Empire is remarkably resilient, having withstood the relentless assault of 50,000 troops from the Tiando Empire for 3 days and nights with merely 20,000 men. But it is merely a desperate struggle. Behind them lies the first fortress of the Starluo Empire, Longxing Fortress. Yet they have not dispatched a single soldier for reinforcements over the course of 3 days and nights. Clearly, they have been abandoned by their nation. To be forsaken by one's own country and yet fight to the last is a folly born of misguided loyalty. The only outcome left is total annihilation. Ahead lies the camp of the Starluo Empire. Let us remain silent and strike them unawares. This way, we might preserve a few more lives on our side. Treading upon the thick blanket of snow, the captives gripped their weapons tightly, engaging in hushed conversations as they advanced slowly. Cloaked in dark attire and masked, Bibi Dong moved silently among these prisoners, her ice-clear blue jade sword, bestowed by Qian Chongling, remaining sheathed at her side. 6 months prior, the farcical conflict between the Starluo Empire and the Heavendo Empire had officially commenced, with both sides agreeing to settle their differences just beyond Longxing Fortress. After a year and a half of training alongside Qian Chongling across the continent, Bibi Dong was brought to this place, officially joining the Heavendo Empire's captive camp 3 months ago. During this time, over 1,000 soldiers from the Starluo Empire had fallen beneath her blade. And apart from the initial discomfort on her first day, it seemed to have little effect on her thereafter. Segment. Kill. Die. The clashing of weapons, agonizing cries, desperate shouts, and fervent roars intertwined in a cacophony, erupting within the stillness of this snowy night. The war was on the brink of ignition, with torrents of hot blood spilling forth, staining the white snow and painting it with grotesque, abstract blossoms of crimson. The blood upon her sword had reached the quantity her master had demanded. In the snowy expanse, silver-white snowflakes danced through the air, while lives were extinguished on the battlefield. Bibi Dong, her face concealed by a mask, her violet hair cascading over her shoulders, garbed in black, walked amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Now, it was time to find someone to validate the true extent of my strength. After wandering around the periphery of the battlefield for a while, Bibi Dong still had not found a satisfactory candidate. She shook her head, a tall and robust figure flashing through her mind. Very well, it shall be you, she sighed, making her way toward the heart of the conflict. Perish, Heavendo Empire scum. Bibi Dong, clad in black, was strikingly conspicuous against the snowy backdrop. In a battlefield teeming with enemies, her leisurely stroll amidst the chaos was an affront to the weapon she wielded. A soldier from the Starluo Empire spotted her and let out a fierce cry. Without hesitation, he thrust his spear mercilessly toward her chest. His youthful face twisted with a hatred that was palpable. Swoosh! The sharp, pointed spear pierced the air with remarkable swiftness. Yet Bibi Dong remained oblivious, resolutely advancing forward. As the spear threatened to impale her chest, a slender silver line flickered momentarily in the void. Subsequently, she slightly shifted her body and continued her march, while the soldier of the Starluo Empire appeared to be frozen in place. Crack! Swoosh! As Bibi Dong took 3 steps forward, a gleaming, mirror-like sword line sliced through the spear's tip, penetrating the soldier's torso. With a resounding thud, the neatly severed spear and the 2 halves of his lifeless body struck the snow simultaneously, producing a soft sound. Soon after, several more soldiers from the Starluo Empire rushed forward, attempting to impede Bibi Dong's progress. Yet, one by one, they fell before her. As silver lines danced through the air, blood gushing forth, they collapsed at her feet, unable to delay her even for a moment, never having caught a glimpse of her sword's draw. In the realm of life and death, where fortune is dictated by fate, she bore no substantial psychological burden. On the battlefield, one either slays or is slain. Before long, Bibi Dong approached the heart of the battlefield, when another soldier from the Starluo Empire charged at her. She gently grasped the hilt of her sword, ready to grant him a swift end. However, in an unexpected turn, the young soldier did not attack. Instead, he rushed past her, making a beeline for the outer edges of the battlefield. Wait for me, brothers. In the fleeting moment as they brushed past each other, Bibi Dong seemed to hear him whispering something, but the howling cold wind only allowed her to grasp a vague notion. A deserter? Watching the figure disappear into the distance, Bibi Dong tilted her head in contemplation, yet was unable to derive any conclusions, so she pressed onward. Moments later, a towering, formidable figure emerged before her. The roar of his voice echoed like thunder as he wielded a massive spiked club, its menacing protrusions sending shivers down one's spine as he rampaged through the ranks of the Heavenly Duel soldiers. Bang, bang, bang. A circle of Heavenly Duel soldiers was instantly sent flying by the club, their armor shattering, blood spewing forth, creating deep impressions in the snow, most already lifeless. Hold on. Everyone. Ah Feng has gone for reinforcements. Help will arrive shortly. He bellowed, rallying the morale while charging into the enemy ranks with his club. He is my quarry. You shall all stand aside, Bibi Dong declared, positioning herself in front of the burly man, addressing the surrounding Heavenly Duel soldiers with calm authority. The soldiers clad in black armor exchanged glances, hesitating for a moment before stepping back, seeking other foes. I am Zhao Yuan, the commander of the Starluo Empire forces. And who might you be? Zhao Yuan, an extraordinarily robust man, towering in stature with a rugged visage, exudes an aura of steadfast reliability. Yet at this moment, he lacks his usual composure, tightly gripping the wolf-toothed club in his hand. His expression is grave as he fixates intently on the masked face of Bibi Dong. Adorned in black and white, a faint sheen of sweat is discernible upon his brow. Just moments prior, when the army of the Tian Empire retreated, he had contemplated a surprise attack. It is, after all, a battlefield where any means necessary can be employed to achieve victory. The more enemies he can eliminate, the fewer comrades will fall. He is not so foolish as to adhere to notions of honorable combat amidst such chaos. His restraint from launching a stealthy assault was not due to a lack of desire, but rather an inability to act. The instant Bibi Dong appeared before him, he felt ensnared by an icy gaze, a palpable aura of lethal intent accompanying it, rendering his complexion pale and his body rigid. Fortunately, his considerable cultivation and experience as a soldier enabled him to break free from that oppressive aura. You need not know who I am. You must simply understand that you are the opponent I have chosen for my assessment, she stated, her intent indeed, as she articulated, a test of her prowess. In the midst of the tumultuous battlefield, a clearing emerged, with Bibi Dong and Zhao Yuan standing defiantly at its center. A test? She had come to the battlefield merely for a trial? Did she hold the war in contempt? Or perhaps Zhao Yuan himself? Or was it a combination of both? After a brief silence, Zhao Yuan lowered his head slightly, veins pulsating on his forehead. An invisible flame seemingly igniting within his gaze as he fixed his stare upon Bibi Dong. It took him some time before he managed to utter through gritted teeth, indeed. Let us not squander time. Please, attack swiftly. Bibi Dong smiled gently, sheathed her long sword behind her, and beckoned with her left hand. Zhao Yuan's thick fingers coiled tightly around the handle of his club as he declared in a low, thunderous voice, "You, ignorant of your fate, shall perish." As the final word escaped his lips, he roared, swinging his arm wide as the wolf-toothed club hurtled toward her. Whoosh! The club, carrying a fierce gale, reached Bibi Dong in the blink of an eye. A flicker of amusement danced in her eyes as her graceful form deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the strike. Boom! The wolf-toothed club crashed into the ground, causing the earth to tremble, snowflakes scattering as countless clumps of snow transformed into a flurry of particles, launching in every direction. Death. With a single failed strike, Zhao Yuan, sensing that Bibi Dong appeared to be unsteady, bellowed and unleashed a powerful punch. His fist sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, yet it found only emptiness, for Bibi Dong had vanished from his sight before the blow could connect. In that fleeting moment, a chilling aura enveloped the nape of his neck, causing his pupils to constrict and his body to stiffen, rendering him incapable of any reckless movement. Your speed is far too sluggish. Though your strength is commendable, it poses no threat to me, Bibi Dong remarked, standing to the side of Zhao Yuan. Her ice-blue jade sword held in her right hand, its cold light pressed against the back of his neck. Humph. All you do is evade. If you have the skill, face me head-on, Zhao Yuan retorted, his voice heavy and slightly flushed, aware that he was merely clutching at straws. A stubborn duck refusing to yield. A warrior's prowess encompasses not only strength but also agility. When strength is insufficient, speed must compensate. In the arena of soulmasters, it is paramount to exploit one's strengths while avoiding weaknesses. To pit oneself, a brute force attacker, against Bibi Dong, a lithe and agile soulmaster, was indeed folly. Yet, Zhao Yuan remained oblivious to the fact that some things exist solely to be shattered. Face you directly? Very well, Bibi Dong replied with a sly smile, retracting her sword into her soul tool, unhesitatingly acquiescing to Zhao Yuan's challenge. Her voice suddenly resonated in front of him, and Zhao Yuan swiftly turned to find the young woman had inexplicably appeared just a short distance away. Feeling humiliated, Zhao Yuan's eyes burned with fury, and he cast aside his wolf-toothed club, no longer concerned about conserving his soul power. Chapter 24. The disparity. Given that soulmasters possess a physical resilience far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, it is customary for them to wield weapons on the battlefield, utilizing their extraordinary physicality in combat. This strategy preserves the majority of their soul power. Otherwise, if they were to unleash their martial spirits from the outset, they risk depleting their energy too quickly through the slaying of lesser foes, leaving them vulnerable to defeat by even weaker soulmasters. With a furious roar, Zhao Yuan activated his martial spirit, transforming into a colossal blue and white ape known as the Blue Electric Ape, 6 soul rings glowing ominously around him, exuding a formidable presence. 5th soul skill, Thunderclap Fist. He bellowed, vigorously swinging his arms, fists descending upon BB Dong like a torrential downpour. Thunderclap Fist? Strip away the faint electric shimmer from your punches, and they are no different from the disorganized flails of an ordinary person, she countered, with steps imbued with profound mystery. BB Dong glided like a phantom through the myriad shadows of fists, effortlessly strolling amidst the chaotic onslaught, unfazed and even in the mood for conversation. Zhao Yuan remained silent, merely focusing on launching his punches, each fist cutting through the air with a fierce whoosh, growing increasingly rapid and dense. Yet BB Dong, ensconced in the veil of these punches, maintained her composure, her occasional taunt stoking the flames of Zhao Yuan's fury. Is he attempting to extract air through a spiral force, thereby creating a vortex-like stance to ensnare his adversary? Alas, the lengthy activation time and feeble strength render it merely a futile expenditure of stamina and soul power, incapable of inflicting harm upon a true powerhouse. Moments later, BB Dong discerned the purpose of Zhao Yuan's so-called thunderclap fist, which, in her eyes, was nothing more than a triviality. Furthermore, dismantling such a spiral force field was quite straightforward. At this juncture, BB Dong halted her steps, extending her fingers into a sword-like form, directing them along the trajectory of the air currents towards the oncoming punch from Zhao Yuan. Whoosh! Before he could react, her fingertip, like a fleeting light, swiftly struck his wrist and then retracted. Humph! The surge of soul power erupted, sending a piercing pain coursing through him, instantly enveloping his entire being. Zhao Yuan let out a muffled groan, retracting his fist and leaping backwards, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at BB Dong. He could scarcely comprehend that his proud technique, one that had once ensnared a soul sage, could be so effortlessly countered. Just then, recalling similar techniques from his mentor, BB Dong declared, "Allow me to demonstrate." She suddenly appeared before Zhao Yuan, her voice ringing out. In an instant, the snowflakes above and the accumulated snow below were drawn towards her, tracing white arcs as they surged towards her outstretched palm, coalescing into a colossal, rapidly spinning sphere of icy white soul power. Damn it! Zhao Yuan, face to face with BB Dong, found himself firmly ensnared by the rapidly swirling air currents. His muscles quivered as he unleashed every ounce of his strength, yet he could not budge an inch, only able to watch as the massive soul power sphere loomed larger in his vision. The piercing howl echoed incessantly in his ears and mind, nearly shattering his eardrums. He sensed the overwhelming rotational force contained within that sphere. Should he be struck, his very form would be obliterated. Boom! The ice sphere detonated, unleashing a wave of snow that spiraled outward. A shadow shot forth, carving a long path across the snowy ground, crashing into the engaged combatants. Thuds and muffled cries filled the air as a multitude of wounded soldiers sprawled upon the ground, groaning in pain. With the spiral sphere's demonstration complete, it was time for the fist technique. BB Dong smiled slightly, contemplating in her heart. Why does it not hurt at all? Oh, could it be that I am unharmed? On the other side, Zhao Yuan, lying in the pit, was astonished to discover that the orb released by BB Dong had caused him no harm whatsoever. His only affliction was the disheveled state of his clothing, which rendered him somewhat pitiful. How infuriating! That wretch believes he can manipulate others at will simply because of his strength. Although he had been spared by an enemy, Zhao Yuan felt no joy in this reprieve. Instead, his heart brimmed with disdain for BB Dong, bitterness over his own impotence, and fury at the trampling of a warrior's dignity. With a vigorous motion, he cast aside the soldier of the Tiando Empire that lay upon him and sprang to his feet, sprinting forward with fervor. He sent several obstructing soldiers flying before once again confronting BB Dong, his eyes aflame and breath quickened as he demanded, "Why?" BB Dong replied with a light chuckle. "My master once said that only those who can fully control their own power may be deemed truly strong. I am unlike you. I can entirely restrain and regulate my strength. Just before I struck you, I halted the rotation of my soul power and allowed it to dissipate rapidly. Thus, that blow was akin to being hit by a large snowball." Fury contorted Zhao Yuan's face as he gritted his teeth, asking, "Why? Why not kill me? Do you look down upon me? Feel pity for me? Or is this merely a game? Why not grant me a swift end?" "Naturally, it is a test," BB Dong replied, stretching leisurely and casting a casual gaze at Zhao Yuan. "That was merely the spiral sphere. I have yet to test your skills in boxing, footwork, swordplay, and so forth." "It is a test, indeed. As long as you can inflict harm upon me, this trial will be deemed complete. And I can persuade my master to assist you in winning this war. You scoundrel. Just wait. I shall make you pay dearly. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Zhao Yuan's eyes turned crimson, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening as his nails dug into his flesh, nearly bursting with rage. To him, this test reeked of indifference to human life, contempt for his being, and the imposition of another's will upon him with brutish arrogance. Very well, I shall await your efforts. Bibi Dong remarked with mild amusement, observing Zhao Yuan's fury with an air of interest. Die. Zhao Yuan, already brimming with rage, erupted like a volcano, launching himself forward with a furious roar. With a resounding crash, Zhao Yuan slightly crouched, his foot striking the ground as he halted abruptly before Bibi Dong. A flurry of snow erupting beneath him. He twisted his waist and spun, unleashing the thunderclap fist with a piercing shriek aimed at Bibi Dong's cheek. Remarkable! Your strength has been noticeably restrained, and your speed has increased significantly. You have made progress. Yet, it remains insufficient. You still fail to mobilize all your strength. Bibi Dong observed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she playfully swung her delicate fist to meet the massive blow of Zhao Yuan's. Chapter 25, Surrender? Bang! The air trembled. Waves of energy surged, sweeping countless snowflakes away. At the moment of impact, Zhao Yuan's body shuddered, and he immediately retreated, leaving a trail of footprints in the snow. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong remained steadfast, unmoving as a mountain, though the ground beneath her quaked violently, causing large clumps of snow to explode outward in all directions. Observe closely. This is how a fist should be wielded. With a single step, Bibi Dong seemed to compress the distance, her figure flickering as she appeared before the retreating Zhao Yuan. With utmost intensity, she stomped the earth. An overwhelming force surged from her feet, coursing up her legs and spine, like a raging dragon emerging from the sea, culminating in her right arm. Crush! Bang! As before, Zhao Yuan was once again sent flying by Bibi Dong's fist, crashing into the crowd of combatants behind him, sending shockwaves through the ground and toppling several figures. There was still considerable time until dawn. Our tests had yet to conclude. She glanced at the sky, smiled, and murmured, "You promised to take me to see the sunrise. You deceiver." Then she turned her gaze back to where Zhao Yuan would land, patiently waiting. Soon, Zhao Yuan's towering silhouette reappeared before Bibi Dong. And yet another one-sided battle commenced. Separation line. On the distant eastern horizon, a splendid red light gradually ascended, heralding the approach of dawn. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, a clear and melodious sound of a gong resonated from the ranks of the Tiando Empire's army, echoing across the battlefield. Sound the retreat? Stopping in her tracks, Bibi Dong turned to look towards the Tiando Empire's position, perplexed. The Starluo Empire's defenses were on the verge of collapse. Perhaps a final push would suffice to shatter them, making the retreat signal at this moment rather illogical. What are the commanders of the Tiando Empire thinking? Zhao Yuan also heard the gong, yet he remained expressionless, fixated on the masked girl before him, wary and cautious. He was uncertain whether this seemingly indifferent and unruly girl would heed the military orders of the Tiando Empire. Forget it. If they sound the retreat, I shall return as well. What a pity. This test cannot continue for now. Zhao Yuan's fears did not materialize. After a brief contemplation, Bibi Dong lifted her head, waved goodbye to Zhao Yuan, and departed with grace. Her steps were light, each stride covering a considerable distance, and she soon blended into the diminished throng of captives, making her way toward the Tiando Empire's position. She is leaving just like that? Watching her elegant silhouette drift away, Zhao Yuan stood frozen in place, struggling to believe that she would depart so easily. However, the cheers from his comrades quickly brought him back to reality. Look, the Tiando Empire's army is retreating. The Tiando army has retreated. We have held our ground. The Tianshou army has unexpectedly retreated. Could it be that our reinforcements have arrived? A young soldier from the Xinglua Empire approached Zhao Yuan, his face filled with hope. Zhao Yuan remained silent, retrieving his wolf-toothed club and gazing at the retreating Tianshou soldiers, shaking his head and murmuring, "Something is amiss." "What is it, brother?" First and foremost, the formation of the Tianshou Empire showed no signs of chaos. If they were under attack from reinforcements, it would not be so. What should we do? Zhao Yuan offered no reply, for he had no answers. He was but a simple man, not the esteemed General Lin Yuanfeng of the Xinglua Empire. In this dire situation, he could only resolve to fight to the death for his country. Yet, this conclusion was unbearably cruel for the brothers who had stood by him, rendering him unable to voice it. "Look, someone is approaching," a soldier beside him suddenly exclaimed, pointing ahead. Zhao Yuan raised his gaze in the direction indicated and beheld a formidable middle-aged man clad in resplendent black armor, astride a 100-year-old tempestuous lion, flanked by two black-armored Tianshou soldiers holding torches as they trudged through the snow. It was Tian. Zhao Yuan's expression grew grave. Tian strode directly to the front of the Xinglua formation, surveying the gathered ranks with an imposing gaze before declaring in a booming voice, "Where is the leader of the Xinglua Empire?" Zhao Yuan stepped forward, standing before Tian with an air of defiance, and proclaimed, "I am the commander here. Speak your mind. You are utterly surrounded. You have gone 2 days and nights without rest, with many dead and many wounded. You are essentially doomed. However, if you surrender, I can grant you a path to survival." Tian's lips curled into a confident smile as he delivered his condescending counsel on surrender. Yet the true thoughts in his heart remained a mystery to all. Surrender? The soldiers of the Xinglua Empire exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily thrown into disarray. But soon, the chaos subsided as all eyes turned to their leader, Zhao Yuan, standing resolutely at the forefront of the formation. "This is your only opportunity." Under the collective gaze of the crowd, Zhao Yuan finally spoke, his expression grave. "The Xinglua Empire knows not the meaning of surrender. Is that your answer? Surely you understand what this entails?" Zhao Yuan offered no response, instead turning away and making his way back to the Xinglua camp, his actions plainly conveying his decision to Tian. "Have you not considered the lives of the brothers who follow you? Are you willing to lead them to their deaths?" Zhao Yuan paused, casting a deep glance at the weary soldiers scattered before him, their exhaustion evident upon their faces. After a moment of silence, he spoke deliberately. "They are men of the Xinglua Empire. I know my brothers. No further words are needed. You may launch your attack at any time." Having spoken, he resumed his advance. The foolishly loyal individuals were merely a pitiful group abandoned by the upper echelons of the Starluo Empire. "I shall grant you one final opportunity," Gata contemplated within. He snorted coldly and said, "If you refuse to heed my words, then there is one voice I believe you must hear." As his words fell, a youth clad in the military uniform of the Starluo Empire, head bowed and hands bound in chains, was brought forth under the night sky by 2 soldiers of the Heaven Do Empire. "Ah, it is that fellow." Gata, having failed to persuade them to surrender, summoned a captive, while the observing Bibi Dong was taken aback to discover that this captive was none other than the deserter who had fled past her shortly after the battle commenced. Could it be that he had failed to escape and was captured by the encircling soldiers of the Heaven Do Empire? Yet, the expression on his face was one of profound despondency, seemingly not solely a result of his capture. A phone. It is a phone. How could it be a phone? Had he not returned to seek reinforcements? The soldiers of the Starluo Empire immediately recognized the identity of the captive and began to stir, their expressions a mixture of astonishment, disappointment, and confusion. Chapter 26. The Weight of Death. A phone. What has transpired? Zhao Yuan also recognized the captive. For a phone was not only his comrade in life and death, but also a trusted soldier he had personally dispatched to request aid. Upon seeing a phone captured by Gata, an ominous shadow fell over his heart. Could it be? Did you not go to summon reinforcements? Zhao Yuan demanded loudly. A phone lowered his head, remaining silent for a moment, before looking at Zhao Yuan and asking, "Brother, do you truly believe Lin Yuanfeng would send troops to rescue us? From the very beginning, we were abandoned pawns, not merely forsaken by Lin Yuanfeng, but by the entirety of the Starluo Empire." Suddenly, a phone raised his head, shouting with vehement anger, "This includes our emperor of the Starluo Empire, Dai Luma." Silence. Zhao Yuan rebuked a phone, trembling slightly as he pointed a finger at him. "Do not forget, you are a citizen of the Starluo Empire. How dare you utter His Majesty's name so freely? We are castaways. From the moment the 6th prince was exiled to Moonwheel City, those of us who supported him were destined for this fate." A phone cried out passionately. "Lin Yuanfeng of the Longxing Fortress, his very existence ensures the complete annihilation of all who are part of the 6th prince's faction. What do you say?" In an instant, all the beliefs that fueled the struggle, all the self-deception, all the fantasies, were utterly drained away. Zhao Yuan covered his face with one hand, as hot tears cascaded down, forming small pits in the snow-covered ground. A man may shed tears, yet he does so only when deeply wounded. His elder brother let out a complex sigh, and Ah Feng fell silent, completely engulfed in stillness. Abandoned. No reinforcements. Upon hearing Ah Feng's words, the eyes of all the soldiers of the Xinglua Empire dimmed, their morale plummeting. They understood Zhao Yuan's character profoundly. Only one path lay before them: total demise on the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. The war drums reverberated once more, shaking the earth. As a synchronized march of footsteps thundered like a tempest, the dark-clad Tiando army slowly advancing. They were preparing to attack. Ah Feng whispered a reminder. You have no choice left. Sensing the enemy's waning spirit, the moment had arrived. Gu Tian, riding the tide of momentum, approached for a final persuasion. My decision shall not waver. Zhao Yuan replied decisively with a wave of his hand, resolutely relinquishing the last vestiges of survival. Are you still hoping for reinforcements that will never arrive? How laughable and pitiful you are. Gu Tian could comprehend Zhao Yuan's foolish loyalty as a leader, yet he chose not to indulge in that understanding. He had initially thought that if he could persuade these individuals to surrender, he could seize a substantial piece from the Xinglua Empire, but the outcome left him profoundly disheartened. Keeping this man alive served no purpose. With a flash of cold light, blood gushed forth as Ah Feng was suddenly pierced through the chest by a long sword, gravely wounded in an instant. The blade was adorned with 6 radiant soul rings of varying hues. Gu Tian sneered, yanking the sword from Ah Feng's body, releasing a spray of blood. Feeling a chill in his chest, all strength drained from him along with the blade, Ah Feng let out a muffled groan, his breath gradually fading. Ah Feng. The soldiers of the Xinglua Empire gasped, their eyes growing moist as they beheld Ah Feng lying in the frigid snow. Humph. Gu Tian pulled the reins of the windstorm lion and departed with a flourish. Segment break. Boom, 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 boom. The desolate sound of war drums resonated across the vast, boundless snowfield. The black-armored soldiers advanced to the rhythm of the drums, akin to a colossal wave surging forth, crashing against the defenses of the Xinglua Empire. Haha, truly a band of fools, abandoned by their own nation, yet they fight to the bitter end? Did they not comprehend that life is the essence of all existence? One must understand that as long as the green mountains endure, one need not fear the scarcity of firewood. If it were 100 or so remaining captives followed the Tiando army at a languid pace. Among them was a burly man with elongated features and a mocking grin, who, while bending his body forward, cast a derisive glance towards the encampment of the Stardo Empire. Death can be as light as a feather or as heavy as a mountain. Yet you may never grasp this truth. In deep contemplation, Bibi Dong lifted her gaze upon hearing his words. Casting a fleeting glance at the man before lowering her head once more, retreating into her own thoughts, silent and introspective. The events of that evening had profoundly affected her, prompting reflections on her experiences over the past 2 years. Suddenly, she understood the rationale behind her mentor Qian Chongling's decision to place her on the battlefield. Feeling that her purpose had been fulfilled, Bibi Dong cast a lingering glance at the Stardo Empire's encampment, disregarding the thunderous drumbeats resonating behind her, and strode away. The following morning, a thick fog enveloped the Crescent Moon Valley, obscuring visibility to a great extent. Even the sun above could only pierce through in fleeting rays, refracted amidst the mist. Bibi Dong, having endured a sleepless night, summoned the steadfast Guangxi Dulau, who had been covertly protecting her, and together they ventured towards the Crescent Moon Valley. These valiant soldiers had left an indelible impression on her heart. She could not allow them to lie unburied in the wilderness. Thus, her intention was to ensure they received a proper burial. However, fate was not in her favor. All she encountered was a chaotic burial ground, ravaged by flames. With a heavy heart, she was compelled to turn back. Please, noble benefactor, pause. At that moment, as she rounded a snow-laden hill, a cacophony of varied voices erupted. Who could it be? She turned to see around 20 former captives who had once followed her. To understand this, one must reflect on her 3-month stay within the Tiando Empire's encampment. At that time, newly thrust into battle by Qian Chongling, her compassionate nature compelled her to intervene whenever she beheld someone facing mortal peril. Over time, the number of those she rescued grew significantly, leading to the formation of a unique little team within the captives' camp. These individuals, grateful for their lives, rallied around her, determined to safeguard her interests. For instance, they would clear away those who thought with their baser instincts from the warmth of the campfire. Do you wish to follow me? Bibi Dong inquired, feeling somewhat troubled by the intentions of these individuals, unsure of how to accommodate them. Observing her expression, Guangxi Douluo seemed to surmise her dilemma and bowed respectfully, saying, Miss, the Rouge Pavilion under the auspices of His Excellency, the Dreaming Crown, is currently in dire need of manpower. Why not? Bibidong's eyes sparkled with realization as she turned to the group of 20 captives and asked, "What say you, my esteemed companions? Are you willing to heed the arrangements of your benefactor?" The crowd spoke with utmost reverence. The loyalty of these individuals was a matter that did not require the consideration of Bibidong and Guangxi, for those from the Dark Palace would investigate on their behalf. In the 27th chapter, the soul was deemed excessively unsightly. 3 years later, in the Heaven-Do Empire, within the Barak Kingdom, in the Ficino Province. As the granary of Ficino Province, Soto City stood as one of its most prosperous urban centers. On this particular day, a young girl clad in red entered the Star Moon Hotel, her silence unwavering as she made her way directly to the VIP room on the 5th floor. After resting for approximately half an hour, the girl's delicate hands glided to the ribbon at her waist, and with a gentle tug, her flowing red gown cascaded to the ground. Before one's eyes lay her nearly flawless figure. The girl, with her long and supple legs, stepped into the inner chamber. Immersing herself in a large bathtub, where petals of crimson roses floated, her enchanting silhouette partially concealed. Sigh. The stunningly beautiful girl sighed softly, her brows and eyes reflecting a profound, unshakable worry. Why do you still ponder that matter? Had it not been for your inability to harm that 7-year-old child, you would not have spent half a month nursing your wounds. The inner chamber was merely separated from the outer chamber by a screen, and what was once an empty tea table in the outer room now bore the sudden presence of a figure. The voice, imbued with a blend of reproach and concern, revealed the identity of this figure to be a man. He was leisurely savoring his tea. In such a scenario, if a woman were to bathe while a man lingered merely behind a screen, one would expect her to be startled. Yet the girl appeared unperturbed, addressing the figure. "Teacher, I understand. I thought he was merely a child, and I truly." This exquisite girl was none other than Bibidong, the saintess of the spirit hall. Though at that moment, she was overtaken by a melancholic disposition. The silhouette beyond the screen was, of course, her teacher, Qian Chongling. Even if he is but a child, you must not exhibit weakness. As a beneficiary of such gains, one must be prepared for the repercussions of consuming human blood. Is one truly innocent if they revel in the benefits derived from their parents' merciless killings? Killers are eternally hunted. Your heart lacks purity. Qian Chongling's words resonated with a chilling rationality. Indeed, I still have a long journey ahead of me. Bibidong smiled faintly, the worry that had lingered in her eyes dissipating at last. The incident involving the Black Dragon stronghold, which had troubled her for a fortnight, could no longer bind her. The Black Dragon stronghold was a notorious bandit force within the territory of the Tiando Empire, infamous for their pillaging and brutality. A month prior, upon receiving intelligence about the stronghold while at the Spirit Hall in Soto City, Bibidong had resolved to prioritize them as her primary target. Departing from the Spirit Hall, she made her way directly to the Black Dragon stronghold, soon arriving at the foot of Black Dragon Mountain. "Are you seeking death? How dare you venture alone into my Black Dragon stronghold?" Guarding the entrance were 2 middle-aged men of the soulmaster rank, their bodies marred with wounds and exuding a palpable aura of malice, unmistakably seasoned in bloodshed. "Today, I come for the sacrifice of my sword." Bibidong paid no heed to their derision and disdain, instead calmly declaring her intent. As her words fell, the 2 headless corpses collapsed to the ground. From that day forth, the Black Dragon stronghold, which had plagued the region for years, ceased to exist. Days later, some audacious low-ranking soul masters ventured to investigate, only to discover the stronghold had been utterly obliterated. Even the formidable leader, a soul king of level 57, had met a gruesome end. The line between past and present. Why did you not utilize your martial spirit, relying solely on the swordsmanship and agility taught by your master? You are now a soul king. With your martial spirit manifested, that little ghost's ambush could hardly harm you. Qian Chongling furrowed his brows, asking with a hint of confusion. Although he had acquired divine-level swordsmanship and master-level agility from the system, it is akin to the adage that a teacher can only guide one to the door. The journey of cultivation is ultimately an individual pursuit. Regardless of how meticulously and thoroughly he imparts his knowledge, the essence grasped will invariably differ according to each person's comprehension. Consequently, Bibidong's swordsmanship could be deemed as high tier. However, what perplexed him was why Bibidong did not activate her martial soul manifestation. The embodiment of a beast martial soul not only enhances one's physical capabilities but, in this case, even the Soul King disguised as a child due to his diminutive stature, armed with a peculiar dagger-like soul tool, would stand no chance of injuring Bibidong. After a considerable pause, Qian Chongling finally heard Bibidong's reply. Her tone laced with a tinge of disdain and a hint of inferiority. It was quite unbecoming. That appearance was rather unappealing. Qian Chongling was momentarily taken aback, his hand holding the teapot halting mid-motion. He remained lost in thought for an extended period, oblivious to the fragrant tea overflowing from the cup before him. This response caught him off guard, yet it also bore a semblance of predictability. In their original timeline, Bibi Dong seldom manifested her martial spirit in public, particularly in the presence of those she held in high regard, as she deemed her appearance far too grotesque. Qian Chongling faintly recalled that after the age of 9, he had scarcely witnessed Bibi Dong utilize her martial spirit unless absolutely necessary, such as during the absorption of a soul ring. The image of her martial spirit's manifestation remained vividly etched in his memory. To be candid, it was undeniably unappealing. At 9, upon the activation of her martial spirit, she was adorned with a layer of dark purple armor enveloping her upper body, her face obscured by a shell-like faade, beneath which sprouted 4 additional small eyes. Her once graceful and elongated legs had vanished, her torso transforming into a massive spherical form from which 8 stout legs emerged. These arachnid limbs were cloaked in greenish fur and dripped with a repugnant slime that hissed upon contact with the ground, exhibiting a highly corrosive nature. In this guise, she bore a striking resemblance to a colossal venomous spider. Though Qian Chongling had once reassured Bibi Dong that the martial spirit was merely an external manifestation, inherently unalterable, he had also expressed that in the eyes of her mentor, she was not only the most beautiful in appearance, but also possessed a heart of unparalleled tenderness and beauty. Alas, it seemed his words had little effect. It appeared that men and women indeed differed fundamentally. A man could endure a lack of aesthetic appeal as long as his strength sufficed, while a woman appeared to prioritize beauty above all else, with mere adequacy and strength seemingly sufficient to satisfy her. With a sigh, Qian Chongling pondered, reflecting on his sensitive disciple. Given this, perhaps it would be prudent to bestow upon her a new martial spirit. After all, the 50-year anniversary gift provided a suitable option. That notoriously vicious martial spirit might yet prove advantageous. Qian Chongling addressed Bibi Dong, who was bathing in the inner chamber, saying, "The trials come to an end today, Donger. Take a good rest. Tomorrow, your teacher will help you acquire a new martial spirit as a reward." "Is that true? One can still obtain a martial spirit?" Bibi Dong's voice brimmed with astonishment. "When have I ever deceived you?" Qian Chongling replied with a smile. Chapter 28. Another discomfort at the Star and Moon Hotel. Under the blazing sun, Bibi Dong remained ensconced in her room. Her curvaceous form curled upon the grand bed, modestly covered by the bedspread. A slight smile graced her lips, as if she were immersed in a delightful dream. Meanwhile, in Qian Chongling's chamber, a faint tapping sound emanated, causing him to furrow his brow as he habitually tapped his fingertips against the edge of the bed. He pondered the intricate relationship between the god of Asura and the god of Rakshasa. Were they adversaries, or did they share a unique connection? Being well-versed in the narrative of the original timeline, Qian Chongling understood that the god of Asura descended upon the city of slaughter to select a successor worthy of inheriting his mantle. The god of Rakshasa, however, had intervened, disrupting the divine succession and tempting Tang San, who was poised to inherit the title. He even allowed the blood-red 9-headed bat king to parasitize Tang San, plunging the city of slaughter into chaos. The current timeline mirrored this turmoil, as Qian Chongling had stealthily infiltrated the city of slaughter and discovered Tang San, now embroiled in the same predicament as in the original timeline, caught between life and death, unable to truly live or die, reduced to a mere shell. As for the local specialties of the city of slaughter, such as the old bear-climbing trees, purging evil, and engaging with men, these sites could be encountered after traversing a short distance. In the original timeline, the god of Rakshasa wreaked havoc in the city of slaughter while the god of Asura remained unresponsive, allowing the former to act with impunity. It is crucial to note that the god of Asura is one of the 2 supreme deities of the divine realm, among the 3 enforcers and 5 divine kings. The actions of the god of Rakshasa were a blatant violation of divine law, directly challenging the authority of the god of Asura. Thus, it would be entirely reasonable and lawful for the god of Asura to sever the head of the god of Rakshasa with a single strike. Why then, in light of Tang Chen's incapacitation, would so much effort be expended to summon Tang San from another world, diverting the fate of Douluo Star to him, preserving his past memories, and grooming him as the new god of Asura? Even if the god of Asura held a fondness for Tang San, such an endeavor seems arduous and thankless. If one were to claim that Tang San was beloved by all, that would suffice. Yet, this raises a subsequent question. In the original timeline, Was the place where Bibi Dong obtained the god of Rakshas's position the city of slaughter, this familiar name and environment? This implies that within the city of slaughter, the legacies of two deities, the god of Asura and the god of Rakshasa, coexist. The Rakshasa god first dealt a blow to the Asura god, subsequently placing her inheritance within the city of slaughter. In other words, the Rakshasa god first struck the Asura god on the left cheek, and then on the right. Yet, what was the outcome? The Asura god exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Such remarkable restraint from the Asura god, akin to that of a tortoise, is perplexing. Eventually, in the original timeline, Bibi Dong spent over 20 years accomplishing the arduous and lengthy Rakshasa 9 trials, which bore the least favorable rewards, thus fully inheriting the Rakshasa divine position. Within the original timeline, Bibi Dong's soul rings did not witness a single enhancement during the divine trials, while even the deceased angel goddess divine trials granted an increase in soul ring longevity. Subsequently, the new Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong, executed a series of divine maneuvers with exceptional positioning, directly countering the original user of the sea god's power, Sangu. However, the Asura god promptly resurrected Sangu using a revival coin. At this juncture, the Rakshasa god displayed no intent to intervene, nor any inclination to offer a warning. If the Rakshasa god lacked the capacity to prevent this, she ought at least to have given Bibi Dong a heads up. Consequently, Bibi Dong was ultimately slain by Sangu, the new heir of the Asura god, wielding the Asura demon sword, thus concluding the long-standing feud between the former Rakshasa god and the Asura god. Yet, the former Rakshasa god remained unscathed and lively. If the Rakshasa god intended to offend the Asura god and subsequently relinquish her divine position to Bibi Dong before fleeing the divine realm, wouldn't it make sense to lower the difficulty of the divine trials, thereby facilitating Bibi Dong's passage rather than allowing her to toil for over 20 years? Even if a day in the divine realm equates to a year in the mortal world, more than 20 days have elapsed in the divine realm. Could the Rakshasa god truly be so audacious as to provoke the Asura god to the extent of facing dire consequences? If such a situation were to transpire with Qian Chongling, he would undoubtedly not tolerate such insolence unless there existed a disparity in their interactions. Thus, Qian Chongling contemplates that the Rakshasa god and the Asura god do not seem to embody the essence of arch-rivals, but rather resemble a quarreling couple. He hypothesizes that initially, the Asura god uttered something that displeased the Rakshasa god, prompting her to target her boyfriend's first heir, Tang San. After this act, the Rakshasa god's anger subsided, and she reconsidered, acknowledging that such behavior was excessive. Their quarrel was a private matter and should not become fodder for other deities' amusement. Consequently, the Rakshasa god endeavored to entice the holy maiden of the spirit hall, Bibi Dong, to become her new heir, recognizing the unique nature of the Rakshasa divine position, which favored those with darker hearts. Moreover, individuals who are gentle and kind may become increasingly twisted, frenzied, and obsessive upon succumbing to darkness. Undoubtedly, the previously innocent Bibi Dong was a perfect candidate. Once Bibi Dong fell into darkness, the Rakshasa god employed every stratagem to delay her completion of the divine trials, allowing her partner the necessary time to cultivate a second heir. Ultimately, once her partner's second heir flawlessly eliminated the new Rakshasa god, the matter would reach a satisfying conclusion. However, during the cultivation of the Shura god, an unexpected incident occurred. The sea god also took an interest in the chosen one, Sangu. Upon witnessing the emergence of a potential heir to the angel god's divine position within the spirit hall of this timeline, the sea god felt a surge of discontent. With the return of the angel god, how could he continue to usurp the faith that rightfully belonged to the angel god? Thus, as a close ally of the Shura god, the sea god found common ground with him, and together they decided to arrange for Sangu to be adopted by Tang Hao. Given the profound enmity between the Haotian sect and the Spirit Hall, which not only harbored the legacy of the Rakshasa god but also that of the angel god, there was no faction more suitable to meet the desires of these two deities. The outcome was, of course, inevitable. Beneath the gods, all are but ants. A mere Spirit Hall, caught in the machinations of the Rakshasa god, the Shura god, and the sea god, was destined to see the forces established by the angel god, which had endured for millennia, obliterated to ashes. Regarding this conjecture, Qian Chongling felt quite confident. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain how the Rakshasa god, a mere first-tier deity, could act so brazenly before the god king. It is no wonder that the Rakshasa god could behave so arrogantly and yet remain unscathed. It was merely a display of affection towards her partner. Contemplating this, Qian Chongling's expression darkened. In Chapter 29, concerning the exceedingly treacherous spirit hall, he initially thought that if the Rakshasa god and the Shura god were at odds, he could communicate with the Rakshasa god. For the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Moreover, as one destined to become the god king, he could offer protection to the Rakshasa god. Even if the Rakshasa god turned hostile, he would not be afraid. And he could orchestrate a maneuver to facilitate Sanji's perfect inheritance of the Rakshasa god's divine position. After all, the Rakshasa god merely needed someone to take the blame. Anyone would suffice. If the Rakshasa god could choose Bibi Dong, then surely she could opt for Sangu as well. In Qian Chongling's eyes, the upright, kind-hearted, and courteous Sangu was far more fitting for the benevolent and selfless position of the Rakshasa god than Bibi Dong. However, upon further analysis, Qian Chongling realized that the Rakshasa god was highly likely to be in collusion with the Shura god. If he sought to form an alliance with the Rakshasa god to confront the Shura god, would he not be walking into the jaws of a tiger? In that case, to inform the Rakshasa god that he intended to disrupt the heir chosen by her partner, and then present Sangu as that heir would likely provoke the Rakshasa god to retaliate by bringing the Shura god and the sea god to raise his spirit hall. Qian Chongling sighed softly, silently striking the Rakshasa deity from a list that prominently featured names such as the Ice Emperor, Snow Empress, Shui Wewu, and Dai Yeyu. Removing a potentially ally, especially one of the highest divine rank, was something Qian Chongling genuinely cared about. Setting aside other considerations, having the Rakshasa create distractions for the sea god would be sufficient to prevent him from interfering in Qian Renxue's divine trials. However, Qian Chongling's temperament always leaned towards caution. Even if the Rakshasa and Azura deities maintained a distant relationship, he would not take unnecessary risks. As for finding a solution, the succession of a divine position is not a mere whim. Each divine rank embodies its own principles. The Azura deity, known for his impartiality and adherence to order, demands that any chosen successor embodies qualities of integrity, kindness, wisdom, beauty, and diligence, at least on the surface. Moreover, they must possess the qualifications to ascend to divinity. For instance, should the Azura deity consider passing his mantle to a malevolent soulmaster, he would face the wrath of both the kings of life and destruction, potentially provoking the two supreme deities of good and evil. Such a course would lead to his demise. Thus, if the true self of the seemingly virtuous Sangu were to emerge, even the Azura deity, no matter how fond he was of him, would hesitate to risk such perilous consequences. In this setting, the realms of good and evil surpass the three enforcement deities. If the Azura deity ranks as a high god, then the two supreme deities represent the pinnacle of divine authority. The same applies to the sea god's position, whether the newly established Sangu were to falter. The potential reutilization of Tang Chen's identity would not concern Qian Chongling. He could discern the weight of a luckless Tang Chen versus that of a chosen one like Sangu. Divider. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks pulled Qian Chongling from his reverie. He rose slowly from his bed and positioned himself at the nearby tea table, stating, "Donger, come in." Bibi Dong gracefully entered, pushing the door open. As she gazed upon Qian Chongling, who had remained unchanged in appearance for nearly a decade while seated in his wrought tin chair, a wave of envy washed over her. Who would not desire eternal youth? "Master," Bibi Dong said respectfully. Qian Chongling nodded. Her slender, fair fingers traced a violet-black hexagram in the air. Upon completion of the intricate design, the hexagram descended from the void, materializing into a violet-black magical array upon the floor. Stepping into this array, she first crushed the crystal encasing the jade pendant, then channeled her entire soul force into the pendant. Qian Chongling extracted a piece of black jade enveloped in a purplish-black crystal from the soul guide, presenting it to Bibi Dong. As she gazed at the purplish-black crystal resting quietly in her palm, her keen eyesight discerned within it a peculiar ornament, reminiscent of neither dragon nor serpent, suspended delicately in a harmonious blend of black and white. Its surface appeared smooth and exquisite, exuding a subtle, restrained aura imbued with an ancient melancholy. With a decisive motion, Bibi Dong stepped into the hexagram formation and crushed the crystal in her grasp. The shattered fragments cascaded from her jade-like hand like delicate purple catkins. Without the slightest hesitation, she channeled her soul power into the enigmatic ornament. In an instant, the black jade emitted a faint glow, enveloping Bibi Dong's form, and in the blink of an eye, her silhouette vanished from the room. Qian Chongling watched as Bibi Dong entered the Candle Dragon's secret realm, and even with his temperament, He could not help but feel a sense of concern for her. Qian Chongling prepared a new martial soul for Bibi Dong, named Zhulong. From its inception, it wielded dominion over the laws of time, space, and the very fabric of time and space, thus earning the epithet of the Dragon of Time and Space. In mythological lore, the Zhulong is said to possess the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal, transcending the river of fate, merging all temporal and spatial selves into a singularity, devoid of past or future, existing solely in the present, unique among the heavens. However, these attributes bear no relevance to the Zhulong martial soul he possesses. The Zhulong martial soul in his grasp was acquired from the recent 50-year sign-in gift package, accompanied by several annotations. Annotation 1. The level of this martial soul is defined with a lower limit of a super martial soul and an upper limit of a super divine martial soul. Annotation 2. The strength of this martial soul is a fraction of the boundless remnants of the Zhulong's projection. Annotation 3. The innate abilities of this martial soul include time control for a duration ranging from 0.1 seconds to 30 minutes. Spatial leap capabilities from 10 meters to 3,000 meters, with a cooldown period of 24 hours. Notably, it lacks the formidable powers of time fragmentation, temporal collapse, and spatial traversing. Annotation 4. To obtain this martial soul, one must undergo the trial of the Zhulong projection, which possesses a surly disposition and delights in probing the human heart. Annotation 5. This martial soul inherently carries divine heritage, with a lower limit of a divine officer and an upper limit of a creator god. Upon reaching the 99th level, one automatically attains the rank of a divine king, exempt from divine examination. Annotation 6. The ultimate interpretation rights of the above annotations rest solely with the Zhulong. In summary, the fate of this martial soul hinges upon its upper and lower limits, determined by the Zhulong projection's favor or disfavor. Should it find you unappealing, you are deemed merely a super martial soul, a divine officer. Should it take a liking to you, you ascend to the status of a super divine martial soul, with the future potential of becoming a creator god. Upon acquiring this martial soul, Qian Chongling was left with a visage of utter dismay, a testament to the exquisite craftsmanship of the canine system. Had it not been for the fact that his disciple, Bibi Dong, was a girl with an inherent aversion to the grotesque spider martial soul, this abominable artifact would have undoubtedly been relegated to the depths of Qian Chongling's collection. The uncertainty surrounding it was simply too vast, and he was not one to gamble on fortune. Should his radiant and dark 16-winged angel transform into the illustrious martial soul of the Candle Dragon, and his divine position of God King devolve into that of a mere priest, he would find himself lamenting too late. In Chapter 30, what is it that you desire most? Meanwhile, upon stepping into the teleportation array, Bibi Dong experienced a moment of darkness, only to be met with brilliant light moments later. As she opened her eyes and surveyed her surroundings, she found herself amidst a vast and boundless void, where countless vibrant stars adorned the cosmos, radiating a dazzling luminosity. Below her lay a colossal entity, neither serpent nor dragon, stretching hundreds of thousands of meters in length, cloaked in hues of black and purple. Its streamlined form appeared as though forged from molten metal, with 6 pairs of purple-black dragon horns intermittently flickering with violet light. Each scale, reminiscent of a small mountain, glimmered with a faint phosphorescence, and a third eye, a vertical pupil, pulsed with divine light in shades of black and white. Yet, Bibi Dong was rendered utterly perplexed, for this immense creature was submerging its entire form in an extraordinarily expansive volcanic vent. One dragon claw held a glass cup filled with a crystalline liquid, while the other grasped an unknown piece of crimson meat, exuding an aura of utmost contentment. This tableau evoked an overwhelming sense of familiarity within her, as if she had encountered it before, and not just once. As a soul master, her memory was quite sharp, and she soon recollected. However, her expression darkened further. For if her recollection served her correctly, her teacher, upon the arrival of summer, embodied this very scene. Clad in flamboyant shorts, adorned with what appeared to be sunglasses, a drink in one hand and roasted meat in the other, he languidly lounged in an outdoor pool. "Little girl, do you wish to acquire my power?" The sudden voice interrupted her reverie, and as she turned to look, she beheld the unknown entity, its elongated dragon form coiling amidst the starlit sky, emanating a profound and imposing aura, one that could obliterate all in its path. It was as if divine grace was as vast as the ocean, and divine might akin to a prison. All at once, the volcanic hot spring, the fine wine in the luminous cup, and the roasted meat vanished, as though they had been mere figments of her imagination. "Yes, esteemed elder, it was my teacher who sent me here," Bibi Dong replied candidly, aware that any attempt to conceal the truth would be futile in the presence of such a being. "Ah, the one chosen by old Wang?" mused the candle dragon. "Now I understand. You possess the right to receive a portion of my power. Are you prepared to undergo my trial?" "The younger generation is already prepared," Bibi Dong stated solemnly. "Now, answer me. What is it that you desire most?" A mischievous grin appeared on the face of the candle dragon, hinting at a touch of humanity. Without hesitation, Bibi Dong replied, "I wish to create a world where the vast majority of people can be well-fed and clothed." Over the past 5 years of travel, Bibi Dong has witnessed numerous things she could never have imagined. The villagers of Foaming Village, though living hard lives, still managed to meet their basic needs, as the various industries of the Spirit Hall required many commoners to work. In stark contrast, other areas, particularly those with a lower influence from the Spirit Hall, had villagers whose eyes were hollow and numb, reflecting a fundamental loss of hope in life. After all, how could they harbor hope when they often faced hunger and had their hard-earned gains plundered by the nobility? The reasons behind this plight could be attributed to the inaction of the Tiandou Empire and the Xinghua Empire, the brutal exploitation by the nobility, or perhaps the exacerbation by those great sections. Perhaps it is a combination of all these factors, for in Bibi Dong's eyes, aside from the relatively better conditions at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and the Haotian sect were not much better. She posed a question to Qian Chongling. "Teacher, is there a way to ensure that everyone in the world can be well-fed and clothed?" Qian Chongling's inquiry was met with a response, "No, but there exist methods to ensure that the majority can be adequately nourished and clothed." Hence, Bai Dong believed that this was her deepest desire. Ha ha ha, such a noble aspiration, yet it does not truly reflect your innermost yearning. She was informed that she had 2 more opportunities to introspect and then convey her true desires. At this moment, Bai Dong was taken aback. How could it be that this was not her foremost wish? She fell into contemplation, and suddenly, a series of vivid memories flashed through her mind, awakening her martial soul. Seeking a mentor, mastering the sword and honing her body, experiencing heartache, and sacrificing with blood for her sword. 5 years had passed, and all of life's myriad experiences had become indelibly etched in her memory. With her astute intellect, she quickly realized that there had always been one particular person within her recollections. Bai Dong opened her mouth to speak. Yet the image of that individual materialized in her mind, under the brilliant moonlight, drinking alone, solitary, and profoundly desolate. She unwittingly voiced, "He clearly does not hold affection for me. Why does he occupy such a space in his heart? I loathe that woman." A powerful resentment surged within her at that moment. "Ha ha ha, you are getting closer, very close to the true essence of your desires. However, you have but one final chance. Should you err again, the power I possess shall remain beyond your reach." The immense form of the candle dragon shifted slightly, its expression revealing an unmistakable mirth. As noted in the annotations, it possessed a notoriously wicked disposition. "Senior, I have come to understand what I truly seek. I desire." Bai Dong began, her lips parting as she spoke with unwavering resolve. "Humans are not sages. They are bound to possess desires, and it is these desires that fuel human advancement. To confront one's own desires with courage is the mark of your success in this trial. Yet, you have utilized 3 chances, thus." Before she could finish, a flicker of purple light coalesced at the tip of the candle dragon's claw, appearing as a mere flicker compared to its grandeur, akin to a firefly against the brilliance of the sun and moon. The candle dragon flicked its finger, sending the glimmering light into a graceful arc, branding Bai Dong's forehead. As the light gradually dissipated, a mark emerged at her brow, unmistakably a diminutive representation of the candle dragon, the boundary between reality and illusion. Within the Star and Moon Hotel, Qian Chongling gazed solemnly at the hexagram within the room, his heart filled with profound apprehension. Suddenly, a flash of purple light erupted, and a young girl clad in a flowing red gown appeared out of thin air, her brow adorned with the luminous mark of the candle dragon. Indeed, it was Bai Dong. Boom. In the next moment, a colossal and terrifying phantom of a candle dragon surged forth from behind her, exuding an overwhelming aura as it transformed into a gigantic entity hundreds of meters long. Ascending into the heavens, it radiated an essence capable of shattering the 3 realms and 6 paths, powerful and imposing, instilling a boundless terror that reverberated throughout the entire Douluo continent. This formidable energy emerged from an obscure origin, yet it instantaneously swept across the land, resonating in every place where divine legacies existed. In the angelic sanctuary, a monumental statue of an angel emanated a brilliant golden light, trembling as if alive, its resonant thuds echoing through the air. Beneath the statue, Qian Renxue's expression was grave, bewildered by the occurrence that had caused the angelic statue, imbued with divine heritage, to quake. Could a deity have manifested? Qian Renxue murmured to himself, contemplating that only the power of a god could provoke such a significant disturbance in the angelic statue. On Sea God Island, as she observed the quivering sea god trident, an expression of disbelief washed over the exquisite face of Poseidon. She sensed an emotion of fear emanating from the trident before her, a reaction that bewildered Poseidon, who had devoted her entire being to the sea god. What force could surpass that of the sea god? Poseidon was taken aback. In the city of Slaughter, the king of Slaughter gaped in fear, his sharp fangs appearing particularly menacing as he gazed at the trembling blood-red demonic sword upon the altar, a wave of dread washing over him. A change was imminent. The crimson gaze of the king of Slaughter shifted slightly. In the Stardo Forest, beneath the life lake in the core area, a silver-white dragon began to tremble uncontrollably, its elongated body quaking with fear. After a prolonged moment, it steadied its racing heart and murmured, "Could it be stronger than the dragon god? A pure force? How could this be?" Tion, the Silver Dragon King, intended to send the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Tion, to investigate, only to find him quaking like a leaf. The Silver Dragon King shook his head in resignation, muttering, very well, one cannot force the unwilling." Chapter 31. The Candle Dragon, Demand Recognition. Qian Chongling was immediately struck by the formidable power of the Candle Dragon. Even with his own considerable strength, he could not help but feel a sense of astonishment. Indeed, this force was not overwhelmingly powerful. However, its essence was not inferior to his own chaotic divine energy. This suggested that it was highly likely that Bibidong had acquired a divine king-level inheritance from the Candle Dragon. At that moment, Qian Chongling exhaled in relief, realizing that Bibidong had succeeded. Truly, my disciple has managed to attain a divine king-level inheritance, even with such a peculiar martial soul. Nevertheless, I must confirm this. Qian Chongling pondered. Donger, it seems you have triumphed. To what extent is your new martial soul? Does it possess a divine position inheritance? Qian Chongling inquired. It is somewhat stronger than a super martial soul, yet still weaker than a divine-level martial soul. Currently, it only holds the status of a divine priest. Bibidong replied with a smile. Is that so? Then what was that earlier momentum all about? Just a fade? A fleeting moment of bravado? Qian Chongling pressed his forehead, his expression dark and brooding, seemingly realizing that he may have led his disciple astray. Setting aside other matters, it would have taken merely a little time to seek out the legacies of other deities across the continent. Given Bibidong's exceptional aptitude, acquiring a rank 1 deity should have posed no challenge. Yet, now she only held a priest-level divine position, and with the Candle Dragon martial spirit. Could it truly be worthy of such a name? As if sensing Qian Chongling's thoughts, Bibidong replied with a smile, Teacher, it is merely that I did not respond adequately to the inquiries of the Elder Candle Dragon, which is why I currently possess only a priest-level status. However, I can gradually improve. Upon hearing this, Qian Chongling finally felt reassured, as long as there was potential for advancement. It would be unjust to regard Bibidong's talent as merely that of a priest. By the way, what question did that insufferable dragon pose to Dong? Qian Chongling had not forgotten that the character of the pitiful Zhu Long's projection was exceedingly vile, likely to pose uncomfortable questions. Teacher, this is Donger's secret, so I cannot share it with you, Bibidong replied with a playful smile. By the way, my dear, you have been rather peculiar these past few years. Where do all these secrets come from? And why must they be kept from your teacher? Qian Chongling could not forget that ever since the poignant incident involving the Eye of Ice and Fire, this girl had accumulated an increasing number of secrets. And despite his relentless inquiries, he had failed to uncover a single truth. Girls naturally harbor their own mysteries, Bibidong remarked with a sly smile. It was normal not to elicit any answers. After all, it was not the first time this had happened. With a resigned smile, Qian Chongling shifted the conversation and inquired, Has your martial spirit now merged into one? Indeed, the Death Spider Emperor and the soul-devouring Demon Spider have been completely consumed. And I no longer possess any soul rings, Bibidong replied. When the projection of the Candle Dragon bestowed a fragment of its power upon Bibidong, The two spider-like martial spirits she once possessed were devoured by the newly acquired candle dragon martial spirit. Even the soul ring of the Death Spider Emperor had vanished, which meant that Bibi Dong had transformed into a soul king with over 50 levels of soul power, yet devoid of any soul rings. Qian Chongling nodded, fully anticipating the situation. Even though the candle dragon martial spirit was merely a fragment of the candle dragon's projection, its inherent might and dominance remained undiminished. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for it to consume two supreme martial spirits as sustenance. In simpler terms, the candle dragon requires an impressive facade. No matter. He could procure better soul rings in due time. He had not forgotten that an ancient rabbit awaited in the Stardo Forest to become Bibi Dong's soul ring. And it was also time to pay a visit to the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor in the extreme north. By the way, let us see how your martial spirit manifests. It should no longer be unseemly. Qian Chongling suddenly recalled this and remarked helplessly, "Candle dragon, manifest." At his utterance, a gentle purple light enveloped Bibi Dong, revealing a 2-meter-long candle dragon within the radiance. The sleek, purplish-black dragon body exuded a palpable sense of power, with its scales shimmering faintly in hues of purple. Bang! With a soft sound, the candle dragon within the purple light suddenly erupted, transforming into a suit of armor adorned with black and purple dragon patterns, which seamlessly enveloped Bibi Dong's form. The armor, in its purplish-black splendor, accentuated her alluring contours exquisitely, while the joints of her arms and thighs bore sharp, inclined spikes. The chest was guarded by a dragon-shaped breastplate, and the helmet obscured her stunning visage, revealing only her enchanting eyes, with dark red irises and 2 small purple dots beside them. On her back, a pair of purplish-black metallic wings sprouted, each feather sharp as a blade, forming a magnificent set of metallic wings through countless overlapping razor-like edges. This, a candle dragon Saint Seiya? A Kamen Rider candle dragon? An armored warrior candle dragon hero? The striking visual spectacle before Qian Chongling left him momentarily speechless, as if he could almost hear the candle dragon's voice. Candle dragon, could I possibly be compared to those gaudy creatures? Do you understand the concept of an impressive facade? One must stand apart from the crowd. In contrast to Qian Chongling's astonishment, Bibi Dong appeared particularly elated. She stood before a large 3-dimensional mirror not far away, admiring her reflection. Occasionally, she would turn to observe the wings behind her, and one could easily surmise that a satisfied smile graced her face beneath the helmet. Ahem. Enough admiring. Let us see how much your new martial spirit has enhanced your abilities. The profound words of Qian Chongling roused Bibi Dong, who had been lost in her own exquisite beauty. All right, teacher, came her clear and melodious voice from beneath the helmet, indicating that the soul armor possessed decent breathability. Before her words had faded, Bibi Dong lightly pushed off with the tips of her toes, her agile figure leaping forward in an instant. In the blink of an eye, she closed the distance, launching a powerful punch directly towards Qian Chongling's face. Qian Chongling smiled faintly, raising his forearm slightly to effortlessly block Bibi Dong's powerful punch. Yet he made no attempt to counterattack. Bibi Dong gracefully leaped back, evading Qian Chongling's range of assault. Closing his eyes, he took a moment to gauge the intensity of Bibi Dong's earlier strike, estimating in his mind that if this was indeed her full-force attack, her power and speed were approximately 30 to 40% stronger than that of the previous Death Spider King. Indeed, Bibi Dong replied with a cheerful smile. For in her heart, beauty was of utmost importance. Strength was secondary. However, such choices were for children to make, and naturally, she desired it all. By the way, my teacher has some matters to attend to. When Douluo and Douluo arrive, I will have them escort you back to the Spirit Hall. It has been quite some time since I last sparred with my esteemed disciple. There's no time like the present. Let us begin now. Qian Chongling remarked with a mischievous grin. In the chamber of Qian Chongling, the rhythmic sounds of physical collisions echoed intermittently, accompanied by her instructive voice. One must comprehend that the power which one commands is indeed one's own. The force of a punch must be concentrated rather than dispersed. The foolish endeavor of merely broadening one's range of attack will only squander one's physical and spiritual energy. Understood, Master. Chapter 32. The Rouge Pavilion. The Rouge Pavilion, as a venue of entertainment, has experienced a fervent expansion in recent years, emerging as a formidable force, with branches even in the imperial capitals of the Tiando Empire and the Xinghua Empire. Unlike other establishments, the Rouge Pavilion predominantly features performers who offer their skills rather than their bodies, all of which is entirely voluntary. However, it is often observed that men, drawn to the allure of the partially veiled, find themselves more intrigued by that which is tantalizingly out of reach. Consequently, there are those with ulterior motives who seek to instigate trouble, but typically, such individuals are found lifeless in the sewers by the following day. The Rouge Pavilion's protective measures have garnered widespread acclaim from its peers. After all, the young ladies trembling in the cold dread not only suffering from the chill, but also from the burden of warming the little birds without recompense. Hence, an increasing number of entertainment venues have sought allegiance with the Rouge Pavilion, willing to sacrifice a portion of their profits without hesitation. Divider. As the foremost entertainment establishment in the Moonwheel City, Qian Chongling easily inquired about it. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Rouge Pavilion from a distance, she beheld the lively scene before her, a cacophony of voices and a dazzling array of elegantly adorned young ladies, each concealing their laughter behind delicate hands. There was scarcely any need for them to solicit patrons, as waves of impeccably dressed gentlemen, feigning propriety, made their way directly into the pavilion. Should any of these gentlemen encounter a familiar lady, they would exchange flirtatious glances and playful banter, with some even daring to engage in more intimate touches. How audacious! Qian Chongling paused, staring ahead in a daze. Qian Chongling had never ventured into such a place before. Given his status, the number of women who could engage with him at a close distance was virtually innumerable. Thus, at this moment, he found himself feeling rather anxious, especially since, before his arrival, he could already detect an array of fragrances intermingling in the air. It was evident that the ladies of Yinji Building adhered to an exquisite standard. Although none could be described as breathtakingly beautiful, they were certainly not unattractive. Adorned as they were, they exuded a certain charm. Moreover, the scent of their perfumes was delicately applied, inviting rather than overwhelming, evoking a sense of refreshing elegance. It was no wonder that this establishment had earned its reputation as the premier entertainment venue in Xinghua. Qian Chongling tidied her garments, donning a smile reminiscent of a seasoned traveler before stepping inside. The Rouge Pavilion sprawled across an expansive area, measuring approximately 20 zhang in length and over 10 zhang in width. At the heart of the grand hall stood a raised platform, adorned with a soft crimson carpet, while the furniture, crafted from exquisite red sandalwood, graced the space with elegance. Tables, laden with an array of fruits and pastries, were scattered throughout the hall, and the air was infused with the fragrant scent of sandalwood incense. The second-floor corridor was divided into several private chambers, directly facing the hall, providing an elevated vantage point to overlook the entire scene below. Not only was there a second floor, but a third as well, with both levels exhibiting a harmonious architectural design. When Qian Chongling entered, the hall was already teeming with people, who were gathered in small clusters, quietly discussing various matters among themselves. Qian Chongling's ears perked up, absorbing the abundant praises bestowed upon Lu Mian by the gathering crowd. Among them were several elderly gentlemen, which astonished Qian Chongling. These aged individuals, not in their prime, seemed to be indulging in the pleasures of this place. The notion of their presence here piqued Qian Chongling's curiosity about the establishment created by Yi Mekwei, as the hour was still early and his prey had yet to arrive. Qian Chongling chose a seat nestled in the corner. He refrained from summoning a companion, opting instead for a few small dishes and a jug of wine, relishing each bite while his peripheral vision occasionally darted towards the entrance. Qian Chongling sat there, savoring his food while admiring the young women around him. It must be said that the quality of these ladies was quite commendable, though not extraordinary beauties. Each possessed a graceful charm. After a brief wait, a commotion erupted from outside, and Qian Chongling turned to see a young man clad in a pale blue long gown entering the establishment. The youth was relatively handsome, wielding a paper fan, exuding a certain elegance, yet his pallid complexion and unsteady gait betrayed a life of excess, further accentuated by a smirk that curled at the corners of his mouth, which elicited a sense of disdain. Following him were two middle-aged men dressed in black, their prowess unmistakable to Qian Chongling, revealing themselves as Soul Emperor-level warriors, causing his eyes to gleam with interest. This young man was none other than their target for the day, Dai Tianyue, the fourth prince of the Starluo Empire, a loyal sycophant of the crown prince. Dai Tianfeng. Unlike the traditional struggle for the throne within the Starluo Empire, where fratricide was commonplace, the previous emperor's power struggles had left certain regions somewhat lacking, allowing the current emperor, Dai Lumao, to circumvent this brutal cycle. Consequently, Dai Lumao was blessed with two spectral feline companions, resulting in the births of his eldest son, Dai Tianfeng, and the fourth prince, Dai Tianyue, while the second prince, Dai Tianai, was born of a different lineage. Dai Tianfeng and Dai Tianyue shared the same mother, with an age difference of over 8 years, leading the elder to instill in the younger a sense of duty to support his claim to the throne. Upon entering, Dai Tianyue was immediately greeted by a charming young woman at the entrance, who approached him with alacrity. Without hesitation, he wrapped an arm around her waist, playfully teasing her as they exchanged pleasantries before she led him up to the 3rd floor. Suddenly, the gentle strains of a zither began to resonate, silencing the chatter in the hall. A voice called out with excitement, "Miss Lu Mian has arrived." Instantly, all eyes were drawn to the elevated platform at the front. There, a group of a dozen young women dressed in colorful palace attire, resembling refined young ladies, gracefully ascended the stage, each possessing remarkable beauty, their faces adorned with soft smiles. Following them, a woman in a striking red gown made her entrance, her long hair cascading down her back, resembling a celestial body surrounded by stars. Her features were partially concealed by a black veil, revealing only the bridge of her nose and a pair of captivating eyes. Every man in the room gazed upon her, and Qian Chongling was no exception. Upon catching sight of her enchanting eyes, his heart inexplicably quickened. Those eyes were exquisite, like the brightest stars in the sky, akin to a vast whirlpool that drew in every gaze cast upon her, ensnaring all who beheld her in an irresistible allure. Qian Chongling had encountered many beauties, yet none possessed eyes that could rival those of the enchanting Lu Mian before him. Anyone who gazed into her eyes would inevitably feel a sense of inferiority. Pure, playful, alluring, and bashful, her eyes conveyed a myriad of emotions depending on the moment. In addition, atop her smooth forehead, there appeared a delicate pair of small antlers, which, rather than being jarring, imparted an unusual allure. Lu Mian? Dear Mian? A maiden with beastly ears? Qian Chongling inhaled sharply, astonished by the artistry of the dream Douluo. Yi Menwei, the elderly matriarch, standing with great enthusiasm upon the elevated platform, addressed the crowd below. Today marks the auspicious day of our beloved Mian Mian's debut. I wonder which noble gentleman shall have the honor of her company tonight. As per tradition, allow our Mian Mian to first grace us with a musical performance. Every month, the Yinji building hosts a grand event in either the Star Luo Empire or the Heaven Do Empire, showcasing the most exceptional courtesans of the month, which translates to merely 12 occasions throughout the entire continent each year. Subsequently, the top 10 highest bidders will advance to the next round, where the courtesan will select her esteemed patron for the evening, pledging to serve only him henceforth, while dedicating her remaining time to artistry rather than companionship. In essence, this is a clever strategy of hunger marketing, combined with the vanity of affluent nobles who place utmost importance on their reputation. After all, the embarrassment of being mocked for not being able to win the affection of even a courtesan is intolerable for a duke or marquis. At this moment, the hall was filled with the fervent gasps of countless men, their excitement palpable as they eagerly focused their attention on Lu Mian. Upon her entrance, Lu Mian gracefully bowed to the assembled guests before taking her seat. A traditional guqin, exuding an ancient charm, was brought forth, and Lu Mian began to caress the strings with her delicate fingers. The melodious sounds flowed forth, ebbing and flowing like the tides, at times gentle as a trickling stream, at others rushing like a cascading waterfall, sometimes crisp as pearls falling on jade, and at times soft and whispering as intimate murmurs. The music seemed to convey the depths of Lu Mian's inner emotions. As she played, young maidens clad in vibrant palace attire danced gracefully around her, resembling a flock of exquisite butterflies fluttering in her presence, creating a breathtaking spectacle that captivated all. Listening intently, Qian Chongling could not help but smile with a hint of intrigue, shaking his head as he glanced at the audience nearby. Indeed, everyone present was utterly entranced, lost in a dreamlike reverie. As the final note faded into silence, the hall was enveloped in stillness. Suddenly, an impassioned cheer erupted from an unknown voice, followed by a wave of enthusiastic applause. A frail voice, struggling to project itself, called out, only to be interrupted by a fit of coughing moments later. Qian Chongling followed the sound and looked down, only to see an elderly man, his face flushed, standing upright like a fallen javelin, plunging straight towards the ground. Several servants nearby hurried to support him, exclaiming in alarm, "Master, master, what has happened to you?" The old man, clutching his chest, weakly replied, "I cannot breathe." "Hurry, take me back," one servant cried out in panic. The old man resolutely refused, declaring, "Who dares to take me back? I shall break their legs. I intend to stay here." Qian Chongling could not help but roll her eyes, pondering why, at such a mature age, one would forsake the tranquility of home to mingle with the youth in such an entertainment venue. This brief interlude, however, failed to capture anyone's attention. Lu Mian subtly nodded at the elderly matron beside her, whose smile radiated warmth as she addressed the audience below. If everyone is satisfied with Mian's musical artistry, then please feel free to express your genuine intentions. Bids commence at a minimum of 150,000 gold soul coins. Miss Lu Mian's musical talent was akin to the heavenly sounds that linger in the air for 3 days, a melody that could not dissipate. When considering her unparalleled artistry, it was indeed priceless. Moreover, with Lu Mian's breathtaking beauty, she was truly a paragon of grace and skill. I shall bid 200,000 gold soul coins, exclaimed a resplendently clad middle-aged gentleman seated in the hall. Lord Qin, do you truly believe that her beauty and talent are worth merely 200,000 gold soul coins? Surely, that amount would scarcely suffice to purchase a vase at an auction, retorted a gentleman dressed in black from room 7 on the 2nd floor. I shall offer 500,000 gold soul coins. I offer 550,000 gold soul coins, solely to behold Miss Lu Mian's divine visage. A voice from room 5 on the 2nd floor chimed in just as the previous speaker finished. 65,000 gold soul coins. 70,000. A young man in the hall, gently fanning himself, remarked with a serene smile. Before long, as numerous gentlemen displayed their earnest intentions, the bidding for the gold soul coins escalated rapidly, approaching the staggering figure of nearly 1 million. At this moment, Qian Chongling leisurely savored the peanuts in his small dish, occasionally taking a delicate sip of liquor, seemingly indifferent to the lively scene around him. On the high platform, Lu Mian sat gracefully, her enchanting eyes observing the eager bidders below. The fervor reflected in their flushed faces reminded her of some past experiences she found distasteful, and a hint of derision flickered across her visage concealed beneath the veil. However, upon noticing Qian Chongling's nonchalant demeanor, her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and she quietly instructed the maid beside her, "Please investigate the background of that young man." The maid nodded and gradually slipped away, while the gentlemen engrossed in showcasing their intentions remained oblivious to her absence. 1,200,000. Along with a 6,000-year-old deep-sea pearl. A gentle voice emerged from the 4th private room on the 3rd floor, exuding an air of assuredness. The deep-sea pearl could only be produced by deep-sea monster clams over 5,000 years old, and it required the clam to be slain before it could ruin the pearl. Thus, the minimum age pearls could fetch a price of 200,000 gold soul coins. Very well. The esteemed guest from the 2nd room on the 2nd floor has made an offer of nearly 140,000 gold soul coins. Is there anyone else willing to offer more? The matron on the high platform exclaimed enthusiastically, striving to stir the interest of the nobles present. However, the sum of 140,000 gold soul coins was already exorbitant, given that this was not an acquisition of rare materials that could enhance cultivation or soul bones. It was merely for a night of passion with a woman. Consequently, the hall on the 2nd floor fell into an almost complete silence at this price. Hearing this, Qian Chongling frowned slightly, pondering, how does this differ from what I investigated? The old gentleman Dai Tianwei has not placed a bid? Would this not jeopardize my plans? Without hesitation, he prepared to raise his own bid, reaching for the button in his hand. However, before he could press it, an unexpected voice emanated from the 1st room on the 3rd floor, somewhat pretentious. This young master offers a personally inscribed folding fan. At this proclamation, laughter erupted among the attendees, as they could hardly believe someone could be so oblivious to the situation. Did he truly think a personally inscribed fan could be worth 140,000 gold soul coins? Who did he think he was? Even the autographs of revered painters or calligraphers would not command such a price. Qian Chongling smiled. For the grand fish had finally taken the bait, and one could certainly anticipate further developments from such a character. As expected, the esteemed guest in the private room on the 3rd floor continued to boast, "This young master has yet to finish speaking. Why the haste? Could it be that you cannot bear to witness this young master becoming the esteemed guest of Miss Lu Mian? How arrogant! Do you possess the audacity to reveal your identity to me? Huh, a mere show-off, hardly worth my time." The crowd was stirred, some seething with anger, others casting dismissive glances, while a few merely smiled in amusement. Just as the matron of the high platform contemplated instructing the guards to expel this disruptive individual from the brothel, the flamboyant Dai Tianwei finally spoke. "This young master offers a personally inscribed folding fan, along with 299 million gold soul coins, a token symbolizing the enduring bond between this young master and Miss Lu Mian. At this proclamation, the atmosphere stilled, and many inwardly cursed the spendthrift. 299 million gold soul coins could nearly procure a century-old soul bone, considering such treasures are rare and elusive. The last auction at the Tiando trading house saw a 350-year-old black magic wolf's right leg bone sell for 320 million gold soul coins. The sincerity of the guest in room 1 on the 3rd floor was evident with his offer of 299 million gold soul coins. Would anyone dare to raise the stakes? The matron had already cast aside her earlier displeasure. After all, gold soul coins were what truly mattered. Although she understood the likelihood of further bids was slim, she felt compelled to inquire nonetheless. One cannot be too cautious. After all, one never knows if a more sincere gentleman might emerge. However, the matron's hopes were ultimately misplaced, as several minutes passed with no additional bids. Reluctantly, she declared, "Since there are no further offers, this display of sincerity on behalf of our dear Mian Mian must come to a close. Which esteemed gentleman shall be honored as her chosen guest? I kindly ask everyone to grant us 10 minutes, after which we shall reveal the decision." As her words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the room. For the old gentleman vying for attention, those fleeting 10 minutes felt like an eternity. Time slipped away. While Lu Mian on the high platform nodded, shook her head, smiled gently, and displayed mock anger, her enchanting demeanor igniting impatience among the gentlemen. At long last, the 10 minutes elapsed. Lu Mian stood gracefully, plucking a flower from her hair and presenting it to the matron beside her, signaling with a discreet glance. She then glided towards the back of the platform and soon vanished from sight. The matron, receiving the flower, nodded gently. As the crowd witnessed Lu Mian's departure, they erupted in commotion. The matron approached the forefront and addressed the audience with a smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. Miss Mian has selected her beloved. But should you desire companionship, our establishment boasts many other exquisite ladies available for your pleasure, not solely Miss Mian." Upon hearing these words, the crowd was immediately incensed, shouting, "Who is it? Which scoundrel has caught the eye of Miss Mian Mian? Let him step forward. I shall have his head. I will beat him so thoroughly that even his mother won't recognize him." The assembly was aflame with fury, the atmosphere chaotic. The madam, unfazed, continued to smile and said, "The man chosen by Miss Mian Mian is none other than young Master Dai from the 3rd floor. The rules of the Yinji building are well known. Since Mian Mian has found her favored gentleman today, it is my duty as the madam to escort young Master Dai safely to her room. I kindly ask for your understanding, and in return, all of you shall enjoy complimentary services at the Yinji building today." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into an abrupt silence. Though they yearned to protest, they knew well that the customs of the Yinji building were unwavering. To continue their uproar would likely draw the ire of the notorious Guangxi Douluo, who was known to guard this establishment against any unruly elements during such occasions. As the murmurs subsided, the madam approached with a beaming smile, respectfully extending a flower towards Dai Tianwei, saying, "Young Master Dai, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. We cannot keep Miss Mian Mian waiting." With a charming smile, Dai Tianwei took the flower from her hand, inhaled its fragrance, and nodded. "I am honored by Miss Mian Mian's regard. How could I possibly dampen her spirits? Please, lead the way, madam." The middle-aged woman turned and walked towards the exit, with Dai Tianwei following closely behind. They navigated through the hall and arrived at a secluded pavilion behind a Yinji building, where delicate and elegant melodies flowed, creating an atmosphere that seemed discordant with the romantic reverie of the place. As they neared the pavilion, the madam suddenly halted, turning with a smile. "Young Master Dai, Miss Mian Mian has invited only you, your 2 guards." Dai Tianwei turned to address them. "You may leave now. The reputation of the Yinji building precedes it. No one here would dare lay a hand on me. Do not spoil the elegance of this occasion." Upon concluding his words, a faint, silver smile graced the corners of his mouth as he stepped inside. The 2 guards, intent on voicing their concerns, fell silent at the sight of Dai Tianwei's slight displeasure. Recognizing the validity of the moment, this locale was remarkably serene. Even the sounds emanating from the nearby Rouge Pavilion were barely perceptible, rendering it a rare haven of tranquility. Following the matron, Dai Tianwei ascended to the 2nd floor, where an alluring fragrance wafted through the air, a scent reminiscent of a maiden's boudoir. As he parted the beaded curtain at the doorway, the room of Lu Mian unfolded before him. The chamber was modest in size yet meticulously arranged, exuding an air of clarity and refinement. Within, there was a table, several chairs, and a fragrant bed draped in vibrant crimson bedding, presenting a striking visual impact. A few exquisite pastries and a small jug of wine adorned the table. At that moment, Lu Mian sat beside an ancient guqin, her delicate fingers idly plucking the strings. Upon noticing Dai Tianyue's entrance, she briefly raised her gaze, only to hastily lower her head again. Though veiled, her exposed skin appeared slightly flushed. Dai Tianwei observed her with a smile, and Lu Mian rose gracefully, softly inviting, "Young Master Dai, please take a seat." Promptly responding, Dai Tianwei settled down. And Lu Mian poured him a cup of wine, their proximity merely 3 feet apart. A wave of intoxicating feminine fragrance enveloped him. A scent so delightful that it seemed to beckon one's senses. He was certain that no perfume had been employed. It was merely a natural body scent. Chapter 35. Imperial concubine. Moreover, this natural fragrance contrasted with Lu Mian's demeanor. She appeared delicate and fragile. Yet her eyes and this scent hinted at a beguiling allure typically found in more libertine women. This peculiar juxtaposition, though somewhat strange, rendered her even more captivating. A perfect amalgamation of purity and sensuality exquisitely embodied within this young woman. Dai Tianyue's silvery, mischievous eyes fixated on Lu Mian's charming visage when suddenly a voice filled with seductive resonance rang out from behind him. No wonder Dai Tianfeng would go to such lengths, even fabricating imperial edicts to eliminate Dai Yeyu, while showing such indulgence towards his own younger brother. After all, the 4th prince had prowess in literature, while you, devoid of any scholarly accomplishments, possessed only a natural innate soul power of level 5. Regardless of the circumstances, you seemed perpetually distracted by base desires. Were it I would not deign to engage with a wastrel. Yet the 6th prince is an entirely different matter. Merely possessing innate soul power of level 8 surpasses you greatly. As the 4th prince of the Xinglua Empire, when had Dai Tianyue ever been referred to as a wastrel? Dai Tianyue's gaze turned icy as she followed the sound, only to behold a figure materializing on the fragrant couch. This was a girl who appeared to be in her early 20s, with flowing black hair cascading like a waterfall, her exquisitely delicate features resembling a painted portrait. She possessed a slender physique, with a graceful silhouette accentuated by a fitted red palace gown that highlighted her alluring curves. Yet, upon encountering such a beauty, Dai Tianyue, typically composed, found her eyes widening in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Yi Guifei?" The woman known as Yi Guifei slowly rose, exuding charm as she gracefully approached Dai Tianyue, playfully lifting her chin with a flirtatious smile. "4th prince, why do you not kneel and greet me upon my arrival?" Dai Tianyue scoffed, swatting Yi Guifei's delicate hand away, her brows furrowed in confusion. "Yi Guifei, are you not serving my father in the Xinglua Imperial City? How could you possibly be here in the Moonwheel City, and within the confines of the Yinji Tower?" Yi Guifei laughed lightly, unaware of your impending doom, dear 4th prince. To call you a waste is truly an affront to the term. Perhaps it is more fitting to use you as a descriptor of true ineptitude. With a loud thump, Dai Tianyue's anger flared, and she rose abruptly, declaring, "Yi Mingwei, do not think that just because you are the emperor's favored concubine, you can repeatedly slander me. You are merely a noble consort, not the empress. Do not be so arrogant." Yi Guifei, or Yi Mingwei, smiled even more seductively, covering her mouth with a laugh. "Do not exert yourself so. You might injure your hand. After all, your body still holds considerable value." At that moment, even Dai Tianyue, despite her naivety, sensed something amiss. Not to mention the girl, Lu Mian, showed no reaction upon encountering a figure presumed to be a concubine of the Xinglua Empire and a supposed 4th prince, as though she were already aware of their true identities. "Well, what do you intend to do? If anything were to happen to me, my father, and my elder brother?" "The crown prince will not let you off easily," Dai Tianyue admonished Yi Mingwei, her voice trembling with fear. "He, your father and elder brother are merely 2 lapdogs in my grasp," Yi Mingwei replied coldly. "I command them to go east, and they would not dare venture west. I tell them to dance, and they shall not sing. You, how dare you? How dare you speak?" So Dai Tianyue was now utterly terrified, unable to fathom the arrogance and dominance in Yi Mingwei's words. "My martial soul is the dream of illusions, allowing me to completely control a person as a puppet, weaving dreams that ensnare the mind. Thus, your father has spent many a night in my chambers, playing with a pillar," Yi Mingwei stated chillingly. "By the way, your Xinglua Empire's white tiger martial soul is rather intriguing, allowing that old man to play for such an extended period. Perhaps it would be better renamed Silver Tiger Martial Soul?" With a mischievous smile, Yi Mingwei remarked, while Dai Tianyue's face turned ashen, her legs instinctively retreating step by step. The secrets Yi Mingwei divulged about herself suggested that, regardless of her intentions, she was unlikely to escape a grim fate. After all, the more one knows, the swifter the demise. Ada, Aer, save me. Dai Tianwei cried out desperately, placing her hope for survival in the hands of her two soul emperor-level bodyguards. While Yi Mingwei merely observed her with a smirk, refraining from any intervention. Ada, Aer, save me. Ada, Aer, save me. Her voice echoed loudly, likely audible throughout the entirety of the Rouge Pavilion, for although Dai Tianyue was deemed a failure, she was still a soul master of 3 spirits. Yet, her cries seemed futile, even as she gasped for breath like a dying dog. The 2 bodyguards stationed below the loft remained completely unresponsive, as if they had not heard her at all. Gazing at the breathless Dai Tianyue, Yi Mingwei grinned wickedly and said, "Apologies, 4th Prince. I seem to have forgotten to mention something." Wretched woman, spit it out. Faced with the futility of her pleas and the bleakness of escape, Dai Tianwei resorted to her true nature, attempting to gain a verbal advantage. "That something is, I, Yi Mingwei, hold the title of illusory dream. My level, however, is not that high, only 97. Upon hearing the words "not that high," Dai Tianyue initially thought to mock her. In his understanding, not high could only mean a level of 91. Yet 97? If that was considered low, then what could be deemed high? He now comprehended that this woman was deliberately toying with him. However, what could he do? A super Douluo at level 97 surpassed even his father. The white tiger Douluo at level 92 by 5 levels. Should he charge at her? With his prideful second head? Fortunately, at that moment, Yi Mingwei's malicious amusement reached its apex. With a gentle clap of her hand, she declared, "Lord Ghost Fox, it is now your turn." As her words fell, a door within the small room was softly pushed open. Dai Tianyue focused intently, only to see a hidden door within the wardrobe beside the fragrant couch being revealed. An elderly man clad in gray, with a grim expression, emerged slowly, accompanied by a youthful figure in a blue robe, whose handsome features were striking. It was evident that the gray-clad elder was the Lord Ghost Fox mentioned by the illusory dream Douluo, but what truly horrified Dai Tianyue was the young man in blue. Upon seeing him, Dai Tianyue was utterly petrified, stammering, You are you human or ghost? Were you not already dead?" The young man in blue replied coolly, "The Dai family still owes me a debt that is yet to be repaid. How could I so easily meet my end?" My dear 4th brother. Chapter 36, Daiyeyu. Additional chapter for 20,000 donations. Yueluan City is a quaint outpost of the Xinglua Empire. Poetically described as picking chrysanthemums beneath the eastern fence, leisurely gazing at the southern mountains, yet more bluntly, it is a desolate place where even birds refrain from defecating. However, just 7 days prior, a contingent of palace guards accompanied by a eunuch clad in yellow arrived, shattering the tranquility of this small town. In a modest courtyard, distant from the lord's manor of Yueluan City, a young man dressed in a blue robe, handsome in countenance, knelt before the yellow-clad eunuch, accompanied only by his solitary steward and a few servants. Before them stood the eunuch and 2 imposing palace guards. Within the Xinglua Empire, yellow is a color steeped in taboo for eunuchs. It is rarely worn by anyone but a specific individual, the imperial messenger who conveys the emperor's decrees. At this moment, all present in the courtyard fell to their knees, gazing at the imperial edict that the eunuch was slowly unfurling. 6th Prince, Daiyeyu, heed the decree. "I am here," replied the blue-robed man, his youthful visage betraying a flicker of excitement. 3 years prior, he had been exiled to this remote city for expressing an overly fervent concern for the state affairs of the Xinglua Empire, thereby offending the emperor. He had spent 3 long years in this outpost, convinced that the emperor, Dai Mao, had forgotten him. Consequently, he had begun to acclimate to life in Yueluan City, gradually relinquishing his ambitions and desires, content to exist as a carefree prince. Yet, he never anticipated that the emperor would remember him today, recalling his son exiled to this distant city. In this moment, he felt happiness, exhilaration, and joy. Was his father summoning him back to Xinglua City with a personal decree? By the will of heaven, the emperor proclaims, the 6th Prince, Daiyeyu, being one of the 4 princes of the Xinglua Empire, has long resided in Yueluan City without drawing upon the empire's resources. Such a disposition of contentment and lack of avarice should serve as an exemplar for all within the Xinglua Empire. It brings me great solace. As these words echoed in his ears, the excitement on Daiyeyu's face was uncontainable. The pain in his waist dissipated, and the fatigue in his knees vanished entirely. Indeed, had his father been watching over him all along, he mused. However, as the yellow-clad eunuch concluded the final line of the decree, the smile on Dai Yeyu's face began to freeze, a look of astonishment slowly manifesting. Today, I bestow upon the sixth prince, Dai Yeyu, a cup of century-old fine wine. And I urge him to maintain this commendable disposition. Thus decreed. As the eunuch's peculiar voice faded, a goblet of golden wine was presented before Dai Yeyu by the stout palace guard behind him. A century-old fine wine? Gazing intently at the exquisite wine before him, Dai Yeyu shook his head repeatedly, utterly disbelieving that the scene unfolding was real. For the wine bestowed by imperial decree could only be poisoned. No. My father would never treat me this way. Dai Yeyu suddenly rose, roaring at the eunuch in yellow robes. In response, the eunuch's brows furrowed slightly. Sixth prince. Do you intend to defy the decree? This statement struck like a sharp sword, instantly shattering all of Dai Yeyu's fantasies, resentments, and hopes, rendering him powerless and collapsed on the ground. Your Highness, please. The poison wine had already been presented to Dai Yeyu by the imperial guards, ready for him to receive it. Enough. A fleeting reflection passed through Dai Yeyu's mind, contemplating his ordinary yet extraordinary life. Apart from his sister, the eighth princess Dai Yejun in distant Xing Luo city, and his mother, who had been cast into the cold palace and was utterly helpless. He had no other attachments. As a prince of the Xing Luo Empire, he was not an ordinary man. Yet, born of a mere palace made favored whimsically by Dai El Mao, he found himself with no advantages in the struggle for the imperial throne, trapped in a life of insignificance. Taking the exquisite wine, Dai Yeyu murmured, "How wonderful it would be if I were not born into royalty." With his heart heavy as ashes, he closed his eyes, tears streaming down as he drank it all in one gulp. Bang! Soon, the deadly poison began to take effect, and the wine vessel slipped from Dai Yeyu's grasp, clattering to the ground. The eunuch in yellow looked on with a complex expression as Dai Yeyu succumbed to the poison. He first instructed 2 imperial guards to dismiss Dai Yeyu's servants and steward. After a long pause, he painfully managed to utter, "I have done as you instructed." "Where's the antidote?" The imperial guard behind him, Zhang Hu, replied casually, "The 7 worms and 7 flowers pill. There is no antidote." The eunuch's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed at the guard, "Are you deceiving me? Do not be hasty, master. Although there is no antidote, there is a means to suppress it. Every year on the night of the full moon, one must consume a pill that can suppress the poison and the insects," said Zhao Long, the guard who had delivered the poison wine to Dai Yeyu. "Do you wish for me to remain your dog forever?" The eunuch asked coldly, a hint of mutual destruction in his tone. "Master, you should consider your own son," Zhang Hu remarked. "Huh? Are you jesting? A person like me could ever have a son?" The eunuch scoffed. "Indeed? What of Huang Tianxing from Shangyu village? Zhang Hu, would you like to eliminate him?" Zhao Long said with a faint smile. Shangyu village. Merely uttering those 3 words thundered in the eunuch's ears, for that was the name of his illegitimate son from before he entered the palace. These individuals possess an uncanny ability to investigate matters with remarkable clarity. Even those from a decade ago. Huang Quan involuntarily inhaled deeply and, with a hint of exasperation, inquired, "Who exactly is behind you?" "You need not concern yourself with that. Esteemed sir, as per our agreement, this suppressant will be given to you, and in return, the body of the 6th prince will be handed over to us." Zhang Hu replied, I truly wonder what you intend to do with the corpse. Our family can arrange for a similarly shaped body to be discarded at a mass grave and incinerated without a second thought," Huang Quan retorted. "Is it not more prudent for you to head to the city lord's residence now and rouse the 4th prince for a meal? It would not bode well for the city lord's wife and daughter to linger too long in their chambers," Zhang Hu remarked with a faint smile. Indeed. The reason for the visit to Moonwell City was not Huang Quan, but rather the 4th prince, Dai Tianwei. The shift in appearance was unnecessary to elaborate upon. As the night cloaked the sky in inky darkness, the silver moon hung shrouded, with only a handful of stars emitting a soft glow. Within a modest room in Moonwheel City, an enigmatic elder was engaged in some task with a young man, bare from the waist up. Just as the elder withdrew his hands, the young man's eyelids twitched unexpectedly. Chapter 37. Soul Transference at the Rouge Pavilion. Dai Yeyu's demeanor was indifferent. His icy gaze fixed intently upon Dai Tianwei, as though the individual before him were a stranger rather than his own brother. After a protracted silence, Dai Yeyu questioned, "My mother, who is unambitious and disengaged from worldly strife, has still been wrongfully cast into the cold palace by your machinations. Yet you remain relentless. Were it not for the secret support of concubine Yi, my mother would likely have succumbed under your pressures. My sister, Dai Yijun, is merely 12 years old. And you dare to betroth her to that antiquated relic in the distant land of the Mo Lan Duchy, a man old enough to be her grandfather. As the saying goes, even a tiger does not consume its own cubs, yet your family seems to revel in such cruelty. Are you even human? Initially, Dai Tianwei remained unfazed by Dai Yiyu's vehement accusations, too weary to counter them. However, upon hearing that his younger sister was only 12, he perked up. While he may not grasp many matters, this was an area in which he was well versed. 12 years old? One is of age at 12. Why should she not marry? I, myself, played 3-player card games with 2 maidens at the age of 8, and at 10, I even participated in 4-player mahjong. Have I ever voiced any grievances? As Dai Tianyue displayed an obstinate demeanor, Dai Yiyu's seething anger felt as though it had struck nothing but soft cotton, ineffective and futile. Meanwhile, the onlooker, Yi Mingwei, chuckled lightly, saying, "He is but a dying man unable to control even his own corpse. Why should you bother to argue with him, 6th prince? Rest assured regarding the matter of the 8th princess, Dai Yijun, the prince from the Mo Lan Duchy is one of ours and will not harm your sister." Yi Mingwei signaled to the ghostly fox Douluo Qian Chuan, whose face was graced by a chilling smile. He retrieved 2 cups filled with a deep green liquid from his wrist-mounted soul guide. Offering 1 cup to Dai Yiyu, he urged her to drink, while the other was placed upon a small table in the room. Without a moment's hesitation, Dai Yiyu accepted the cup from Qian Chuan and downed its contents in one swift motion. Conversely, Dai Tianyue scoffed disdainfully, declaring, "You wish to poison me? By all means. But only if Gu Fei feeds me with those red lips of yours." He believed there was no conceivable way for him to leave this room alive. So he relished the moment without restraint. In response, Yi Mingwei smiled enchantingly and said, "Since you insist, I shall oblige." With those words, a faint pink aura erupted from her, enveloping Dai Tianwei entirely, and within moments, he absorbed it all. Suddenly, Dai Tianwei chuckled and reached for the cup, mirroring Dai Yeyu's earlier actions, consuming its contents in one gulp. However, what occupied his mind was not the image of drinking the green liquid, but rather a playful scene with Yi Mingwei, who was clad in delicate gauze, as they engaged in a game of tag, chasing and evading each other. Ultimately, perhaps due to her relatively weaker physique, Yi Mingwei found herself captured by Dai Tianwei, who grasped her delicate arm, pulling her into his embrace. Yet, nothing transpired thereafter, for the effects of the liquid had already taken hold. Dai Yiyu collapsed first, followed closely by Dai Tianwei. There was no need for Yi Mingwei to issue commands. Qian Chuan laid their bodies parallel and invoked their martial spirits. Among the 9 soul rings, colored in hues of yellow, purple, and black, a large fox with deep green fur and fiery crimson eyes materialized behind him, merging with him. With a commanding voice, Qian Chuan called forth 9th soul skill, soul transfer. As he unleashed this ability, a dark glow emanated from his green fox claws. In an instant, he grasped a nearly translucent humanoid figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to Dai Tianwei. A gentle breeze swept through, and the figure began to dissipate into motes of light, carried away by the wind. Simultaneously, Qian Chuan extracted another figure from Dai Yeyu's body, resembling her closely, and swiftly placed it within Dai Tianyue's form. After completing this arduous task, Qian Chuan appeared to have exhausted his very essence, beads of sweat dotting his furrowed brow as he gasped, "I have not failed my mission." Qian Chuan's 9th soul skill carries a certain probability of failure, the critical moment being the failure to transfer another soul back into its original body within a mere 0.5 seconds. At this juncture, Yi Mingwei breathed a sigh of relief. After expending such tremendous effort, a failure at the final step would render all their endeavors futile. Suddenly, a sound of mild astonishment emanated from the cabinet from which Qian Chuan had emerged. Indeed, seeing is believing. The skills of Lord Illusion and Lord Ghost Fox have truly opened my eyes. By the way, when will this little fellow awaken? Startled, Yi Mingwei and Qian Chuan turned to see a young man, clad in black, half reclining against the cabinet. Observing this, Yi Mingwei smiled and remarked, "So it is the master who has arrived. You really ought to inform us in advance." Qian Chuan added, "I have met the master. That little one should awaken in approximately 72 hours. Qian Chongling nodded at the 2 individuals, leisurely making her way to a small table, pouring herself a glass of wine. She smiled at Lu Mian and suddenly inquired of Yi Mingwei, "Is this child your disciple? What is the title of that piece?" Yi Mingwei was taken aback for a moment, then replied, Indeed, Mian Mian is my disciple. And the piece is called 9 Layers of Enchantment. She realized that Qian Chongling was referring to the composition performed by Lu Mian on the high platform. Qian Chongling smiled and remarked, "Indeed, it appears this girl meets your criteria. There is still ample time. She has only mastered the 3rd layer of the 9-fold melody. Haste makes waste. We must proceed with caution." With a shift in conversation, Qian Chongling continued, "In recent years, has the number of individuals meeting the requirements of the Rouge Tower been sufficient? This matter has largely been overseen by Guangxi. Although I have not been directly involved, I can confidently state that the personnel are more than adequate. The individuals at the Rouge Tower, from courtesans and madams to bodyguards and attendants, are all chosen from those born into poverty or those oppressed by the nobility. Left with no other options. These individuals are either fiercely loyal when provided with a meal or harbor deep-seated grievances against the royal aristocracy, thus proving to be exceedingly reliable. That is reassuring. How is the infiltration progressing?" Qian Chongling inquired. "In recent years, our focus has been primarily on expansion. So our infiltration into the Starluo Empire and the Heavendo Empire has not been substantial," Yi Mingwei responded. "No matter. 15 years is ample time for you to execute your plans. By the way, I have come bearing medicine, as I heard your supply is nearly depleted." As she spoke, Qian Chongling produced 10 small porcelain vials from her soul guide. Upon seeing these vials, Yi Mingwei and Lu Mian recoiled as if confronted by a formidable beast. While Chen Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, these vials contained the notorious 7 insects and 7 flowers pill, which evoked dread in all who encountered it. Chapter 38. The use of spiritual power. Meanwhile, at the training grounds outside the Papal Hall in Spirit City, Bibi Dong's light purple hair danced in the wind as she smiled at the 3 men and 1 woman encircling her. "You may begin," Bibi Dong announced cheerfully. "Please proceed with caution, Holy Maiden," the leading woman replied. In that instant, all 4 individuals activated their 6th soul rings simultaneously. 6th soul skill, Iron Vine Entanglement. One of the men shouted and launched the first attack. As his voice fell, numerous green iron vines sprouted from beside Bibi Dong, seemingly intent on ensnaring her. Remaining unperturbed, Bibi Dong smiled serenely, and suddenly, a brilliant sword light erupted, instantly severing all the iron vines, which fell to the ground as shattered remnants. The spear emerges like a dragon. A pitch-black long spear hurtled through the air, its icy gleam ruthlessly aimed at Bibi Dong's chest, coinciding with the dissipating sword light. In response, Bibi Dong slowly extended her jade hand, which, enveloped in purple soul power, transformed into a claw resembling that of a dragon, forcefully grasping the spear's shaft as it approached. Boom! A dull thud echoed before the Papal Hall, as the Soul Emperor, wielding a firearm, was propelled like a cannonball, sent flying through the air. It was none other than Bibi Dong, who, while gripping her spear, deftly tugged at it, utilizing the momentum of the Soul Emperor's own assault. She caused him to lose his balance and delivered a fierce kick that sent him hurtling away. "Saintess, do you find me beautiful?" Suddenly, a voice, rich with allure and ethereal charm, whispered in Bibi Dong's ear. The leading woman, having approached her unawares, radiated a soft pink glow, revealing a graceful and captivating middle-aged figure. Her mature elegance was undeniable, and the thick brown tail trailing behind her added an unconventional allure. This was the 6th soul skill of the female Soul Emperor, Pink Charm. An enchanting ability. A delicate rosy light emanated from her, and as her eyes sparkled, the charm technique was activated. Yet, no matter how potent and alluring skill, it must be triggered through one of the 6 senses: hearing, sight, taste, smell, touch, or feeling. However, Bibi Dong's mental fortitude had been honed through countless trials and fortified by a potion crafted from the elixir of clarity, rendering her mental prowess formidable. Thus, this enchantment was akin to a child's play. A fleeting flash of crimson danced in Bibi Dong's eyes as her overwhelming mental power surged forth, colliding with the Soul Emperor's skill. In that instant, both pairs of blood-red pupils locked in a gaze. The Soul Emperor felt as though her head had been pierced by a sharp object, letting out a muffled groan before staggering and gasping for breath. "Let us not dwell on the inadequacy of your mental prowess," Bibi Dong remarked coolly, her arms crossed behind her back, her demeanor icy. "Is this how you wield your mental energy? Like a soft pillow? Do you intend to smother someone with that?" For the first time, her opponent's mental control technique had faltered, even rebounding upon itself. Could it truly be that, as the Saintess had suggested, her application was flawed? Wan Xiaoshuang, the Soul Emperor, found herself engulfed in confusion. Fortunately, another Soul Emperor, Wan Hanzhuang, soon intervened. Witnessing his sister being subdued by the Saintess, the sixth soul ring beneath his feet glimmered, and the blade of his weapon, a blood-tinged broadsword, gleamed ominously as he swung it towards Bibi Dong. Observing Wan Qiushuang's bewilderment, Bibi Dong smiled faintly and said, "Allow me to enlighten you on the proper application of mental energy." In a heartbeat, a flash of crimson ignited in her gaze, followed by a piercing scream. Suddenly, Wan Hanzhuang's left hand lost its control, and the blade intended for Bibi Dong turned against him, striking his own chest. A wound, neither deep nor shallow, appeared on his torso, and the blade, now stained with its master's blood, appeared even more alluring. Indeed, this fellow was left-handed. This bizarre scene left not only the four Soul Emperors on the training ground in shock, but also a strikingly handsome young man nearby, rendering the atmosphere eerily silent. "What have you done?" broke the silence with the anguished cry of Wan Qiushuang, who had just awakened from her stupor. Her voice, slightly hoarse, resonated. "Guide me. How exactly should one utilize mental strength? You mean what just happened was achieved through mental power? How is that possible?" An incredulous control-type Soul Emperor questioned, viewing the application of mental force as no different from what Wan Qiushuang typically demonstrated, or rather, how mental power was conventionally employed in the Douluo continent. Nothing is impossible. Mental strength is inherently enigmatic and unpredictable. Its application hinges on your imagination. You may use it to strike others, while I may use it to manipulate bodies. Fundamentally, they're the same. In fact, controlling objects with mental force, be it a blade of grass or a towering mountain, can be accomplished. My teacher refers to this as the divine command over matter. As for the secret techniques for cultivation, such privileges naturally require substantial contributions to the spirit hall. Bibi Dong remarked with a smile. The divine command over matter? Wan Qiushuang, her mind muddled, pondered deeply at these words. "Thank you all for your hard work. We shall conclude here for today." Bibi Dong nodded to her fellow Soul Emperors, stepping down from the training ground. She accepted a towel from a maid, wiped the sweat from her brow, and exited the arena. Watching Bibi Dong depart, the control-type Soul Emperor remarked to his companions, "The Holy Maiden has grown increasingly formidable, defeating us without even employing her martial spirit." The spear-wielding Soul Emperor nodded in agreement. "It seems we must request the Pope to arrange for 6 members in the future. That would suffice for the Holy Maiden's training." Indeed, they mused, oblivious to the nearby youth, appearing fresh-faced with a simple cropped hairstyle. Around 16 or 17 years old, who wore a look of existential doubt. He murmured to himself, "Is a soul master still a soul master if they do not utilize soul skills? Yet this woman can effortlessly defeat the combined efforts of 4 Soul Emperors? Surely, she must be considered a soul master. If I could acquire her method of defeating soul masters without relying on soul skills, I would no longer be hindered by my innate limitations and could resume my cultivation without the incessant need to research my martial spirit." As if resolute in his decision, the young man approached the several Soul Emperors, seeking to discern the true nature of the so-called Holy Maiden, thereby facilitating his actions. The esteemed Soul Emperors of the Spirit Hall were greeted by Yu Xiaojiang, a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Family's exchange group, currently interning at the Spirit Research Institute. Chapter 39, Has the House Been Stolen? Non-existent. In Moonwell City, at the Rouge Pavilion, 2 guards under Dai Tianyue were conversing with the matron of the establishment below the loft. "It seems Master Dai will be spending the next few days in Mianmian's chamber. Do you gentlemen require a room to rest?" The matron inquired of the Soul Emperor level guards. "We appreciate your kindness, but our duties compel us to remain here and await Master Dai's descent." Wang Han and Ma Wei replied in unison, exchanging glances. They held no doubts regarding such matters, for their master had engaged in similar activities frequently. It was merely a part of their routine. Just 7 days prior, their master had spent 2 full days in the residence of the city lord's wife in Moonwell City. "Oh dear, you two are laboring excessively. With the elements against you, will it not be said that our Rouge Pavilion offers inadequate hospitality? Would you not care to partake in some nourishment to warm yourselves?" The matron continued to persuade. Wang Han and Ma Wei maintained their stoic expressions, impervious to her entreaties. "How about we arrange for a tent for the 2 of you? You could take turns resting," she suggested. Upon hearing this, the guards' typically expressionless faces finally revealed a flicker of change. Their reluctance to eat stemmed from a fear that the Rouge Pavilion staff might administer some form of poison within the food. Should they fall victim, they would have no choice but to atone with their lives. However, The prospect of a tent for shade presented no issue. After all, even soul masters are human, deserving of respite from the elements. Thus, Wang Han spoke first. "We are grateful for your thoughtfulness, madam." With a beaming smile, the matron responded, "It is my duty. I shall arrange it at once." In a cheerful stride, she descended to make the necessary preparations, and soon a black tent of moderate size was delivered, accompanied by a small bed and 2 stools. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, 3 days had elapsed. In Mian Mian's chamber, Qian Chongling and others were gathered around a table, their eyes fixed intently on Dai Tianwei, who was stretching his limbs, curiosity etched upon their faces. With a serious demeanor, Yu Mingwei occasionally placed her hand on her belly, laughing. "Something is amiss. Your expression is not correct. From what I know of Dai Tianwei, your current smile is rather questionable. When he sees a beautiful woman, it is not like this. How should one express such an expression?" Yu Mingwei pondered, resting her chin on her hand, contemplating the appropriate terminology. "That expression should embody a blend of lewdness and lasciviousness. Allow me to demonstrate, so you can mimic it later." As the words fell, Qian Chongling's previously nonchalant expression abruptly transformed. His pupils slightly dilated, his eyes brightened, and his body leaned forward ever so slightly, as if to draw nearer to Yu Mingwei. Simultaneously, a mix of astonishment and desire, along with a thrill akin to that of a hunter spotting prey, graced his features. "Chen Chuan, Lu Mian, Yu Mingwei, Dai Tianwei." After a considerable pause, Yu Mingwei's lips quivered slightly as she remarked, "My lord, your expression truly leads me to believe that Dai Tianwei has returned. It is simply identical." Indeed, when Dai Tianwei beheld Qian Chongling's expression, an uncanny sense of déjà vu washed over her, reminiscent of her 4th imperial brother. Ahem. Qian Chongling cleared his throat lightly, drawing the thoughts of those present back to him. He continued, "This is roughly the situation. Remember this expression. Although some may suspect that Dai Tianwei has been framed due to your drastic change in temperament, this body belongs to Dai Tianwei, and the martial soul is the inherited white tiger of Xinghua. No matter how it is examined, the results will remain unchanged. However, it is better to mitigate any unforeseen events if possible. Consider this actor's self-cultivation as a gift for you." At this moment, Qian Chongling smiled faintly, resuming his usual demeanor, and took out a book from the soul guide, handing it to Dai Tianwei. Dai Tianwei accepted the book, nodded to the others, pushed open the door of the small room, and stepped outside. The following day, Dai Tianwei met with the yellow-clad eunuch Huang Quan and returned to Xinghua City. Little did he know that after his departure from Yulun City, a piece of gossip began to circulate. "Have you heard? The young master from Xinghua City fought for an entire day and night." "Uft, your news is outdated. He actually fought for 3 days and nights. Not just that. I heard that Miss Lu Mian was rendered unable to get out of bed." A chorus of gasps echoed, the terror palpable in the air. Meanwhile, in the library of the Spirit Hall, a vast collection of books regarding soul masters and soul beasts was housed. These were merely basic pieces of information compiled by the Spirit Hall and did not qualify as confidential. However, the confidential information was also present, concealed within a secret chamber of the library. This chamber was spacious, divided into an upper and lower section that communicated with each other. One area contained several rows of bookshelves, some filled with numerous tomes while others held only a handful. The other section was a moderately sized room, serving as a rare place for Qian Chongling to rest. Bibi Dong often visited the dark chamber out of boredom to read and take a break. "Your Highness, the Saintess." The 2 young soul masters guarding the entrance of the library respectfully greeted, their slightly bowed heads betraying a hint of admiration. Saintess Bibi Dong was the dream of many young soul masters within the Pope's Hall, beautiful, powerful, and possessing both wealth and authority. Though aware that it is highly unlikely to pique his interest, one must still harbor dreams. After all, who knows when they may come to fruition? In such a case, one could directly marry a beautiful and affluent lady, soaring to success in an instant. Bibi Dong nodded slightly at the 2, uttering a gentle acknowledgement before pushing open the grand door of the library and stepping inside. In contrast to the dark chamber, the outer hall was characterized by a meticulous arrangement of shelves, each brimming with books. Bibi Dong swiftly made her way to the innermost row of bookshelves, intending to investigate whether the tome on the realm of tidal Douluo, soul bones, and soul rings held significance. To her surprise, she found someone occupying that space, a young man clad in the uniform of the Soul Spirit Research Institute, adorned with the word intern. He appeared youthful and delicate. Unlike her teacher, Qian Chongling, With his striking and ethereal demeanor, this young man exhibited a more effeminate charm, reminiscent of Zhu Douluo Yuguan, as Bai Bai Dong would describe. At that moment, the young man was deeply engrossed in examining a book, seemingly captivated by its contents. The cover inscribed with the 3 forbidden lands of Douluo continent, Sea God Island. Are you a new intern at the Soul Spirit Research Institute? Bai Bai Dong inquired with curiosity. As the institute was established by Qian Chongling, she frequently visited and had explored many intriguing items within. This individual, however, was unfamiliar to her, and she was certain she had never encountered him before. Chapter 40. Mutual schemes. The effeminate youth, engrossed in his reading, briefly revealed a smirk of triumph across his otherwise concealed face. He lifted his gaze to behold Bai Bai Dong's unparalleled beauty, presenting what he believed to be a radiant smile. Good day, milady. My name is Yu Xiaogang, an intern at the Soul Spirit Research Institute. Bai Bai Dong nodded, responding succinctly and with poise, I am Bai Bai Dong. Yu Xiaogang was momentarily taken aback, quickly bowing in respect. It is an honor to meet you, Princess Saint. Bai Bai Dong furrowed her brow, sensing an inexplicable unease. She remarked, typically, the Soul Spirit Research Institute does not admit interns. Furthermore, with your surname being Yu, you must belong to the recently visiting Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, correct? Yu Xiaogang promptly replied, Princess Saint, you truly possess an exquisite mind. Indeed. I am from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Upon hearing this, Bai Bai Dong displayed a knowing smile, her tone unruffled as she continued, to my knowledge, the representatives sent to the Soul Hall for exchange are usually from smaller sections. Why would the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan send someone this time? The opportunity had arrived. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang's heart surged with joy. He had been eagerly awaiting Bibi Dong to pose this very question. From what he had gathered, the reputation of the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, was exceedingly favorable, characterized succinctly as beautiful, affluent, powerful, and, most importantly, exceptionally kind-hearted, treating both commoners and spirit masters with equal regard. To put it less delicately, one might say she was rather naive. After a moment of contemplation, having rehearsed his prepared speech in his mind, Yu Xiaojiang sighed deeply and, with a bitter smile, confessed, in truth, I ran away from home, only to be sent by my family to the Spirit Hall. Several years prior, Yu Xiaojiang could no longer endure the derision from various members of his family and had left in anger. However, recently, his family had tracked him down and assigned him a task to journey to Spirit City and acquire the formula for the fuel of a motorboat, thereby proving that he was not a mere wastrel squandering the family's resources. It is worth noting that Yu Xiaojiang was 16 years old this year, and remarkably, he had attained the 16th rank, a level achieved with considerable assistance from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's cultivation resources. According to a comment from a reader, there are additional chapters in the physical book detailing that Bibi Dong, at 19, became pregnant due to a secret elopement. The original text suggests that Yu Xiaojiang was slightly younger than her, around 17 or 18 years old. At that age, a cultivation level of 29 would not be considered worthless, as many spirit masters in their 20s only reached around 32. It can be surmised that during the early years of their acquaintance, Yu Xiaojiang had excessively utilized Bibi Dong's cultivation resources, enabling him to rise to level 29. Yet he could not break through to level 30, thus earning the label of a waste. Hence, the narrative establishes that he only appears at the 16th level. Bibi Dong's smile broadened as her curiosity intensified regarding this individual, sensed by her spiritual awareness to possess only the 16th rank, and why he had become a focal point of her teacher's attention. Some intelligence from the Dark Palace occasionally surfaced in the small villa of Qian Chongling in Spirit City, and Bibi Dong had the fortunate chance to glimpse this information multiple times, which included a thorough dossier on Yu Xiaojiang. With genuine curiosity, Bibi Dong inquired, why did you run away from home? Yu Xiaojiang's expression darkened as he began to recount the hardships of his life over the past decade or so, which closely aligned with the details Bibi Dong had come across. After a lengthy discourse, Yu Xiaojiang concluded his tale, his face etched with profound anguish and tears welling in his eyes. Bibi Dong's smile abruptly faded, replaced by a woman's innate sensitivity and with a hint of compassion. She remarked, Yu Xiaojiang, you truly are quite unfortunate. Though she spoke those words, Bibi Dong's true thoughts were met with a cold smile. Heaven's punishments may be forgiven, but self-inflicted sufferings cannot be endured. During the years of her external training, the first destination that Qian Chongling took her to was the residence of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, with a duration exceeding a year. Her experiences there were, naturally, self-evident. Thus, her sentiments towards the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan could be encapsulated in 2 words: disdain. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes scrutinized Yu Xiaojiang's effeminate visage, and suddenly, a flash of inspiration illuminated her mind. Although Yu Xiaojiang possessed only a rank of 16, the fact that he garnered Qian Chongling's focused attention indicated that he must possess some remarkable qualities. While she found it difficult to critique Qian Chongling's emotional intelligence, she could not help but acknowledge his intellect. If she were to cultivate a closer relationship with this individual, who was favored by her teacher, it would inevitably draw the teacher's gaze toward her, allowing her to probe into the teacher's thoughts. Indeed, Bibi Dong was poised to reveal her intentions. Her slender fingers rhythmically tapped against the bookshelf as she began to contemplate the specifics of her strategy. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang seized the opportunity to secretly admire Bibi Dong. Wholly captivated by her unparalleled beauty, such a stunning woman, during his years away from home, he had encountered other females. Yet none could compare to this enchanting saintess before him, he mused. As the saintess of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong held an exceedingly high status within the organization. Should Yu Xiaojiang manage to win her heart, not only would her innate soul abilities, which required no martial spirit to activate, be advantageous, but he could also rise to prominence within the Spirit Hall. Furthermore, should Bibi Dong ascend to become the new pope of the Spirit Hall, he would find himself soaring to incredible heights. Lost in such thoughts, Yu Xiaojiang felt his mouth nearly watering. Suddenly, a gentle voice pulled him from his reverie. As Bibi Dong exclaimed with delight, "Yu Xiaojiang, I have an idea that could assist you." "What method?" Yu Xiaojiang asked, momentarily taken aback. "Your innate soul power is merely half a rank, and your martial spirit is somewhat peculiar, making the path of a soul master quite arduous for you. Thus, I suggest you consider developing a career in martial spirit research," Bibi Dong proposed. Martial spirit research? The domain of masters well-versed in various theories of soul masters? This revelation struck Yu Xiaojiang like a bolt of lightning, shattering the fog in his mind and illuminating the path he needed to pursue. "Indeed, if you possess extensive knowledge, no one will mock you," Bibi Dong said lightly. Yu Xiaojiang, filled with excitement, expressed his gratitude. "Your Highness, I cannot thank you enough. Should I achieve any success, I will certainly not forget your guidance today. By the way, I am quite proficient in theory as well. If you encounter any areas of confusion, feel free to seek my counsel," Bibi Dong replied with a smile. Yu Xiaojiang promptly agreed, saying, "Very well, Your Highness. I shall trouble you more in the future." He shifted the topic and continued, "A few days ago, I had the fortune of witnessing the Holy Maiden and several Soul Emperors engage in a sparring match, and they emerged victorious with remarkable ease. However, I find myself puzzled as to why Her Highness the Holy Maiden's soul techniques do not require soul rings. These techniques necessitate a robust physical foundation and are exceedingly challenging. If you're interested, I would be willing to impart some foundational knowledge." Bibi Dong chuckled, thinking to herself, "Does he truly believe I am unaware of his intentions? The so-called foundation is indeed quite esoteric." Without suspicion, Yu Xiaojiang replied with enthusiasm, "Then I shall trouble Her Highness in the future. Gratitude to all the esteemed patrons for their generosity. As we approach the middle of the month, I humbly request a wave of complimentary votes and support." Chapter 41. Progress and Performance. The following day, within the conference room of the Papal Hall, the reclusive elder Qian Douluo, who had long resided in the Elder Hall, finally emerged. His expression, however, was gravely serious. Alongside him was the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Xuanji, both regarding Bibi Dong with solemnity. After a lengthy silence, Qian Douluo finally spoke. "Holy Maiden, are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? Should anything go awry, neither I nor Xuanji can bear the consequences." Bibi Dong nodded gravely. "Grant him access to all foundational literature of the Spirit Hall. After all, some of these documents are outdated, while they may not be incorrect. They cannot be deemed entirely accurate either. I shall bear all consequences." Qian Douluo let out a long sigh and remarked, "Since the Holy Maiden has made up her mind, I shall comply." Bibi Dong smiled and said, "Thank you, great offering." Meanwhile, far away in Xinglua City, Qian Chongling suddenly sneezed and murmured, "Why do I feel such unease?" In the splendid prince's residence of Xinglua City, within the dazzling confines of the imperial palace, Dai Tianfeng reclined leisurely, one arm wrapped around a captivating maiden while resting his head upon the graceful legs of another. Suddenly, a rapid knocking echoed from the door. "Who is it?" Dai Tianfeng inquired, frowning. "Your Highness, Consort Yi has hosted a banquet and invites you, and the fourth prince, a maid responded from outside. Understood, Dai Tianfeng replied nonchalantly. Your Highness, do you truly intend to attend? His devoted maid asked softly. Why would I not? Dai Tianfeng opened his eyes, a smile brightening his face as he gazed at the two concubines beside him. I shall go and meet this legendary consort. Farewell, Your Highness, the two maidens curtsied. Upon my return, we shall continue, Dai Tianfeng chuckled, rising and departing the chamber. Your Highness, please take care, the two maidens called out in unison. Haraha. Dai Tianfeng laughed heartily, his spirits lifted as he made his way toward the palace, filled with delight. Consort Yi was Dai Tianfeng's most cherished consort, and thus, in a sense, she could also be regarded as his aunt. Your Highness, the consort has been waiting for a considerable time, a maid said upon his entrance. Dai Tianfeng nodded. Lead the way. Yes, the maid responded and guided him toward Consort Ye's chambers. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Consort Ye's quarters, where the maid gently knocked on the door. Your Highness, the consort has been waiting inside. Come in, came Consort Ye's gentle voice from within. The maid entered and glanced at the bed, where Consort Yi lay gracefully, clad in a gossamer garment that revealed her porcelain shoulders. At that moment, she was reclining on the bed, perusing an ancient tome. Seeing Consort Yi, Dai Tianfeng hastened over and sat beside her. Consort Yi, you summoned me. Hee, Tianfeng. It has been quite some time since we last met. Consort Yi lifted her head, closing the book, and smiled as she inquired. Indeed, it has been a while. How have you been? Dai Tianfeng nodded. Thanks to you, I am quite well, Consort Yi replied with a smile, reaching out to take hold of his arm. Hee. When do you plan to have father ascend to the afterlife? Dai Tianfeng gazed at Consort Yi's voluptuous figure, feeling a surge of anticipation. Tianfeng, have I not informed you? It will still require some time. Ye Guifei playfully smiled and said, I am aware, but did you not mention that once I ascend to the throne, we could revel in carefree bliss together? Dai Tianfeng inhaled the delicate fragrance emanating from Ye Guifei, becoming enraptured by it. Hee. That shall only be discussed once you are crowned. Ye Guifei gently tapped Dai Tianfeng's head, her voice sweet and alluring. Haha, then I shall eagerly await that day. What of the fourth prince? Has he yet to arrive? Dai Tianfeng inquired. The fourth prince is already on his way, Ye Guifei replied. Very well. Let us await his arrival together, Dai Tianfeng said. Ye Guifei nodded, and the two settled on the bed, engaging in leisurely conversation. Before long, a knock resonated on the door. Who goes there? Dai Tianfeng barked. Reporting to the crown prince, it is the fourth prince, came the voice of a maid from outside. Please, come in, Dai Tianfeng commanded. The door opened, revealing fourth prince Dai Tianwei as he stepped inside. I pay my respects to you, brother crown prince, and to you. Ye Guifei, Dai Tianwei said, bowing respectfully to Dai Tianfeng and Ye Mengwei. No need for such formalities, fourth brother, Dai Tianfeng replied with a smile. Thank you, brother crown prince, Dai Tianwei straightened, beaming at Ye Guifei. Now that everyone is here, I shall instruct the servants to prepare a banquet, Ye Guifei declared with a nod. I appreciate your efforts, Guifei, Dai Tianfeng said, clasping his hands in gratitude. Ye Guifei gestured for the servants to set the banquet. And soon they were all seated at the table, partaking in the evening meal. Fourth prince, how do you find the food and drink today? Ye Guifei inquired with a smile. It is splendid, far surpassing the usual fare, Dai Tianwei praised, nodding in approval. Oh, that is delightful. Do indulge further, Ye Guifei encouraged. Thank you for your concern, Guifei. I am quite satisfied, Dai Tianwei replied. That is good to hear, Ye Guifei nodded. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, the banquet gradually drew to a close. After exchanging a few words, Dai Tianfeng took his leave. You performed admirably today. I did not perceive any flaws. Once Dai Tianfeng departed, Ye Mengwei's expression shifted as she addressed Dai Tianwei coolly. I have diligently honed my craft as an actor, Dai Tianwei retorted with a cold smile. Your skills are indeed commendable. However, you must exercise caution this time to avoid detection. Do you understand? Ye Guifei cautioned. I am aware. I shall not falter. Dai Tianwei asserted resolutely. Let us hope so. You may leave now. I wish to rest. Ye Guifei waved her hand dismissively. As you wish, Your Highness, Dai Tianwei replied, turning to depart. Meanwhile, as Dai Tianfeng walked along the path, his thoughts lingered on the alluring scent that Ye Guifei exuded. This woman is simply enchanting, he mused inwardly. Having never encountered such an exquisite beauty before, truly one of a kind in the world. Regardless of the means, I must win Ye Guifei's heart. Dai Tianfeng gritted his teeth and resolved within himself to conquer the beautiful Ye Guifei, aspiring to become the emperor of the Xinglua Empire and to possess the world. Upon returning to his chamber, he lay upon his bed, contemplating the events of the day, his emotions tumultuous and unsettled. Once I ascend to the throne, the first order of business will be to take care of you, he mused silently, swallowing hard at the thought. Chapter 42. On the road, time flew swiftly. And half a year later, in the training grounds of the Papal Hall, the elegant and spirited Bibi Dong shook her head, extending her gloved hand to lift the fallen Yu Xiaojiang to his feet. With a hint of exasperation, she remarked, "It seems you lack talent not only in fist techniques, but also in swordplay, footwork, and palm techniques." Yu Xiaojiang rose, brushing off his black robe, his expression somewhat grim as he forced a semblance of a smile. "It appears I am truly fated to be at odds with these self-created soul techniques." Over the past 6 months, Yu Xiaojiang had subtly inquired about the cultivation of these self-created soul techniques from Bibi Dong, pretending to harbor a fondness for him. Bibi Dong naturally exhibited a willingness to teach him the intricacies of these techniques. However, unclouded by the whims of romance, Bibi Dong shrewdly imparted only the most advanced and esoteric swordplay and fist techniques, akin to teaching a primary school student who cannot even grasp basic arithmetic. The complexities of calculus, it was akin to reading an ancient text. As a result, Yu Xiaojiang learned nothing in this half-year. Rather, under Bibi Dong's well-meaning guidance, he became even more acutely aware of his shortcomings, resigning himself to the realm of theory. Observing Bibi Dong's gloved hand, Yu Xiaojiang inquired with confusion, "It has been a month. Has your hand, injured by the spiral sphere, not yet healed?" Bibi Dong glanced down at her glove and chuckled. "It's not that simple. It will take several more days. Saintus, today marks the annual Lantern Festival in Wuhuan City. Might I have the honor of inviting you to explore it together?" A flicker of anticipation and nervousness graced Yu Xiaojiang's delicate features. "Of course, I have not taken the time to appreciate it in recent years." Bibi Dong readily agreed without a moment's hesitation. As night fell, the inky sky was studded with twinkling stars, yet within the martial Soul City, the scene was ablaze with light, with pairs of red lanterns adorning the doorways of every household. It must be said that the Lantern Festival in martial Soul City was indeed a lively affair, brimming with song and dance, riddles, and performances by various entertainers. At this moment, Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaojiang strolled side by side along the bustling streets, engaging in occasional conversation. Suddenly, Bibi Dong halted before a small stall, where she picked up 2 masks, one resembling a pig's head and the other a fox's face. She then retrieved 2 silver soul coins from her bag and paid the vendor. Bibi Dong donned the fox mask first and then handed the pig mask to Yu Xiaojiang, stating softly, "Many people in martial Soul City know me. To avoid unnecessary troubles, let us wear these masks." Gazing at the vividly crafted pig mask, Yu Xiaojiang felt 100 objections rise within him. Yet, under Bibi Dong's persistent entreaties, he reluctantly put on the pig mask. Thus began their playful exploration of the streets, where they either watched performances or engaged in solving riddles together. Throughout this delightful escapade, Yu Xiaojiang's demeanor was nothing short of gentlemanly, embodying the essence of chivalry. "My lady, may I call you Donger from now on?" Yu Xiaojiang suddenly expressed with heartfelt sincerity during their outing. Bibi Dong had previously stated that only those closest to her could address her in such a manner, implying that Yu Xiaojiang was hinting at his desire for her to be his girlfriend. "Tomorrow at this time, in the small grove outside martial Soul City, I shall provide you with a satisfactory answer," Bibi Dong replied, casting a deep gaze at Yu Xiaojiang, followed by a charming smile. In that instant, an unmistakable joy illuminated Yu Xiaojiang's face. Time flew by swiftly, and their lantern viewing journey was nearing its conclusion. Afterward, Yu Xiaojiang escorted Bibi Dong back to the entrance of her 4-bedroom residence at Qian Chongling before returning to his own abode. Upon arriving at his temporary dwelling in martial Soul City, Yu Xiaojiang's expression changed dramatically beneath his mask. Ha 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 ha. A triumphant expression involuntarily surfaced on his face, the corners of his mouth widening unbeknownst to him, ultimately erupting into uncontrollable laughter. He was thoroughly satisfied with the events of the evening, save for the presence of that fool. Although Bibi Dong had not explicitly acquiesced to his request, a woman suggesting a rendezvous in the secluded grove during the night rendered the answer self-evident. In his view, it was merely the coyness of femininity at play. He could hardly contain his joyful fantasies, envisioning that in the near future, perhaps as soon as tomorrow, he would be granted the opportunity to savor her allure, subsequently conquering Bibi Dong. This would pave the way for his promotion and salary increase, and once Bibi Dong ascended to the papacy, he could clandestinely become the true master of the spirit hall. Meanwhile, in Qian Chongling's four-bedroom residence, the southwest room belonged to both Bibi Dong and Qian Chongling, their quarters facing each other. The elegantly classic room was suffused with a delicate fragrance of orchids. Bibi Dong removed her mask, revealing an exquisite visage, a faint smirk playing at her lips. With graceful steps, she elevated her long, jade-like legs and reclined upon the soft bed. After a moment, she parted her crimson lips and softly called out to the young woman clad in a green palace gown at the doorway. Renxue, according to the itinerary, the teacher will arrive in Spirit City tomorrow afternoon, correct? Luo Renxue replied, Miss, as per the master's schedule, she will arrive around 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Very well. Let us proceed as planned. Tomorrow evening, you shall meet with Yu Xiaojiang and deliver him the message that a worthless being like him is unworthy of a spirit hall saintess such as myself. He should cease his daydreams. Bibi Dong's tone was indifferent. Additionally, present him with this soul guide device. It contains a 700-year-old soul bone and 20,000 gold soul coins as a form of compensation. Despite the mutually exploitative nature of their relationship, Bibi Dong felt a twinge of reluctance. This soul bone was indeed a compensation for Yu Xiaojiang, enabling him to break through to the 25th level upon absorption. Understood. Mississippi Luo Renxue stepped forward, accepting the belt-shaped soul guide device, while simultaneously retrieving a feather-light human mask from Bibi Dong's hand. As Luo Renxue's figure gradually receded, Bibi Dong surveyed her surroundings and, finding no one, retrieved 2 sets of crimson garments from beneath her pillow, one male and one female. Gazing down at the 2 outfits, she murmured, I have waited 6 years. I shall no longer evade. The female attire was unmistakably bridal, while the male counterpart spoke for itself. Her flawless, white hands gently caressed the garments, revealing no trace of the injuries she had mentioned. Chapter 43. I lay my cards on the table as dusk fell. The setting sun bathed everything in a warm orange glow. In a corner of the Spirit City Library, a figure emerged, clad in black, Qian Chongling. At last, I have resolved the recent matters, Qian Chongling murmured to himself. The journey from Starfall City to the Spirit Hall had significantly drained his soul power. Now, he found himself with only 95 of his soul energy remaining. As Qian Chongling was about to depart from the library, he suddenly heard the distant sound of footsteps. Is someone approaching? Qian Chongling raised an eyebrow, his eyes narrowing. Creak. The grand door of the library swung open, and a young man clad in a blue robe stepped inside, his face adorned with a broad smile, seemingly in high spirits. As the young man sauntered in, he hummed a cheerful tune, as if relishing some exquisite delicacy. Who are you? Are you unaware that one cannot freely enter the library of the Spirit Hall? The young man glanced at Qian Chongling within the library, his brow furrowing, and arrogantly reprimanded him. Qian Chongling was momentarily taken aback, casting a curious glance at the young man before him. Who is this audacious individual? How long has it been since anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner? Did he truly need to seek permission to enter his own abode? What is your name? A fleeting crimson glimmer flashed within Qian Chongling's eyes. I am Yu Xiaojiang. The young man replied, momentarily stunned. At this declaration, an overwhelming fury erupted from the depths of Qian Chongling's heart. Who permitted this imbecile to enter the library? If he did not hang this scoundrel up and administer a thorough beating, he would write Qian Chongling's name in reverse. However, he needed to ascertain what transpired that led this scoundrel to the library. In Qian Chongling's eyes flickered a scarlet light as he coldly inquired of Yu Xiaojiang. Who sent you to the library pavilion? Yu Xiaojiang, with a vacant gaze and a dazed expression, replied, It was the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. Qian Chongling pressed further. And what is your relationship with Bibi Dong now? We are still friends, but after tonight, we should become lovers. A fierce rage surged within Qian Chongling's chest, had it not been for his need to comprehend Bibi Dong's inner thoughts. He would have undoubtedly slain the scoundrel before him for daring to entangle himself with his disciple. Enough. You may leave now. Qian Chongling's tone was frigidly dismissive. All right. I will leave at once. Yu Xiaojiang nodded and turned to exit. In the four-room residence of Spirit City, within Bibi Dong's chamber, she sat at a table, leisurely sipping tea from her cup. Bibi Dong, come to the secret chamber to see me. Qian Chongling's voice echoed in her mind. It was the voice of her master. He had returned. Furthermore, he no longer addressed her as Donger, indicating that everything had progressed smoothly and all was in readiness, awaiting the final touch. Understood, Master. Bibi Dong responded, rising to head towards the library pavilion. Upon reaching the door of the secret chamber, she activated the hidden compartment, opened the door, and stepped inside. Master, what instructions do you have for me? Bibi Dong respectfully stood within the secret chamber, bowing her head as she addressed Qian Chongling. Do you not owe me an explanation regarding Yu Xiaozhang's matter? Or rather, what exactly are you thinking? Qian Chongling could not comprehend why, after 5 years of experience, her disciple could still be enamored with Yu Xiaozhang. Was the infatuation truly beyond salvation? The thought was quite painful. To begin, she needed to pose a question to Donger, who would then provide a satisfactory explanation. Bibi Dong smiled gently and said, Very well, go ahead. Yes, Master. Bibi Dong nodded, her gaze drifting towards the grand bed in the center of the dimly lit room, her eyes sparkling with a peculiar light as she slowly spoke. Do you remember the ring you gifted to Donga? I remember. What of it? No, Master, you do not recall. You have forgotten the expression I wore at that moment. Bibi Dong shook her head. What was it? Master, you have forgotten. I was exceedingly bashful and utterly astonished, Bibi Dong confessed, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Qian Chongling was taken aback, recalling that indeed, at that time, Bibi Dong had behaved in such a manner. However, she was merely a little over 6 years old then. So what was there to be shy about? What was the cause of her timidity? Qian Chongling looked at Bibi Dong with curiosity and inquired. In Fengming village, the custom dictated that when a man presented a ring to a woman, it was tantamount to proposing, regardless of age. Bibi Dong's lovely face flushed as she spoke softly. Qian Chongling, good heavens, what an absurd custom is this? To put it differently, I once proposed to a child barely over 6 years of age. This calls for a cup of coffee. Teacher, you once told me that boys and girls should not engage in physical contact, that a boy should not touch a girl's body. However, when I was a child, frail and with cold hands and feet, how did you act in such circumstances? Qian Chongling, how is it done? Holding you close to warm you up. Teacher, you may not realize that every time you embrace me, I feel an overwhelming warmth and comfort. As she spoke, Bibi Dong's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Qian Chongling, teacher, you have mentioned that a man who flirts with a girl without taking responsibility is called a scoundrel. Do you wish to be such a scoundrel? Suddenly, Bibi Dong raised her head and asked. Oh well. Qian Chongling was left bewildered by Bibi Dong's question. He found himself unable to respond. Noticing his silence, Bibi Dong took out a striking red mail suit that she had personally sewn from her soul guide and continued, Teacher, will you wear the suit or not? Qian Chongling, my dear girl, you haven't prepared the phoenix crown and the flowing robes, have you? I personally embroidered them. Bibi Dong nodded and replied. Qian Chongling, everything has become clear. Although his emotional intelligence is lacking, his intellect is certainly commendable. A mere connection of thoughts reveals the truth behind it all. At the moment when the ice and fire duality, I plucked the heart-wrenching crimson of longing. The girl's thoughts were of him. No wonder he could find no answers despite his relentless inquiries. It turns out that the individual in question was himself. The matter concerning Yu Xiaozhang is evidently a ruse devised by the girl to gauge his feelings, with the intention of uncovering his heart's desires. As he beheld the resplendent crimson gown, Qian Chongling couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. He had been outwitted by his own disciple. My dear girl, are you aware that you are playing with fire? Qian Chongling spoke in a solemn tone. Playing with fire? What of it? Does the teacher not like it? Bibi Dong blinked her big eyes and inquired. He is a man of normal disposition, not some paragon of virtue. Seeing this scene, how could he remain unmoved? The allure of a beautiful woman is indeed the most difficult to resist. Qian Chongling hurriedly stepped forward, taking the gown while gently enveloping the graceful and enchanting figure of Bibi Dong in his embrace, and said to her, Marry me. Marry you? Bibi Dong's face flickered with a hint of surprise upon hearing this, although she had long anticipated her teacher's words. Hearing them spoken aloud filled her with immense excitement and exhilaration. Chapter 44. A profoundly different sensation, yes, marry me, and allow me to cherish you for a lifetime. Qian Chongling spoke softly. Yes. Bibi Dong nodded, her eyes gradually glistening with tears, and she responded in a whisper, I am willing. Qian Chongling gently embraced Bibi Dong's slender waist, his hands softly caressing her delicate lavender hair. After a prolonged moment, he released her and placed his hands upon her fragile shoulders, speaking in a tender voice, Silly girl. If you continue like this, I fear I may lose control and succumb to my desires. With a playful smile, Bibi Dong replied, Hey, Donga knows that you could never bear to take me just yet. Desire and restraint are two entirely different matters. You, my foolish girl, remain blissfully unaware of the allure you hold over me, Qian Chongling remarked, once more wrapping his arms around her waist, whispering near her alabaster earlobe. How vexing, Bibi Dong exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she leaned her pretty face against Qian Chongling's broad chest, speaking in a coy manner. Observing Bibi Dong's bashful demeanor, Qian Chongling was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago she had exuded the poise of a queen, demanding his attention, and now she transformed into a demure little woman. It can only be said that a woman's heart is as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. Qian Chongling lowered his head, delicately brushing his fingertips against the tender tip of Bibi Dong's nose, and gently remarked, Silly girl, let me make some arrangements. We shall be wed in approximately 7 days. 7 days? So soon? Bibi Dong exclaimed, her lovely eyes widening in astonishment. Yes, we will hold the ceremony alongside Xiao Xiaoji's wedding. I apologize, dear Dong, but due to my status as a teacher, I can only offer you this modest arrangement for now. We will surely have a grand celebration in the future, Qian Chongling said with a face full of regret. The wedding is merely a formality. I do not mind, Bibi Dong responded with a smile. Though Bibi Dong voiced indifference, Qian Chongling understood that her words were not entirely sincere. For a woman, donning the bridal gown and uniting with her beloved amidst the blessings of friends and family is an immensely significant journey, far from being a mere formality. Yet, for the time being, Qian Chongling found himself unable to provide Bibi Dong with the grand wedding she deserved. He could only compensate for this shortcoming with even greater affection in their everyday lives. Qian Chongling gently embraced Bibi Dong's slender waist with one arm while caressing her silky hair with the other, feeling a peculiar pressure against his chest. It seemed to him that this young lady might possess a figure that exceeds E-cup. Bibi Dong, with a radiant smile adorning her delicate face, leaned softly against Qian Chongling's chest. By the way, Donger, how do you plan to handle the matter concerning Yu Xiaojiang? Qian Chongling pondered for a moment before speaking. Bibi Dong gazed at him, a glimmer of mischief sparkling in her eyes. Teacher, I have always had a plan for this matter. Oh, pray tell. Qian Chongling replied with curiosity. My plan is to have Yin Shui disguise herself as me and directly reject Yu Xiaojiang, informing him that he is merely a worthless individual unworthy of being associated with the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong said with a smile. That is quite an admirable plan. Qian Chongling was taken aback for a moment, then nodded in agreement. It felt as if everything was predestined, a familiar narrative. The same words, yet yielding a different outcome. When would Donger choose to reject him? Curious, Qian Chongling inquired, recalling that Bibi Dong was only 19 when she intended to elope with Yu Xiaojiang, yet now she was merely 17, still 2 years shy of that age. Oh, but tonight around 10 o'clock, Yin Shui should not reveal any flaws, right? Suddenly, a wave of concern washed over Bibi Dong. She wondered if Luo Yunshue's performance might be discerned by Yu Xiaojiang. Should that occur, he would likely continue to pursue her, and despite her utter disinterest in him, it would become quite bothersome. Earlier in the afternoon, I observed that Yu Xiaojiang's current cultivation level was merely at 18. What of Luo Yunshue's present state? Qian Chongling asked Bibi Dong. Having not returned to Wuhuan City for over 5 years, he was indeed unaware of Luo Yunshue's current prowess. Luo Yunxue is now at the 47th level of soulmaster. She should not exhibit any weaknesses, Bibi Dong replied, given that her physique is quite similar to yours, coupled with the human skin mask and the cover of night. Unless Yu Xiaojiang possesses a head-soul bone over 50,000 years old, he should not be able to detect any flaws. As for whether Yu Xiaojiang could possess such a head-soul bone, the answer is undoubtedly negative. Bibi Dong's approach to handling Yu Xiaojiang did not elicit any objections from Qian Chongling. Indeed, eliminating Yu Xiaojiang outright would pose no issue. However, after his demise, who would squander Tang San's talents? Foreknowledge is an advantage. A Tang San with a clear development path and one with an uncertain trajectory, Qian Chongling certainly understood which would be easier to manage. Furthermore, were it not for the high likelihood of the Azura god reviving Tang San, he would have long since dealt with Tang Hao and his son. After all, failing to eliminate them could lead to complications with a hidden Tang San or Li San lurking in the shadows. Alas, he currently lacked the ability to obliterate souls directly. By the way, teacher, Donger has brought you a bowl of chicken soup stewed with red dates and goji berries. Bibi Dong broke free from Qian Chongling's embrace and retrieved a steaming bowl of soup from her soul tool. Teacher, let me feed you. Bibi Dong held the soup bowl in one hand and a spoon in the other, smiling brightly. Donger, are you certain you want me to drink this? Qian Chongling gently sniffed the soup, detecting a peculiar seasoning that he was well aware of. Absolutely, teacher. Please drink up. Qian Chongling smiled faintly, directly taking the bowl of soup from Bibi Dong's hands and consuming it in one gulp. In less than a moment, even breaths could be heard. At this moment, Bibi Dong chuckled softly. That night, the two began to engage in a game of double-person Dugu, transitioning from a single-minded focus to joy upon joy, until they reached the heights of perfection. However, midway through the game, Qian Chongling took the lead, for, given his physique, a mere bowl of chicken soup had little effect. The night was as dark as ink. Within the dim chamber of the library, a sense of spring lingered, while outside in the little grove beyond Spirit City, Yu Xiaojiang, clad in a gray robe, trembled from the cold, yet his eyes burned with fervor. Tonight was the moment he had eagerly awaited, to marry the beautiful and affluent, to ascend in his career, to become CEO, soaring to great heights, with the Spirit Hall firmly within his grasp. After a while, a girl dressed in a pale pink gown approached with graceful steps, her slender and fair legs barely visible, stopping about a meter away from Yu Xiaojiang. This girl was none other than Bibi Dong. Donger. Upon seeing Bibi Dong, Yu Xiaojiang's eyes immediately filled with infatuation. Do not address me so casually, Bibi Dong replied coldly. Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback, then awkwardly chuckled. Hee. Very well, your highness the saintess. I have come as per our agreement, Bibi Dong said indifferently. And so Yu Xiaojiang asked eagerly. You are merely a soul master who cannot even break through to level 20. You are unworthy of being associated with me, the saintess of the Spirit Hall. This soul guide contains 20,000 gold soul coins and a 500-year-old soul bone. Consider it your compensation, Bibi Dong stated coolly, tossing a belt-shaped soul guide at Yu Xiaojiang's feet before turning away without a backward glance. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang felt as though struck by lightning, standing there in a daze until Bibi Dong had walked far away. No matter how he called out, she did not turn back. How could this be? How could this happen? Chapter 45. The wedding 7 days later, dawn finally arrived, with the sun rising slowly. Today, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue, was the most prominent figure in all of Spirit City, for the Spirit Hall was an absolutely significant power on the Douluo continent. In the Pope's hall, Qian Renxue, dressed in a grand red wedding robe, welcomed guests attending his banquet. The city was adorned with flowers, red lanterns, and auspicious characters, while tables overflowed with fresh fruits. The streets bustled with people, and the sounds of gongs and drums filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. The wedding of Qian Renxue was conducted with remarkable grandeur. Almost every significant sect from the Douluo continent received an invitation. In addition, delegates from various nations were present, illustrating the considerable influence of the Spirit Hall. After all, it is no ordinary feat to summon such illustrious figures. The attendees comprised a diverse array of young individuals, primarily around the age of 30. Among them were distinguished disciples from various sects, elders of major factions, as well as princes and princesses from the two great empires and numerous principalities, each possessing their own unique identities and backgrounds. Those of relatively lesser standing were received by the branch leaders or attendants of the Spirit Hall, while representatives from the top 3 sects in the two great empires were naturally welcomed personally by Pope Qian Renxue, as they were deserving of such honor. Your Holiness, congratulations! Exclaimed Ning Fengji, the master of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, adorned in a splendid sky-blue robe, exuding an air of elegance and charm. Behind him stood an elder with hair as white as snow yet possessing a youthful visage, the venerable Sword Duluo Qinshin, who currently stood at the pinnacle of level 95. Master Ning, you are too kind. This way, please. Qian Renxue replied with a warm smile. Your Holiness, please. After you. Qian Sunji led the 2 individuals towards the central banquet of the hall, where representatives from the remaining 2 sects of the 3 major sects, along with the 2 great empires of Xingluo and Tiandu, were seated at several tables. Meanwhile, the representatives of the smaller sects had been arranged at a separate table. This arrangement elucidates why the esteemed leader of the 7 treasures glazed sect and other prominent figures were positioned at the heart of the hall. Under the watchful gaze of the assembly, Qian Renxue gracefully approached his seat, where he took his place, poised and waiting for the arrival of the various representatives. After all, the delegates from the 2 great empires and the esteemed 3 sects had all gathered. There was no need for him to personally greet the remaining attendees. Your Holiness. On behalf of the representatives from the 2 great empires and the 3 sects, I raise this cup in your honor. A middle-aged gentleman from the Heavenly Empire approached Qian Renxue with a warm smile, lifting his glass and downing its contents in one swift motion. Thank you. Please enjoy the drink. Qian Renxue replied with a cheerful demeanor, raising his own cup and following suit. Thank you, Your Holiness. The representatives of the 3 sects also partook in the toast. Subsequently, the 4th prince of the Xinglua Heavenly, Dai Tianhua, along with esteemed representatives such as Ulumian from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, and various leaders from major factions, came forth to extend their congratulations to Qian Renxue, presenting him with an array of gifts. Qian Renxue accepted the offerings with a faint smile adorning his face, exuding an extraordinary elegance that instilled a profound sense of comfort in those around him. The banquet extended into the midnight hours, during which Qian Renxue indulged in considerable libations, demonstrating a capacity for alcohol that could only be likened to the god of wine himself. Under ordinary circumstances, intoxication would be an impossibility for him. However, this evening, he found himself somewhat inebriated, overwhelmed by joy. The 4th prince of the Starry Empire, Dai Tianhua, exhibited remarkable vivacity throughout the festivities, showcasing his gentlemanly demeanor and charm before the multitude of guests. In contrast, the representative of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, Ulumian, maintained a stoic silence, quietly observing Qian Renxue from the sidelines. His purpose for attending was not solely to extend congratulations to the newlywed Qian Renxue, but also to retrieve his ineffectual nephew. Months had passed, nearly 8 or 9, without any success in acquiring the coveted fuel formula, and the only information gleaned was the name of the holy maiden from the spirit hall, Bibi Dong, who was reputed to be exceptionally formidable. To what extent? That remained shrouded in mystery. It appeared utterly futile to expect any meaningful achievements from this inept individual. As the evening progressed with the wine flowing and the dishes savored, guests departed in high spirits. Qian Renxue, supported by his loyal bodyguards, leisurely made his exit from the gathering. He returned to the papal palace, his residence. Qian Renxue pushed open the door, gazing upon Huang Yuyo, adorned in a resplendent red wedding gown with a crimson veil draped over her. With a gentle breath, he lifted the edge of the veil, revealing the exquisitely familiar rounded chin, now glistening with a solitary tear. Huang Yuyo, the eldest daughter of the Huang family from Soul City, possessed the family's ancestral martial soul, the Radiant Sword Lion. Her martial soul was an evolved form, the Radiant Sword Lion King, a superlative martial soul imbued with the essence of ultimate light, with an innate soul power reaching the remarkable 9th level. Qian Renxue gently wiped away her tears and smiled. Silly girl, you should be happy. This simple statement caused Huang Yuyo to lose control of her emotions, and she wept as she collapsed into Qian Renxue's embrace. At last, the veil that concealed her heart was lifted. This woman, the happiest of the day, unveiled her most beautiful and tender side before him. Renowned as a beauty in the spirit soul city, her allure was undeniable, but it was the happiness radiating from her face at this moment, filled with tears of joy and excitement, that truly captivated him. The tenderness, the glimmer of happiness in her eyes, and the brilliance of her spirit left Qian Renxue profoundly awed by her beauty. The light of a blissful woman is indeed incomparable. Yuyao, you are the most beautiful bride in the world, Qian Renxue sincerely murmured. Upon hearing his praise, Huang Yuyao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she playfully scolded him. Qian Renxue gazed upon Huang Yueying, his heart stirred with fervor, compelling him to draw her into his embrace and remove her resplendent red satin wedding gown. Meanwhile, in the elder hall, those who had not attended Qian Renxue's wedding, including Qian Douluo and the golden crocodile Dugu, along with the 7 esteemed offerings of the spirit hall, were seated around an octagonal table, ravenously devouring the dishes laid before them. The heavenly crocodile fixated intently on the last remaining piece of roasted meat on the platter, his eyes darting momentarily before he inquired, "Elder brother, today marks the joyous occasion of the Pope's wedding. Do you not feel the need to attend?" Qian Dalu chuckled. "Let the younger generation welcome Jie on their own. We shall indulge in the feast prepared by our esteemed ancestor." After Qian Dalu finished speaking, he reached for the last piece of grilled meat with his chopsticks, only to grasp at emptiness. The morsel had already been half devoured by Tianyi. In the midst of a grand wedding celebrating Qian Sunji, another clandestine ceremony unfolded, this being the union of Qian Chongling and Bibi Dong. After Qian Chongling prepared a sumptuous feast for a few famished souls, he was already enraptured in a passionate embrace with Bibi Dong. Chapter 46. Qian Renxue. As the silver moon hung high in the night sky, casting a veil of stars that twinkled like scattered diamonds, the atmosphere was thick with enchantment. Within the dim recesses of the Wuhuan City's library, following a fierce confrontation, Bibi Dong donned a delicate lavender nightgown, her alabaster arms tightly encircling Qian Chongling's neck, a sweet smile gracing her lips. In return, Qian Chongling held her close, their bodies entwined in a tender embrace. As Bibi Dong slowly opened her beautiful eyes, she gazed upon Qian Chongling's striking visage, a flicker of bliss illuminating her features. She gently pressed her lips to his right cheek, as soft as a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, before closing her eyes once more. Unbeknownst to her, in that moment of repose, a radiant smile spread across Qian Chongling's face as he tightened his embrace around her. Suddenly, a surge of information flashed through both their minds simultaneously. Ding! Chaos 4th Trial. Completing the hand-in-hand challenge. Chaos Divine Power Fusion Degree 10. Ding! Chaos 5th Trial. Mastering the Ice and Fire Dual Pot. Chaos Divine Power Fusion Degree 10. The first notification belonged to Qian Chongling. Proclaim your love boldly. With this achievement, his divine rank ascended to level 3. Applaud for love. With this accomplishment, Bibi Dong's divine rank rose to level 2. At this revelation, they both opened their eyes in unison, exchanging a glance before drifting back into slumber. Outside Wuhuan City, under the starlit sky, Yu Xiaojiang's heart was engulfed in icy bitterness. His animosity was not only directed towards the Wuhuan Hall but also towards Bibi Dong, Yuluo Mian, and the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. In pursuit of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan, he maneuvered his way into the Wuhuan Research Institute, becoming an intern. Although he did not acquire the formula for the fuel, he gained valuable knowledge. Yet, his uncle, Yuluo Mian, bluntly chastised him with a mere 2 words that echoed throughout his life: waste. Despite his calculative thoughts regarding Bibi Dong, he still harbored a desire to treat her well. Should the opportunity arise? With a twisted expression, Yu Xiaojiang glared at the towering walls of Wuhuan City, seething, Bibi Dong, if you deem me unworthy, do not blame me. I shall unveil the 10 core competitive strengths of our martial souls to the world. A division line. 3 years later, at the mountainside of a towering peak, there lay a verdant expanse resembling a sea, where ancient trees flourished abundantly, their trunks entwined with dark green vines. This tranquil woodland remained enveloped in silence, even at dusk, devoid of any ethereal beasts. Only the gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, creating a soothing whisper. Creak, creak, creak. The sound of withered leaves being trodden upon resonated through the serene forest, shattering its tranquility. Suddenly, the distant echoes of footsteps grew louder, swiftly revealing the silhouettes of a man and a woman. It was none other than Bibi Dong and Qian Chongling, their fingers interlaced, embodying a bond as strong as glue. At this moment, the sun had yet to fully descend, a fiery orb suspended in the sky, illuminating the world in a dazzling glow. Bibi Dong raised her right hand to shield her eyes from the blinding light. Glancing at Qian Chongling beside her with a playful smile, she inquired, "My dear, shall we spend the night atop the mountain?" Qian Chongling smiled and said, "Of course, otherwise, if this little lazy pig wishes to witness the sunrise, there will be no opportunity whatsoever." Pausing momentarily, she continued, "Moreover, we have numerous tasks ahead of us. We must seize the time. Do you understand?" Upon hearing Qian Chongling's words, Bibi Dong's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she lowered her head, overwhelmed by shyness. Upon witnessing this scene, Qian Chongling chuckled heartily a few times, before saying, all right, let us hasten our departure." With that, he took hold of Bibi Dong and continued their ascent up the mountain. The two encountered numerous trees along the way, yet none impeded their progress, and they forged ahead until they swiftly reached the summit. At this juncture, they found themselves atop a vast plain, devoid of any vegetation. The surroundings were desolate, with only sparse clusters of shrubs scattered about. The endless expanse stretched before them, enveloped in a pall of lifelessness, devoid of any vitality. Bibi Dong, perplexed, inquired, "This place seems rather desolate. My dear, are we truly to make our lodging here?" Qian Chongling gazed upon the desolate mountain summit, somewhat taken aback. After all, the mid-slope was still a lush expanse of greenery. Yet the transformation at the peak was so stark. However, embarking on a journey to another peak at this moment seemed rather cumbersome. He remarked, "It matters not. Merely one night." "Oh, very well then." Bibi Dong shrugged, choosing to say no more. Qian Chongling skillfully extracted a tent from the soul guide and swiftly set it up. allowing the two of them to take shelter within. As the silver moon descended in the west and the sun rose in the east, a radiant hue of gold and crimson gradually emerged in the eastern sky, growing ever brighter. How splendid! At last, we can witness the first rays of sunlight. Can we not, dear husband? Bai Dong exclaimed, her face alight with delight at the sight of the luminous glow. Indeed, it is truly beautiful, he replied. She turned to gaze upon Qian Chongling's handsome visage, and at that moment, he too lowered his head to look at her, succumbing to the impulse to kiss her tenderly. Qian Chongling gently responded, his hands encircling Bibi Dong's waist, drawing her closer to him as they shared a tender kiss. Meanwhile, far across the continent in Wuhuan City, a heavy snowfall blanketed the ground. In a room within the papal palace, several seasoned midwives and female healing spirit masters were diligently attending to their tasks. After more than an hour, the sound of a baby's cry echoed through the papal palace. Huang Yuyo, the wife of Pope Qian Xuanji, who had conceived 10 months prior, finally gave birth today. The midwife, having carefully cleaned the newborn life, presented the infant to Qian Xuanji with a beaming smile, proclaiming, "Congratulations, Your Holiness. Both mother and daughter are safe." Qian Xuanji's tumultuous heart had eased considerably as he lowered his head to gently kiss Huang Yuyo's forehead. He then cautiously took the swaddled infant from the midwife's hands. Contrary to the rosy and wrinkled visage he had imagined for a newborn, the child's skin was a delicate pinkish white, crystal-like, and she gazed around with large, pure eyes, brimming with curiosity about the world. "Brother Ji, what name do you intend to give our child?" Huang Yuyo inquired softly. "As she was born on a snow-laden night and belongs to the Ren lineage, let her be named Qian Renxue," Qian Xuanji replied tenderly. Much like in the original timeline, Qian Renxue had come into the world, yet unlike before. Her childhood was filled with happiness, enveloped not only in her parents' love, but also in the affection of her grandfather, leading to a truly blissful existence. Chapter 47, Lumao, or politeness or green, at the Xinglua Palace, located at the heart of Xinglua City, radiated opulence and grandeur. Illuminated by the light of day and night, with patrolling guards marching in succession, this palace represented one of the most vital regions of the Xinglua Empire, serving as its very heart. Inside, the commander of the Imperial Guard, Wang Longhu, led 5,000 guards on their rounds throughout the palace. At this moment, the chief guard, Zhao Zhong, whispered to Wang Longhu, "Commander, shall we proceed with tonight's patrol?" Hearing Zhao's words, a glimmer of insight flickered in Wang Longhu's eyes as he shook his head, replying, "There is no need. Let us relax a bit tonight. It has been too long since I shared a drink with my brothers." With that, the two shared a knowing smile, an unspoken understanding passing between them. "Your Highness?" Wang Longhu bowed respectfully as he and the guards reached the palace gate. "Rise." A hearty laughter echoed, followed by a man's voice. "General Wang Longhu, you have worked hard." At the sound of this voice, Wang Longhu was taken aback, quickly lifting his gaze to the man before him, his face alight with excitement. "I pay my respects to your Highness. Long live the Crown Prince." The man before him was none other than the Crown Prince of the Xinglua Empire, Dai Tianfeng, the direct descendant of the royal lineage and the future ruler of the empire. Clad in a resplendent purple robe with a jade pendant at his waist, he exuded an aura of nobility as he strode toward Wang Longhu, subtly gesturing with his eyes before saying, "I will require your assistance again tonight, Commander Wang." "Your Highness." "You flatter me. It is my duty," Wang Longhu replied, his eyes sparkling with determination. He then stood tall and inclined his body slightly, gesturing for Dai Tianfeng to proceed. "Please, Your Highness." "Indeed." Dai Tianfeng nodded slightly, then turned and stepped toward the imperial palace, pausing before an extraordinarily opulent hall, the Tiger Roar Palace, the private quarters of the supreme ruler of the Xinglua Empire, Emperor Dai Lumao. The dozens of guards stationed outside the palace, upon seeing their prince, respectfully knelt on one knee in unison and exclaimed, "We pay our respects to His Highness the Crown Prince." Dai Tianfeng acknowledged them with a nod, gestured lightly with his hand, and commanded, "Rise." "Thank you, Your Highness." The guards responded as they stood upright. "Come, I wish to see Father," Dai Tianfeng declared as he made his way into the Tiger Roar Palace. Upon entering the royal chambers, his gaze was immediately drawn to a breathtaking figure, clad in a delicate veiled gown of white, with long hair cascading over her shoulders. Her skin was fair as snow, and her beauty was unparalleled. Her phoenix-like eyes sparkled with clarity akin to autumn waters, and her cherry-red lips, naturally tinted, exuded an endless allure. This enchanting woman was Consort Yi, the emperor's most favored concubine, without rival. At that moment, Consort Yi furrowed her delicate brows, holding a bowl of medicinal soup in her hands. With her lips slightly parted, she addressed the pale-faced Dugu, who lay upon the dragon bed. Your Majesty, this is a token of filial piety from His Highness the Crown Prince. You should at least take a sip. My beloved consort, I find myself lacking an appetite at the moment. Perhaps later, Dugu replied, managing a faint and unappealing smile. Your Majesty, this is the Crown Prince's heartfelt concern. Even if you disregard your health, you cannot overlook his filial devotion, Consort Yi implored with genuine concern. Hearing her words, Dugu sighed, rising from the dragon bed to sit upon the dragon chair. Alas, I understand your intentions. There is no need to persuade me further, my dear consort. Why, my child, what brings you here so late to see your father? Dugu yawned as he inquired of Dai Tianfeng, who had slowly approached. Having heard of father's ailment, I came to check on you. Dai Tianfeng replied coolly, his demeanor lacking the customary reverence. Your concern is noted, but you should return to rest. Dugu, accustomed to high office, immediately sensed Dai Tianfeng's unusual demeanor and promptly issued an order for him to leave. Consort Yi glanced at Dai Tianfeng and offered him a subtle nod. Dai Tianfeng cast a discreet glance at her before bowing to the emperor. Father, please do not shy away from seeking treatment. Allow me to tend to you. The soup is best consumed while it is still warm. He took the bowl from Consort Yi's hands and approached Dugu. As the bowl neared his lips, Dugu's gaze flickered, and he summoned his soul power. Shouting, Chief Qin, his voice thundered, echoing through the air, yet the level 91 title Douluo assigned to protect him did not appear. Observing the cold smile on Dai Tianfeng's face and the steadfast presence of Consort Yi beside him, Dugu let out a gentle sigh. I did not expect, my beloved consort, that you and the Crown Prince had conspired together. Chief Qin must have been eliminated by your people, correct? Indeed. The one who responded to Dugu was not Yi Mengwei, but rather another individual. At the entrance of the Tiger Roar Hall, a tall middle-aged man with a head full of golden hair strode in, dragging a corpse with his right hand. It was none other than Chief Qin, a rank 91 titled Douluo, who had fallen victim to Dugu's machinations. I am Xue Peng, honored to meet the Stardo Emperor. Although Xue Peng uttered these words, there was not a trace of reverence in his demeanor. It seemed that even if I refrained from partaking in this bowl of soup, I would be compelled to drink it nonetheless, sighed Dugu. Dai Tianfeng took a deep breath, attempting to compose his exhilarated emotions, and replied, This is a token of filial piety from my son. Very well, indeed, Dugu responded coldly. As soon as the words left his lips, he tilted his head back and consumed the concoction in one gulp, closing his eyes as he reclined upon the dragon bed. Before long, Dugu's breath began to fade. Dai Tianfeng picked up a towel beside him to wipe away the remnants of the medicinal brew. Casting a glance at Dugu on the dragon bed, he scoffed. Is he dead? Yi Guifei rose from her seat and approached the dragon bed for a closer inspection, nodding gently. He has passed, succumbing to poison. Father, do not blame me. You insisted on clinging to this position, and thus I had no choice but to expedite your meeting with our ancestors. Dai Tianfeng mused inwardly. Rest assured, with my talent, the Stardo Empire shall flourish under my reign. He then turned to Yi Mengwei, saying, I shall rely on you, Lady Guifei. For what comes next? Yi Mengwei nodded, her expression one of sheer panic as she exclaimed, This is terrible. His Majesty has departed. 3 days later, the news of the passing of Stardo Emperor Dugu spread throughout the entirety of Stardo City, gradually reaching the farthest corners of the Stardo Empire, prompting a nationwide mourning. Half a month later, the former crown prince, Dai Tianfeng, ascended the throne, ushering in a new era for the Stardo Empire. Chapter 48. The inherently powerful level 23 as the sun rose, its golden rays pierced through the layers of mist, casting a warm glow over the land. Within a chamber of the Pope's Hall in the martial Soul City, a charming little girl with golden hair and azure eyes, dressed in a white princess gown, lay asleep on a large, soft bed. She was none other than Qian Renxue, who had just turned 6 this year. Knock. A crisp sound echoed, jolting the slumbering Qian Renxue awake. Ah. She sat up, rubbing her eyes and yawning, raising her hand to tousle her golden locks, murmuring, I'm so sleepy. Little sluggard, rise and shine. Today is the day of your martial soul awakening. A voice, cool and melodious as water, drifted in from outside the room. Soon after, a girl clad in white appeared before Qian Renxue, her crimson eyes sparkling with a smile. Ah, is today truly the day of my martial soul awakening? Qian Renxue rubbed her drowsy eyes, a look of confusion adorning her face as she remarked, I thought there were still a few days left. Schwer, hurry and get ready, said the girl in white, her face breaking into a gentle smile. Sister Saintess, please wait for Schwerer for a moment. Qian Renxue hurriedly rose to freshen up, while Bibi Dong, clad in white attire, quietly observed the delicate little girl before her, her face radiating an unmistakable tenderness. According to their lineage, Qian Douluo, Qian Sundi, and Qian Renxue should refer to her as their ancestor. However, Bibi Dong felt quite youthful and thus rejected such a title. After all, two individuals older than herself, one of whom was nearly 200 years old, made her shudder at the thought of being called great-grandmother by such an elder. As the saying goes, when your girlfriend asks you to wait 10 minutes for her to put on makeup, that 10 minutes might stretch to an hour. Hence, even though Qian Renxue was quite young, she took nearly half an hour to finally step outside. In a secret chamber within the papal hall, the elders, led by Qian Douluo, comprised 7 aging bachelors, along with Pope Qian Sundi and his wife, Huang Yueying, as well as the venerable Qian Chongling, who was older than all of them combined. 2 years prior, Qian Chongling had taken Bibi Dong to the Stardo Forest, intending to indulge in a grand feast. To their astonishment, they discovered an ancient rabbit had transformed into human form, and they had no choice but to subdue it severely, allowing Bibi Dong to deliver the final blow, which became her 7th spirit ring. Upon absorbing this spirit ring, which was effectively close to 200,000 years, Bibi Dong ascended to the 79th level. With the intent to eliminate another creature, Qian Chongling provided Bibi Dong with several spirit power enhancement pills, propelling her directly to the 80th level. And he also dispatched a great gorilla. The reason for targeting the gorilla instead of the bull-headed serpent was to ensure that there would be no protection left for the old rabbit once it transformed into human form. Furthermore, the bull-headed serpent was relatively more reasonable, while the gorilla might be misled by the rabbit into causing trouble. Should Xiao Wu be devoured by a soul beast? How would Qian Chongling explain the loss to his wife? Without having obtained a wife, how could he comprehend the anguish of loss? Of course, to avoid alarming the silver dragon fish, Qian Chongling established a barrier using chaotic divine power to prevent any leakage of energy. At that moment, everyone gazed at the charming little angel Qian Renxue, who was gently holding hands with Bibi Dong, as they prepared to witness the awakening of this adorable little girl's martial soul. I want Sister Saintess to help me awaken, she declared. Qian Renxue opened her wide eyes, gazing at her father, Qian Senji, with an expression of eager anticipation, and said, Father, please allow the Holy Maiden to assist me in awakening my martial soul. Qian Senji shuddered, realizing that this ancestor was not someone he could command. Observing Qian Senji's bewildered expression, Bibi Dong smiled faintly and said, Since Schwerer has made her request, allow me to handle it. Qian Xuanji let out a sigh of relief and said, Then I shall trouble the Saintess. Bibi Dong took the tool for awakening martial souls from Qian Xuanji's hands, instructing Qian Renxue to stand within the awakening formation. She was filled with anticipation regarding how much innate soul power this little angel would possess, and it was highly probable that her martial soul would be the 6-winged angel inherited from the Qian family. Schwer, close your eyes and attentively feel your martial soul, Bibi Dong instructed. Qian Renxue felt a twinge of anxiety as she noticed a soft golden radiance coalescing behind her. Gradually, the light intensified, multiplying in brilliance until it formed 6 ethereal wings, ultimately manifesting a phantom of a 6-winged angel behind her. However, unbeknownst to Qian Xuanji and Qian Douluo, there existed a distinction between Qian Renxue's martial soul and their own 6-winged angels. The visage of Qian Renxue's angel was that of a divine and pure goddess, while the faces of theirs remained obscured and indistinct. Indeed, it was a 6-winged angel, Qian Chongling mused inwardly. Schwerer, first retract your martial soul. Allow your sister to assess your innate soul power, Bibi Dong advised. Qian Renxue nodded thoughtfully and, after a moment's contemplation, retracted her 6-winged angel martial spirit. Bibi Dong then presented a crystal orb before Qian Renxue, saying, Schwerer, place your hand upon it. At that moment, apart from Qian Chongling, the other elderly scholars gazed intently at the crystal orb, their eyes wide with anticipation, for they had once witnessed a similar scene. Yet the outcome had left them profoundly disheartened. The delicate, snow-white hands of Qian Renxue, as they gently rested upon the crystal orb, ignited an instant explosion of resplendent blue light. With a sharp crack, the orb bore a fracture, although the 6 elderly gentlemen had mentally prepared themselves. Witnessing a display of innate soul power surpassing level 10 left them utterly astonished. Meanwhile, Qian Douluo and Qian Sundich were beaming with joy, fervently cheering for their granddaughter. Bibi Dong took another crystal orb from Qian Sundich, one capable of testing soul power up to level 20, and gestured for Qian Renxue to place her hand upon it once more. Then, with another sharp crack, the orb was once again engulfed in dazzling blue light, only to succumb to the pressure and shatter explosively. This time, it was not only the 6 elderly gentlemen who were left speechless. Even Qian Douluo and Qian Sundich wore expressions of exhilaration, murmuring fervently, "May the ancestral deity bless us. Your glory shall once again illuminate Spirit City." Qian Renxue retracted her small hand, a hint of unease in her voice as she inquired of Qian Chongling, "Ancestor, have I done something wrong?" Though merely 6 years old, Qian Renxue understood well who held the authority within the family. As long as the ancestor remained unperturbed, her father and grandfather would have to take a back seat. Haha, not at all. You have done splendidly, my dear. Donger, you may continue, Qian Chongling replied with a gentle smile. At that moment, several elderly gentlemen finally emerged from their state of astonishment. The golden crocodile Douluo exclaimed with renewed vigor, "Our spirit hall is about to witness the emergence of a prodigy with divine attributes." The third crystal orb also erupted with dazzling brilliance, yet it did not fill completely. Halting at approximately halfway, a soul power of innate 23rd level, the holy dragon Douluo exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief. Qian Douluo and Qian Xuanji were laughing uncontrollably, while Huang Yuyao stepped forward and lifted Qian Renxue, planting a kiss on her delicate little face. "My little angel, you are truly remarkable." Qian Renxue possesses an innate soul power of 23 levels at the moment of her martial soul awakening. A remarkable feat undoubtedly attributable to the consumption of the eternal sun pill and the abundant resources cultivated since her early years. Let us publicly declare that Shuer has an innate soul power of merely 11 levels, Qian Chongling suggested. Qian Douluo was taken aback, while Qian Sun swiftly addressed Qian Chongling, saying, "Ancestor, with such remarkable talent, shouldn't we publicize Shuer's abilities to let the world know of the formidable strength of our spirit hall?" Qian Chongling gazed at Qian Xuanji with an expression of incredulity and proclaimed, "A tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably be uprooted by the wind. Return and transcribe this 1,000 times for me." Satisfied, he continued, "Very well, disperse now. Xiaoshue's innate soul power is at level 11. Simply disseminate this information." At this moment, Qian Douluo comprehended Qian Chongling's intention and calmly responded. Chapter 49. The golden iron triangle. Time flows swiftly, and the years weave by like a shuttle. It has been 6 years since the palace upheaval in Xinglua Imperial City. The new emperor of the Xinglua Empire, Dai Tianfeng, has now governed for 6 years. During this period, he has diligently undertaken reforms and ruthlessly eliminated the staunch supporters of his predecessor, his father Dai Lumao, replacing them entirely with his own confidants. Many ministers find themselves in a state of trepidation, and whispers abound that the root of this turmoil lies with the former noble consort, Yi Mengwei, who secretly incited Dai Tianfeng. Consequently, several loyal ministers are prepared to risk their lives in council, hoping that Dai Tianfeng will execute this enchanting consort. After all, in any dynasty, alongside the treacherous traitors who collude with enemies, there are always those steadfast loyalists unafraid of death. However, after nearly a decade of covert developments, among these so-called loyalists, how many are coerced by parasitic toxins? How many have undergone soul exchanges at the hands of the ghostly fox Qin Chuan? And how many have fallen into the dreams conjured by Yi Mengwei? Thus, the purported endeavor to restore the emperor to his rightful place. From the moment the plot was conceived to its delivery to Dai Tianfeng's ears, spanned merely an hour or two. The inevitable outcome is self-evident. Aside from those who defected to the light, the remaining obstinate ones received but a single imperial edict from Dai Tianfeng. The decree contained but one word: execute. Following this grisly series of examples, the voice of Dai Tianfeng stands alone within the vast expanse of the Starluo Empire. It may seem that the empire is robust and formidable, yet what secrets lie beneath this faade? Undoubtedly, behind the blood-soaked landscapes, there exists exhilarating news that invigorates the entire Starluo Empire. Firstly, Dai Tianfeng's eldest son, Davis, awakened his martial soul, the White Tiger, at the tender age of 2 years prior, possessing an innate soul power of level 8. His counterpart, the little feline from the Zhu family, Zhu Zhuyuan, awakened her martial soul this year, inheriting the Zhu family's nether spirit cat, with an innate soul power of level 7. Secondly, Dai Tianfeng's wife, Zhu Tiankai, has once again blessed him with another little tiger who will one day be known as the Silver Tiger of Time, Dai Mubai. In other words, the age-old saga of love and rivalry among the Dai family is set to unfold anew. It is worth noting that the Dai and Zhu families have intermarried for generations, as they can form the martial soul fusion technique known as the Nether White Tiger. The current Nether Duke, Zhu Tianlin, refers to the former Starluo emperor as uncle and calls Dai Tianfeng his cousin, which implies that Zhu Tiankai and Dai Tianfeng are, in fact, cousins as well. Consequently, Davis and Zhu Zhuyun are also cousins, intertwined in a bond that is both intricate and profound. Meanwhile, in the frigid northern lands, snowflakes cascade gracefully from above, swirling in various formations, some soaring, others spiraling, and some plummeting swiftly to the ground. Three figures walk side by side. One, a bearded man of approximately 27, engages in lively conversation with a strikingly beautiful young woman of about 23. Yet, it is primarily the man who speaks, while the woman responds intermittently with a few words. Despite this, the man remains utterly engrossed in their exchange. Xiao Gang, you have been sullen since this morning. What troubles you? The beautiful girl, having restrained her curiosity for long enough, finally breaks her silence and questions the taciturn man beside her. Indeed, Xiao Gang. Is it because of your martial soul's top 10 core, Flender? Be quiet. The bearded man, Flender, is abruptly interrupted by the young woman, prompting a sigh as he retreats to the sidelines. Ere long, Flender, I simply did not anticipate that what was once hailed as the sacred ground for soul masters, the martial soul hall, would devolve into this state. Those theories, which I painstakingly developed, have been mercilessly criticized by the martial soul daily. Take, for instance, the optimal ratio for soul masters and soul rings. This theory cannot possibly be erroneous. The man referred to as Xiao Gang by Lu Erlong and Flender gradually raised his head. His appearance bore a slight softness, yet an inexplicable confidence radiated from him. His fists were tightly clenched, the knuckles turning pale, but beneath the voluminous gray robe, Lu Erlong and Flender were oblivious to these details. Lu Erlong reassured him, stating, "This must be the Spirit Hall's jealousy of your talents." Flender's sixth spirit ring was indeed obtained from a 20,000-year spirit beast, precisely as you suggested. So this theory cannot possibly be flawed. Upon hearing the words regarding the optimal ratio of spirit masters and spirit rings, Flender too became intrigued. Indeed, while the reach of the Spirit Master daily is quite extensive, we still trust that your theory holds merit. Of course, Lu Erlong replied with pride. Xiao Gang's research extends far beyond this. He has also developed the Trinity Spirit Fusion skill. Recently, we even triumphed over a soul sage thanks to it. At this moment, Lu Erlong, Flender, and Yu Xiaojing had just formed what they deemed the Golden Iron Triangle. Lu Erlong, the 33rd Soul King of the Killing Corner, Flender, the 61st Soul Emperor of the Flying Corner, and Yu Xiaojing, the 29th Soul Master of the Wisdom Corner. Strikingly peculiar, or perhaps extraordinarily so, was the combination of Flender's four-eyed cat eagle, Lu Erlong's fire dragon, and a boar beast, three seemingly unrelated spirit forms that could remarkably forge a spirit fusion technique, and one that was highly compatible at that. Their fusion could transform Yu Xiaojang's boar beast into the golden sacred dragon, albeit regrettably led by Yu Xiaojang, the one with the least spirit power among them. It was this individual, lacking both strength and combat experience, who inadvertently lowered the potential of the spirit fusion technique. Despite Lu Erlong and Flender's persistent encouragement, Yu Xiaojang's pride was not easily assuaged. The trio walked in silence towards the periphery of the extreme north. And after a prolonged period of quietude, Flender suddenly proposed, "If given the chance, we should establish an academy, one that evaluates talent regardless of origin, allowing all gifted children to become spirit masters." Flender's spirited words echoed around the outskirts of the extreme north, but the expressions of his two companions were markedly different. Yu Xiaojang remained silent, while Lu Erlong jestingly remarked, "A splendid idea, but Flender, do you possess any gold soul coins?" Flender was momentarily taken aback. He contemplated expressing his lack of golden soul coins, but realized that the Spirit Bank could offer a loan, which he could repay once the academy began to profit. However, he refrained from voicing this thought. Though Flender appeared somewhat rugged on the surface, his inner sensitivity was acutely attuned to the nuances around him. He sensed that Yu Xiaojang harbored a strong disdain for the Spirit Hall. With a smile, Flender and the two others resumed their journey toward the outskirts of the extreme north, leaving behind a trail of varying footprints. Chapter 50. The ineffectual remains ineffectual 2 years later, outside the Heaven-Do Imperial City, atop a small hill opposite the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan's main gate. A campfire blazed in a small grove. The flickering flames illuminated two distinctly different faces, one, a blushing visage, and the other, an expressionless countenance, both clad in crimson robes. With the man adorned with an embroidered ball on his chest. Xiaojiang, today marks your momentous occasion. You needn't maintain such a stern demeanor. Flander, who was reluctantly officiating the wedding for the two newcomers, managed to muster a faint smile as he addressed Yu Xiaojiang. It's quite all right, Flander, Yu Xiaojiang replied, his gaze drifting towards Lu Erlong, whose radiant beauty in her red attire stirred a pang of pain within Flander. Witnessing the woman he cherished marry his brother was an unbearable feeling. By the way, Xiaojiang, why did you choose to hold the wedding here? Lu Erlong inquired softly, a gentle smile gracing her lips. At this, Yu Xiaojiang lifted his head, his expression unchanged, as he fixed his eyes on the small hill to the southwest. His voice emerged hoarse yet resolute. Because from here, I can see my family, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. As Yu Xiaojiang recounted his story, Flander and Lu Erlong finally comprehended that he was the eldest son of the clan's leader. It was evident that bearing the burden of a clan leader's son with such a seemingly ineffectual martial spirit and a mere half-level soul power must have placed immense pressure on him, revealing why some might delve into the study of so-called theories. Half an hour later, under the weight of Yu Xiaojiang's heartfelt narrative, Lu Erlong, already deeply enamored, found her anger rising uncontrollably. The despicable Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan truly lacks vision. Lu Erlong's brows furrowed in indignation. At that moment, a chilling voice laced with fury pierced through the air, reaching the ears of the three. Well, very well, Yu Xiaojiang, you truly deserve the title of a waste. Who? Lu Erlong's furious retort rang out, her crimson eyes fixed coldly upon the shadow of a large tree. Simultaneously, Flander and Yu Xiaojiang turned to gaze as a figure emerged slowly from the darkness. As the light spilled forth, the shadow dissipated to reveal an elder, slightly over 60. Clad in black attire, he was robustly built, with a resolute visage and hair of mixed black and white, billowing in the wind. Second uncle, father. Two entirely distinct titles were shouted from the mouths of Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong, and subsequently, the two exchanged incredulous glances, momentarily unable to fathom the reality before them. To their astonishment, it was indeed the two of them, and they were hosting a wedding. Upon noticing a flicker of flames on the mountain opposite the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family's residence, Yu Luomden led a few young members of his family to investigate. After all, if it were an enemy attack, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, as soon as Yu Lumian approached the vicinity, he overheard Yu Xiaojiang positioning himself as a victim, lamenting how the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family lacked discernment and how he himself was a talent unrecognized. Such words were exceedingly grating to Yu Lumian's ears. Yu Xiaojiang remained oblivious to the immense efforts and sacrifices made by Yu Yuanjin and Yu Lumian to restore his martial soul and soul power to normal. The outcome was disheartening, leaving Yu Luomian feeling both cold and pained. The leader of the Golden Iron Triangle, Flander, observed the profound silence enveloping the group and could not help but speak up. This esteemed elder must be a senior relative of Xiaojiang and Erlong. It seems fortuitous that he has arrived. Might he bestow a blessing upon the newlyweds? Although they are cousins, our continent does not prohibit such unions, does it? Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope, her gaze beseeching Yu Xiaojiang, yearning for the man she cherished to stand by her side against the scrutiny and prejudice of the world. Meanwhile, Yu Lumian regarded the silent, downcast Yu Xiaojiang with disdain, further affirming his belief that Yu Xiaojiang was but a useless coward. Had Yu Xiaojiang dared to embrace his relationship with Lu Erlong, perhaps Yu Luomian might have regarded him with a modicum of respect. Regrettably, Yu Xiaojiang continued to exhibit his selfishness and timidity. Observing this, Yu Lumian shook his head. From this moment forth, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family shall disown Yu Xiaojiang. After all, we cannot aspire to the likes of you, master. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong was incensed, confronting Yu Luomian. What right do you, who neglects your own wife and daughter, have to disown Xiaojiang? If anyone should be disowned, it is you. No matter how much you despise me, my blood still flows within you. He is still a useless individual. Moreover, as the vice head of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, I have every right to expel a useless member. Yu Luomian's cold, indifferent words became the final straw for Yu Xiaojiang, who, clutching his head, dashed away from Yu Luomian in a frenzied escape, disappearing without a trace. Alarmed by this, Lu Erlong felt a surge of concern for Yu Xiaojiang. fearing he might do something reckless, and was about to rush after him when Yu Luomian blocked her path. "Step aside." Lu Erlong shouted in fury, summoning her martial spirit. A fiery red dragon materialized behind her, adorned with 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black. Undulating with a formidable aura, she had reached level 54. If memory served her right, Erlong was merely around 25 years old, a remarkable talent indeed. Yu Lumian observed the soul rings encircling Lu Erlong and couldn't help but smile faintly, a gesture of appreciation for the exceptional offspring of the younger generation, coupled with a sense of pride. After a brief pause, he continued, "Given this, you must not be allowed to pass. That worthless individual is unworthy of you." Simultaneously, the atmosphere surrounding Yu Lumian shifted dramatically, as an overwhelming surge of power emanated from him. A blue dragon, crackling with electricity, appeared before Lu Erlong and Flender. 8 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, radiated a daunting presence, instigating chaos among the forest creatures without the need for any movement. An advanced soul Douluo. Lu Erlong and Flender uttered a disbelief, a hint of bitter despair flickering in their eyes. Boom, boom. 10 minutes later, amidst 2 resounding explosions, a cloud of dust surged forth, waves of energy rippling through the air, leaves swirling around, and a massive pit forming in the ground. Flender and Lu Erlong lay within the crater, blood trickling from their lips, gasping for breath. Yu Luomian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, appearing as though nothing had transpired, his dark attire unblemished by even a single crease. "Flender, you exhibit far more responsibility than that worthless individual," Yu Luomian remarked coldly. Throughout the brief skirmish, he had keenly observed how Flender, a soul sage, had successfully intercepted several of Lu Erlong's attacks. Fully aware of Flender's cunning nature as a seasoned veteran, "You're merely a rat's tail," he concluded with disdain, and with a flicker of movement, he vanished without a trace. Chapter 51. The Purgatory Azura Mode. 10 months later, in the courtyard of a 4-bedroom residence in Soulmaster City. In the midst of surprise, Qian Chongling stood in the courtyard, somewhat bewildered, gazing intently at the room where anguished cries intermittently emerged, causing his heart to ache profoundly. His wife, Bibi Dong, was in the throes of labor, the momentous day having arrived, yet he could only pace anxiously outside the door. Although his medical skills were remarkably proficient, he was sternly advised by the midwives not to enter,